What's up, people? Oh shit, wait, I forgot to turn back on my social thing and then the donate thing. I was making thumbnail faces. I had those disabled. I need people to know I need money. Did you get a haircut? No, but my hair is not cooperative. I don't know. Might have to just roll off the bowl cut thing we got going on here. Got a little bit of time before our thing with Sarah starts. I think 9:15 is when it starts or whatever. But also, the first 45 minutes of it, I think, are just me and her. Not in like a 1v1 debate, but I think just so I can like explain my position, and then we move into open panel, which oh boy, and then tomorrow we have a thing with grids. Thanks, Phil, for the sub on YouTube. I appreciate it. Hell yeah, brother. Who you talking to? Whoever joined. Today, I'm doing with a girl, Sarah the Raging Tomato. She's like a YouTube streamer person. As an open panel, I'm assuming. I mean, I'll see a lot of familiar faces, I'm assuming, so Grid might show up, which I'm talking to him tomorrow, too. I forget these people's names. Melanie Cosmic Fox, although she'd be on my side, but she might show up. And my first debate in years today with the German socialist. Still got it. Based. Onk still got it. Cars. Insulated wires. Wheat, corn. 89 billion. That's a decent amount. Seats. Wheat, corn, retires. A little bit of oil. I don't know. Insulated wires. I feel like if it was Bangladesh or something, they'd have more like knit sweaters and things. I'm trying to think where we get a lot of cars from that's also like a not super developed country. Because I know we get shit from Japan, but this can't be Japan. I don't know if Vietnam exports insulated wire, but I'm going to guess Vietnam. No. Oh, it's probably like, so like Croatia or Cambodia or one of those. I guess Bosnia. Fuck, right? Directly. Is it Serbia or is it Albania? Is it Serbia or is it Albania's south, right? So it's Serbia? Fuck. Northeast of Serbia. Belarus? I feel like I'm skipping some countries in between there. Yeah, fuck. God, I'm gonna know it too. As soon as I'm gonna know it too. Is it like is Montenegro maybe? Fuck, I'm gonna know it. God, I'm gonna know it. I'm gonna know it. I'm gonna know it. I know I'm gonna know it. And I'm gonna be upset. Romania. Fuck, I should have guessed Romania, man. I forget. I always forget. If I'm not looking at a map, I don't know where some of these countries are, man. Or I know where they are. I forget where they are. Because, like, again, if I'm looking at a map, I can kind of, okay, like if I do the Cetera, I think, Europe thing, I'm gonna, usually able to do that pretty well. Blink-coated summers at a tariff panel together. Is that the, was that on the All In podcast thing? Because I watched that one. No? Okay. We're definitely not going to have time to get it today, but I'll add it to the free reaction content. I love the old white one, macro based. Display name, non-fun. Enter studio.
Hi, non-fun.
Hey, what's up?
Oh my God, that's a shit show over there. I like the panel concept, but I definitely don't expect for like the host to be interrupting me when I'm trying to get through a fucking point. And it's like, if you'd let me finish, like, because they just presume you're going to say one thing or another. And it's like, that's not what I'm saying. But if you'd let me fucking finish, sorry, non fun, I needed to just vent for a second because I'm really fucking irritated. To that and then just walked all over as if like if you're the host, you should not be interrupting your people unless they're interrupting each other. Like, let them fucking talk, right?
Yeah, understandable.
And it's okay to
Valid
give,
crash out, as Gen
yeah,
Z says.
to give pushback. Like, I totally get that. Pushback's great. Push back on anything I'm saying, but not while I'm in the middle of actually getting to the point.
Right.
Anyway, I'm gonna go tinkle and just kind of take a walk lap around just because I've been sitting. But you kind of know the drill. You know where we're at on everything, right?
Yep.
Okay. Let me see. What do we want for a background? Didn't we have a tariff thing? No, yeah, that was a. What do we want? You want a boxing ring? And they're not gonna really see it anyways. All right. Let me just go do my thing, and I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay. Good. I tried finding like better stream layout things. The best I could come up with. Chat is kind of small. Okay, so you guys are subjugated to a little box in the corner, but I can probably make you a little bigger. But I don't want to cover people because depending on how many people join, the layout would change, and it's annoying. But who's the person you're talking to? Like the person I was just talking to? That girl's name is Sarah, the raging tomato. Basically, I think I've done this once before with H-1B visas. She's just going to be basically interviewing me. And I'm going to say trade is good. I should have done more reading on new trade theory, by the way. I did a little bit of reading off stream. And by the way, this is insane to me. I think a 5% VAT, depending on the assumptions you make about tariffs and how much revenue they would rate, like depending on how much you weight, for example, the effects of retaliatory tariffs on revenue, a 5% VAT would raise the same, if not more, revenue than a tariff. Like the tax foundation has estimates, and for like that, like a 10% universal tariff would raise, I think they say 2 trillion, and a 5% VAT to a narrow base, not even a broad base, a narrow base would raise that same amount. And that estimate for the tariff is not taking into account retaliatory tariffs. If you take into account retaliatory tariffs, I think the Tax Foundation actually says it raises negative $160 billion over the course of 10 years. At this point, just watch some lecture series on trade or something, or read the Krugman textbook. I do have the Krugman textbook downloaded, and I will probably. I say I'm gonna read it. But another part of me just knows, okay, that like, at this point, what is the utility in knowing more things? Like, I already know what people are going to say. I even know, like, specifically if they cite X thing, the false assumptions that, say, Robert E. Scott makes in his papers where he says trade decreases employment. I specifically know the false assumptions made in the Coalition for Prosperous America's paper where they say trade is going to raise everyone's income. Like, you know, at this point, I don't know. Like, dude, I said to average debate enjoyer Tyler, countries benefit from trade in part because of increasing returns to scale. Like I said, the Netherlands benefits from the increasing returns to scale from producing like niche semiconductor products, right? And this guy said to me, sunk cost fallacy. Like, Paul Krugman, Nobel Prize winning economist, when coming up with new trade theory, okay, never considered sunk cost fallacy. I should have done more reading on new trade theory, but like, is it really? It's not even fucking gonna come up. It's like this entire Wikipedia page here. Collecting economic models in international trade, which focuses on the role of increasing returns to scale and network effects, which were originally developed in the late 70s and early 80s. The main motivation for the development of NCT was that, contrary to traditional trade models or old trade theory, which suggests the majority of world trade takes place between countries that are similar in terms of development, structure, and factor endowments. Traditional trade models relied on productivity differences or factor endowment differences to explain international trade. New trade theory relaxed the assumptions of constant returns to scale and showed that increasing returns can drive trade flows between similar countries without differences in productivity or factor endowments. With increasing returns to scale, countries that are identical still have an incentive to trade with each other. Industries in specific countries concentrate on specific niche products, gaining economies of scale in those niches. Economies then trade these niche products to each other, specializing in a part of it in a particular industry or niche product. Trade allows countries to benefit from larger economies of scale. Nowhere, like, I didn't consider, no one considered, that's actually all just sunk cost fallacy. It's always the best for some guy asked what a Nobel Prize winning research is considered a high school level thing. It's not even a sunk cost fallacy is not even a like high school like level thing. It's just like first of all, it's a debate bro thing. And it's just I think they do actually teach it in high school. I think we did have stuff on logical fallacies. You're arguing that people don't understand you're arguing with people who don't understand or accept comparative advantage. Anything beyond that is not going to work for them. I know. It's like, and it's so annoying too. Like when I was debating that, like Randy, dude, it's like, I presented to you like a model. Okay. I think I actually presented two models, or I don't want to call them strictly models, but two like plausible theories as to why trade would increase income. Like, for example, trade allows for specialization. Countries will specialize in what they are higher productivity in. Therefore, the country's average productivity will increase, and therefore average wages will also be bid up. And then, like, secondly, obviously, access to cheaper goods just like mechanistically increases everyone's real wage, right? And that's actually, I think, an interesting point. I don't know if I'll bring this up, but tariffs probably have a negative effect on labor supply overall, just because they reduce the after-tax return of working. So there's negative effects there too. I don't know how. Like I doubt the elasticity there is that large, but that is something interesting. And then I can cite studies. I can cite like 3 or 4 different studies that are like, hey, by the way, trade increases income, trade favors poor people because they buy more imported goods, trade increases wages, and then like the response to that is, it's just like, I mean, either some people just say like all academic studies are bullshit, so they don't have any, a study can say anything, so they don't have any credit for that, and then people just kind of repeat the same thing and just not have a response. They'll just kind of be like, oh, well, competition, China, reduce wages, meh, 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 meh. Anyway, I'm getting in a bad mood before anyone even says dumb shit. Okay, I'm fighting Ghost right now, and I'm already in a bad mood.
Oof. All right, I got my coffee. I'm lit up. All right, tariffs. You think tariffs are bad and hurting America, right?
Yep.
All right. I'm going to let you lead in terms of the conversation of what we're talking about, because me, and politically I'm completely off the charts.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
So I'm here to kind of ask and prod, and then you're going to be the smart one of us two. I think you can handle that, right?
Yeah, hopefully.
I love your patience with me, Nanfan. I'm so proud of you. You're a good, kind gentleman. All right, let me just add this on. Copy, paste. Copy, paste, save. All right. And we'll go to this one. All right. Are we ready?
Yep.
All right. Oof. All right. I'm going to put us backstage. You know the drill. You got 30 seconds when I put you back up.
All right. Yep. Oh shit, this shit's loud as fuck, I forgot. My notes think it's crashing, it's okay, it's crashing. No, I need to take off. Highlights.
Are you ready for
Should I put my sunglasses on? I feel like I'll save the sunglasses for when the actual debate starts.
I'm a real tough kid. I can handle my shit. They said fake it, gotta fake it till you make it, and I did.
I'm just a terrible person, I guess.
Lights, camera, bitch. Even when you wanna die. Breaking down, I hit the floor. All the pieces of me shattered as the crowd was chanting more. With a broken heart.
Who's afraid of little old me?
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, here, round two for the evening. I don't know if anybody caught the presentation of whatever happened over on Team Fatties, but I was there, had a good old time. You can catch the replay over on Team Fatties channel and have some fun with that. Now we're going to have Non-Fun on, who makes the claim that Trump's tariffs are hurting America. And I would really love to dive into that. As a kind reminder to all of you, we will go into open panel dumpster fire here probably pretty shortly, because I don't know enough to push back or ask too many questions about or get into it. So Non-Fun, I'm going to let you take it away with kind of maybe an opening statement to it, or however you want to present it.
Sure. I didn't prepare a formal opening statement or anything, but I would say, understanding trade is somewhat easy, and then understanding the 1,000,001 different objections to trade is where things get a little complicated. So to start out with, I would say fundamentally trade between countries is beneficial for three primary reasons. One, there's gains from exchange. Two, there's gains from specialization. And three, there are gains from economies of scale. So basically there are, some countries, because of their geography or because of, how much labor they have relative to how much capital they have, will be comparatively better at producing certain things than other countries. The word comparatively there is important. I don't want to start off too technical. But like, for example, the US is obviously, if we could outcompete Vietnam in producing shoes, if we devoted all our resources towards making shoes. But importantly, the U.S. has much better things to be doing than producing shoes. So if the U.S. were to produce things, or were to produce shoes, we'd be giving up much more than Vietnam is giving up when they produce shoes, because the U.S. could instead specialize in, for example, Apple and having Apple engineers and having Microsoft and producing this technology that's used all across the world, or SpaceX. Vietnam simply does not have those things, but they do have a large labor force that's willing to work for low wages. So they benefit from specializing in very labor intensive industries, and the US benefits from specializing in capital intensive industries. And we can trade with Vietnam, and we'll actually end up with more goods, or the same amount of goods, depending on what assumptions you make, with the same amount of resources. And I think those are the benefits from exchange and specialization. And then we also, that basically comparative advantage theory was used for like 200 years or whatever. It does a very good job explaining why countries that are different from each other trade with each other. There are differences in productivity because of the country's what are called like factor endowments, because of what factors of production that country has, how much labor the country has, again, how much natural resources the country has. But if you look at trade, currently, a lot of trade happens between very similar countries. And this is what Paul Krugman won his Nobel Prize for. There are also benefits to be had from economies of scale. Basically, without getting too technical again, companies and countries can benefit from increasing returns to scale, because companies have what are called, and entire countries really have, fixed cost. If I want to produce, if I have a chocolate factory, there are certain things I'm going to have to build regardless of how many chocolate bars I produce. So like wrappers would be a variable cost. For every chocolate bar I need a wrapper. But the sort of like fixed equipment, that is a fixed cost. I can get a mold for a chocolate bar and use it to produce 1,000 chocolate bars or one chocolate bar. It's a fixed cost. And as you produce more goods from the same fixed cost, basically your average costs go down, right? I mean, if I spend $1,000 on the mold
kind of
for
like
chocolate
the
bar,
supply and demand kind of thought process there.
well, I mean, it obviously ties into that. Yeah. But I mean, if you have to spend $1,000 on a factory, no matter what, if you produce one chocolate bar, well, your cost is $1,000. If you produce two chocolate bars, your cost per chocolate bar is only $500, and so on and so on and so on. And with some models, we can show that, countries will actually, even identical countries will actually benefit if they specialize in only, one industry, or, I mean, the basic model will have them specialize in only one industry, but, and the other country specializes in another industry, and therefore both their fixed costs are lower, and also the size of the market is bigger because they're able to sell to each other rather than just the people in only one country.
Would that tie in kind of like to an assembly line concept? If like one person is focusing on doing one thing, to put the car together, right? The whole concept of Ford. Like if one person is putting a tire on and that's the only job they're doing, they can dedicate all of their time to that one job and they could be the best at it, and then another person is focusing on, putting a window in or whatever. So is that kind of...
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, we all kind of intuitively... We all kind of intuitively understand, the benefits from specialization when it comes to ourselves as individuals. We say, like, I'm comparatively better. I mean, we may not have this exact thought process, but because of the way the market system works is what ends up happening. We say, like, I'm comparatively better at producing, like, X thing. I go to work every day, and I'm a streamer. I'm comparatively better at streaming. And my grocery store is comparatively better at, growing crops. And I understand the grocery store doesn't grow them, but... Farmers are comparatively better at growing the crops, and we benefit from trading with them. So I don't have to waste my time growing my own food instead of doing what I'm really good at, which is being a streamer. And you're absolutely right. Like one of the, Adam Smith talked about this, like the gains from division of labor, where people specialize in only doing one thing, only making one part of a product, and there are gains to be had from specialization in that case. Yeah. Which seems like, again, we intuitively understand when it comes to ourselves, and then sometimes we don't want to apply that logic between countries.
Right. Okay. That makes sense. So that's number 2, right? The first one was you were talking about the shoes, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, both of those tie into comparative advantage.
Okay. Okay. All right. And then was there a third thought to that, or did I miss that?
I went over... So those are kind of the basic reasons why trade between countries is a lot of times beneficial. Obviously, as with anything, there's going to be carve-outs. So, after you say that, people will come to you with a million different objections, and I'm sure we'll hear a lot of them tonight. So,
right. Okay. So, and that's just the basis of other countries producing other stuff and exporting it, importing it to here. And so I think, would we maneuver into the tariff portion of it and how that applies now?
Yeah. So tariffs are just a tax on trade. Technically, like the definition of tariff is just a tax applied on imported or exported goods. In the U.S., we talk about import tariffs, usually tariffs on goods that we import from other countries, because export tariffs are not constitutional. Importantly, though, this is probably going to come up a lot tonight. I don't want to get too technical just yet, but tariffs act as taxes on trade no matter what, because a tax on imports will be equivalent to a tax on exports. Reducing the amount of things that we import via tariff will also reduce the amount of things that we export. There are numerous mechanisms. One, to explain briefly, if we import less goods because of the tariff, that means we're basically supplying less dollars to other countries. And obviously, if the supply of dollars goes down in world markets, what will happen is the price of the U.S. dollar in world markets will increase. Now, that can be good because that lets us buy other currencies for cheaper, and that means we import goods for cheaper. But it's also bad because that makes our exports harder to buy. So other countries have to spend more of their currency to buy our currency so they can buy goods from our country. So a tariff is going to act as a tax on trade. It's going to reduce imports and exports by the same amount. Basically, there are nuances to that, as with everything. But in a perfect world, a tax on imports will be exactly equivalent to a tax on exports. Now, tariffs fundamentally distort decisions over over what resources to use to get the same amount of goods, basically. So obviously, if I'm a consumer in the US, ordinarily I'd make my decision based on, the relative price of foreign products compared to products here. But with a tariff, what you're doing is distorting that. The important thing to remember here is that prices are information. The fact that the prices are cheaper in other countries reflects the fact that they are, for some reason, more productive or have a lower opportunity cost for producing that product. So when you distort that, you end up incentivizing essentially buying products here, which is the goal of a lot of tariffs. We say we want to onshore some production, but it's important to remember that, that production that is now taking place domestically will draw resources away from other sectors in the U.S. Obviously, if we tariff wine companies are going to have to expand production if people want to buy domestic wine to avoid the tariff, and that takes land. And the wine company buying land means someone else doesn't get land. Someone else that otherwise would have used the land for something more productive. So what ends up happening is we use more resources to get the same amount of things. A tariff means that goods are being produced domestically when they could be imported for cheaper, whilst those resources being used to produce goods domestically could have been going to more productive things. That is what economists call deadweight loss. It is not a good thing. It is purely wasted resources.
Okay, I'm tracking now. Okay, so the wine, for instance, the wine you said, if we want to avoid the import tax, or at least maybe the higher costs because of the tariff, right? Then we may go and choose to buy it locally, or that was produced. Well, I mean, isn't most of our, well, I mean, not most, but
I
there's
don't
a
know. I
lot
was
of
just using that
local,
example.
there's a
It
lot
could
of
be.
local wineries. It's kind of a big deal on the East Coast, and I'm pretty sure in California they have it too. But let's presume we don't already have that in place. So then now, in order to keep up with that demand, right, we'd have to keep up with that demand. Then now we have to produce more wine. Therefore, all of the land that we could have been using to, I don't know, something different, like
It could be
put up
going to
more
dairy
commercial
farmers,
buildings, a
all of
dairy
our,
farmer, so on and so forth. Now we're utilizing that land for wine, which we could have been importing for it and purchasing for maybe, well, I feel like even local wines are just as expensive as the overseas stuff. So, but essentially we could have maybe just paid an
Yeah.
extra $2 to get the wine imported, or maybe even the same price if we didn't have like a higher tariff. And then that extra land that we're using now for wine could have been utilized for something that we actually can do really well, and something that would have been more productive as a resource for Americans.
I think the easiest way to kind of understand it is just viewing trade as a type of technology that lets us indirectly produce the things that we import by first producing things to export and then trading for them, right? So we might as well imagine that Japan, there's an example I think David Friedman gave. Japan is just a factory that it turns wheat magically in the cars, okay? Obviously, in the real world, we know Japan is a place with people who are willing to trade wheat for cars, but purely economically, we might as well view Japan as just a factory that turns wheat into cars. And we know if we are assuming that we are comparatively better producing wheat, in the real world, we probably don't have a comparative advantage in wheat. We don't really produce much wheat here, I don't think. We can get more cars if with less resources, or the same amount of cars with less resources, if we utilize wheat and trade with Japan for them. And I think he points out that like any tax or ban on what he says are automobiles grown in Iowa, because we grow wheat in Iowa, that wheat is then traded for cars. Any tax or ban on the cars that we buy from Japan are going to end up hurting the wheat farmers in Iowa, because the wheat farmers are the people sending their resources to the factory to make cars. They are the competition to the car makers in Detroit, for instance, who produce cars the ordinary way.
Does it kind of make us circular then in some instance? With that being said, does it make us it sounds like it's almost making us become more independent. Now, what if we went that route? So what if this forces us to say, hey, we need to lead with intention, and utilize our resources with intention, and be productive with intention, and become more independent of our own stuff, and then become another exporter of our things instead of just importing. Would it lead to that in some way? And I don't know this stuff. Like pretend I'm a child asking at this point.
So again, I mean, to a certain extent, like trade, like if you open an economics textbook, like the chapter on trade will be called interdependence and gains from trade. So, obviously, trade between countries will make those countries, in some sense, interdependent. U.S. companies rely on imported goods from Mexico and Canada and China and Vietnam to produce those products. U.S. consumers obviously buy a lot of goods from China, Vietnam, Mexico, Canada, all our big trading partners. And to an extent, that makes us interdependent. Now, as I mentioned, there are gains from an interdependence, right? That interdependence means that we get the same amount of goods with less resources, and it means that the U.S. gets to specialize in what we're really good at, and that increases our average productivity, and that makes American wages go up. And we have studies that show this also increases how much countries grow over time, which means over time we'll be growing faster under free trade, and all these beautiful things. I'm sure this will come up tonight. There are, plenty of national security sort of carve-outs to this. Now, obviously we don't have a super friendly relationship with China outside of all the trade we do with them. So if China were to invade Taiwan, it could be the case that, semiconductor production is disrupted, and we really need semiconductors to build a lot of military equipment, right? So there could be a justification for either a tariff or some type of industrial policy, which Biden did do some type of industrial policy to sort of onshore things that we really need for strategic military purposes. Now, I think people go way too far with this argument usually, and I also think that tariffs are not a particularly efficient way at actually protecting domestic industries, because we have evidence that they, for example, decrease labor productivity in the industries that they are applied in, because they just, companies just don't have to face competition. If I'm a producer in the U.S. and you say you don't have to compete with the rest of the world anymore, well, then I don't have to innovate anymore, right? Like, because consumers have no choice but to buy from me. There is domestic competition, but
yeah, well, that would be monopolizing, right? To that degree.
Well, yeah.
But that doesn't mean American companies can't compete with other American companies.
Sure.
I mean, how many bars of soap can we, create and innovate and do better than, or it might actually make them competitive on the price, especially if it's localized and, manufactured here and created here and advertised here. Then now everything's local and now becomes kind of more circular. But essentially, if soap company A and soap company B become like the big thing in America, now they have reason to compete with one another. I mean, you would be talking. I think that would be more in a very niche area, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I would say every company, every market exists on a spectrum between, monopoly and perfect competition, right? There aren't really any perfectly competitive markets, and there aren't. I mean, you can maybe find examples of some. There aren't very many perfect monopolies, which is to say, obviously, if we protect our firms from foreign competition, there's still going to be competition domestically, because none of these companies are really going to be perfect monopolies. But we do have evidence that even just reducing competition decreases labor productivity in those industries. There are a few studies done by some people when we used to have tariffs like in the 1870s to 1913. If you actually look at the tariffs that we placed on certain manufacturing industries, they reduced labor productivity within those industries. We have evidence domestically as well that, for example, when railroad production got a lot more efficient, that allowed companies further away from each other to compete.
Right. Now, obviously, that was a huge competition, wasn't it, between the railroad lines?
Well, so obviously the railroad companies themselves had a lot of competition, but it basically allowed companies in different states to start competing with each other, and that led to these companies within different states. Obviously, it's interstate trade rather than international trade, but to compete with each other better, which made these companies innovate more. And I think I have the study written down. It found it was something like 18% increase in productivity, in the industries where these railroads made transportation a lot more efficient. So there are, good reasons to believe that tariffs tend to reduce labor productivity in the industries that they are placed in. Although sometimes they will have the opposite effect. There are studies that you find that have the opposite effect. But there are especially good reasons to believe that tariffs will decrease productivity overall, because, like I said earlier, well, productivity, firstly, is just output over input, right? And trade is really good, like I mentioned earlier, because it lets you get the same amount of goods with less resources. If you restrict that from happening with a tariff, you end up using more resources to get the same amount of goods. That's a pretty bad thing.
I see what you're saying. I kind of. I'm mildly there. For being a blonde and being a girl and not knowing anything about this stuff, I feel like I'm tracking pretty okay. Betwixt with the big five says liberals tonight will argue we should import cheaper goods made with slave labor over domestically made goods. This should be fun. You're welcome to respond on fun.
Yeah, so, I mean, the first thing I would say, let's think about the, slave labor, cheap good parts, first of all. Obviously, there's this question of, like, human suffering and, like, should we be buying from companies that have this, like, horrible working conditions? But let's set aside the human suffering thing for a second. Let's imagine a example where a company in India sort of, they say, oh, we found this new amazing innovation. Now we can produce clothes with half the amount of labor, right? So, we can reduce our cost by 50%, and now we pass this saving on to the consumer. Mm-hmm. That, I think, obviously, people would say would have an economic benefit for us. Now, I mean, there are other objections to importing, but, we'd kind of say, like, oh, they've had some great innovation. It's fair for them to receive profit because of that. Let's say we find out that, some journalist sneaks into this factory and they find out, they actually just started employing children who are working for half the prices. It's like, well, maybe we might morally object to that. And I'll get to that in a second. But is our economic gain any less real? Like, we still, we still got all these cheap products, right? Like, this is the same. It's just a type of innovation that we feel kind of morally queasy about. Mm-hmm. And now I understand the intuition to feel morally queasy about that, right? But we have to think about the alternative for these poor kids, right? Like, there are definitely cases, don't get me wrong, where there is, like, genuine slavery. Like, Mr. Beast has been on, like, a whole crusade recently trying to get, actual, like, slaves who make chocolate in West Africa, like, out of slavery and in schools. But
for real? This is a thing?
Yeah, because Mr. Beast has his own chocolate bar, and he didn't want to use any, like, slave labor for it. And there's, like, a lot of countries in West Africa where children are sold into essentially slavery. I mean, it probably has some differences from, the sort of chattel slavery that we had in the U.S. 200 years ago, whatever. But there are, cases like that where there isn't really voluntary exchange and it's not beneficial. And we, I don't know exactly what the right thing to do there is, but I would not be super morally opposed to putting a tariff on that or whatever. Mm-hmm. But, we have to think about generally what is the alternative for these people working in sweatshops, because it's not like they were going to have a good life otherwise. They are working in these sweatshops because it's their best option. Prior to working in sweatshops, you had countries, people in China, Vietnam, and Korea were like, in Indonesia, were like subsistence farmers with in a booming population, so they were forced onto smaller and smaller land. It's like these children would be working in agriculture in maybe probably worse conditions, getting paid less because it's a less productive industry. Obviously, it kind of sucks that, like, the best option for them is to work in the sweatshop, but that is actually the best option for them. And we have evidence that trade increases income. I, earlier was talking about a model where countries specialize in certain things that increases their average productivity, and that therefore increases their average wages. So countries like Indonesia, which can really only develop an export market because they offer cheap labor. Mm-hmm. If we rob them of their opportunity to specialize in things, we rob them of their opportunity to grow. Look at South Korea. South Korea used to be, a pretty poor country, and to an extent they developed through like import substitution, which I'm sure that might come up tonight as well. But we have evidence. We just have a lot of evidence, from theoretical models to empirical evidence, that say trade increases income, trade increases growth, and that is good for these countries in the long run. If you don't buy these slave labor products or whatever, these countries will remain poor forever, or poorer than they otherwise could be. and you'll probably have child labor for longer in worse conditions. We have evidence even from India of a child labor ban that they tried to do, and they found that the conditions of children after the child labor ban, actually got slightly worse because child labor just moved to the black market and didn't actually,
no. So this would actually remind me, I don't know if you ever took a bioethics class, but it's one of my favorites, right? And one of the things that they make you do is kind of run these hypotheticals of like things that you're like, oh, that makes me queasy thinking about that, but is it still better? And one example was given of was that they wanted to test medication on pregnant women. It was some kind of new pharmaceutical that it's all made up, of course, but a new pharmaceutical that could help increase the strength and life of the baby inside, and all of these great things that would happen to the child that's growing inside of the mother's belly. And of course, it hypothetically passed all of the clinical trials and so on and so forth off of human testing, and now it's going through a board, and the board has to determine if it's better for if it's okay to test on humans at this point. And the test subjects were like some poor third world country where they have like zero medical, they barely have food, all of these different things. And you're sitting there weighing the options. And now, the woman could either get the placebo or she could get the actual pill that does this wonder thing. But the question we always came down to was, well, in this instance, they're getting 9 months full of health care. Actually, even after the fact, they're receiving health care. And then you're receiving food and shelter and nourishment for your baby during that cycle as well. And they're going to be testing the child, and keeping an eye on them for the next 18 years to see how they're doing and how they're growing up with this magical wonder drug, and it's like, but what if it went wrong?
Right.
But okay, something could go wrong, but overall, they have access to all of this healthcare, nutrition, and all these wonderful things that they would have never had access to before. Is it worth the risk? And I think that for the kind of the morality check for these children in these slave labor type of scenarios, that's what you would be asking. Is it doing more harm than good? Are they in a better position than they would be? And I think you just made a great point of saying that they actually did it, and it turned out to be terrible for them. So it's a really great ethical question to bounce around. And I think that that's a good, I love like that ethical piece of things.
Right. Yep.
So you just hit a great button of mine on that one. Box with the big 5 says, we pay more because huge companies won't take any kind of hit on their profit.
I mean, a lot of companies just don't operate at like this high of margins, right? Like a lot of people have this perception that like all these big companies are just like raking in huge amounts of profit, because we hear this number like, oh, Intel 30 billion trillion in profit, Apple 1 quadrillion bajillion in profit. It's like, if you actually look at the margins they're running at, it's like, well, sometimes I think the average for the S&P 500 of companies in them is like 12%, profit margin or whatever. So if you put a 10-25% tariff on these on goods from other countries, it's like, well, that profit margin is gone. It's like they have to increase prices because they'd go bankrupt otherwise. Like, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like the greedflation narrative here is gonna work out if you actually look at the profit margins of these countries or of these companies. But yeah, and also I will add, actually, corporate profit is not like, I don't think that's inherently evil or anything. Like, if a company has more profit, you're probably going to be more like willing to invest and expand, like, or you save it, and that money, that saved money will, finance other investment. Essentially, it'll lower their real interest rate, and that lets other companies borrow. They'll stash it in treasury bills, and that lets the U.S. government borrow money for cheaper. So, if we have I would ask, like, if we tariff these countries and then companies reduce their profit margin, it's like, well, if that didn't have to happen and we're not actually getting a big benefit from the tariff, which I obviously believe that we wouldn't, then what is the point of doing that? You're just reducing companies' profits for no reason, which also has negative effects. Like,
well, what if it's kind of like we pay shipping kind of concept? What if the manufacturer who's sending the stuff, what if they say, "Hey, we'll take care of the shipping?" Because if essentially they're the ones that are have the most potential of loss, right? So Apple, for instance, has obviously some kind of chip company somewhere, right? Let's just
Yeah.
pretend it's in China. And all of the chips that go into the cell phones have to get imported into America, and there's that 25% tariff or whatever it is. So Apple says, hey, manufacturer in China, you can either pay for that tariff cost, like I call that like the shipping tax, right? Or we'll find another competitor who's cheaper so that whatever's coming in, we're not paying that high because it's a percentage based on the uh, like the cost of the item, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean,
So
so there is
essentially,
like I'll say like basically what you're talking about is it's called like the pass through rate.
mhm,
Obviously if we tariff China, we might expect exporters in China to lower their prices to compensate for the tariff. And that'll
mhm,
probably, obviously the impact of it will be different in different industries. Some companies might be a lot more willing to lower the prices to basically negate the effect of the tariff than others. Um, we have empirical evidence for this. So it seems like from basically every study, the pass-through rate of tariffs is like over 80% almost all the time with respect to the person importing the good. So, if we import a good if a company is importing a good for China, they're essentially going to be paying 90% of that tariff or 80 to 90% of that tariff. And the exporters are going to lower prices by 10% or whatever. Um,
mhm.
and like the Trump administration's own study that they cited for when they were calculating the reciprocal tariff rate, had a pass-through rate of like 90%. It was like 94% or something. That's a study that Trump's team apparently thinks is valid. So I would trust them. Now there is there is a nuance in that. Obviously, companies might be paying the tariff, but then how much of the tariff that they actually pay do they pass through to the consumer? And there's mixed evidence for that. I think so. The study that the Trump administration cited, they actually cited it incorrectly, but they essentially accidentally cited the number for how much the tariff is passed through to the consumer rather than how much the tariff is passed through to just importers in general. So a company like Apple, might import goods and have to pay an added tariff, and they might choose to pass, half that cost onto the consumer. So,
Right.
There's two different pass-through rates there. The pass-through rate for the first one tends to be over 80%. The pass-through rate for the second one depends on the industry, but it tends to be relatively high. And again,
Mhm.
there just is not that much of a benefit from it.
Well, wouldn't that lead to more competitive offshore manufacturing then? Like, if company A could make the chip and sell it to us for $3, right? Just a number. And then we say, you know what? I want to see if I can find someone who makes it cheaper, still same quality, same thing, whatever, but charges me less so that when that tariff does come through, I'm not paying, for the cost of it, additionally to that. So wouldn't that kind of create a more competitive
I
offshore
mean,
market?
markets are already pretty competitive. Like companies
Mhm,
are always looking for a better deal, and investors are always looking to finance innovation so that they can benefit from the better deals that they can offer other companies. This is what's great about the
mhm.
free market and everything. Um,
Right.
it's just, I mean, because markets are already generally competitive, I don't I don't think there's really any good reason to believe that it would have that effect. There is
Wouldn't
actually
that
evidence
force
that you know
innovation then?
what sorry.
Wouldn't that force an innovation then? Like, um, how
Well, again,
can
I
we
mean,
be the top competitive market? How can we make them cheaper? How can we automate efficiency, so on and so forth? I feel like to me, people work good under pressure. We're knee-jerk reaction kind of creatures, right? So when the room's on fire, that's when we start getting our asses moving. And I'm wondering if this will kind of force that hand in innovation or more collaboration across the board in order to figure out how can we make it better. Because you want to like knowing that that's the issue. And I feel like America's a big importer, right? We get a lot of
Right,
goods
yep.
in the door. So if you lose our purchases, that's a bad thing, right? Because we are consumers across the board. You don't want to lose that. You want to harness it even more. So to me, that would inspire the companies to say, nope, we're going to beat the tariff by making it cheaper, more effectively, and finding the best market we can do. Not to say that it's not already competitive, but to boost that innovative concept behind it.
I mean, I'm not gonna say that like that effect is like literally impossible, but I just like repeat, like we have studies on this, and it kind of seems like that effect just simply doesn't happen that much because there's already a decently large incentive to innovate for a lot of these companies. It just empirically does not seem to have that effect. But I will add that we do see some of that effect when we start trading with more countries. For example, when we started trading with China, it's like, well, we already like weren't producing shoes here when we started trading with China, so it's not like shoe production moved from the U.S. to China, but it did force Chinese firms and Vietnamese firms to compete with Chinese firms, and the U.S. consumer benefited from that. And there was probably more. I don't have an empirical study on this, but I would guess that there was more innovation within Vietnam and China because of that competition between them.
That makes sense. Grid says with a big 10, as a business owner, manufacturer, and employer, I welcome the tariffs. At one time, it did in fact make sense to offshore cheaper goods, but those days are gone. Americans need jobs.
All right, there's like 5 things in here, okay? Well, 1, okay, as a business owner, I'm not going to deny that in some cases, tariffs will help the specific industry that you protect them on, right? So like if you tariff sugar producers in the U.S. will benefit. But you also have to think about who is losing. Well, everyone in the U.S. who buys sugar now has to pay higher prices. And what a basic tariff model will show you, everyone go to Google, type in right now, microeconomics tariff model, you'll see a graph. And the important thing about this graph is that the gain in producer surplus, so the amount that producers win from the increased domestic production, is smaller than the loss in consumer surplus, meaning the decrease in the amount of how much consumers win from being able to, import these goods cheaply. So that, that's a negative effect there. Secondly, I will mention that we should probably focus on things, again, kind of in aggregate. So, tariffs undeniably can help some businesses, but at the cost of other businesses, right? Like remember I'm giving the example of like the wine and exports earlier. Wine companies buying more land will hurt the companies that otherwise would have bought that land. These wine companies are now competing to buy this land when previously they would not have been doing that. American exporters are hurt because, as I explained earlier, a tax on imports is also a tax on exports. Exchange rates go up, so the export sector is hurt, and a lot of manufacturing companies are exporters. They rely on exporting their goods to world markets, and when you make the US dollar more expensive, it hurts their ability to do that. And that is why we have a lot of studies on this from Trump's first term. Okay, well, real quick, actually, I'll mention another possible effect is that tariffs are placed on intermediate goods and or like capital goods, right? So companies import a lot of things they use to produce other things. These are called intermediate goods. A car company in the US might import goods from Canada and Mexico. In fact, over half the goods that we get from Canada and Mexico are these so-called intermediate goods. When you tariff intermediate goods, you are just taxing businesses. It is almost the same as the corporate tax. Like you are just hurting the business. You don't actually help domestic businesses. You're just taxing the business. Both producer surplus and consumer surplus goes down. A lot of goods that we, Trump's tariff on steel, for example, did this. And because you're hurting a lot of businesses with the examples that I just gave, you're hurting the export business. You're hurting any company that relies on imported goods to produce their products. You're hurting, I feel like there was another thing I mentioned. Oh, yeah, I mean, just opportunity cost, obviously. You're hurting companies that now have to compete for, the resources. You're basically, the technical way of phrasing it is you're shifting the relative profitability of industries. And because you shift the relative profitability of industries, the companies that are made relatively less profitable because of the tariff are going to be harmed through the reduced investment they receive. You actually end up hurting a lot more jobs than you help. There is no good evidence anywhere anywhere, the tariffs actually lead to a net job increase. They protect jobs in certain sectors, but harm jobs in other sectors. Remember, I brought up that Iowa car crop example, okay? There are two ways to get cars in America. The first way, everyone knows about the first way. You make cars in Detroit. Second way is you grow them in Iowa. You plant seeds, you wait until wheat appears, you harvest the wheat, load it on the ships, sail it to Japan. International trade, it's just a type of technology. Again, we might as well view Japan as a factory that turns wheat into cars.
Yeah.
Any policy designed to favor the first American technology over the second is designed to favor American auto producers in Detroit over American auto producers in Iowa. A tax or ban on imported automobiles is a tax or ban on Iowa-grown automobiles. You must hurt other industries in order to protect the industries that you protect with a tariff. And that is why, all the reasons why, basically no empirical study finds that tariffs actually increase net jobs. Specifically, look at Trump's tariffs. They led to probably Trump steel tariffs led to a 74,000 job decline, specifically in the manufacturing industry, because manufacturers rely on steel for their products. And that's not even accounting for all the other jobs that were lost in maybe the service sector industry. The IMF has this huge study, 151 countries over 50 years, and they find tariffs reduced employment, they barely affect trade balances, they reduce total output, and there was one other thing. Oh, they lead to, I think they even said it lead to increase inequality. So there's just no good evidence that that this stuff increases jobs. And again, I will mention, we have very good reasons to believe that trade increases growth. And because it increases growth, job opportunities will grow over time as the economy grows overall. And that is a really, really good thing.
That would make sense. Is there a point where trade would eventually stagnate, or? I mean, even if you have things that we need or use, like for instance, a VCR is now obsolete, right? So creating VCRs is no longer required. So that whole technology division of VCRs just died off. And maybe so did the technology that went with it. Does that make sense at all, how I'm saying that?
I mean, the important thing to remember is that, usually, as with any type of technology, it's going to, harm some industries and help other industries. So, obviously, the internet probably automated a lot of things. People probably don't need as many receptionists because now they can, use the internet. They can use ChatGPT to do everything for them. But it also created entire new fields in, software development and all that in, every supporting industry around the internet. So, I think actually, if you look at global trade, I think it has actually slowed down. I think since 2008, it's kind of stopped growing at the rate it used to. I believe. I don't think I ever.
Yeah, because we had that tech boom, right? We had a huge...
yeah. So in 2008, you had the great financial crisis, and it seems like that kind of harmed a lot of countries' productivity. Productivity in Europe especially has been relatively stagnant since 2008, and that's probably harmed the amount that we trade basically, or stop. Certainly it would have been higher if the productivity increase or productivity slowdown didn't happen. But I mean, I don't know. It's it's impossible to make predictions. Economists are not good at making predictions, and I'm not even an economist. Okay, so I really can't tell you what the future is going to look like. But I will say, trade will probably go down if you do a ton of tariffs like Donald Trump is doing.
All right, fair enough. And before I read this next one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and drop the link in chat. We're about 45 minutes in. I think I mentally am capturing most of what you're saying, and we'll do open panel dumpster fire, and we'll give people some time to get backstage as they need to while we finish up our conversation. So Man Army comes in with a big 2, says, out of all libs, Non-Fun is one of the best debaters. I think you're an excellent debater. I think you're a very intelligent man. I think you have a lot to offer, and I'm putting my money on you, non-fun. I was telling somebody this the other day. I was like, this guy's gonna, if you really really want to, in terms of like your streaming and your like your worldview of things and the way you interact with other panelists, like you can go very far, and I would be willing to put
Aw,
my money on that.
I
Yeah, I
appreciate it.
like you're like one of my other little babies at this point because you're not much older than my daughter. So so yeah, but I agree, man. Army Nanfan is a most excellent debater, and he's a great sport too. You can take the heat; doesn't seem to phase you, and you bring a lot of intelligence to the panel. I think. I
Well, I
think.
appreciate it.
So while we're waiting for people to jump backstage, I see a 10th man. We'll wait. Um, I wanted to ask one final kind of thought bubble and give you the space to talk it out. What would the solution be aside from just not putting the tariffs on or whatever? I wanted to know what would a solution to be would be. Bleh. What solution would you have us do instead of the tariffs, but still to help boost economy and then also promote, you know, maybe American made
Sure.
or maybe help to prevent other countries from putting high tariffs on us and so on and so forth. I'll let
Yeah.
you
So I think
have this.
I think we should do one what we've done historically a lot, which is actually reciprocal tariff cuts. Basically, I think like FDR signed this bill into law, and then like the international community kind of agreed to it with the thing called the general. It's called GATT, General Agreement on Tax and Tariffs and Trade. I think is what it stands for. Where countries basically agreed to like tariff cutting grounds, where we'd say, hey, if you cut tariffs on us, we're going to cut tariffs on you, and this led to lowering trade barriers overall. Most countries today have pretty low trade barriers. Some developing countries still have, maybe like 18% at most, like average tariff rates. Like I think India has like 10% or something, 10 to 18%. But I think we should do that, and I think, generally speaking, we should try to get countries to lower their trade barriers, be it through. I obviously don't. Some people say Trump is doing 40 chess to get to that very outcome, but I kind of doubt that. And I think reciprocal. I think saying that we're going to drop tariffs on them is a good incentive for them. I would also say, like, I think most of the goals that tariffs try to achieve are kind of misguided, but I think a lot of them are also achieved better by something called a VAT. So a VAT is basically just a fancy sales tax. You guys can look up better explainers of it, but it's just a sales tax, except it has lower avoidance and it doesn't tax business to business transactions, unlike U.S. sales tax, which usually is sometimes do affect business to business transactions. A value-added tax will raise 5% value-added tax would raise about as much revenue as 20% universal tariffs. And if a 5% value-added tax to a narrower base, so taxing less goods, that's that'll raise about as much as a 10% universal tariff. And it's also, basically we have two options. I mean, one, you could spend that revenue, obviously, on whatever we need, but you could also just use that revenue to pay down the debt. And part of the reason,
That's not a bad deal. Yeah.
yeah, so this might get a little technical. Hopefully I can do a good
That's
job explaining
okay.
this.
Listen, it's not about me. All right. We already know I don't get it, but it's about the viewers. So you get as technical as you'd like.
No offense, Sarah, but your viewers, I don't trust to understand what I'm saying either. But essentially, part of the reason the U.S. has big trade deficits is because we have a budget deficit that is lowering America's savings. So America's a really good place to invest. A lot of people want to invest in us. We have a ton of investment opportunities, but Americans themselves can't save enough money essentially to finance all that investment. And what that means is a lot of foreign capital is brought in. A way to lower trade deficits is to raise the nation's savings rate. And if you lower the budget deficit, you will raise the nation's savings rate, people save more money in aggregate, and then that'll end up having a downward pressure on the budget deficit. And then alternatively, I guess if you let's say spent the revenue from VAT or used the VAT to cut income taxes, because a lot of people say we're going to raise money with tariffs and we're going to use that money to cut income taxes. Well, VATs only tax consumption. They do not tax savings. So income tax does tax saving because it just taxes all your income.
Right.
You're actually eliminating the discrimination against saving in the tax system. So you would also probably increase the nation's savings rate even if you used it to cut taxes.
Oh, okay. That's fair. Not a bad deal. Again, I'm not smart enough to interpret any of that, but I think that you're saying VAT, it is a sales tax, but essentially instead of having the tariff, because the tariff thing has more harm than good kind of concept in what it's doing, whereas a sales tax, it would generate income for us instead of people, like kind of negating people's willingness to run through the tariff stuff, right? A sales tax is
So-
like you buy something, you pay a tax,
Yeah.
right?
Well, VAT will actually be VAT is basically the same thing. You buy something, you pay for the tax, but the way it's implemented, basically, businesses receive a rebate on any good they purchase. They pay a VAT on it, but they can receive basically a tax credit for it. So you don't actually end up taxing any business-to-business transactions. In the U.S., the way sales tax is implemented, it's not meant to tax business-to-business transactions, but in effect, it does a lot of times because, a lot of small business owners just get materials from Walmart or Home Depot, and they can end up paying sales tax on those products.
Right.
I think there's one estimate that 40% of the revenue from sales taxes is actually from those type of business-to-business transactions.
And that makes sense because that would be an expense that you would in fact get tax credits on when you're running you're doing your taxes.
That's the
as a
ideal,
business,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying. Now, on a tariff, though, is there a tax credit to that too, or is it just no, you're paying it, we're not giving you any deductions on it?
No, a tariff. I mean, you don't. It's just a sales tax. Well, it's not a consumption tax. So a VAT and sales tax are only supposed to tax consumption. They're only supposed to tax goods that are final consumer goods. A tariff, though, will tax, like I said earlier, inputs. Ordinarily, a VAT is not going to tax steel because steel usually is not a final product, right? Or you'll tax it, but then you get a rebate for it essentially. And a tariff, on the other hand, does tax steel. It taxes what are called capital goods, goods used to produce other goods. And that's a really bad thing because that reduces the after-tax return of investment and therefore reduces investment.
Okay. And let me get through these, just a couple super chats here, and then we'll bring everybody up, and then you can have your fun. Zach in with the big 5. Tariffs are indeed numerically bad, but what of the bargaining? It seems Trump's goal is to bludgeon places like China into lowering tariffs on the U.S.
Yeah, I mean, for one, I'm not convinced that's the case because Trump repeatedly, said for a year. Yeah, I mean, for one, I'm not convinced that's the case because Trump we're gonna have countries if we don't have tariffs on them. It just really does not seem like it. Just seems like he likes tariffs. That's what all of his rhetoric is about. And there are other ways to negotiate with countries to reduce tariff rates other than threatening to tariff them at 100%, 60%, 50, all this insane shit Trump is doing, which has created a ton of uncertainty. That's the reason, part of the reason the stock market crashed. That's part of the reason the bond market was freaking out for a little bit. That's part of the reason the dollar was falling in world markets, was because there was so much uncertainty around what tariffs were actually going to go into effect and everything. Then investors just started investing, dumping their dollars essentially in investing in Europe. They don't want to hold U.S. Treasuries. They didn't want to hold U.S. stocks. They wanted to go to Japan, to Europe, to the U.K., to all these two, emerging markets even. There are ways you can negotiate with countries without creating this much uncertainty, which we know from studies about, in Trump's first term, uncertainty decreases business investment. Businesses don't want to invest if they don't know what shit is going to be tariffed in, a week from now, 2 months from now. So that'd be, yeah.
That's a good point. And Box with the big two says, I get what he's saying. I just disagree.
Right. I mean, I think I will say, these, I think when he sent that, I was talking about the savings investment, balance and everything. I will say that is an accounting identity. This might come up a lot tonight, but accounting identities are true by definition. So anyone can go ask ChatGPT, anyone can Google, is it true that savings minus investments is equal to the trade deficit? And it will tell you, yes. This is not like a model in economics that might apply sometimes, but might not work out sometimes. This is something that's true by definition. It is always true because it's an accounting identity. Basically, we constructed it to be true because it's accounting. You go to Wikipedia for the accounting identity, and it'll say something that is true by definition. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. And then Grid follows up from earlier, and he says, I understand what you're saying, Non-Fun. I just don't think you actually believe it.
I mean, hey, Grid, I know we're talking to each other tomorrow, I think, on a panel tomorrow.
Ooh, are you?
Yeah.
Go ahead, shout that out. Give a little advertisement.
Well, I mean, I think on my socials on the screen, tomorrow, I think 6 p.m. EST, me and Grid and some other YouTubers and streamers will be on a panel talking about the economy, so presumably about tariffs and maybe other types of taxes that we like or dislike, or, the Republicans' budget, whether we like or dislike it. Listen, I don't know how you think I don't believe what I'm saying at this point. I've been on my anti-tariff rampage for a while now. All of this is the stuff I believe. If I don't know something, I'll tell you I don't know it. But
that's fair. Okay, and then Amanda Price in with the big two says, let's get the Indian Jesus on. He is backstage along with 10th Man, Doc, Animated Effigy, Caucasian Sasquatch, Chris Throws Bricks, and Trippy Cast. So they are all backstage and waiting. And that was the last super chat. And so let's go ahead. Are you ready to play?
I guess.
Non-fun?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. All right, gentlemen, shut the fuck up. This is how we're
Oh, he
gonna
put his
start this
sunglasses on. We're in trouble.
Yeah, good. He deserves to wear sunglasses. Who dropped off? Oh, Trippy, your device is not connecting. All right, so listen, gentlemen, we can come in hot, we can come in smoking, we can come in nice and cool, but either way, if you hear my voice, you be quiet and you let me speak. I will not bother you throughout this entire panel, especially because I know nothing about it. But I will not let you interrupt me when I'm trying to calm the panel or read a super chat or just do some basic logistics. Understood? All right, we're all aware of TOS and being mindful of that too. All right, I leave it to you.
Blah 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 blah. Boogie, 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 boogie.
I agree with probably most of the stuff that Buddy said. Would you agree, sir, that this kind of almost looks like a smash and grab where they just devalue the currency just like they use in other countries, so that then they can buy it all up, and then when it goes back to normal, then
Who
good to go.
is they?
Trump and his buddies.
I don't know. I genuinely do not think they have a solid plan. It seems like, Trump's
think that a lot,
advisors.
but
Sorry?
you're not smarter than they are. Also,
Okay, number one. Just because I'm not smarter than Peter Navarro and these economists or whatever working for Trump doesn't mean that they can't have wrong opinions. I think I can pretty easily demonstrate why most of their opinions are wrong. Second of all, I'm pretty sure I am smarter than Peter Navarro at this point. That guy is
the
like
guy who made up someone
stupid
to reference in his own books that was an anagram of his own name. Yeah, that guy's really smart.
It's not a matter of
I don't care
are
about
you
that person.
smarter or not smarter. It's you're approaching this as if they haven't thought about this at all. That seemed to be the vibe that I got from you. And
I get that vibe too, but I'm not sure if that's what he wants to be.
a little bit better than I do. But zooming out, it seems like you're like, what are they doing? This is crazy. They didn't even think about this. I think they did.
I'm not convinced that they did. I'm not convinced that they did.
You can honestly look at the last week and say they thought about that.
Can everybody just say, hi, Mama?
Hey, Mama.
Hi, Mama.
Hey, Mama.
Every night lately, especially lately, because my chat has just been too much, so I haven't been able to stop the panel or whatever to say hello. But I wanted to make sure we said it loud and clear so she could hear us. Hi, Mom. I love you. All right, back to you.
So first of all, I'm absolutely not convinced that they thought of this. I mean,
wait. If that's Sarah's mom, sorry, real quick. If that's Sarah's mom, you raised an absolutely wonderful daughter.
Yes, and that's coming from me, the monster.
There's consensus.
Non-Fun and Sarah, I didn't hear you guys even speak about it, but I showed up kind of 45 minutes in. Non-Fun, do you not see, or do you know that all these companies have to do is build a factory in the U.S. and then they can skip the tariffs completely?
Sure, I can respond to that. I can respond to that in a second. But firstly, I would just like to say I'm absolutely not convinced that I thought this through. The internal reporting suggests that they did for the reciprocal tariffs. They didn't even agree on a plan for the reciprocal tariffs until like 3 hours before they announced them. And their formula was total dog shit. No economist supports the use of that formula, and they miscited. They miscited a study that they used in that formula. Like all of this shows to me that they are 100% and totally incompetent.
Yeah,
and second of all,
can I break up this one-on-one real quick?
Done.
Because I just want to say Donald Trump, his entire administration, they never said once how they're impacting sustainability. They never said how they're interrupting businesses. I don't care if they're in China or Indonesia or Japan, wherever. They never said what they're actually changing. And that to me is unjust. It's not fair and it's unjust. It's not transparent either.
I'd still like to hear what Fawn's got to say about what I said.
Yeah, so number one, I think there's very good reasons to believe that the aggregate impact on manufacturing from these, tariffs and everything will actually be quite negative. We just got today, like, the Philadelphia manufacturing survey, and like the expectations for them are super low. It's only plunged this much in a month 3 times before, twice in 2020 during COVID and once in October 2008. We got also a survey from the New York Fed does a survey of their manufacturers. The 6-month outlook for them is down 7.4 points. Like firms are expecting are decreasing capital investment because guess what? Universal tariffs, like the one that Trump is doing, tariff a lot of intermediate goods. Like I was explaining this a little earlier. A lot of companies rely on goods imported from other countries to make their products. Over half the imports that we get from Canada and Mexico are these intermediate goods. When you tariff those goods, you are essentially just taxing businesses. You reduce their margins, you reduce the after-tax profit they can make. And second of all, we should always consider opportunity costs. So like I agree to some extent that if you tariff X product, you're going to increase domestic production of that product because these companies will build factories in the U.S. But that draws resources away from other sectors. Again, we could always be importing that good for cheaper, while the domestic resources being used to produce that product that's now being produced in the U.S. could have gone to other, more productive things.
Yeah, but the whole point of this
so you
is
don't avoid tariffs if you're making a factory and having to buy stuff from outside of a country to make your factory build shit inside the country.
Yeah, but if we just build it all here, we don't have to worry about getting.
Okay.
Oh, if we were just our own
Wait, hold
little
on, build it
planet,
all
we didn't
itself.
have to interact
Yes,
with anyone else
exactly.
on the
Just like
fucking
we were
planet.
Terrific,
self-sufficient
Ash.
on
I just want you to
electricity.
One at
Totally,
a gentlemen, one at a time, please. I
So-
can't hear you.
Very simple question, Trippycast. It's a very obvious answer. Do you think that if all the mining for everything was done in the U.S., if all the refinement was done in the U.S., if all the transportation, if every single step of the supply chain to produce, let's say, iPhones in the U.S., and that was done for every product, do you think total output for the U.S. would be higher or lower? Like our GDP, would it be higher or lower?
we can make it higher.
Yeah,
All we got
lower.
to do is export
Over
the goods
time?
that we create in our own country. We export it.
That's
They
absolutely
pay
not.
us. We get more money.
Absolutely
They
not
also
true,
build
because you're not
factories here.
considering
They pay our people.
you're not considering
If I
opportunity
may, just
costs.
for one
Every
second, so-
American
Hold
working
on.
in a
Go ahead,
mine,
Duncan.
every American working in a mine, every American working in a steel mill is an American that's not working at a more productive sector. It's an American that's not able to work for Apple, not able to work for Microsoft, not able to work for one of our big banks, which do, by the way,
Okay.
export their services to the entire world.
That's why
Computers
Canada's
everywhere.
going to be our 51st state.
Computers everywhere use
I wish.
use
will be.
Windows, right? And that's a product made in the U.S. That's a software made in the U.S. These are higher productivity sectors that you'd be diverting resources away from. So our output would fall,
Just
our
wanna-
productivity would fall.
I mean,
wages
why don't
would
we just
fall.
ask Russia?
for
Again, wait,
Why don't we
Tristan.
just ask Russia?
Hold
We've
on.
already sanctioned, what's it called? Kaspersky or Kaspersky or whatever it is.
Spersky.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
we
So-
do
Before
this
we
all the
move
time
on.
to other people.
Well, I mean,
The international payment system.
do we really want? I mean, I feel like a lot of Americans are pretty well educated, and you know, having a college degree is just kind of a thing you do at this point. Do we want our society over here being more worried about creating like laboring, manufacturing kind of stuff, or would
Hell
we
yeah.
rather put us to better use and doing big smart things, you know?
I'll do a little both. I'll do some mining and I'll create programs. But
understand
I
there's
mean,
a
like,
whole
non-fun,
nuance
non-fun.
From the guy who said about that America can produce more stuff. So you'll agree that Canada is America's major trading partner, right?
Yeah,
They're like
one
our
of them,
little
yeah.
cousin. What do we trade with them?
But we're your major trading partner, right? So
Yeah.
the problem with that is we are not going to buy enough from you guys because we already are at a surplus for
Yeah.
everything we produce. So that's going to negatively impact America, whereas all of our prices for groceries and the majority of things that I buy are to pre-COVID pricing again, where
Right.
everything had almost doubled.
I literally do not understand what you're saying.
Nothing to
Okay,
do with
maybe I'm being
concepts now.
stupid, but I think it's
At
just an
all.
incredibly stupid thing that you said. You're saying what? Okay. First of all, we don't have a trade surplus with Canada. You're aware of that, right? Like, I don't know. Like,
That's not what I said.
okay. Specify what you said about surpluses.
Canada has a surplus of almost anything that we produce, and we are your major trading partner. America cannot sell stuff to us like the other gentleman suggested because we already have too much. As soon as the tariffs went into place, groceries were on sale everywhere. I stocked all my freezers up, everything, because things were cheaper, as cheap as they were before the pandemic.
Yeah,
And y'all were
number
making fun
one.
of
That's
us
a great.
talking about
That's a
egg
great.
prices right as the election was going on. Have you
Yes.
checked the price of eggs?
All our stuff has gone, like I said,
Yeah.
all down to pre-pandemic pricing.
That's great. That's
Like,
great.
I
You have
think
that antidote, but again, the Trump
prices-
administration's own fucking studies.
No,
says
it's
that
not an
tariffs
antidote.
have-
I'm not even
that is
going against you,
absolutely- that is
imbecile. Watch it.
absolutely an
Won't you
antidote.
listen to people who are more than double your age and have been in this field for a very, very long time?
True.
I'm
Wait,
not
can you tell me what the
contradicting
four
you. I'm
components of
contradicting
GDP
the
is?
other.
Just
Dude,
Right.
listen.
to the guy.
All right, get to the point.
I'm contradicting the other guy that said that America can create more things to sell. But the problem is
That's
you guys
me.
don't produce anything we need.
And Canada's not really producing anything we need. I mean, that was handled.
No, so I'm saying it would be a good thing if you guys did
We buy a
produce
ton
more
of
stuff
oil.
and get factories in your country.
Like, okay, hold on. Canada was sending some wood over here. We don't need that. What did you say about oil just now?
Wait, what do you
Nafon?
mean we don't need? Wait, what do you mean? Canada exports a lot of oil to us.
I
We
can
buy a
say
lot of
a lot
oil from
What kind
Canada.
of oil?
I can at least say a little bit.
I don't remember.
can't-
I don't remember the terms, but it's
Is it
it's like
baby
sour
oil?
Canada just
oil or whatever.
All right, let me interrupt, gentlemen. Box with a Big 5 says, we used to be a steel town. The unions drove them off in the late 70s.
And
Any thoughts to that?
Not really.
I mean, trade as localized costs but diffuse benefits. So I'm not going to deny that there were absolutely some towns that kind of got fucked over by, free trade or whatever. But we have to consider the static and dynamic benefits from comparative advantage and free trade. So, I mean, look, every consumer in the U.S.,
beyond just the tariffs then,
Hold on real quick. Can I just respond to the thing? Every consumer in the U.S. benefits from the cheaper steel. Every business in the U.S. benefits from cheaper steel. I also want to answer from Trippy because he said we didn't need Canadian lumber. Do you think that lowering input prices for businesses is good?
Lowering input prices for businesses does not matter to me.
You don't think that's better for you?
I muted him.
Also, if there's any oil that we need from Canada, it's too bad we're going to drill baby drill in it. So we get our own oil. We produce our own fucking oil for our own needs. We were already self-sufficient on electricity before Biden got in there and reversed that shit.
We were self-sufficient under Biden as well. But
we got rid of the pipeline, right? We've been doing all right. We're going to do better by actually having our own oil and not having to depend on other countries.
Absolutely not true. There are benefits from interdependence.
Yep, talk over me or whatever. If you want to keep getting shit from other countries because you think it's cheaper, but having to cross like war boundaries, having to go to other people that we are enemies with and beg and plead for them to give us shit, if you think that's really such a great idea, why don't you go into politics?
First of all, we're not
begging.
Canada,
hold on. I have my hopes on Nanfan going into politics one day. I think he could make everything beautiful. Nick
H. Got to do something with that labor.
Nick H. with the Big 5 says, "Hi Sarah, you should contact Rinald's Notebook and First Amender someday. Very good debaters as well. Actually, since you say that, Rinald, I just booked him for an upcoming debate, along with it'll be with Grid 1." And hold on, let me get to it so we can kind of have the conversation because it'll be nice. Classy Neurotic, and then also Pentuple TV. They will be duking out the Doge conversation on the 28th. So that is on the books. And I believe First Amender did make his way into my Discord. And I feel like I had a conversation with them and said to jump on the open panel. So great minds think alike, Nick. They're already kind of here. Thank you. And yeah. All right. Back to you.
Okay, wait. There are like 5 things I want to say to Trippy. Number 1, anyone can Google this right now. Everyone should Google, does reducing input prices shift supply to the right? And you will see that reducing input prices shift supply to the right. So that's a really good thing. Shifting the amount of
getting these things from other countries and having that little drop in price.
Increasing the amount of things that businesses can produce lowers prices. It increases total output. That's just shifting supply to the right. It's just a really good thing. It increases quantity and lowers prices. That's a really good thing. Consumers benefit from it. Producers benefit from it. It's really great. When we
increases quality.
If I can finish my point, when we buy lumber from Canada, that lumber is cheaper than it would have been if it were produced in the U.S. That's at least part of the reason that we're buying it. And guess what?
Why is it cheaper?
Because you guys have more forests. Are you kidding me?
So that's part. Yeah. So
why is it cheaper?
Because the opportunity, in large part, because the opportunity cost is lower. In large part, the opportunity cost is lower for Canada because they don't have as other high tech industries as we do. Like that's
That doesn't make any sense.
Canada sucks. Is your long and short? All right.
The reason,
for the record, 10th man got booted to the back for speaking in anecdotes again. Will you not learn, good sir? But yeah, now you got Dustin Buck up here. All right, back.
He should have less time back there because that was.
Thank you, Sarah.
You're welcome. You can thank Neve.
Yeah,
I just wanted to comment go on strike.
Oil stuff because what we buy off of Canada is crude oil, and we refine it in the U.S. and sell it back to them. So that is already it's already an efficient way of us making money off of it. Like the reason we do that is because we buy the crude oil, actually can sell it back to them. It's not just like a trade deficit, right? Like we're not seeing like a humongous trade deficit with them because of this situation. It's we both gain from this trade.
I don't know. That sounds like we're taking advantage of Canada.
do you know what the sellback price is after it's been refined, as opposed to our import price for what we pay for
it's
it?
higher for refinery because
well, I mean, you could say that, but do you have any numbers to back it up?
I don't have any numbers off the top of my head, but
think that having a
it is
refinery
higher.
going to be more expensive than
having
crude oil?
Presumably, if it was lower, these companies wouldn't be profitable. They'd be losing money, turning something into a less valuable commodity. Like what? Like,
and that's why it's
no. That's
end of a processed kind of economy. We want to be the country in the world that we are the experts. We are the people that.
Who's we? Do you have a mouse in your pocket?
America.
United States.
I'm sorry, I'm an American. I don't know what you are. I know there are a lot of Canadians on here.
Goddamn right.
Anyway, so as an American, I want to have the best kind of experts in my economy, showing that the United States are the leaders in this global capitalist world. I believe in capitalism. I understand that a lot of MAGA
by getting ripped off.
Capitalism, they want to have a Chinese, they want to have a world where you have all manufacturing done as an autocracy, where everything's done in the United States. It's completely stupid. It's completely fabricated, and it's only done because you hate Democrats and you hate liberals.
Does America have to export in order to make money?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, kind of. Actually, kind of. Exports are the way that we get foreign currency to pay for imported products. So, kind of, yes, but.
So, do we know?
Sorry, that's funny. Tell the pretty brown lady to shave. What did I miss? How did I miss this?
I am pretty.
You are pretty.
And he's a lady.
Thank you, Smokey.
Do this like a lady.
If he was on my show, I would change the
Let me
white
ask a question really quick with
like
the panel. Do you guys all think that trade deficits are inherently bad?
Of course not.
That depends on which side the deficit is on.
Do you have a trade deficit with your grocery store?
Look, I'll give you the short answer.
With your grocery store?
As long as everyone owes America money, then
do you have a trade deficit with your grocery store?
No. What are you talking about?
You absolutely do have a trade
grocery
deficit.
Stores do have like net.
No, that's not even. That's not even how that works.
I'm answering your question.
That's not even.
Do you want to know how grocery stores buy stuff? How retailers buy stuff? You can order something and you can pay them in 120 or 90 or 60 or 180 days. There is a deficit. That's like how what's it called? That crazy WeWork story where that like Bay Area tech company crashed.
Translate
they had
crackhead
like $10
for
billion
me,
in liabilities. A grocery store could theoretically
it's like a net. You pay like a net 45, a net 90, so on and so forth when you order for manufacturing. Is that what you're talking about and referring to? Yeah.
Yeah, 110%. Yeah.
Talking about retail versus wholesale.
It might not even be collateralized. They basically just ship you something, and they trust you to pay them. That's also how like advertising works.
Well, they call that credit.
I think the point that
I don't care about store credit.
The trade deficit numbers were only made up because they believed that we gave them so much money. We bought so many things from them, and we didn't get anything in return. It's just like calculating. We have a trade deficit. You personally have a trade deficit with your grocery store. You bought, 5,000 ice cream bars because you're sad and depressed, and you have a trade deficit because you spent $5,000 for those ice cream bars. That's how the Trump administration, this effigy guy, is showing this fucking bullshit math.
Yeah,
this is not how
the world
works. It is bullshit.
What are you talking about
America
right now?
first. We don't
all
give
this
a shit about
equation
the other
does
countries.
is try to fill in the trade deficit and create a trade balance with money. Like that's all it does. It is, and half of the fucking things on this equation are made to fucking cancel themselves out. It is the dumbest thing that they have ever. Even the guy they tried to take this from had to come out and say that they are misusing my shit. This is some of the most dumb. Why would you put something out where a bunch of mathematicians are immediately going to jump on it and see how stupid you are for putting it out?
and watch it work out.
The best thing you could do is show these sort of numbers to MAGA because these people are scared.
Well, you know,
they do not understand these things.
What are you talking about?
Okay,
you want to know what Trump said about the whole situation?
You know about
so dumb.
Clearly.
Trump said, "Give me until September, and you'll see the difference by September."
Wait, what does it look like, Trippycast? What does it look like if these tariffs are working? I'm super curious. Give me some concrete metrics that we can look at in September to determine.
Yeah, I didn't bring my school books today, but
nice one.
Well,
I'll tell you that there will be more factories in America. There will be more production coming out of the country.
Okay, so
there will be more companies.
We're a behemoth, a juggernaut.
Hold on. Sasquatch, I want to hear from you next.
I'm sitting here. Do you guys even know that NVIDIA is moving factories to America so they can build chips here?
Who is?
Yeah. Do you know why?
NVIDIA, the GPU and chip maker. We'll have manufactured chips in the U.S.
Do you know why,
It has nothing to do with infrastructure bill or the CHIPS Act, and it has nothing to do with those things.
Exactly.
You can hold your breath and squeak a laughter if you want to, effigy.
Anything that's going to happen a few months into the presidency of a president was enacted before he got it.
Okay. I want to hear Sasquatch.
No, it wasn't.
I'm sort of trying to digest all of this from both directions, and I mean, I'm usually a two-pupper kind of guy, but I'm having trouble keeping up on both sides of this one. I'm not going to lie, I'm a little outclassed here. Economics was never my strong suit. I married money. I don't know what to say.
There's a dollar sign in your name, my friend. There's a dollar sign.
I slept through econ and still passed.
Cash App. That's his Cash App. So, I mean, and I'm kind of in the same position too, Sasquatch, where it's kind of like, well, I guess we'll fuck around and find out at this point, right? We're just going to have to wait and see whether this is good or bad. And then no matter which way it turns, one party is going to be pointing at the other party saying, I told you so, right? And then, then I have one rule. I have one rule. When I talk, that's it. When I talk. Outside of that, I don't give a fuck. All right. So fuck around and find out. Then we're gonna point at each other. I told you so. Or it's like not gonna be good enough, or it's to this or to that. And all we're gonna do is have the same divisive talking points all over again. And now you're gonna see the country split in half one more time over whether it worked or whether it didn't. So I feel like this is almost like a trap, and there's like still not gonna be any winning side no matter what.
Well, even if
look, no offense, we already have the free trade side already has the I told you so. It's every economist for the past 200 years. It's every study from Trump's first term that found that tariffs reduced employment, that tariffs reduced output, that tariffs hurt GDP. They didn't raise much revenue. They caused retaliatory tariffs and that harmed our exports. It's every.
You're absolutely correct.
Slow down on the Kool-Aid.
And how did it work?
This is a cult. If you go against what Trump says, then
Have
it
a
doesn't
Capri
make
Sun.
sense to these people. I'm sorry. The Kool-Aid has been drunk. There's no way.
I mean, he's got a point.
We get it. We make a point.
Or just 7 months just to get you guys to admit tariffs.
You're anecdotal.
I will get to my point. I know I'm very slow.
Indian Jesus. That was a good
one.
He got you there.
Indian Jesus. All right. Anyway, my point is that Sarah was talking about earlier that we're just going to go back and forth. Yes, we are going to go back and forth because there is one side that only believes in one thing. What did my leader say? That's what I believe. And unfortunately,
give me a break, dude.
Wait a second. Hold on a minute. Hold on. I got to ask you something on that.
Objective truths do not compute with one person saying that they believe one thing one day, and when someone says something contradictory, or when the market crashes and completely goes against what the
market
line of
never
what
crashed.
the party is.
The stock
market never crashed.
The market never crashed.
Market never
See,
crashed.
this is the perfect example. Sarah,
I'll show you exactly what I'm talking
that
about.
The market did crash. Can we have
the market?
This dude right here.
I will say.
You don't have to yell at me.
My financial advisor did not send out any crazy emails saying to hold tight, no worries, everything's fine, and that would have been when he would have sent something telling me not to worry. So if I didn't receive that, I'm not concerned.
It recovered and hit higher numbers the next day. Also, the market was at lower numbers when Biden was in there.
Hold on, Trippy. That was unbelievably stupid. So many things you said that were unbelievably stupid.
You hold your breath a lot wrong. I got a question for Pursuit.
Go ahead, Trippy. Finish it off.
Pursuit. Who's the leader of the Democratic Party right now?
We don't have a leader in the Democratic Party right now.
Exactly, because everybody bailed on it.
No, absolutely
not. Exactly. That's why they carted Joe Biden.
No, that was a brilliant counterpoint. No, counterpoint
exactly,
made.
yes. But that's why they fucking touted
I'm sorry, you're in a cult.
the zombie Joe Biden out the other day.
You're in a cult.
Well,
What do you disagree with?
I'm not the one
Well,
who
hold on.
You're the one we're repeating them all.
Gentlemen,
talking about
I
Wall
will just
Streeters who
start
didn't even
throwing
pay
you
into
all
my-
backstage if you don't shut the fuck up. One rule. Pursuit, I think your argument is very weak in terms of by calling it a cult and by saying that we're just following one leader. Obviously, there are reasons why people are agreeable to the man that they all voted for, right? And then also there are different dynamics all over the place. I wouldn't view myself as a cult leader if I voted for if I voted for Trump, or if I choose to be agreeable to oh shit. My thing just like stopped. Oh my God. Okay. We're still here. Like I wouldn't view that as a cult talking point. And if you're going to call it a cult, I'm going to ask you to actually give me a lot more standing defensive points to that claim before we move any more forward.
I can do
if not, then it's just kind of an ad hom point.
I'm not trying to do an ad hom. It's very obvious. I just try to lay out an objective fact. The fact that the markets did go down. Did they not? And you told me the only thing that matters to you is if your own personal advisor told you that you needed to be worried about it or not. Right now, we can Google. Right now, we can look at the S&P 500. Right now, we can look at any sort of NASDAQ, any sort of standard. Did the stocks go down when the tariffs were announced? Yes or no?
It was a
did
mild
the global
dip,
economy? I'm sorry, I thought this was only for me.
100% they did.
Hold on.
100% they did.
Yes, that's called a knee-jerk reaction. That's what we do. Everybody panics for a day and then we stabilize. Even when that stabby thing that everybody had to get, when that whole thing happened, we had a knee-jerk reaction, and because people start pulling because they get scared, and then everything drops, but then it goes right back to stability. And it always, if you look at the actual
are we stable, ma'am? I'm sorry.
Hold on.
We're not stable.
Excuse me?
You're not stable.
We're not stable.
You're not mentally stable by continuing to interrupt.
I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Stable.
We're not stable.
Interrupt. Even when that big stock market crashed, the number has always gone up since then. It's even though it has downs, it's still not further down than where it started even back to 1920. It's always continued to rise every time. So you have dips. That's normal. That's why you invest when you're young, so that you can afford those little dips, so that you're not retiring on like an oh shit moment, right? You have time to let your money harness and go up and down. It's going to do those things. That's perfectly normal. There's nothing wrong with that. To say that's a crash for a fucking day and then it came back up, that's retarded. That's not a crash.
Sarah, aren't you worried? Can I ask, what if I was worried about like hedge funds? I'm worried about like that in that dip, there's hedge fund managers, there's people, there's like the sort of riskier stockbrokers and stuff. Like, sorry,
hedge funds are a bad deal for anyone anyways. If you're dabbling in a hedge fund, you already know you're a full 100% risk. 100%
because of
risk.
fees, because of fees and risk and stuff.
Well, because you're dabbling in before you have in that kind of aspect, right? I don't remember how hedge funds like work 100%, but I remember they're super duper risky. That's why a lot of smaller firms won't touch them.
Hedge funds are usually what takes place when you're trying to play as an intermediary between someone who has a stock that is looking to rise in value, so that you can put it off into a separate account so you avoid paying the difference in tax. That's what a hedge fund is.
Right, but it's to do before you have. Right, you're assuming
correct.
You're going to have.
Absolutely
right.
Correct. You're taking a loan out on future value of a stock, and the likelihood that it's going to rise.
But but it's 100% risk. There's no constant or stableness to it. There's no security behind it. That's why it's so risky. So if you're a hedge fund driver, you already are aware that things could crash on the wrong day at the wrong time, and you're stuck in the middle. It's 100% risk.
There's no security.
I respond to a few things now. Am I good?
I'm not worried about the hedge funders because they already know that. They're already fully aware. But if
I just want to comment.
But they don't. People pull out of their mutual funds and 401ks all the time because of stuff like this tariff.
Dude, that's the dumb. They have poor and incredibly retarded financial advisors, or they don't have financial advisors to tell them, hold. It's common fucking sense. What goes down will come up. It always does in the market, and that's just common sense 101.
Look, Sarah, you're right. Output.
Unprecedented times.
Go ahead, non-fun.
Change.
Look, so Sarah, you're right. Output grows over time, right? Like obviously the stock market is higher now than it was under Biden because things just generally have an upward trend. That doesn't mean that this isn't a crash by any reasonable definition. This was a stock market crash. It was like the largest, I think it was like the largest single day decline since COVID. And, you know, depending on how you measure it, it was decently sized. It wasn't the largest decline since COVID. Okay. But it wasn't.
Look at the declines during Biden.
It was in the top 10 of single largest percentage drops in the history of the stock market.
I just want to say one thing.
All I heard you say just now is blah, 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 orange man
There's something called a Monte Carlo, right? Where you can run a scenario that shows how stocks are going to perform. And so when we see things like tariffs, like people that just love investing in their 401ks, people that just love putting an extra $100 from a paycheck or $25 from a paycheck into their Vanguard or Schwab account, these people, when you see a Monte Carlo that runs 1,000 scenarios and tells you what the distribution is going to look like, best case, worst case, most of the time, 99% of the time they're right. You can't do that when you have a madman who can control like a critical lever like trade. That's not a reason to limit the presidency, but it's also something that's not good for household investors.
Somebody translate crackhead for me, please.
It's more embarrassing.
Real quick. This absolutely was the biggest like single day fall in the S&P 500 since COVID, since 2020. Absolutely was that. Second of all, output obviously continuously grows over time. It's dumb to compare to say the stock market is higher now than it was under Biden because it just grows continually over time, even if it follows like a sawtooth pattern where it drops sometimes and goes up sometimes. So that's obviously
how many times you gotta repeat stupid. That?
But real quick, Biden because it sawtooth pattern where it drops sometimes.
How many times you gotta repeat that?
Also, there's a very simple. First of all, part of the reason the stock market recovered is because Trump started walking back some of the tariff claims, and reporting started coming out saying that like he was going to pause 90 days. You know, there was literally a tweet. Caused the stock market to jump like 5 percentage points. And then guess what? He said it was fake news and the stock market crashed again. And when it turned out to be real news, the stock market recovered, partially recovered at least. But here's so obviously part of the reason the stock market recovered was because Trump walked back some of his claims about tariffs. And also here's the easiest
stock market is not
we have to compare to the counterfactual. We have to compare to the counterfactual. Very simple question, very simple answer. Do you think the stock market would be higher if Trump had never announced tariffs in the first place?
No.
Who cares?
Unbelievable.
Have you considered the fact that the economy isn't the stock market?
I mean, look, the stock market represents.
Like, don't touch it. Leave it alone. Don't fix anything. Don't try to make anything better. Do you guys? Let me ask you.
I disagree that it's going to be better.
We like things the way they are, and if anybody gets in there that I disagree with, we're going to throw a fit.
You guys remind me.
And you guys are sitting here saying that wiping out $11 trillion in wealth is a good negotiating tactic.
You'll see. And you guys sound like Jon Stewart sitting over there like
Jon Stewart,
but I don't like his fixing.
What is wrong with listening to Jon Stewart? He's a comedian.
He's a
oh my gosh.
We're missing like a big part of this as well because typically when we see dips in the stock market, we don't see the bond market freak out.
That's true as well about it, Hernet. You're correct. All right, what's up?
I don't know. I have no control over what's going on here.
Okay, I don't know. The people wanted us to 1v1, man. Okay, so you said the stock market is not the economy. Do you think very simple question. Do you think it's rational for markets to believe, for people who own, companies to believe that overall output in the U.S. will fall because of the tariffs?
Overall output in what now? The stock market or GDP? What are we talking about?
As in basically GDP, overall economic output in the U.S.
Gross national domestic product, as you just mentioned, I don't know, 10 seconds ago, that it always constantly is on the uptick.
Well, it generally follows
the stock
an upward
market,
path, yes. But do you think it's
the stock market follows the national
rational?
GDP?
It to a large extent, the stock market is basically a claim on like the after-tax profits of corporations. So like maybe if you want to be more specific, but like
no, let's get specific. Let's get specific. The stock market is equivalent to a betting market. Okay?
Yeah,
I take this amount of money and I buy at this price in the bet that the price is going to be higher at the point that I sell. That's it. There's nothing more to it. It's not ethereal. It's not magic. It's 90% of what causes inflation. It's why housing is so high, we got to come up with the money.
Not true. So that's not true. But here's the question.
Oh, it's not true.
You're correct. People are, betting that it's, going to go up. My question is, do you think it's irrational for people to think that the U.S. economy is going to be worse because of these tariffs, and therefore they want to pull out their investment from the U.S.?
No.
So
no, the stock market is not the economy.
Again, you can keep repeating that, but the stock market absolutely reflects what firms and people are anticipating to happen to the real economy. Like, I understand, the stock market, you can maybe argue it's not like the real economy. But people have 401ks, which are meaningful to them. People have investment, which is meaningful to them. They need that money to fucking retire. They need that money to grow.
What is the backbone of money? What is the backbone of money? What gives money its value?
It's basically that so it's a combination. I don't know how this is relevant, but it's a combination of the authority of the issuing government, basically. So because the U.S. government collects money and taxes, people want.
No, you're 110% wrong.
110% right. So people want to, because the U.S. government needs U.S. dollars for taxes, that essentially drives people want dollars so they can pay their taxes. It's also because other people just use dollars, so it's a useful medium of exchange that we've all agreed on.
Okay, are you done rambling about a bunch of useless garbage? Currency is based off of revenue. Do you know what revenue is?
Yes.
Do you know what revenue is? What is revenue? Explain revenue to me.
It's the total amount of money that you can raise through selling your products. There's a more technical definition.
No. Revenue is profit that's generated by a company that can then be later monetized. That's what revenue is. That's what the economy is.
Your revenue minus your expenses is profit or whatever. So you don't even know what revenue is. Also, currency is not based on revenue, considering that revenue is denominated in currency. Like, I don't know what the fuck you mean. Currency.
Are you listening? Listen to what I'm saying.
What you're saying.
You don't generate revenue unless you generate value. Right? That's how, if I'm a grocery market, right, and I'm selling produce,
I can agree with you there.
I don't generate. I don't. Oh, okay. Then that's weird. No,
but you say currency is based off of revenue.
You don't generate currency. Yes, that's exactly what it is, and that is how the economy works. You have to generate value to generate currency.
I agree. Okay. When you say generate currency, so when you ask me, and I think this is what most reasonable people would interpret this as, what is the value of money based off of? I don't think people are expecting. I think people are asking essentially what gives money its value, which is because that's what you fucking asked, and not what revenue is. I don't know what point you're trying to make here, buddy. I thought you were.
I'm trying to tie this all. I'm trying to tie this into a straight line where you can think about it. Well, you're being obstinate, so
you're tying
I can live with.
Okay.
He's being obtuse, and you're being a right angle.
I think that Dustin did so well. My goodness.
Southern Gamer with the big 2 says, I would love to see Indian Jesus slap on. Well, unfortunately, $2 only gets you sometimes me reading them, mostly nothing. Because for what it's worth, at least send 5 if you want to see something happen. Come on.
You know what? I'll do it.
I believe in capitalism. Rude Mud Crab in with a big 5 says the stock market is a signal of confidence in the economy. But I mean, me personally, I think it's a knee-jerk reaction, right? It's an emotional reaction. People get afraid, and it's fear-based, and they pull money or pull this or do that. When if you just sit and fucking wait sometimes to see what's going to happen first before just reacting to something coming out.
It's not at all irrational for people to be scared when they don't know what trade policy is going to be, when they don't know what the fuck is going to be tariffed in 3 months. They don't know what tariffs are actually in place. Like, it's not all irrational for them to be scared. But look, avoided hornet, I want to bring it back to
nobody knows any of those things ever. Nobody knows any of those things ever.
So, this is crazy. We have indexes. Okay, I guess just real quick, now I can finish my point uninterrupted. I just want to say, avoided hornet was absolutely correct to mention that bonds are falling along with stocks, and the dollar is falling as well. This is more than just stocks being a signal of no confidence in our economy. The bonds and the dollar following signals that investors are dumping their fucking dollars. Typically, if stocks are falling, people are going to go to safer assets like bonds, and they'll buy bonds, and that'll basically drive the price of bonds up, which drives down the yield on bonds. That's not happening because a ton of fucking people are just dumping their dollars and investing in Europe or investing in the UK or investing in China because they don't want to hold US dollars anymore because they are so fucking scared. And it's not irrational for them to be scared because there's so much uncertainty. And uncertainty is bad. It reduces investment. We have studies on this. It's bad. Anyway, what's up, Indian Jesus?
I can agree with all of that, but I think, let's zoom out. Why is it, and I know this is a basic talking point question, but I'm kind of trying to reset and bring everything back. If tariffs are so bad, then why has every country been tariffing the U.S. forever?
Look, so one, I'll say most countries don't have a particularly high tariff on us. They have about, like the EU has like a 1.64% average weighted tariff on us. Like, that's basically nothing. So there's actually, right. So I think it is bad for them. But look, there's an entire subfield of economics to answer this very question. It's called public choice economics. Essentially, a big reason why these tariffs happen, very low tariffs, mind you, but there are some exceptions in other countries, is because tariffs have very concentrated benefits and very diffuse costs, basically. So take sugar in the U.S. A sugar tariff gives sugar companies in the U.S. billions and billions and billions of dollars. But each individual U.S. consumer only pays like $30 a year more for sugar because of the sugar tariffs. What this leads to is something called rational ignorance. I encourage everyone in the audience to look up rational ignorance. It's not like a thing I'm making up. It is actually rational for consumers in the U.S. and other countries which have similar tariffs to essentially not fight back against these tariffs because it would take more time and effort to learn about what industries are tariffed and why they're tariffed and then organize to fight back against them than it is that costs more in terms of opportunity cost than it is to just pay the cost of the tariff. It's rational ignorance. That is the big reason why this
to America.
What? Sorry.
Why, if it's easier for them to have the tariffs than to fight them, then why is that not the case with American tariffs?
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? I think a big reason why tariffs exist in the U.S. prior to Trump is because of that very thing. I gave the example of sugar tariffs. I think the reason sugar tariffs in the U.S. exist is because of the rational ignorance.
That's not. No, what I fine the rational ignorance. Sure, I've not personally heard that, but I'll just take your word for it because that's not really directly what I'm talking about. I'm trying to get your perspective on the idea of why you think that when our entire country ran on tariffs for a long time and everything was good. And I'm not saying, in the past good, therefore it should be done. I'm just trying to get you to state a direct reason why you think that if tariffs are bad for a country, that a foreign country would put tariffs on America, and in that case, that the tariffs are already there, that we wouldn't want to have reciprocal tariffs.
Well, I mentioned why I think these other countries place tariffs on us. It's because of the very same factors I listed of the, rational ignorance. Like, it's not beneficial for those countries to place tariffs on us, most of the time at least. But they do it because of special interest groups, essentially. And so I'll also mention you talked about.
You're saying it's corruption. Because those governments are corrupt and are hurting their people, not because it makes any financial sense. That's your
basically. So, it makes financial sense for special interests, which have more control over the government, right? Like, you don't have to be, I would say, like a holistically corrupt government to have special interest lobby for tariffs. But a big reason why tariffs exist is because of public choice theory and rational ignorance. Absolutely, it's not because it is in these countries' interest to tariff us.
So you don't do you not see again, I'm going back to talking points because I want to keep it simple. The short term pain for long term gain. That if we have these tariffs and it temporarily puts prices up, but it puts the American the American market more even, then everybody can lower their prices.
Look, there's just no good evidence to believe that tariffs will lead to a long term gain. I mean,
there was no evidence that telling.
Hello? Is my
Did
thing
he
frozen?
freeze? Okay, I thought it was just me for a second.
Yeah,
there he is. Okay, you're back.
He's back.
You got about 1 minute left.
Gotcha. So nobody knew that we had no evidence that telling Kim Jong-un that he would be fire and fury if he, if he sent I don't even remember exactly what it was, but when Trump said that to him, I was even before I was a Trump fan. I was like, yo, what are you doing? This is a maniac. And my dad, shout out to Papa Lutch, who has been with Trump all along. He's like, no, you don't understand. This is what Trump does. And I was so skeptical. But guess what? Trump was right again. You can only see somebody step on a banana peel and do a backflip so many times before you believe, I think this person can do a backflip.
Here's a better way to say what I was trying to say. All the economic models, and I was going to say the majority of economic models like comparative advantage, like new trade theory that I can provide you, say that trade is beneficial for nations and stopping trade will have cost in the short term and in the long term. And all the empirical evidence, again, I shouldn't say all, but 99% of the empirical evidence backs this up. We have studies from Spain. We have that study I cited from the IMF that all show. We have studies from Argentina that all show trade is generally beneficial. Stopping trade reduces growth. It reduces productivity. It reduces employment. It reduces all these great things.
You're like a broken record, bro. You just keep repeating yourself. You got no points.
Good point.
Yeah.
And I just want to make a logistical observation for the viewers watching. I also have Dragon Rage backstage. I have Powder Dusty. I have Melanie, the Furby. And I have James Live Talks, and I still have 10th Man sitting back here. So in order to get them up, you have to boot someone off. The only person you cannot boot is Non-Fun because he is the guest of the evening.
Sarah, I was going to be nice. I was going to be nice to one person and volunteer to leave. I'm in very much like my encyclopedia mind. So I think I might just watch your YouTube
grift,
if that's
man.
Okay.
Get the grift. Yeah, that's okay.
I know, but I know someone in chat could give like $100 right now and it wouldn't be a big deal, and they don't even have to ask for anything. It's like that kind of $100.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just gonna take off, and it was really nice talking to everyone, and yeah, I'll see y'all in the YouTube chat.
Nice seeing you there, man.
Nice to catch you around. Cool. And the cut with the Big Ten says Non-Fun 2020 economy had worst economic growth since World War II, but the stock market was pretty good. So it's not directly linked. We also need tariff for protection and revenue before income tax. And I'm going to let you respond, and then I have to screen up to bring someone else on stage. Go ahead. Non-Fun.
So look, I mean, I think during COVID, we basically had, what's called like a K-shaped recovery, where like during the volatility lockdowns during COVID and all that jazz, like a lot of stocks went down, but some stocks went up because, for example, people started using Netflix more. They started using a lot of, tech products more, and that made their stocks go up. And there were, quantitative easing from the Fed and all these things that kind of supported a lot of companies, which made sort of stabilized the stock market. And also, so when you say the economy had the worst economic growth since World War II, that might be true like as the recession was happening, but the U.S. actually had pretty high growth immediately after COVID. Right. One of the higher.
How they chose that year.
Yeah, I know. It's like
you have a point, but I'm going to choose to ignore it for the cherry picked point.
Yes. Okay. So we need tariff for protection and revenue. I mean, I can explain to you again. I'm going to sound like a broken record. Why protectionism is generally bad? It's because trade generally has all these benefits, and it protectionism prevents countries from specializing in certain things, and there's an opportunity cost for countries to not specialize basically, and. Obviously, I understand that we use tariffs for revenue before income tax, but that was because U.S. government, that was for two reasons. One, the U.S. didn't have that much state capacity back then, so it was just harder to implement income tax. It was also unconstitutional. And secondly, it's because U.S. government spending was like 3% of GDP. Tariffs today are just not a great raiser of revenue. In order to replace income tax, we need a 58% universal tariff, assuming no retaliation and assuming that no one stops importing goods, which obviously countries would retaliate and obviously would stop importing goods. If you want to raise revenue, do a 5% VAT. A 5% VAT to a broad base would raise the same amount of revenue as a 20% universal tariff, and a 5% VAT to a narrow base would raise the same amount of revenue as a 10% universal tariff.
And you don't think any other countries are going to argue against these VATs?
No, because they're explicitly allowed under WTO rules because a VAT is a trade neutral tax. Do you recognize that?
Oh, so the rules will allow it. Just kind of like tariffs are allowed.
Hold on, Dustin. You have been booted. Lauren paid to kick you off. So
no.
Remove you. And then let me get a screen up. And then also I see Rude Mudcrab paid to bring up Powder Dusty. Oh, Dragon Rage, I see you. You're good
Rude
now.
Mudcrab is awesome.
If you want to go back to Avatar, that's totally fine. All right.
I didn't even let him know I was backstage.
I did. Did you not?
Oh, you did? Oh, no, I didn't hear.
Yeah, she mentioned.
Of course, because you never pay attention before you come up here. You break all of
I wasn't even sitting here. I sat down. I took my headphones off and walked away, and then forgot I was in here until I came back.
All of your panelist rules you break. All right, go ahead, Trippy.
Yeah.
Pursuit, non-fun. I don't know who else. Maybe Effigy, probably not, because he's got a brain. And you guys do have brains too. I'm not saying you don't. Do you guys think that Trump is a fascist?
I don't see how this is relevant, but I would
Question.
say.
An answer?
Is there a point?
Objection baiting.
Fascist, I think, is a dumb term. I think Trump has authoritarian tendencies. I would say that, but I don't think he's particularly. I don't think he's like a full-on fascist.
Let's ask Trippy. What
Pursuit.
do you mean by fascist?
I was asking you too.
Yeah, no,
what do I mean by fascist?
Why are we letting him derail?
What do you guys mean by fascist?
Wait, yeah. Let's not go down this line of argumentation.
You see what I mean? Because you can call anybody a fascist.
See, that's my point. It's a waste of time if I said yes.
Do you think he's a racist?
Completely don't understand.
This is a total waste of time and total bait.
Well,
no, it's not a waste of time. I have a point.
Okay. Well, I think you should bring up the point then.
Well, I'm asking, do you think he's a racist? I want to see if they have shared opinions.
I don't know.
No?
I don't know him as a person. Do you know Trump as a person?
I'm noticing that Hornet and Effigy and Dragon.
No,
I don't know. Not saying anything.
I don't
think it's irrelevant. I don't know what
people without due process
you have been removed.
Can I hit my point before I get moved?
Not under fascism.
Look, if he was a racist or a fascist to those who do believe it, then why would he why would he be trying to make an entire country citizens of the United States, meaning Canada? That's all.
Wow.
Wait,
Hang out backstage.
I think I got brain damage from that.
Why would a fascist have expansionist plans to take over another country? Yeah, I know it's unheard of, Trippy. It's unheard of. The fascist would want to invade another country or take it over, right?
Melanie, did you come up here because you saw me here?
Oh my God, Neve is so based for letting me on. Neve is amazing. Thank you, Neve.
It's hilarious.
I don't know who Neve is, but she's amazing.
That was hilarious, Neve. Shout out to you.
Why would a fascist be imperialist?
So non-fun. I want to bring up something about you talking about protected industries potentially. You talked about then a question that came up was stating that it would be better off for anybody that's working in a mine to be going and working for Microsoft and such. So what part of that would be a situation of not protecting that industry? Because what happens if we go into a physical war with China or any other country? That industry has already taken massive hits over the last 2 decades. And if these mines start shutting down even further, how quick are they going to be able to come back up? What impact will that do to the economy as well as our infrastructure?
Yeah, look, so I'm happy to grant sort of like a national security carve out, like any basically any economist is going to tell you, obviously there are some strategic goods, some strategic industries that we should protect, and part of that protection might involve tariffs because for national security reasons. We need to make chips here, we need to make batteries here, all those things. So we should probably, not buy batteries from China. But look, here's what I'll say. I think the way that Trump is going about tariffs is not going to help these places. Again, I cited earlier the surveys from the Philadelphia Federal Reserve and the New York Federal Reserve. They're surveying manufacturers, and they're all expecting to have lower output and reduce investment in 6 months from now, because these tariffs apply to intermediate goods, all the goods that they use for their own production. These mining companies rely on imported equipment. And I also say Biden had a big focus on what he called friendshoring, basically taking supply chains and moving them out of China, but towards friendlier allied nations. I don't see a problem with getting steel from Japan. Not that China was ever a very big, China was usually number 9 in the countries we import steel from. But, Japan is our ally. South Korea is our ally. I don't have any issue relying on them for steel and everything, because we still save money, and they're our allies, so they're unlikely to ever go to war with us, or and applying tariffs to all these countries means that countries won't just move out of China. They'll move specifically to the U.S., and obviously the U.S. has a higher opportunity cost. So
I grant you that, but here's the situation: those industries aren't actually being protected as of this moment. As of this moment, one of the other bigger mines has already shut down, and the 2 other ones that are in what is called the Iron Range, or the Mesabi Superior Range, is already shutting down, and they're the largest manufacturers of steel, iron ore pellets in the area, in the entire U.S. And those shut down, the entire economy in those areas crash, and people move away. How quick would it be to be getting those back up? Why are you willing to just say, yep, okay, the people that work in those mines should go start working for, companies like Microsoft and the such, when once those economies and infrastructure disappear, they rust out, they decay, everything dies.
Right.
And then that entire region goes away.
Remember, I think it's useful to think of trade as a type of technology again. So trade is going to have localized cost. I'm not going to deny that. If we, sign free trade agreements with China, let's say a factory is offshored, which I don't believe trade is the main driver of that, but I'll grant that it does happen sometimes. There might be towns that are fucked over, but also every consumer in the U.S. benefits, right? Every consumer benefits from cheaper goods. U.S. exporters benefit because now, we're supplying our dollars to China, and that drives down exchange rates, and that means exporters can sell their goods for cheaper. And it means that domestic resources are freed up towards more productive use cases. Now, I'm always talking about averages and aggregates. So I would say, because trade allows for specialization, because these resources are now going to be used for things that we can specialize in, overall average productivity in the U.S. is going to go up, and that's going to increase average wages. That's going to increase our growth rate, and it's going to have all these broad-based benefits down the line, even if in the short run there is some localized cost. But I don't think we would ever say that, for example, if someone invents, if we were using shovels to dig canals, and someone invents the bulldozer, obviously the bulldozer is going to hurt the people that were previously all using shovels to dig these canals. But we would never say, don't use the bulldozer because these people need jobs. We would say, obviously, the benefits of using a bulldozer outweigh the cost of these people.
That was the
losing
New
their
Deal,
jobs.
exactly, sir. You just described the New Deal almost perfectly. They paid
Thank you,
people to not
Sasquatch.
use bulldozers.
Sorry, let me read this. It's been sitting there a little bit. The cut with the Big Ten says we are in too much debt, and our defense chips are built in China. They don't follow the rules. So if people have more purchasing power but not buying stocks, will the economy crash if people are buying products?
Well, they can't even buy products if they can't have a job.
They're building in Taiwan, not in China.
So I mean,
Taiwan's
and if we're talking, those are 2 different countries.
Well, yeah. So do you want to read that?
Yeah, these two are quick. Neve came in again. As my second order of business, I will remove Furby. Neve is exercising her power to its full degree. I love it. And Ryan Thorup with the Big Ten says this is just because Neve is so based. I love it. Thank you. Okay, non-fun, go ahead.
Oh shoot, forget what I responded to at this point. I think it was.
You were on this.
It's all right, son. You've been talking a long time.
So like the chips point, like I already granted, like there are national security, caveats to free trade. Obviously, I do want a lot of chip manufacturing to be done here. But I will also mention, as I mentioned previously, a lot of times tariffs invite retaliation and reduce labor productivity. Well, we observe that subsidies a lot of times don't have the same effect. A lot of countries aren't necessarily going to tariff us just because we subsidize our own chip industry. And again, universal tariffs will mean tariffing the inputs for all these strategic goods. That's why U.S. manufacturers do not like these tariffs. And it means, hurting our own exports, which U.S. manufacturers rely on. When it comes to the too much debt point, I already mentioned, tariffs are just not a good raiser of revenue. If you want to raise revenue, 5% VAT would raise the same amount as all these insane tariffs.
Well, that'd be way more.
On top of that,
and that would raise it all domestically, right?
Well, I mean, tariffs also tax people.
I know tariffs do it domestically, but in theory, there's an offset, which is that local manufacturers are benefit in the global economy and especially the local economy. There is no offset with VAT. It's just a straight money grab.
Sure. I mean, there are VAT rebates, but yeah.
Rebates meaning that the government gives kickbacks out of tax revenue.
So the rebates for VAT, basically, if you buy like an input for your business or whatever, you'll pay a VAT, but you get a tax credit for the taxes previously paid on that input. So, yeah.
But ultimately, it's just all coming. It's just more money coming out of the pockets of local companies with no offsetting theoretical benefit.
Well, I mean, it's a consumption tax. It's not coming out of businesses. It's coming out of consumption, right?
VAT is a tax added at every step of the manufacturing process.
Right, but like I said, they get rebates for their input. So at the end, the final tax burden falls on the consumer. It doesn't tax investment. It just taxes consumption.
So then why would they put all those steps in the middle in the way?
Because it basically means that you don't accidentally end up taxing business-to-business transactions, and it decreases avoidance because companies have an incentive to actually record their books properly, so they get the tax rebates that they need.
But ultimately, what you're saying is with the offsets, the VAT would just be a sales tax.
So literally, if a VAT is implemented properly, which usually it is, and if it's sales tax implemented properly, they will literally be identical at the end of the day from like an accounting perspective. It will be identical. Like you can look up Tax Foundation; they have like a table showing you how it is identical to a sales tax. If both.
So then all you're doing is increasing your bureaucracy and overhead costs. You're just increasing government expenditures.
That's what tariffs are doing.
Not necessarily. So like
welcome to big government.
No, look. So the way the sales tax works currently, it basically inadvertently ends up taxing a lot of business-to-business transactions, and a VAT avoids that issue. And I think a VAT typically has lower avoidance than a sales tax. I don't have empirics on that right now, but usually a lot of the reason these countries, like almost every other country, has a VAT is because it has lower avoidance and doesn't tax business-to-business transactions.
You don't think that the businesses are have enough incentive to file their stuff right to avoid paying sales tax when they shouldn't?
I think that apparently not, because I think like 40% of the revenue from sales taxes tends to be business-to-business transactions.
So you're actually proposing something that would reduce then?
Reduce what?
I mean, if that were true, if there was 40% taxes being paid on sales tax that should not be paid, and you're suggesting a VAT as a replacement for increasing revenue,
well,
you're talking out both sides of your mouth there.
No, I'm suggesting a VAT as a alternative to tariffs. A 5% VAT would raise about the same amount as these tariffs. So,
but to do that, it would either obviously have to increase taxes at each different step, like I thought it did.
Again, the final burden consumption, but okay.
Or it wouldn't, right? Or else it's going to reduce government income, because if, as you said, it's true that 40% of taxes are not supposed to be paid. Like, you can't tell me it's reducing the tax expense and increasing tax revenue.
What do you mean the tax expense?
He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand the fact that VAT is not paid by just the consumer, right? Sorry,
I do understand that. That's exactly. You don't understand what I'm objecting
to. I misspoke. I meant to say tariffs. The whole point is that The whole point is that with VAT, it's not just passed on to the consumer. It's about how.
So you two might need to talk to each other and figure out who pays that.
A VAT is paid by the consumer, and a VAT only taxes consumption, unlike tariffs, which also tax capital goods. And you don't want to tax capital goods. You don't want to tax investment. That
was my mistake.
Yeah.
Okay, so who pays the VAT? Is it consumers or is it consumers and companies?
Consumers for the most part. I mean, some of the, I guess technically, like I can imagine a case where some of the incidence is on companies because they might lower prices, but for the most part, consumers.
And the real issue
again,
is
this whole thing is hinged on the assumption that, because I don't think all VATs are offset. I do think.
I think.
Are you
by definition?
Are you positive? Like
I mean,
because I'm not positive, but I don't not.
So I think by definition, a VAT only taxes consumption; it doesn't tax investment from businesses. Like I think, like if it wasn't offset, by definition, I don't think it'd be a VAT. I think it like.
Can I ask you, Nampa, what you think that the Trump supporters and what do you think that the long-term plan is with using the tariffs?
So again, like I'm not at all convinced people have an actual coherent plan. The people in the administration, Howard Lutnick, Stephen Besant, I think his name is, the Treasury Secretary, Peter Navarro, will all say things that like contradict each other, and then Trump will come out and like contradict all of them. The reporting was that they didn't even have a plan for reciprocal tariffs until like 3 hours before they announced them. Like there doesn't seem to be any coherent plan to me. And that's evident also in the fact that they keep announcing things
I think
and rolling them back.
Obvious, actually.
Is that you seem to be coming here and saying that they're just throwing it together and not thinking about it. If they all have different plans, then that can't be the case. And so,
here's what I think is happening: is the people around Trump are trying to find ad hoc justifications for his policy. I think that's what they're trying to do. But
yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But the real The real issue is that the idea is that we, as a country, are going to bring back manufacturing back to the United States, and we are going to make all the widgets. We're going to make all the little things that China does today. And the idea is that instead of us having small businesses or Walmart going out to China to find those things, the United States is going to bring them in and bring it back to like the 1950s ideal that this great lie that in Detroit, there was a guy that was able to work a factory job and live off a pension, live off of a union job, be in a safe work environment, and raise 3 kids, buy a house, and his wife was working at home cooking the family dinner. This is a lie. And the problem is that Trump's policy when it comes to the economy comes from the idea that back in the 1980s and 90s when we tackled Japan and trying to tariff Japan to get away from the fact that they were taking away so many manufacturing jobs, Mitsubishi, all the ones that talking about Panasonic, all the Fujifilms, all the great car companies. And the idea is that instead, Trump, instead of what we did, which was bring those car companies like Toyota to the United States, and we made trade deals so that they had to manufacture here in the United States as well. Instead, Trump is doing like bulling like a fucking idiot, retard ass motherfucker. And he's saying, no, you have to do exactly what I say. We have a trade deficit because we spend so much. You guys buy everything from us. Of course they do, because we are experts in the world stage, a final manufacturing process. And the problem is, I don't want to be Cambodia. I don't want to be the t-shirt guy. I don't want to be Bangladesh. I'm sorry. We opened up world capitalism. We opened up world trade. And the idea that we are placing all these tariffs is a stupid idea. But I understand why. The sentiment is that we want to bring back manufacturing because all these jobs are just going to bring about world economy and world peace for the United States. I understand why Trump believes that these things are going to happen. But tariffs is the stupidest way to do it. The reason is because small businesses are not prepared for this. When they buy their their manufacturing businesses, they have to be able to. I'm giving just the world stage here. I don't know what's going on. All right.
Well, I just wanted to point out a really clear thought process here. It's my turn and I'll take all the time I want is on your shirt, and you literally are doing that. You are filibustering the shit out of this with kind of like nonsensical stuff. I mean, I get it. We don't want to be the t-shirt guy, but like you landed the plane already. Rude Mud Crabbing with a big 5 says, making companies do their books better through VATs means you'd lose the 40% gained through sales tax, LOL. And while I'm in the little process,
very cute, Sarah. I really do appreciate that.
Sasquatch, did you want to make your exit, my love?
I'm everywhere on YouTube. You can't get away from me. I'm kind of like a bad fungus. Once I get on you, you just can't scrape me off.
True.
It's good. I'll be back. Much love. Sasquatch out.
Thank you, Sasquatch. And then hold on. And then Trippy Cast, you're back up. And then Dragon Rage, did you want to get some thoughts in here?
Non-fum. Let's do the Eiffel Tower.
Yep, I want to kind of see Melanie up with Trippy at the same time here, so I'm willing to step into the backstage for a little bit.
All right, fair enough. Ask and you shall receive.
Hold on, real quick. I just want to say to that chatter who donated, I recognize that, but there are good ways to raise revenue and bad ways to raise revenue. Taxing business transactions is a bad way to raise revenue because you're harming investment. Taxing consumption is a less bad way to raise revenue. That's the position.
Yeah, we're never going to be able to harmonize the idea that like what's good for the entire economy and what's good for the entire country will also be good, might not be good for like individual people. We're never going to be able to get around that, right? There's going to be winners and losers in an economy, and that's why it's important to vote for politicians who actually understand, for example, what a tariff is, how to actually figure out what tariff to put on other countries. If they don't do that right, more of you get fucked from it.
That's the idea of reciprocal. So you give us a tariff, we give you the same one.
These are not reciprocal tariffs. Oh my God.
Trump did not do that. Do you acknowledge that the equation they used was simply the trade deficit divided by imports? Do you acknowledge that?
And it has reciprocal tariffs haven't even been put in yet. They got 90 days from the
I understand they were paused. But do you acknowledge that the way that they got these reciprocal tariffs was the equation he's showing, the trade deficit divided by imports?
Yes.
Okay, great. So do you acknowledge that that doesn't actually tell you how much these countries are tariffing us? It's simply just the trade deficit divided by imports. Only in goods, by the way.
Simplify it for the American
just
people,
trying to fill in the trade deficit. That's all this is trying to fill in the trade deficit to make a balance.
I like it how the tariffs equal me in this way.
The only reason that they have it over...
It's all about you, right, Flo?
I'm the tariff. What's up, guys? You've been hearing a lot about me.
No wonder.
They said I was delayed for 90 days, but I'm not. I'm here now.
Did we export Flo from the panel?
Yes.
Okay. So the only reason, by the way, they have that M on the bottom part is because that keeps it below 1. That's the only reason they do that. Otherwise, you can actually also just say XI minus MI.
Yeah. I mean, they also had the minimum of 10%.
You're confusing these people's brains. Don't do that.
So to me, the funniest thing about this equation is that in putting the bottom Greek letter thigh, which is defined as the pass-through, they've defined the amount of inflation that's going to happen from this because the pass-through for them is 0.25. So they think a quarter of every dollar in tariff is going to pass through to the consumer. If by their own admission, their average tariff is 41%, they're saying that all imports on average are going to raise 10.5%. By their own equation. By their own.
And they miscited that too, the study that they used.
Cut comes in with a big 5, says, non-fun, appreciate you actually answering. Hard to go back and forth in chats. Sarah, you're a beast, night peeps. That was a very nice compliment to you, non-fun. It's very sweet. She is a beast. And these are the compliments I like when JD63 comes in with a big 100 just to say, thank you, Sarah. Very entertaining. And you're most welcome, JD. JD was over here earlier in my chat, also dropping some love in the super chats, but then also obtained a membership, and then also went over and gave a nice compliment to Team Fatty as well, because Fatty cried that JD wasn't given enough, so JD put his money where his mouth is.
Where my $100 donuts? What?
So I noticed Non-Fun keeps bringing up VATs. Who's paying for the VATs? Since you say it'll supplement the tariffs, just the consumers. So you're going to want to put all those billions of dollars on the U.S. people.
But when we do that with tariffs, you're fine with it?
Give me a minute.
So my position was that a VAT would be preferable to a tariff. It would raise about basically the same amount of revenue and have less distortionary effects. Now, technically, like, I have my own, like, very wonky, like, ideal tax policy things, but, you know, if you want to raise taxes, there are good ways to do it and bad ways to do it. A VAT is a better way to raise taxes and raise revenue than a tariff is.
And this is why I said earlier, like,
onto the consumer, and it still doesn't exactly supplement any kind of thing that we'd be bringing in with tariffs, because we got to bring in money from those other countries to stabilize our shit, right?
The only way that, like, the only way
we give other countries money.
Something out really quick. The only way that we can ever put like extra costs to businesses and stuff like that and not have the consumer reflect that is in a planned economy. We're not in a planned economy. We're in capitalism. So we give that to private, we give that decision to private individuals. If you want to complain with you having to pay for tariffs, stuff like that, bring it up with the companies who won't absorb those costs.
Well, we're not in capitalism no more. People don't get that. Capitalism is not where we're at right now.
We're not?
Yeah, because technically, capitalism would be like free market.
This isn't a planned economy, James. Like, we're still
true, pure, unadulterated capitalism would be a complete free market.
We're mixed market economy. We have to mix market.
We're not in pure capitalism.
Nothing exists.
Speaking of capitalism, Rude Mudcrab with the Big Five says nothing about these are reciprocal. USA and Australia had a free trade agreement for 20 plus years.
That's the craziest thing about these things. The craziest thing about these things is even in their formula that shows they're going after the trade deficit, the places we have surpluses with, they still put a 10% tariff on them. So it's not even about what they say it's about.
Tariffs on places that.
So to go back to what what's his name was saying with the shirt, to go off of that, you guys are missing the entire point. The entire point of all of this is just to say you're raising a lot of money and then to gut out a bunch of other parts of the government to say you're making savings so they can pass that enormous freaking $4.5 trillion tax cut bill that's already passed the House. That's what
you're
this
talking about.
is
This guy?
all about.
Let's call him American
Sargon
of Akkad.
Has triggered so many people.
His name is American
Your name's not up right now, so I just couldn't see it.
I know. I just think it's funny.
But to me, that's what this is all about. This is all about this enormous tax
look what
cut
happened with
that is
Israel.
coming down the pipe.
Look what happened with Israel. What did they do? Forgive our debt and take away all the tariffs?
Well, Israel took away their tariffs, and they still got tariffed in return, right?
Yeah, why did they get tariffed by Trump then? Why did they get tariffed by Trump then if, like, Israel forgave that shit?
Yeah.
Israel did forgive it, did they not?
But then why did Trump tariff them?
It's still a 10%.
Well, Trump tariffed everybody, to be fair, man.
Yeah,
that's our point.
But
look,
see,
who's
now,
just more than happy to pay it?
This is
Israel.
like mob style negotiation. I'm going to burn your house down and then sell you fire
That's
insurance.
exactly what it is.
It's literally
mob
putting a gun to our head.
But look, I mean, all you guys.
Wait, can I get in here for like a second? Because that's why I brought up. That's why I brought up the bond market. Like, obviously, people don't like this. Like, the nations are selling off their interest in America and being like, we do not want to be part of this, and we're gonna go invest our money into China or into Japan or into other nations. They do not see the security that America has always had. That's why when we talk about like the stock market having dips, yes, it fluctuates from time to time, but we don't see all three markets taking dips like this at all times. That doesn't happen.
Also, when someone removes their trade agreement, and then you and tariffs on you, or sorry, has a trade agreement and then removes their tariffs on you, and then you tariff them. Guess what that does? That destroys relations with that country. That makes them not like you because you're unpredictable. Where countries operate geopolitically on diplomacy. They talk shit out. They don't do shit like this.
We can have non-sexual relations with them.
Tariffs on us?
I'm going based off of what Trippy said. I'm not like Trippy. Where, like, as soon as something's anti-Trump or pro-Trump, I'm like, oh my god, it has to be lying about everything.
No,
like,
I don't.
I'm willing to argue with what he's saying on its face value.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
I'm
not trying to just be pro-Trump. I'm just saying that you guys have given it no time. you're jumping on it as soon as it happens, and you're going, "He's stupid. He doesn't know what he's doing." Blah, 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 blah. But you haven't given it any time. The dude hasn't even been a president for six fucking months.
Not only that, I also want to ask the question: are there actually, aside from Flow State with his economics kind of degree or whatever, is there anybody who is actually an expert in economics or foreign affairs or anything to that degree that is sitting on this panel right now?
No, but Milton Friedman has literally said that, and Milton Friedman's not a leftist.
So we are all just like
literally said this is a bad idea.
We're all just like the Monday morning quarterbacks and so on and so forth, sitting on the couch talking about what should or shouldn't, so on and blah blah blah. So I just want to point that out to you that we can sit here and jibber jabber on what we think shouldn't happen, what's wrong, what's right, blah blah blah, but we're not the experts. So that maybe
ultimately I'm the boss. It sounds like you're saying.
No, but ultimately, if you're not in that room and you haven't spoken to the actual experts and looked at the advisors and yada yada yada,
no, none of this means we can't have a valid opinion. That's bullshit.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you need to be mindful. You need to be mindful of how you approach a situation. Lilith, are you like high or something back there? You look high as fuck.
Well, yeah. If you want to argue, if you want to argue, stay in your lane. Like, don't pretend like you know more than you know. I agree with that, but like at the same time, we're here to discuss this. Like, we have to, as I did. I argued with what I knew, and when Trippy sent up and I couldn't immediately fact check, I just decided to argue on the face of it instead of trying to tear that apart.
I mean, look, I mean, I agree. Like, I'm not an expert economist or anything, but like I feel like I've done a decent amount of reading on this specific thing by now, and like it feels like I have a decent enough understanding to have an opinion on this. And it's like,
an issue that
if you value experts' opinions, you should trust the experts. 90% of fucking like the overwhelming majority of economists agree that tariffs are generally harmful, and basically all of them agree that Trump's tariffs specifically are like incredibly harmful, because like some economists.
Yeah, I mean, that was a political statement there.
The Economist made a whole bunch of claims.
You can
about
find an
Trump
economist to say anything you want.
They made a bunch of claims. Economists specifically made a bunch of claims about Trump the first time that he was in there. And then when they were proven wrong, everybody who was against Trump went, no, that's no right. And
we're at the tail end of like over half a year of arguing what a tariff is and who pays it from a group who can't even like understand the basic definition of that. Like, you guys are so bad faith on these arguments that we have no reason to listen to anything you say at this point.
Try not to lump me
economists have been talking about this for
Kirby, but that's
like,
the general like
it's cool.
where we are in the conversation, in the general conversation.
Lump them all in effigy. Fuck them all.
Look, we don't need no animation domination going on here. Sorry.
We do. Cartoon Network in the house.
Economists have been talking about this for like 300 years. They've been explaining why tariffs are bad. Like, we have so many studies. We have so many studies. We have so many models to explain why tariffs are generally bad.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I don't know that I
you would
think
never
that
make
they're
the
worse
argument for anything else that like, oh, we need more time when we already have so much evidence. You would never say that like, oh, maybe everyone else who touches the stove gets burned, but I'm different. This time will be different. Like, no, it's
are we going to address the fact that these tariffs are starting to act more like market manipulation from top to bottom than actual tariffs or national strategy?
That's what they've.
That's obviously what happened this week. Yeah, that's obviously what happened.
I've been saying this whole time. I've heard them say that at least twice.
Okay, I haven't listened the whole time.
That's funny. But I mean, look, there's studies and there's models about, space and globes and, well, so, and
allow it
powder dusty up there so it doesn't believe in the moon landing.
Are we really in that place now?
Oh, yeah, the moon landing is for, no.
I was embarrassed by that. Does anybody else feel like America should be embarrassed for that Blue Origin thing?
No, because we've seen all the Apollo missions before it.
That Blue Origin thing was terrible.
No, what I'm saying is how they paraded women around and acted like this was a whole big deal, that they went on a little roller coaster ride up into the air and came back down. And it was more embarrassing to me than anything.
And it was the most advertised ever commercial space flight. It put a fucking head on the rocket.
Why is it not embarrassing that the majority of space flights have been done by male-only crews?
True.
That's not embarrassing. That's just who was interested in the
It's
job.
almost like there's a sexist line that
because Melanie, men are better at space than women. Everyone knows that.
Wait a minute.
Hold on.
I don't think that's true.
Why did you always have to look at gender?
Gentlemen,
Hold on here.
gentlemen,
Good job, Sarah. Look what you did.
gentlemen.
It's like,
Stop.
are there
She's
any
gonna
women?
I'll bring things back
Go
on
ahead,
top.
Effigy.
Wait,
Go ahead,
wait.
Effigy. Hold on. Or I'm sorry, Trippy.
Yeah, it wasn't me.
No, like
I wouldn't do this.
there's not that many women in computers, in computers building and garbage and all that
None of
shit.
them in mine.
You know what I mean?
Maybe it's
so,
the
like, it's
website you
just
go to.
who would do the job at the time. And yeah, it was probably harder for women back in the 50s and 60s to get into that job. But, nowadays it's getting a little different. We're sending up more and more of both groups.
Okay, amazing. I want to address something Flo says that you can like find economists that will say anything. As Nonfon pointed out, this is a vast majority of economists who are saying this. I don't think you can
Get
buy
out
the
of
vast
here.
majority
Get
of
out of here with
They have a
that.
war
It is
among
not.
themselves.
Yeah,
That's a good
Trump
idea.
found the 5 economists who are willing to be pro-tariff.
Everybody will agree that tariffs are not good for the economy, but in a vacuum. Right?
Neve
There-
is owning the panel tonight. I just want to point this out, and then I'll give it back to you, Flo. We may not have any woman in space, but Mel is going to be the first Furby in space after that dumb remark. 5 minutes,
Boy.
please. To the back, Furby. And I'll Dragon Rage, if you want to come back up, let me know in the back chat.
The badness
not, I'll
of
move
tariffs
on to
is
the next
relative to what it's compared against. Compared against no tariffs, I agree. Compared against a VAT or a universal corporate tax increase, you're going to have way more mixed opinions on that one.
Yeah,
I believe you are correct, sir.
I don't know about a VAT. About corporate income tax, I might agree with you because I think corporate income tax is pretty cringe. But I think most.
You're pro-union, aren't you, non-fun?
What do you mean by that? I think
Are you
workers should have the
pro-union?
right
That's
to
a
unionize.
pretty easy
but-
question.
Unions bad?
I don't know what it means to be pro. I support workers being able to unionize. Like I don't know what specific laws I would say I support regarding how well unions should be protected.
Are you like into communism? Are you like into the idea
No,
of being
I'm
communist?
Communism,
Okay.
non-fun. Don't you know that?
Random
True.
question. Pursuit. I'm not a dick. you can calm down a little bit, man. I'm not trying to just
Wait,
be a
Trippy.
dick.
Wait, hold on. I have some questions for you,
Yes,
just
you
real
are.
quick. Can you tell me the 4 components of GDP?
Right off the bat, no.
Okay, can you tell me what savings minus investment is equal to?
Savings minus investment. So you read books all day, and you want me to sit
Okay,
here
can
and
you
act
tell
as
me?
if I
Yeah,
do?
so can you tell me what? Can you tell
You
me
want me to
what
act
is
as
the
if
what
I've
is the
studied
trade?
up on all this shit that you're used to talking
Can you tell me
about
what
on
is
your
the
tiny
trade?
stream?
What can you tell me what is the
You
trade
want me to
deficit
act as
financed
if I'm
by?
you?
Yeah,
Well,
I'm
I
gonna.
think, Trippy, I think it's agreeable to say that if you are not an economist, then speaking to the economy and the points behind it would be a little.
I object. He's asking specifically jargon questions.
He
is.
These are not. These are very relevant questions. Can you define?
They are
comparative
relevant
advantage,
questions, but
Trippy?
you're forming jargon. Jargon
Wait, Trippy,
phrasing.
can you define comparative advantage?
He's a
Can you tell me if the Federal Reserve is part of the government branch or no? Is it a government
I mean,
branch?
it's a quasi-government thing. But look, like you
Quasi-government
you
thing.
brought
Good
up
answer.
the Federal
All
Reserve
my
is a
answers to you
quasi-government
are
thing.
quasi yes.
There's no clear answer to like whether Federal Reserve is like part of the government.
That was a
Also,
legit answer.
there are
Oh, you
like
don't know
private
then?
parts of the Federal Reserve, and it operates
weird you don't know
independently.
that.
But look,
And you're talking about all this money stuff.
you keep
but
like
you don't know that.
You keep saying like I'm young and like you're not an economist and
Yeah,
like
you are
Trump
young. You're
Trump has the
inexperienced,
experts.
but you think that you know because you wrote
No, I understand,
or you
but
read
like
what other people wrote instead of living your life.
No, but look, what these people wrote about are like these are economists that I'm reading, and like you can't.
Yeah, and
define,
they were all wrong last time.
So you
all the
can't
way up
define,
until the coup.
They were
And then all of a
absolutely
sudden the
not all
economy
wrong
dipped
last time,
because nobody
especially
was
with
allowed to go
regards to
outside
trade.
and-
But look, you're
All
not.
right, we need
I don't
a
know.
speed.
I don't know how
What's
you
happening?
think are.
Are you up here with Dusty? Oh, it's a me.
okay, well,
It's a me.
I
It's a
don't know
me.
how you think you're qualified to say like they're all wrong if you can't even define to me like these basic things as well. Like,
No, I can
how
explain
am
it
I?
pretty easily.
How am
I can
I?
explain it. I can explain it pretty easily. You could take all the models you want, right? In this specific circumstance, with all the things that have changed over time and how quick we move in the modern day, you can't really sit there and say, "Oh yeah, I know exactly how this is going to pan out," because
I'm not claiming that we can know exactly how it's going to pan out, but we can obviously make very reasonable assumptions about what will happen to employment, what will happen to output, based on models about tariffs and based on empirical evidence from tariffs historically. The overwhelming amount of evidence suggests that tariffs reduce overall employment. It's very, very reasonable to assume that tariffs will reduce overall employment if the U.S. imposes them. That is an incredibly reasonable assumption. It's absurd to not make it, I would say.
Assume?
Economists make assumptions. Open a fucking textbook, man. Like, what do you mean?
You should know this. What happens when you assume? What do they say? What are
you going to say? It's going to make an ass out of you and me?
Yes, sir. What? That's the phrase, isn't it? It's a phrase for a reason.
If like I don't understand. This is an unbelievably stupid point. Economists make assumptions.
You're looking
wait, anyone in the audience can look this up. Look up economists make assumptions. Any economics textbook will tell you this, that economists make reasonable assumptions because that is what all economics is premised on. But these are very reasonable assumptions. The fact that people will buy less product if the price of it goes up, the quantity demanded will fall if the price rises, is a very reasonable, empirically observable assumption.
Do you think less people are going to buy the Nintendo Switch because the price went up slightly?
Probably. But it depends on how elastic the demand for the good is.
I think it's just a couple. Most gamers are still going to buy that, just like when Grand Theft Auto dropped.
So I understand if you've never opened an economics textbook, you might think this is some novel point, but I would encourage the audience to look up elasticity. Obviously,
the audience
elasticity.
They should.
Obviously,
they should know.
Goods tend to, goods can be elastic or inelastic. Insulin is a very inelastic good because if the price of insulin goes up, guess what? I'm still going to buy basically the same amount of insulin because I'm going to fucking die if I don't.
I'm a type 1 diabetic, yes.
Are a very elastic good. In that if the price of jelly beans goes up, well, I'll probably just fucking buy gummy worms. That does not disprove the law of demand. I want a clear answer for you, Trippy. Do you think, yes or no, is the law of demand a reasonable assumption?
What is the law of demand?
The idea that the quantity demanded of a product will fall if the price increases.
It is, to an extent, yes. There you go.
It is.
Short answer.
Okay,
now,
wow.
Are we looking at a circumstance that has never happened before? Has there never been a president that's doing what Trump is doing?
That you would never say this in any other case. I understand there are some things that are going to be novel, but
this never happened before.
There have been a lot of countries that imposed high tariffs before, and we have very good studies about them.
Right, but has a president ever hit them back like this? Has a president ever put in these?
This is incredibly stupid because, like, look, we have very good evidence that we have very good evidence that seatbelts are good, right? But you would never say like, oh, we made a new car and this car is blue. Well, how do we know the seatbelt is going to work when the car is blue? It's like, well, it worked for all these other fucking cars. It's probably gonna work for this car too. That's a very reasonable assumption to make. Do you deny
to institute VATs instead of changing things?
Well, I already said, like, I already told you. I think VATs are preferable to a tariff. I think technically I would do a DBCFT and
okay. You think you know something that's more preferable? That's fine. But I mean, is it just more? I don't want to do it because this guy's doing it, or is it just I don't want to do it because I like the way things are right now? Like, would you be fine if Biden was still in there and everything just remained the same as it was 4 years ago or 2 years ago, rather?
What do you mean by fine? I don't think Biden pursued optimal policy. I disagree with a lot of the tariffs that Biden did. I don't think Biden should be tariffing EVs, but like I'd be a lot more okay with Biden considering he did not tariff nearly as much as Trump did.
Yeah, and Biden sat there with an auto pen too.
Holy baby!
And just signed everything, and half the shit he didn't even read. Did you hear the Speaker of the House? Did you hear the Speaker of the House?
I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Biden dementia. Yep, I'm aware.
No. The Speaker of the House. The Speaker of the House, the guy that was still in there when Biden was in there,
Mike Johnson,
brought up a situation where he had a very specific thing he needed to ask Biden about.
Yep, and he forgot that he paused LNG exports. I'm aware. Yep, I'm aware. Biden has dementia. Doesn't really change any. That's not relevant to the fact that tariffs are bad.
Finish your point. Because that makes you look like a dipshit. Go ahead. Biden and the Speaker of the House had a conversation about this, whatever situation it was.
I know what you're talking about.
And Biden was convinced that he signed a paper that would start a study into the situation.
I'm aware.
What he
I know what you're talking. You don't have to keep describing these specifics. I know what you're talking about. Yes, Biden's an old fucking man who probably has dementia. I'm aware. I don't. How is this relevant to tariffs being good or bad? I already explained to you. I think most of the tariffs that Biden did were bad. Biden did other good things though. Biden didn't do as bad of things that I think Trump is doing with tariffs. So obviously,
name one good thing that Biden did.
The Chips and Science Act, off the top of my head.
The Chips and Science Act.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't something that Trump was already putting in before Biden got in.
Not seriously.
No. Then why is everything else that you were bringing up before shit that Biden did that before Trump got in, like the whole NVIDIA thing? And I'll ask Effigy the same thing. Like, why do you think Biden made a deal with NVIDIA to bring a factory to the U.S.?
I think Biden is concerned that chips are being produced in China, which I think is a reasonable concern. That's a reasonable national security concern. Sorry?
You think he knows what a graphics card is, a GPU?
I think Biden, so to be clear, I don't know. So Biden listened to his advisors who told him it is a national security concern and we want to have chips manufactured in the U.S.
So now Biden has advisors, but Trump's just a big dumbass.
Trump's advisors are fucking... Hold on, Trippy. Has Trump ever accurately described what a tariff is? Has Trump ever accurately described what a trade deficit is?
You made that argument before. I think you're saying that because you think nobody can find it.
I'm saying it because I can't find a single clip of Trump accurately describing what a trade deficit is. Or I have been looking. And I've asked a ton of people. I haven't found a single clip of Trump saying that the U.S. pays tariffs. I haven't found a single clip of Trump saying something remotely coherent about the trade deficit. He thinks that they are just a profit and loss statement.
Listen to a Trump speech. All he talks about is blaming Biden for
he knows how to talk.
He doesn't know how to talk. All he does is go back.
And yet he can't define things correctly, right?
Speaking of talking, Ryan comes in with a big 5 and says, to be fair, Non-Fun is asking reciprocal stupid questions to Trippy. I believe that was right before I put you on the speed date. And that's why I put you on the speed date, so you gentlemen could duke it out properly.
That was sexy. My finger still smells weird.
Oh.
So, who did Biden blame for everything? Since you want to say Trump is only blaming Biden, who did Biden blame for everything and still is blaming?
But COVID. What do you mean?
He blamed everything on Trump, dude.
Well, look what the country was like when Biden took over.
Their opposition. This is not.
Yeah, it was when COVID hit. Fucking right after COVID hit is when Biden got in there. Of course, he's gonna go, it was Trump's fault, when it was literally
when did he get into office, Trippy? When did he get into office, Trippy?
Oh, he got into office right as fucking COVID hit.
2021, right? When did COVID start?
COVID was in absolute full fucking swing.
Yeah, at the tail end of 2019.
It's in the name.
Now, you guys want to say that it's 2019. The first person that even fucking recorded having it was at the end of 19. It wasn't a full-blown
fucking end of 2019. Did I not say that?
A full-blown ass pandemic on day one. That's like saying that the bird flu is relevant right now.
Yeah, but he had a whole year of like presidency with that being there, and you're being like, Biden took office when it was at its fucking worst.
When did Biden take office?
2021.
A full year.
But just a curiosity.
I just feel like the timeline's wrong.
Hold on, I don't understand what the relevance of this is. Like, politicians blame their opposition for like everything, and sometimes it's fair, and sometimes it's unfair. And I feel like it's
especially when they take over when it collapsed the economy.
Because he said that Trump always blames Biden for everything. That's all.
Well, isn't that
non-fun? Isn't that up to the people to do their research and really see what's going on? And I mean, and I think that the media kind of fails us in that aspect because they just kind of bleed the narratives out or the agendas or whatever they feel like giving us in that moment, you know. And because we're the average person who doesn't have access, or maybe not access, but doesn't have the ability to really analyze the data and look at what's really going on. I think that we're taking advantage of in that aspect.
Yeah, plus there's so much data to analyze.
Look,
we have lack of time as a normal person to analyze that data.
Yeah, James. Like, I'm more than willing to say.
News media.
I just admit that this is a deflection of massive proportions.
Non-fun easily knows more econ than I do. Like, straight up. Effigy probably does too. Like, I don't study that stuff, man. I went through high school. I slept through econ. I passed with like a C-.
Then why are you
know
saying the same Trump talking points that you saw from Twitter?
Same Trump.
Because who else is going to make America great again?
I'm sorry, man. I actually watched them guys when they
this is my point. Like Sarah, I understand that you are annoyed by the fact.
I actually watch what they do.
Okay, so wait. I want to comment on what Trippy just said. Wait, I just want to comment on what Trippy said because the mere fact that you said you watched the thing that they signed, right? So the thing that was signed for the CHIPS Act and what Trump has signed as well is for TSMC, That's a Taiwan manufacturing company that makes semiconductors, right? They didn't sign a deal with NVIDIA. NVIDIA is getting their chips being made here because of this Taiwanese company that is moving into the US. So fundamentally, you're already like off the base.
I don't really mind being off the base.
That's what I'm saying. But like you're saying that your knowledge on this is like so fun. You're just like NVIDIA's moving people in here. I understand. I'm just saying that there's going to be a level of logic that people are going to be applying here. That I think that protectionism in certain cases is good. Like when we look at the CHIPS Act, I really agree with that. But when we're doing universal tariffs, I don't see the benefit behind that in any way, especially when we have trade partners who like supply a surplus and we still decide to get tariff them 10%. That makes no sense. You're de-incentivizing them from actually buying from us.
Well, that's what's going to happen right off the bat. But if they would just actually attempt to make a factory in the U.S., or if they would actually just lower their tariffs on us so that the reciprocal would be lower for them.
No, a surplus means they buy more off of us. Wait, Trippy. A surplus means that they buy more off of us. Like, why would they want to build a plant when they're buying stuff of us? That doesn't make sense. Like when we're buying stuff, that makes sense when we're talking about the deficit, right? But when
we already
we're
buy from them, that's why they're a company.
No, because with Australia, we have a surplus. That's why it doesn't make any sense to tariff them 10%. That's what I'm saying. Like when we do universal tariffs, that doesn't. It literally affects every market that could potentially be good for us and de-incentivize these people from actually.
I don't know, man. It sounds kind of fair. Like if you're going to start off at 10%, everybody knows going in they're going to have 10%. But they also know that they're not going to give us 130% tariff back, right? Reciprocal would mean you give us 130.
How stupid it is that the fact that we have 10% tariff on everybody?
No, it's not very stupid at all. It's actually equal, fair
fucking
play.
retard.
We already, first of all, absolutely not. We already explained to you.
Why would you do that with a country you have a surplus
gentlemen.
So Trippy, why is 10% good? Why is that rate good with people that we have a surplus with?
It's good because then the other people know it's 10% too. It's not just we're not just focusing.
All you do is just gurgle.
You're getting like very
all
upset.
All you do is spaz, dude. Chill.
He is.
Relax.
It's like we were chilling, man.
Sarah,
the emotions make you sound more trustworthy and reliable
on what you had pre-trade over, right? Like that's what you're talking about.
Wait. Hold on a second. If Sarah turns her head to the left and Pursuit to the right, and you guys kind of pucker up a little bit.
I'm married. I'm fine.
And you're not.
That would be cheating. Either. So it's a good thing you didn't do it.
No, can we just get Trippy? Can you just understand what you just said though? So if we have free trade with Australia, where they have a surplus, they buy way more of our stuff by instilling a tariff on that place. Now this place that we sold all this shit to through free trade without any extra cost is now going to instill a cost on all the shit that we are selling to them.
And when
we didn't have one before.
It would mean that we wouldn't
but
have
it's not reciprocal because you put it there in the first place.
It's not reciprocal yet because they haven't instituted it.
Oh, so you have to do it first so that it will reciprocate?
Preemptive defense, guys.
It's pre-coalition.
One at a time.
I'm
you
just
are
saying, we will remain at 10%
bro.
until reciprocal does actually get instituted.
Yeah,
it's
and I'll just keep bringing up, we've been arguing with you guys for over 8 months over what a fucking tariff is. So for you guys to even come at this conversation with like any kind of knowledge base, like pretend you even have one, is mind-shattering to me.
Yeah, you dumb bitches.
Trippy. Do you acknowledge, yes or no, that the equation they use, again, for these reciprocal tariffs, do you acknowledge that had nothing to do with the trade barriers they imposed?
It doesn't matter if it doesn't have anything to do with it.
So how is that reciprocal then?
That's not what I'm saying. If they have a equation to show people like me and you, it doesn't matter. We're not the ones that it's going to be imposed on. We're going to do it like, hey, China, I'm giving you a tariff. They know what they're going to pay the 100%, the 10% on. The U.S. people, the dumbasses, you know who I'm talking about.
You the just said it again. They don't pay it. They don't pay it. We've tried to say
Stop. The people who have no idea what any of this is need a number put in front of them. That's what that number is you're looking at. The actual number that they're going to pay is not the one we're looking at. It's what they're looking at behind closed doors.
Number one, people in the U.S. pay tariffs. Two, if your claim is that these tariffs are reciprocal, I'm pointing out to you they clearly aren't reciprocal because you keep saying reciprocal tariffs.
Normal people always pay taxes, no matter what tax you come out. Normal people always pay that.
Well, and on top of that, he's pointed out multiple times that the reciprocal tariffs aren't actually going into effect until 90 days from now. They've been paused. So when it comes down to it, Trippy has actually stated that multiple times. So a blanket tariff is currently out, tariffing everybody out at a 10% rate. However, when the reciprocal goes into effect, in these countries that have a lower percentage tariff, it would decrease, making it fair depending on what their tariffing does, which I think is perfectly cool.
Again, what I'm trying to point out to you is that
I'm glad you heard me.
These rates are not based on the tariffs these countries are imposing.
Currently, because reciprocal tariffs are not in effect. I understand what you're
I understand they're not in effect.
If reciprocal tariffs don't go into effect for 90 days,
I obviously know. You. Sorry, it's just when you're talking over each other, it hurts my ears, and then I'd rather talk about something else. Sarcastic Saint with the big 5 says, "In pursuit of knowledge, to the back for interrupting two big brains who are talking out their asses. He needs his bottle and blanket for 5 minutes. You are in the back, Pursuit."
Rest in peace in pursuit of knowledge.
I got a question here for non-fun. So in this situation, do you think all the economists have all the information that is going on in terms of the government? You know, the fact of the matter is everybody's talking about reciprocal. Could it be a situation that, you know, we are technically in an economic warfare? Maybe there's something that we're trying to resolve in the situation that we're willing to take a hit as of this exact moment to corner our economic enemy.
So I guarantee you Canada was not an economic enemy to the U.S. prior to Trump taking a second term.
But in this situation, situation, they are still sending things to us. So they may be purchasing items from our enemy and bringing them into our country in that situation and still supplying them with money.
No. In fact, Canada became more strict with its border and trade policies in response to Trump's fentanyl panic because of that, right? So I think Canada showed that they will align with Trump to do what he says.
I'm talking about everybody else in the situation. That is
Mel, did you like? Here's the thing. Like, I would grant you that could be possible, right? But when you're watching, like, your head of like divisions actually on Senate floors finding out real time that the tariffs are being pulled back, there is no plan that's actually being discussed with anyone. It's like that is the unfortunate truth that we are living in an age where even they aren't communicating with each other about how this works.
They are. I mean, come on. We saw the signal chat. Jeez. Okay, that was a joke. But hey Mel, did you see that?
You argue for competence on their side.
Well, I don't know, man. That was a big fuck up. Anyways, I will agree. Anyway, Mel, did you see that Canada wasn't actually like writing down what they were catching at the border in a lot of cases when it was like droogs coming through? They weren't keeping a record in a lot of those cases. They were just like, all right, we got this many pounds of whatever. We're going to confiscate it.
I'd like to see
and
your
then
source.
They didn't write it down. Like, that's weird.
Well, I mean,
look, like here's Marshall in with the Big 10 says, Sarah, if time is money, then how much time are you willing to give up? 10% would mean 1 year every 10 would earn no money. 30% would mean 3. Hope this helps make the question clear. I wasn't paying attention to whatever the question was, but does that help anybody else understand it?
What?
No, I have no
I mean,
idea
time and money are both resources, right? And so typically they do, like, they are correlative to a degree. But I wouldn't say that, you're necessarily giving up one for another always. I think that's utilizing your money, like making your money work for you is another way, and you're not utilizing time to do so, or you're using less time to make your money work for you in a higher degree. So I think it kind of goes both. You could say that, but you also couldn't say that. And then Joseph Newton came in with 10 to mute non-fawn, but non-fawn is the special guest of the evening, and I don't allow them to get pushed to the backstage, because then why would they want to come on a show just to sit in the backstage? So if Joseph, if you tag me in the chat, and you can utilize that credit towards someone else. I'm trying to see if you already did so or not. I don't see it. But yeah, you'll have to, I'll give you the credit back for someone else if you want. Gomtech says, what will anti-MAGAs do if their Doge checks come? I don't know. Ben with the 10 says, a trade deficit ratio is not a freaking tariff, you smooth brains. I'm a Trump guy, but can y'all learn basic math?
Also, I'm running a really high trade deficit with my barber. Should I be concerned about that, Trippy?
And also,
you don't have a trade deficit because you're not trading with your barber.
Hold on. First of all, you absolutely are. First of all, you.
I have an opinion.
No, you're paying for a service, not a trade.
Yes, but he's not paying
You're
you.
exchanging dollars for a service.
Yes. Yeah.
That's exchange.
But it's not a trade.
That's a deficit.
What do you think trade
That's a
means?
deficit. Definitionally.
And I believe Joseph picked Mel to send to the back instead.
Oh, no.
So we're going to trade Mel out for Krabby. It's not a bad trade.
Yeah, everyone gets why we're making those kind of examples.
The equation was the trade deficit in goods.
In terms of business, though, not in terms of like a business doing a trade. We're not talking about trade in terms of.
Well, I understand we're talking about
but they never get anything from you, James. Why won't they buy something from you?
Giving money for a service.
Somebody
the US
wake up
pays
Andrew,
money for goods.
Andrew Wilson.
Look, you guys get the point of this example, right? The example is sometimes your country needs something. It just needs it. Maybe if you're having a drought and you need food, so you're going to buy from this place regardless of if they buy from you. So you're going to have a trade deficit with them. A deficit doesn't always automatically mean bad. There are reasons for trade deficits. Very, very logical and positive reasons for trade deficits.
Yeah, but you don't usually have a trade deficit with your barber, though.
It's just a way of trying to make you understand the point of it, James.
They don't allow you to not pay.
The trade deficit. It's not a bad thing, right? That they don't buy things from you because you need something from them, right?
I wouldn't even worry about the trade deficit point because they obviously don't care about that because there's countries that.
But that's what they're basing the entire tariff thing around.
That's it. I'm putting it on rude mud crap.
Shut up, Trippy. You don't even know what reciprocal means.
I'm gonna reciprocate you.
Yeah, buddy.
You all day. You're below me. You're underneath me. You know where you are? You're right at my crotch level.
Not if you're reciprocating
him.
I
will pay to have you removed.
You're right at my. Yep. I'm gonna sit on your head.
These tariffs.
I have a question.
Create more issues than just.
Yeah,
what you're talking about.
Go ahead. I'll go after.
Australia's been a massive ally to America for a very long time. A lot of Marines and your armed forces actually come over here to train because the geography of Australia, we have basically every geography that's around the world. So it's the best ally to come train your troops. You've just shown Australia.
Against emus?
That's retarded. It's a meme. Like Australia loses a lot of trust in America at this point. Like we've had a free trade agreement for 20 plus years. There's no reciprocation here.
Right.
We've had no tariffs against America. They've put tariffs against us for no reason.
Yeah, it's across the board right now. As I've stated, and that's
shooting your friends so you don't miss your enemies.
It's going to drop down to zero anyway. It's only 90 days.
Like that too. We don't. What the fuck's happening to our prices? They're all over the place.
Wait,
it's going to drop down to zero.
I mean, it feels like you're speaking out of both sides of your mouth now because you're saying, like previously, you're saying like, oh, to avoid the tariffs.
No.
All we're going to do, we're going to build manufacturing back in the U.S. or whatever. And now you're saying, well, actually, all these tariffs are going to drop to zero anyway.
Yes, when they institute reciprocal across the board.
You're actually retarded, Trippy.
When you say when they institute reciprocal across the board,
they had 90 days from the day it was announced. They should be making plans instead of fighting and acting like a bunch of bitches.
Why aren't we just
especially China
spending less money?
China is
maybe we should be looking at how the government can tax less. as an option.
I said China is asshole.
And speaking of assholes, sarcastic saint descending. James in the back for drinking too much moonshine and sounding like everyone's drunk uncle. James, go in the back and play your banjo. Smoke a cig.
Very funny.
China is asshole.
Yeah.
I used to have a
Kirby,
clip
I
of
have a
that.
question for you though. How do you feel about the USMCA?
I don't know what that is.
The United States Mexico Canada agreement, where it's a trade agreement where we all agreed we would.
It would be awesome. We could call it CUM.
Oh my God.
Canada, U.S., and Mexico.
Well, here's the thing: you're talking about Trump's economic policies, and the USMCA was instituted by Trump.
Sweet.
A free trade agreement that goes contrary to everything that he's doing right now.
It's
well,
only
no,
90 days.
No, because
is there anybody on panel? If I assume that
wait.
everybody who likes
No,
Trump
all
likes
trash.
tariffs, and everybody that doesn't like Trump doesn't like tariffs, is there anybody on the panel who
No,
deviates
that's
from that
not
formula?
What we said. That's not what we said.
No,
Hold on.
tariffs
I know. I'm asking a
Bad.
question. Does anybody on panel deviate from that?
What I'm going to say here is the tariffs should not even be necessary. If everybody dropped them down to 0, there you go. Why not? How come everybody doesn't just come to the table and say, "Hey, we'll drop it down to 0"? If you guys drop down to 0,
Wait, number one, Trippy. Number one, please.
One
please.
at a time,
Trippy,
please.
I
One
need
at a
I need
time.
Trippy. It sounds like, in principle, then you will agree that trade is good, right? Because you do
trade is
want free
absolutely
trade.
good. We got to do it back and forth right now. But the idea would be to eventually become self-sufficient on as many things as possible.
Okay,
That
so
would
now
mean
you're
being
absolutely speaking
self-sufficient
out of
on
both sides of your
electricity.
mouth. How
Right,
if you're saying these tariffs are going to go to
It's not
0,
both sides of
how
my
the
mouth.
fuck
I
are we
only
going to
have
be
one mouth.
self-sufficient on all these things?
I can't even turn my head, dude. I only have one fucking direction to speak in, and you guys just keep ducking and missing it.
Can you answer my question?
not that I've
all
gone
these,
back
if
on
these tariffs are going to go
anything.
to 0 because trade is so good, how are we going to be self-sufficient for all these
tariffs would
things?
go to 0 for any country that wants to make them 0 when reciprocal is instituted. You guys keep ignoring the fact that it was stated that they have 90 days from the day that it was announced.
It's a 90-day pause. Well, 10%
decide
tariffs
what
are
they're
still
going
in
to
place
do.
on all of them.
They're going to, yeah, right, sure. And 10% is in place on however many or all of them.
You
Yeah, sure,
understand?
exactly.
Like, let's say if we're
10%
relying,
across the board. You're not listening. You're just talking. You're waiting for me to finish my sentence so that you can get your next one out, and you're not hearing shit that I'm saying. And then you're repeating yourself over and
Okay, now
fucking
you're
over
grandstanding and
because
filibustering.
you're
I
a
hate it when
child.
people fucking do that.
And I'm not grandstanding. I'm just
You are.
stating
You are.
exactly what's been
You're talking
happening
about
here, Flo.
talking. You're talking about talking.
Flo, that's what.
Whoa. Is sarcastic saint taking my fucking job?
Sarcastic Saint came in with a big 5 and said, "Pursuit of knowledge to the back.
Oh, wait.
Share a drink with James and play some banjo songs with him. You are
Yeah,
whining and you need another 5 minutes. Goodbye."
What I meant to say is sarcastic
Is it me?
saint. Don't give. This is my job. I'm the one who gets kicked off before I can even say anything. Okay, I need value in this panel space. Stop giving that to fursuit of knowledge.
Hey, Trippy, what is reciprocation?
Reciprocation would be you do something to me, I do it to you.
Exactly. Don't you see
Kinda
how
simple.
you can't really
So
call this
like a reciprocal tariff would
Right.
be like if someone put a 10% tariff on you, you'd put a 10% tariff on them, right?
Exactly, which reciprocal isn't instituted yet. So in the meantime, everybody gets 10%.
But you agree that even in the numbers they showed that they will be instituting, that they had to pull back immediately because the world economy collapsed, that those are not reciprocal tariffs. We have shown you that tonight, right? We've shown you that
They
their
will
tariffs are
be
to fill in a
reciprocal
trade
tariffs
deficit,
when
right?
they're fucking instituted.
Oh, so those numbers they showed
Now,
are not the numbers they're going to
What
do.
what you're not looking at is the idea. The plan is to not even have to institute reciprocal tariffs. If people would just come to the table instead of deciding that we're the bad guy, then they'd be able to.
They were
make a
already at the
deal.
table. Almost everybody was at the table.
They
We
were
had
already
Australia,
again.
we-
How are we going to be self-sufficient if these people are going to come to the table and negotiate tariffs down to 0? You say you want to be
We
self-sufficient
will
in as many
eventually
things
be
as possible, but you're also
self-sufficient.
saying
That is the plan for the future.
They're
how are
already-
we
they were
eventually going to
already
be? How
started
are
that
we
he
going
was
to
in office.
achieve self-sufficiency?
Guys, you gotta go one at a time because everybody just hears
exactly.
Right, so just take your turn, take a breath,
And
maybe
if
write
you-
something down, scribble some circles on your paper in front of you, and wait your turn. Go ahead, Trippy.
If y'all would have listened the first time that he was in office, instead of just ignoring every single thing the man said, he said this was the plan the first time he was in office.
He said come to DC on January 6th.
Hold on, Flo.
No, he said stay home and don't go. And there's recordings of that.
No, he did not.
He said it multiple occasions. Anyways,
bull fucking shit.
He was talking about making America self-sufficient. We did it with electricity. That was canceled as soon as the next guy got in. I won't even blame him. But he did cancel it with an executive order. He wanted to make us to where we produced our own oil, and we were drilling, weren't we? He wanted to make it so that we were able to do everything that U.S. is able to produce right now, right?
But you're not going to be able to produce your own oil.
Before you get there, we can produce our own oil. Look at Texas. We've got tons of oil that's untapped.
Yeah,
we've got it in
that's
different
not enough to
states.
run the whole. That's not enough to run the whole country.
We've got it in plenty of other states.
We produced more oil under Biden than we did under Trump. So like, it's besides
because of what Trump already had instituted.
Yes, exactly.
And then
but
what did Biden do? Biden
didn't remove
eventually.
it. No, he didn't.
One pipeline, but he also approved. He also approved.
That's
like,
exactly
more
why he had to
Trump
go and
did.
dip into the reserves, right?
By the
why he
way,
had to dip into the reserves of oil.
Canada's already talking about not trading with the U.S. anymore and building our own pipeline just to say fuck you.
And to be 100% honest, Trump during his first presidency, because of the USMCA, believed in free trade between Mexico and Canada. Like that's just fundamentally true. When you write up a bill saying I want free trade between these things, and it's not going to be reciprocal for Canada and Mexico because Canada and Mexico are like conditional, because they're conditional.
Why do you know that? Like,
Because he said they're conditional. They're the reason. That's why it's violating the USMCA.
See, I think that this presidency is actually moving too fast for everybody.
Oh goodness,
Because
Flo.
it feels like he's been president for 8 years. Sorry, go ahead.
Flo, you have the option to kick one person off the panel, except for non-fun. He's in the safety net.
Oh shit!
Who would you like to boot off the panel?
Hornet.
I fucking hate you.
Why do you hate Mexicans?
And with that, I'll ask
Jesus, that scared me.
Furby, since you're always the one getting booted off, who do you want to bring back? In Pursuit of Knowledge or James?
Oh, that is a tough one, actually.
I know.
I think James, maybe, just because he is more wholesome. He's kind of like the Beverly Hillbillies.
All right, we'll bring James back up.
But he's drunk.
Maybe.
Hey, where is he?
I don't even know if he's drunk.
I went ahead and muted his mic for now.
Thank you very much there, Robert.
And Robert Demita with the big...
He threw it at me.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, that was
Robert
nice.
Demita is so sweet, is he not? He always says thank you. And he says Chris Lacombe.
Chris Lacombe? Is that for like Coomer? Lacombe?
It scared me so much. That's why I was like, "Oh shit!" While you were talking.
Who is Chris Lacombe?
Oh, Chris Lestrange.
Chris Lestrange, yeah.
Okay.
He's just making fun of them.
I was going to say, I thought, who rated me earlier when I was on? Oh, I forget. Anyways, yeah, no, that's awesome. Thank you.
Too many
Robert.
Chris's, I swear.
Yeah, there's way too much going on.
Trippy, I wanted to address what you said earlier about having 0% tariffs. I hope you realize that the only way we can have 0% tariffs is with a free trade agreement. And that is like, you can't keep a free trade agreement going when you have someone like Trump who sabotages the terms of the free trade agreement so he can wage economic warfare.
Yeah, I know. It's fun to watch, right? And the thing about
I'm just saying,
is,
you have to pick a lane, right? You can't have it both ways.
Well,
you're trying
he's
to
going to make a free trade agreement with someone when he's just not honored one.
Think about this.
The countries that he's got free trade with.
Dude, it's only 90 fucking days. So, anyways, look. Trump had a meeting with Zelensky, right? Trump had the meeting with Zelensky. It blew up on camera. It was all this big fucking thing for what, a week? Trump does the tariff announcement, also announces that he's going to put a 90-day pause on it. What was that even a full day later, or was that the same speech?
I think it was 1 or 2 days later, I'm pretty sure.
Well, they released the rumor a day later so that the market, or the same day, so that the market would rebound.
And Trump that day put out a message on Truth Social that said, buy now. at like 9 a.m. and then announced it about an hour later, and bam.
Which is supreme.
Did he really do that?
Yeah, he did.
That's not legal.
That's
so fuck was that?
Yeah, that's what
it's basically doing. That's basically doing what Enron did with like speculative.
That's exactly
buying,
like
that.
insider trading. I don't know. That's fucking crazy.
But on like a mass scale, like using the presidency to do it. That's fucked up, Trippy. Like you can't support that.
But I am gonna get a Truth Social account now because that
Dude,
if he's giving out insider stock tips,
so flow. It's not insider trading. They had to invent a term for it. It's actually outsider trading, and it's not illegal.
Well, there is
it's market
trading.
manipulation. I don't know how this is market manipulation.
So what?
Yeah,
you can't jail sitting
But
president.
this is the issue with
something
MAGA people is that they're
his last
absolutely part of
term.
a cult. Actually, both
Not
sides
a
are part of a
cult,
cult
dude.
because everybody's part of the
it is
pro
if
MAGA
you're
or
like,
the
all
anti
rules
MAGA
don't
cult.
apply to
Actually,
me.
I'm not exactly I'm not like straight up MAGA. I just think some of the stuff he does is classic, and it's going to remain in the lexicon for years. But
I'll put it this way, Trippy: you're straight, you're up, and you're somehow not mega. I don't get that. But
we agree it's going to affect us
happening.
for years. That's for sure.
No,
Trippy,
nonsense is
while
something
you're
interesting.
talking, do you want to read this one, Trippy?
It says, well, in the case of Trippycast, or in that case, Trippycast have another. And then I just got another one that says, the Kumpire is recruiting. We got jackets.
What the fuck?
Thank you, Jeremy, and effing Epic.
Better have like white splash marks on them for no apparent reason. But non-fun, you said something about like there actually is evidence of insider trading. Was that reference to the Marjorie Taylor Greene thing?
So there's that, but there's also like the fact that like, you know, right before he announced the 90-day pause, like there were, you know, calls for certain stocks that spiked, and then I think there was like a clip of him with his advisor saying like, oh, you know, this guy made like $100 billion this week, and this guy made X amount this week. Like it seems like there is evidence for. I didn't take notes in it or anything, but it seems like there is also evidence of insider trading. I don't know if just based on that evidence, I'd be comfortable saying he is doing it.
Yeah, because
but
the stock spike happened on the rumor, and then it was officially announced like a day or two later.
Well, there was specifically like calls from people who I think, you know, people suspect that people knew that Trump was going to announce a 90-day pause, and the people around Trump basically, you know, I'm not a finance guy, but I think
it's a safe assumption.
Put out a ton of calls.
It was probably just on.
This is exactly what Elon Musk was doing with his Twitter and crypto markets.
And
it was
I want
just a
to
signal message. There you go.
I want to interrupt. Furby, you've been sent to the back, but I want to ask the chat, if you want me to bring Hornet back, put a 1 in
Lauren
the chat.
said Hornet. And all I'm going to say is, like, Lauren, you act tough, but I also see you laughing at my jokes sometimes.
If you want to bring In Pursuit of Knowledge back, put a 2 in the chat. So 1 for Hornet, 2 for Pursuit.
Can I just trade with Hornet?
Did someone raid on YouTube?
Can I just dip out?
35
This is insider trading.
Someone,
Isn't Hornet also Australian?
If she says no, stay here, Mudcrab, and filibuster.
Filibuster. All right, looks like ones have it. All right, go to the back, and then I've got Hornet up. Krabby, if you're leaving, you're.
Oh no, if he's here, I'll stay for a bit.
Yeah. Oops, did I hit the right one?
Listen, Flo can deport me, but I'll come right back.
Thanks, Good Talk. It's not a cult.
We'll just do it again.
Talk. Look. All right. Yes, I will admit some people that are like full on MAGA act as if it's a cult, but look at the other side, Flo. Look at the nose rings and the hair dye.
Oh yeah,
and
no,
there's
two Trump cults. There are 2 Trump cults. Both of them are Trump cults. Just one loves them and one.
Yeah, they are. One just says they're anti-Trump, but they make all their money off of Trump, and they
thanks everyone on YouTube
celebrate
when
he's in the news
like
and all
stream,
that shit, right? Like, come on, you can't tell me. Nobody can tell me that CNN wasn't the most excited they had been in 4 years.
Did you see what happened to their numbers after he left office? They were tanked.
CNN was almost fucking off. Like,
yeah. They had this. Yeah, they pigeonholed themselves bad.
Yeah,
found themselves in a
going to be real
situation.
bad at the end of this one.
Okay, look.
Like, this is what we're watching. This is what we're watching in action, right? The guy had 4 years to decide what he was going to do with his next presidency. He got it, Now he can't be president again. So what's he doing? He's telling people he's going to run for a third term. He's fucking with the audience. He's messing with all his haters. He's getting nothing but press, just like the first time. And he's going to keep on doing it. The guy knows how to manipulate the people who hate him. And he knows how to say things that are going to go viral and all that other shit. The guy's a superstar.
Yeah,
and I don't care if you like
it. Fair. Like I don't understand why they think he can run for a third term, though. I don't get it. Why do they take that so serious? I mean,
first of all,
because of all the other things he's done that doesn't seem like he should be able to do, like announce on Truth Social people should buy shit.
Yeah, that's
right. But still, though, he can't legally run a third term, though. I mean, he would have to legally run a third term.
Quite a bit of
James, why are you drunk
things that Donald Trump has
done.
done.
Drunk again. This is only the first beer I've had today. I have, you know. And I was.
It only takes one. It only takes one.
Because I can't bring the wine down to a better, more tolerable level. Because it's like 17%. Alcohol in it. I can't drink that.
You know what gets you fucked up faster than booze?
What's that? A woman?
Yeah, well, no, slower actually.
No, alcohol, James. What are you talking about?
God, maybe one of you guys remember. There was actually a president in the past that ran for a third term, and I forget how he managed to do it. It wasn't FDR, was it?
It was. It was Theodore.
Theodore Roosevelt. Okay. Were we at war at the time or something?
No, it wasn't in law that you could only run for 2 terms until after FDR.
Yeah. After FDR.
It was a tradition started by George Washington.
Right. Because he only did 2 terms. And most people were like, you know what? Yeah, it was good for George. It's good for me.
But also, speaking of the past, Kirby, we have seen a president put in these kinds of tariffs before, and it led to an economic collapse. Like, this isn't new knowledge.
Oh no! Throughout the entire history of the country, every presidency that has put in massive tariffs has lost like the next 3 elections.
Yeah,
their party has lost the next 3 elections.
Well,
every time.
He can't lose another election. Personally, he can't.
The reason they lose the election is because of the negative economic consequences that these tariffs have. But you seem to be of the position that they're going to have positive economic consequences.
Eventually, yes.
Eventually,
over time, they'll have positive.
Wait, Trippy, I'm also you keep saying like these tariffs are going to eventually lead to manufacturing being in the U.S. But again, you're speaking out of both sides of your mouth because you specifically say like you think these tariffs are going to go to zero with these other countries.
But he's talking about going to zero after the fact, not
right when it's reciprocal. But
the same thing is going to happen again. What do you mean?
We don't have to talk about that again.
Can we just admit the insanity of like starting at, say, like with Australia, we're at free trade, we're at a surplus. Then
we
you wreck the economy,
tariff.
you add the 10%, you start a trade war with them, now you're at that. And so you're saying that the end goal for all that is to come all the way back to zero where we started.
It's called full circle. I'm going to say this. And
so all the pain had no reason.
At the end of the 90 days, what will most likely happen is another 90-day pause.
So it's market
you don't want that because you told me you want the U.S.
It's all hostage taking.
It's hostage taking, it's negotiation, and it's mob tactic. So what? Let's see where it leads us.
But you understand it's mobbing the American people as well.
It is mob tactic. It's exactly what I called it.
No, it's mobbing the companies.
James, all you've done so far in the last 60 seconds is just randomly throw words out there that nobody's listening to, and all it did was interrupt. Wait until a speaking point, right? It just makes more sense.
Also find more diction.
It's not mobbing foreign companies. It's mobbing. Like you tell us that you're poor without saying you're poor. If you look at what happened to the stock market, right, that affects us. Even if you don't own stocks, if you have a retirement account, anything, he's jolting every market up and down. So that fucks with everybody.
And also the reason they're going down is because the anticipated effects are negative. You're going to reduce. Trippy, do you think yes or no?
Effects?
Very simple question.
Yes,
if the tariffs go into
price in shit. They price it in advance.
You say that, and then you ask me non-simple shit.
It's a pretty simple question. Do you think tariffs, yes or no, are going to increase employment in the U.S. in aggregate?
Increase tariffs on their own? No.
Okay, so do you agree
you're looking to get companies to be bringing factory here, or at least use one of our factories to produce whatever they're producing there.
Yeah, and you
Because
recognize
we have
that
a
harms...
shitload of factories in the U.S. that are going unused. Look at Detroit.
How many people do you know who are looking for a factory job?
Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
This is
that's the next thing. Do you
there's no
think
factories to get jobs
Do you think
at.
that the factory jobs that come back will be the exact same kind of factory jobs from the mid 20th century?
I gotta say, I'm surprised you guys haven't brought up that the factory jobs will likely be replaced by automation. Like,
That's already happened.
I already know what argument you should go for. I've just been waiting and nobody said it.
Yeah.
I'm literally going down that track right now.
Good job, Effigy. You're smart. I like all you guys. I don't want to end this like where we're enemies or nothing.
Oh no, we're
like you just
too late, bitch.
Politics.
No, you, Flo. You know what? I'm gonna become still. I'm gonna be still state, and then we'll crash into each other. It'll be like a rock hitting a hard place.
I've shifted. Flow state is monetization purgatory.
Oh, the powdered donut. So I will be
dusty.
It
I
says
like
powdered,
donut better.
powdered dusty. Okay, well, I got nothing for that.
No, not
okay,
yet.
Trippy. So if you just acknowledge, correct, that you don't believe that tariffs will actually increase overall employment in the U.S.
Sarah, the raging hard on.
No, you didn't ask me that. You asked something else.
I asked, do you think tariffs will increase employment in the U.S. in aggregate? And you said no.
Not on their face. It's the result of what the tariffs should bring. And now,
okay,
like I said earlier, everybody's
of tariffs. Do you think that what the tariffs incentivize, which is, bringing manufacturing back or whatever, onshoring, do you think that will lead to an overall increase of jobs in the U.S.?
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. That was rude of me.
Okay. Do you think that tariffs and what they incentivize, which is to some extent bringing onshoring things, do you think that will lead to an overall increase in employment in the U.S.?
If they do bring factory or whatever they have to the U.S., it should. I don't see why it wouldn't.
Okay. So do you recognize, very simple yes or no question, yes or no, do tariffs harm the export sector?
Us exporting to other countries only if they start raising their tariffs on us.
Nope, absolutely not true. You're 100% wrong on that. And anyone can ask ChatGPT, and it will tell you you're wrong too. Ask ChatGPT about learner symmetry theorem.
ChatGPT for everything, but
that's
I understand.
Great. I understand. Okay, so very simple question.
Yeah.
If we're onshoring these jobs or whatever, is the U.S. buying less foreign goods?
I don't think we would be.
Okay,
right?
So we're going to onshore these factories, but what, people aren't going to buy? People aren't going to buy from them?
If we onshore the factories, yes, we would be doing less trade.
Yes.
Well,
okay.
Technically less trade, but we would still be giving them money. See, we wouldn't need to bring in their product if we were making the product here.
Do you agree that would reduce the amount of dollars held overseas?
I don't want to move on to the next question yet. What I'm saying is we would still be giving them money. We would be paying their company to produce their product in the U.S., which would make them money. They would be, able to take that money to their country or give it to their bosses. That's how companies work. Like if I make a donut company in Michigan and I have another one over in Missouri, right? But I live in Michigan. I'm still making the money from Missouri living in Michigan.
Correct. But a lot of the...
Sorry, Flo left. I apologize. I just have to do the logistics every now and then. Flo left. Put a 1 in the chat if you want the Furby back. Put a 2 in the chat if you want Pursuit of Knowledge. Totally up to the chat. I'll leave it to you. Powdered Donut has exited the building.
Why not both?
Well, now we can bring up both because... Well, no, actually, I got a newbie. So I'm going to bring the newbie up. Not so new here, but wonderful. So I'm going to go back to the chat. 1 for Furby, 2 for Pursuit. I might actually have to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we got 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, can someone donate like $5 so I can donate $5
like,
to her to do a 1v1 with the trippy guy.
All right.
For a few
Hi,
minutes,
Gemini. How are you, darling?
Fuck this, dude.
Are you?
I'm like you closed the contest too soon. Like put me back in the running numbers again. I'm hijacking all the votes. I don't know who won, but put me up against the winner, and I'm coming to take the crown.
Oh, it would be easy for you to beat the winner. Don't worry. That's why those two had the competition going. It was like a competition of the bottom. That's all it was.
Dang. So it was a losers competition.
They kept getting booted from the panel all night, so it's just a matter of
Sorry, Sarah, that we were making you money. Should we not let that
That is true. That is true.
That's what makes me the winner of them all. Didn't you know that?
Because losers do get used. So I get both sides of it, Sarah. Like, where it's like, yeah, you're a loser, but I will take your money.
Go get him,
and if you
Tiger.
thought you were going to get laid tonight, yeah, never. So
holy shit.
I
Thanks for
understand
the-
what you did
thanks for
there.
the
So
$5.
yeah, it's
I
perfect.
appreciate
It's
it.
a
I didn't think I would have
symbiotic
to do it. Okay,
relationship.
I'll do it.
Yeah. Shout out to
I
the
appreciate
losers
it.
as
Hell
well.
yeah.
You're right. I would not have
LC,
wanted
did I
to
pronounce
be
it?
in that crowd. Salute.
Shout out. And I believe Trippy, you were going on somewhere with a conversation. I wanted to give it back to you.
Yes. I was what was I saying? Oh, I was saying that like with the America Missouri thing. None Vaughn.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. Is your I'm sure what you're talking about will happen to some extent. But do you agree that increasing the price of foreign goods will reduce the amount of foreign goods bought?
Well, that honestly depends. It depends on what good, but I don't want to get like semantic.
This is insane. This is insane.
About it.
Obviously,
Look,
the answer is
what
yes.
I'm saying
Obviously,
is, like,
if you increase the price of foreign goods, people will buy less foreign goods. This is empirically supported.
Right.
You
'cause
can look at
brought
the
up how
evidence.
people-
You can look at the evidence that tariffs reduce imports. Tariffs reduce the amount of imports. That's quite obvious to anyone with a fucking brain. And this is actually the result that you yourself said that you wanted. You yourself said you wanted this stuff to be built here, which implies that we are not buying it from overseas.
Well, no, we wouldn't be buying the actual good from overseas, but we would be paying their company. How come you want to
But we're
overlook
paying
that?
the company here, right? So I understand. First of all,
The
there
money's
would
still
be
gonna go to that company,
probably
no matter
first
where
of
it
all,
is.
there would probably be American companies that would spring up to produce this stuff, or American companies that already exist that expand to produce these things, and that money wouldn't go overseas ever. And do you agree with that at least?
State again.
You agree that if we, for example, tariff steel, more people will buy steel domestically, and there is already domestic steel plants. There's already American steel companies that don't send their dollars overseas or whatever.
Right. We've got plenty of factories that make steel, right?
Yeah. So following from that, you would agree that tariffing imported goods reduces the amount of imported goods that we buy. Fair?
I don't really know if that's fair or not.
How is that not
we got
fair?
a lot of steel from China, right?
First of all, not really. China's I think China's number 9 in the amount of steel that we import. But
They were
second of
never
all,
number 1?
that obviously, I don't know if they were never number 1, but not historically they've not been number 1 very often. I can tell you that much. But that's besides the point. So if I can show you, I mean, we can just Google this right now. I know I have an estimate from it somewhere that tariffs do reduce the amount of goods that we import. Will you concede that you're wrong on that, or?
You know what? I don't think that. I don't think I know.
Okay, and just so we're clear, just so everyone in the audience can just look this up, or just use their own basic logic to understand that obviously if you increase the price of imports, that we're going to reduce the amount of things we import. The fact that Trippy won't admit to that is fucking absurd, especially when Trump himself. So Trippy said that he wants this very result, and Trump himself agrees with this because his formula implies that if we tariff these goods, we're going to stop importing as many goods, and that's going to reduce our trade deficit. That is what Trump's formula implies. Let's just assume it to be true that tariffing imports reduces the amount of imports that we buy. Sir. Can we assume that to be true?
Can I ask you a question?
Sure, buddy.
Does it matter to you if we pay off the supposed deficit? It's trillions of dollars.
The trade deficit or the budget deficit?
The fucking, what you call it? The big deficit, the country deficit, what do they call it?
The trade deficit or budget deficit?
The $37 trillion we owe to
whoever that's our budget
to.
deficit. So that's our budget deficit. I don't believe it's that I don't believe we need to pay it off, as in I don't believe we need to have a balanced budget. I would like it to go down. I would like to stabilize the debt to GDP ratio, at which point I have already told you that a 5% VAT would raise as much revenue, if not more revenue, than these tariffs, and it's not going to have the same negative effects. but so is a tariff. You recognize that people in the U.S. pay the
VATs
tariff.
are just us. We're only charging ourselves VATs
You recognize
money.
people in the U.S. pay tariffs, right? It's the person who imports the good who pays
not
the
way
tariff.
that you want people to think that they do.
Not the way. So
Look,
you recognize
look,
the
if
study
you ran a
that
business-
Trump's team said that the people in the U.S. the study that the Trump team used said that the pass-through rate is 90%. Do you acknowledge that much?
When we have a business, when you own a business, you pay for what your goods are. If you're getting your goods from another country, then you could call it paying a tariff, but that country's actually paying a tariff to send it to you, and they're charging you more. It's not you paying the tariff. It's you paying the
government. First of all,
cover for their own tariff.
The government.
Are you retarded?
So with a tariff,
you are retarded.
You don't know what a tariff is. When you import a good,
you don't know what a tariff is.
You pay
and it's
extra
very
money.
Obvious.
You pay extra money to the U.S. Treasury. That's how a tariff works. I don't know how.
No, you're going to pay that money to the fucking treasury any fucking way.
No, you weren't. If the good wasn't tariffed, obviously you wouldn't pay it. To some extent,
I'm not going to be paying the tariff, and neither are you.
Great.
If we're business owners, you're going to be paying the company that is producing whatever good for you in whatever other country. If you don't have to do that,
and you pay extra
then you
money
would
to
be
the treasury.
paying less. It's like this. If you were sitting there and you're going, oh, I want to move all my business to China because it's cheaper for me to have, and then Trump institutes this stuff, and all of a sudden it's more expensive for you to have it produced by China.
Wait, why is it more
You're
expensive?
going to want it produced in the U.S., aren't
If
you?
it's more expensive, that implies I
Have you
agree
not
at that point.
thought
This is what this whole
You
argument
have
is
not
about. Is
thought
that
this
you are
out.
denying that. I agree. If you tariff goods, we will buy less imported goods because you incentivize production
you're
in the
gonna buy
U.S.
more American
so
goods.
Do you agree? So we agree now. We agree that if you tariff goods, the amount of imported
I apologize
goods,
for earlier
the amount of
if
goods
we
that we
were
import
agreeing
falls.
already.
You agree with that now because you didn't agree with that earlier.
That we would buy more American things?
Yes.
So you're pro-tariff too?
No. But
because you want America to do good, don't you?
I need to go down this dialogue tree with you so
You
your
want
tiny
America to
little
do good,
fucking
don't
pea
you?
brain can understand. So do you agree, yes or no, that if we import less goods, the amount of dollars held overseas falls?
I simply will not answer yes or no because neither will you.
Okay, so for the audience, the answer is yes, and like anyone can look this up.
But I can answer without just being yes or no.
I don't care. I don't care what you say because you're a bad faith.
You know,
you're not
of course
seriously
you don't
engaging with
care.
anything.
You haven't cared
so
about a single
everyone in the
thing
audience
that's
should look up or
nice.
ask ChatGPT or ask Grok this question. It's very
And you're
simple.
getting
Or
really
look up,
antsy,
look
and
up
I
the
can see
tax
you
because you're
shaking.
fucking
Calm
insane,
down.
dude. Look up Tax
I'm
Foundation.
listening
How
to
do
you.
tariffs affect exports? What you'll see is that there's a very clear mechanism by which tariffs harm the export industry. Reducing the amount of goods that we import reduces the amount of dollars held overseas, and that increases the price of the U.S. dollar and world reserve markets, which harms exports. That is just one way, not the only way, but one way in which tariffs harm the export sector. So if we say that we're going to protect jobs, if we say that we're going to protect jobs in this sector by using a tariff, we also have to acknowledge that you're going to harm jobs in the export sector, and that is just one other sector that's hurt. Every other sector is also hurt.
You can't tell me one single object or good that we need to get from another country, can you?
Bananas, mangoes, and what do you mean by need?
Exactly. You can't tell me a single thing. You can grow bananas.
I told
in
you
the US.
bananas and mango. You can't. I
mangoes
almost guarantee you
in
the US does not have. I don't think the US has the capability to grow all
You can do it with hydroponics, anyways. Even if you don't need.
I don't believe the current
climate.
demand for bananas could be met with U.S. production alone. But
because
regardless,
bananas
what is your
come off of the
definition
same
of need?
mother plant.
Do you need to buy food from the grocery store?
God.
You could grow your own food, right? Do you acknowledge that? Do you acknowledge that? Do you acknowledge that you don't need to buy food
like
from
that?
the
I'm kind of worried about you.
You're fucking insane, Trippy.
You've been
do you
drinking
acknowledge?
Monster or
Do you
something?
acknowledge? I have been drinking caffeine. I love caffeine. I'm a
It's
caffeine
not
addict.
that important, dude.
But look, Trippy,
Yeah, I get you.
Trippy, do you acknowledge?
You know, I don't want to be a downer, but you guys do know what tomorrow is. What's tomorrow? Anniversary of the death.
Okay. Do you acknowledge that you do not need to buy food from the grocery store, and you could instead grow your own food?
You definitely could. You can
Do you
live off the
acknowledge that
grid.
there is an opportunity cost to doing so, and that you have better ways to spend your time?
You buy seeds, you plant the seeds, you grow the stuff, and then you don't need the seeds because you can just grow more plants.
I recognize that. Do you acknowledge that there's an opportunity cost to doing so?
Just
in
like
that
if you buy a
have
chicken.
more, in that
Free
you
eggs.
have more, in that you have more valuable things to do with your time. You can specialize in streaming or
when
whatever
you're
your
growing
real job
own
is. I
food,
don't know.
It's not all the only thing that you do is grow food. It's not like that.
I recognize that, but like anytime you recognize there is an opportunity cost to growing your own food, right? Wait, can you define opportunity cost?
Yeah, exactly. Just like with the tariffs, right off the bat, there's going to be a cost, and eventually you can make it.
That opportunity cost never goes away, Trippy. You have no understanding what opportunity cost is. You have no understanding what you're saying.
You don't think I do, right?
You very clearly don't.
You can just opportunity cost. I don't know all day.
Because you don't know. I asked you to define. You don't know what GDP is. You don't know what opportunity cost is. You don't know what comparative advantage is. You don't know the savings investment imbalance. You don't know what the trade deficit is. You don't know any of these things. And you admitted that I have more knowledge about econ.
I did. I said you have more knowledge about economy. That is great. But you don't have more knowledge about I don't know, drawing. Right.
Okay.
Sure. You don't understand.
Wait. You're actually making a good point. You're actually making a good point for trade, which is that people specialize in different fields of knowledge and then trade with each other because obviously people can't draw. Obviously, people can't. You're actually making a good point. You don't realize it, which is that it pays for you to specialize in drawing because I'm a bad artist, and it pays for me to specialize in learning econ because I understand. And
the U.S. knows how to make most of the shit that we would be getting from other countries.
But you understand there's an opportunity cost to do it. I'm gonna crash out, dude. Do you understand there's an opportunity cost to doing so?
The ability to manufacture these things in the mass that we need to eventually.
I understand we have the ability to do so the same way that you have the ability to grow your own food. But you need to recognize that there are gains from specialization, there are gains from exchange, and there are gains. Trippy, I will 1v. Trippy, damn me on Discord. We'll set up a fucking 1v1. You're fucking insane and unbelievably stupid. But okay.
I love being insane, but you don't understand that.
Between the two of you, if you'd like a moderator in the middle of you, but you did pay for the 1v1, and that was nice. And also, Robert Demita dropped over on Trippy's side, the big four, and Sarcastic Saint. Yes, he did. Pardon me. And Sarcastic Saint says with the big five, if James didn't choose to send to the back, then I choose in pursuit of knowledge in the back for 10 minutes. Since I donated 5 2 times and brings back Furby. All right, Furby is on, Pursuit is off, and then Gavin with the big 5 says, "Holy can Dollar General
free trade and immigration is substitutes." You would think the people who hate immigration would like free trade because it means instead of immigrants coming here to produce things, instead, these people would.
Can I say
stay in Mexico and still produce things
to get in on that 1v1 between Trippy and non-fun? So if we can find a way to make it a 2v2, I'm so down.
I made myself lightheaded earlier. That was fun. Kind of felt like getting high. I haven't smoked weed in like 7 years.
This is such like an obvious thing. It's insane to me that these people won't answer these basic questions about opportunity costs and about it. What I want Trippy to recognize: does protecting industries draw resources away from other industries? That is the fundamental question I want answered.
Does protecting industries draw it away from whose industries?
Other industries, unprotected.
Like internet,
industries, like from other countries.
Like for example,
the example, Trippy, I try to go down a very specific path with you to make you understand that protecting, for example, the sugar industry will hurt the export sector, but you seem to be capable of understanding that basic logic. So I'm broadening it now. I'm broadening it now to say that if you change the relative profitability of industry, as in you make clothing production relatively more profitable via a tariff, you're going to hurt other industries because people are going to start investing in clothing production, and that draws investment away from other sectors.
I know exactly.
Yeah, what is that called, by the way? Isn't that like the production's frontier curve or something like that?
So the PPF curve is.
But what he's doing is he's trying to walk me down a path so he can say his predestined answer.
Here's what I'm going to offer to the chat, because this is going very well, and I'd love to see it continue. If you'd like the Degen Power Hour, which means we'll get one more hour after this, you have to finish the goal within the next 15 minutes. You have 15 minutes to do it. That means it's 12:54 now, so give the 5, add the 10. So at 1:10, I either shut down and go to bed and go night-night, or we continue on with the Degen Power Hour over on the Gauntlet side. Okay, you've been told you have 6 more super chats to go to hit the goal, and then we will continue on with the Degen Power. Okay, 6 more goal. In there.
Oh shit, it's curve
where like the U.S. can hypothetically make and this is just 2 products, so we're simplifying here. It can either make all airplanes and no shoes, or all shoes and no airplanes. And there's a relationship between it. There's a curve where you kind of want it in between. You want a certain amount of shoes and a certain amount of airplanes because you kind of need both of those things for your country. Do you understand that so far?
Yes, exactly. You're saying that like there's shit that we don't know how to make.
Basically. No. We know how to make it. We're just not as good at making it.
Okay.
Like we can easily make like 1 airplane for every 10,000 shoes. That makes sense, right?
Well, yeah, but I'm 37, right? I don't know how old everybody here is, but everybody who's around my age and older can tell you that when products were made in America, they were better quality.
Okay, so what you just said is completely irrelevant, and you're not actually engaging with the basic comparative advantage.
Stop.
Why do you keep derailing to like these irrelevant things?
Caffeine.
It's so insane that you won't engage with like very basic, like incredibly basic.
Legal,
like we're trying to walk you through the most basic.
Can I land my plane with the point I was trying to make?
Please, Melody, please.
Please, yes.
The point is that different countries have different curves. And what that means is that different countries have comparative advantage between them. So if America sells 1 plane to China for a certain amount of shoes, then that's because America gets a way better advantage there. Because if they were to give up 1 plane, they could only get like maybe 2 shoes. But if but China can get like 4 shoes for that plane. Or can make 4 shoes for every plane, and that's a very simplistic analogy. So don't read it like don't think about the cost of a plane. But the idea is that because of these curves being different in each country, you can't just say, "Oh, we're going to produce everything here." You can't have it both ways. That's assuming that you can have infinite production of all goods.
Okay.
Has anybody here ever been in a manufacturing job?
Nope.
Yep.
Does anybody here have a company in manufacturing?
Nope.
I don't have a company, but I've worked in manufacturing.
Okay, well, I owned a company. My old man owned a company in manufacturing.
Crazy.
Yeah. Most of you are full of crap.
Okay, respectfully.
So look.
I guarantee you I'm going to have a better understanding of international trade than you.
To produce a good. You do understand that, don't you? And the business owner is going to outsource to get the best price that they possibly can to produce that good via those materials. This is basic 101 economics. You ready to get spanked, kids?
Ooh, I like spanked.
Respectfully, I guarantee you I know more about international trade than you do. I guarantee you, and I will showcase it.
I don't give a shit about international trade. I don't give a shit about...
Okay, we're talking about international trade. I guarantee you I know more about... I guarantee you I know more about tariffs. I guarantee you I know more about manufacturing. I guarantee you I know more.
One at a time.
I like lining my pockets. I don't care about international trade, and I don't care about lining another country's pockets and making them fat.
Then just realize that that's very limiting to how effective your commentary is here.
No, it's not. Don't even talk to me.
This is tariffs are an international trade issue.
No, wait, where are we going to get our
whatever your point is? You're over there too busy concentrating on kids and getting access to kids. I'm not looking.
So are you talking about
I'm here.
Low IQ shit. Like she's just coping. Like that's all it is. Like she knows deep down inside. She knows deep down inside that she's a Dunning-Kruger. That her manufacturing experience only gets her so far, and definitely that she cannot talk about international trade on this. And when we're telling her that limits your commentary, this is the best she can do. This is the best she can do.
Right?
Well, just let
that all you got. Do better, hon. Do better.
I want to hear what she was going to say about international trade.
More
you got to let her say it before you can judge what she's going to say, right?
I don't give a shit about lining another country's pockets. Our interest should be our interest, period. Other countries do not necessarily make or produce anything better. They do it for cheaper via slave labor.
Okay, so
before anybody goes, let me do this, and then Nova, you're gonna get your 1v1, okay?
Ooh.
All right. So you guys came in super amazing. I love you. I love DGen Power Hour. We're gonna rock this freaking shit. Okay. I have dropped. Yeah, I'm a happy tomato now. I have dropped the link. It is.
Sorry, I'm late, man. I was out.
Oh, that's okay. I love your fire. I pinned it to the top. It will take you over to the gauntlet start shifting over. Just click the link. Same show, different place for those who are watching. Everybody on stage, you just stay right where you are. I'm going to shut the Raging Tomato down here in just a few minutes. So follow the link that I pinned and you'll continue on with the show. Basically, I'm rating myself on another channel. Nice. All right, so do that now. All right, so we had some awesome, amazing super chats come in over on Trippy's side. John Bart with the big 2 super chat goal. Coom, dang puppy coom.
Thank you, John.
And Robert Tomita with the big 5 just to say, he always gets spazzed out when I say hit the goal or I go to bed because he knows I go to bed if they don't hit that goal. And non-fun in with the 2 just to say non-fun win. And Effing Epic is a new member, I believe, on Trippy's side.
Thank you, Epic. Don't forget to use that Maxer emoji.
Oh, you got one of those? I need one of those.
Yeah.
OXCatXO in with the big 10 because they would like to see this
it's
continue on.
It's OXCat.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. I would have thought that would have been like XOXO.
I don't think she's ever told. I don't think she's said it either way, but I'm just saying it's OXCat just so we can stop doing this.
Oh, all right. Fair enough. And then Avery with the big 5 to say 2v2. So Trippy, non-fun, and I believe Furby. I believe we need just one more partner in there, and I'll put together a Mod Monday for the 4 of you, and you can have at it if you want. If that's what you want to do. If you want to do a 2v2, or if Trippy and non-fun, you just want a 1v1, I'm happy to oblige. And Robert with the big 5, see, he's getting his anxiety so close. Make it happen. And of course they did. OXCat, OXCatXO with the big 5 to keep it going. Millennial Mike with the big 20. And actually, Millennial Mike has reached out to me. He's going to be coming on for a Throwdown Thursday. We're going to be discussing landlords and the socialism concept and capitalism concept and all of those things behind being a landlord, and is it right to have high rental costs and so on and so forth. So look out for that thumbnail. I'm making them all tonight. He says 6 super chats shouldn't be that big of a problem. Support your lovely host, the Raging Tomato. What a saint she is for putting up with all of this. Yes, you guys have given me a lot of patience. Sarcastic Saint with the big 5 says Trippy in the bag for 5 minutes for 2 reasons. 1 is letting non-fan kick his ass in a simple debate, and 2 is for sounding like a 60-year-old smoker. So I'm going to throw you in the back, Trippy. And then Ben with the big 5, tell her to stop woman-splaining and lose about 40 pounds. Shots fired. Shots fired. Don't be mean to my sexy, hot lady over here.
And my new red hair.
I love it. It's beautiful. And of course, non-fan would like a 1v1 with Nova. While you guys are doing your 1v1, I'm going to be doing logistics backstage to get everybody over to the gauntlet. So you might as well start moving now. Thank you. And
you guys can stay.
I don't think Ben likes girls. That's why he's calling him fat all the time. But whatever.
I'm tired of
How
people
you doing?
who...
I haven't seen you since you were on my show.
Yeah, that's great. I don't care. Respectfully, I'm tired of these people who act like own these fucking companies and everything, telling me that like they know a ton about like economics and everything, and it turns out like every single time I know infinitely fucking more than them. So I just very simple question: do you support the tariffs?
Okay, well if you think you're so fucking badass, then why don't you go open a company and show all of us?
Yeah, it's great. So I recognize. Here's the thing. I'll recognize where I'm not skilled. Okay, I recognize you're probably better running company than me. Here's a question though. What is savings minus investment equal?
Or working knowledge, and you can't get it done, but you want to give me.
Yep. Great. Yeah. What is savings
right?
minus investment equal? What is savings minus investment equal?
No, we're here to talk about manufacturing.
That's great. What are the four? What are the 4 components of GDP? What are the 4 components of GDP? What are the 4 components? What are the 4 components of GDP?
I don't. What is gross?
Yeah, see, respectfully, like she doesn't understand any fucking thing about macroeconomics. So
I'm not here to talk about all that stupid shit. I'm here to talk about manufacturing.
You absolutely are. You just are too dumb to understand how it ties into it. Okay, so do you support Trump's tariffs because you believe that they will help manufacturing? Is that the position?
What are you, 19?
I'm 19. Yes, ma'am. Anyway.
Oh, okay.
Do you support Trump's tariffs because you believe they will help manufacturing? Is that the position?
My position? Yeah, that's my position. Now what?
Okay. do we acknowledge that during Trump's first term, because he tariffed a lot of intermediate goods, that the aggregate impact of manufacturing employment was negative?
I don't remember what it was back then.
Okay, so yeah, I can tell you because you are not familiar with any of the literature on this.
No, I don't don't be condescending.
No, I will be condescending because I'm fucking tired of these people, okay, that act like they're so much smarter and like try to make fun of me for being a kid when I know infinitely more than them. I know the literature on tariffs. So respect. So that's great. So when in Trump's first term, when he did tariffs on steel, because steel is an intermediate good, and because of exchange rate appreciation, which I can tell you about too, if you don't know what that what those words means, which I guarantee you don't.
Well, wow, you're kind of a punk, aren't you?
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Do you know what exchange rate appreciation is?
You know
hold
what?
on, wait. Tell me. Do you know what exchange rate appreciation is?
Number one
do you know what?
For steel goods,
do you know what exchange rate appreciation is? She doesn't. She doesn't know. She doesn't know what exchange rate appreciation is. She doesn't know what exchange rate appreciation is. That's why she wanted to. So just real quick.
Go jerk off in the corner. I don't care. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, that's great. So during Donald Trump's first term, he imposed tariffs on steel and aluminum, and this is meant to protect American jobs and American manufacturing.
Get to the point.
If you actually look at the studies, it ended up being a net job loss because for every one job that you protect in the steel industry, 80 other jobs consume steel, and therefore you hurt 80 jobs and only protect one job. And if you look at the studies around this, it seems like that Trump's first tariffs were a 75,000 job loss, specifically in the manufacturing sector, not even accounting for the job losses that probably happened in other sectors as well. So
oh my God,
here's the question.
So
here's the yes, I understand. Do you listen? Do you understand the point I just made? I just pointed out to you that if you tariff intermediate goods, as Trump's universal tariffs are doing, you actually hurt manufacturing employment. Do you understand that?
Do you understand that we haven't been manufacturing half of that shit for a very long time?
That's not true. That's not true. You're speaking. You are speaking out of your ass because I have actual data and statistics.
Shut up! I'm talking now.
Okay, continue.
Do you realize that we used to manufacture all of that stuff in the country at one point? Do you realize that we have most of the materials and the goods and the minerals to produce a whole lot of things, including petroleum, right? Gas and all that stuff.
We still make oil here, but yes.
And we shift those things off and have them imported. So we make everybody else happy and we make everybody else fat. Meanwhile, we have no fucking jobs. We are subpar in the manufacturing world.
Also
and
not true.
when we do that, they are not getting the same taxes that we are giving. You do realize that, right?
No, you have no. Basically, everything you just said was wrong. So the really,
everything I said was wrong according to the guy over here who's 19 who probably doesn't even have a job. Sure,
that's great. That's great, but you have no understanding of anything. So real manufacturing employment real manufacturing output in the U.S. was going up all the way during this entire period where he's saying we're offshoring everything, not because of trade, but because we just automated these jobs. If a trend line tied to manufacturing employment data from 1960 to 1980 projected out 30 years. Basically almost exactly predicts the manufacturing employment in the U.S. with having no knowledge of NAFTA, with having no knowledge of China being in the WTO, with having no knowledge of all these free trade agreements, we still predict that manufacturing employment is almost exactly where it is now. That suggests that trade just did not have a bigger impact on manufacturing.
Are you trying to win on merit? I
actually have read the literature on this, so I can tell you that from all the studies I've seen, trade was maybe like 30% responsible.
Anyways.
So I've actually read the literature. I can send you the studies if you want, that some studies say like literally 90% of the manufacturing job loss was due to productivity increases. Other studies, which I think more reasonably put it at like 30%, 25%. There's one that I think is pretty high that says like 40%, but none of them are majority. I've actually read the literature on this, and you haven't because you're fucking too stupid to.
What is your fucking point? Are you happy that we're going to be manufacturing things here again and making jobs? I just explained to you that is not happening. So if you would let me finish, I just explained to you, manufacturing output in the U.S. has actually been going up until 2008. When sort of structural factors after the great financial crisis slowed manufacturing productivity down. Obama came in?
Yes, exactly. It was all Obama's fault. Yeah, the 2008 crisis was definitely Obama's fault. But anyway, regardless, we were automating these jobs. We're actually manufacturing. By output, we are manufacturing more now than we did in 1990, than we did in 2000, and we did in all these other years. And manufacturing by value added is still going up to this day. Everyone type into Google Fred manufacturing output value added, and you'll see the continuous line up. Additionally, there are very good structural reasons why the manufacturing share of employment falls in every developed country. Every single developed country has followed the same path. They start with very high agricultural employment and very low service sector and manufacturing employment. Agricultural employment falls, service sector employment continually rises, and the manufacturing share of employment rises until it peaks, and then it starts falling. Even countries like Korea that run trade surpluses, Germany that has trade surpluses, and manufacturing sectors experience the same decline in employment. This is a normal, healthy relationship for countries to have, and it is basically inevitable from per capita income increases. I can explain that to you.
Oh my God. You just blah, blah, blah. You just like listening to yourself talk.
Yeah, I understand. I've actually read the literature and everything on this.
I don't care what you're reading. Half of the shit you're saying is wrong. Like
you have no evidence that anything I said was wrong.
Reagan and Clinton helped move all of these companies overseas. You do realize that,
you don't
right?
listen. You don't listen because I just explained to you that even absent that, I just explained to you the reasons why trade is not responsible for the manufacturing share of employment job loss.
I came into this conversation like literally when I showed up, right? You do know that,
Yeah, I understand.
Right?
I just explained to you three different reasons. I just explained to you three different reasons why trade is not responsible for the manufacturing share of employment dropping.
What makes you think that?
The fact that I just said it.
Uh-huh.
Everyone can rewind and watch me talk about how this is the last thing I said was this is a normal path that all countries follow. There are very strong structural reasons as to why this happens.
I disagree with your literature.
I said that a large amount of it was.
Most of your literature. Most of the stats are doctored up.
No, you don't.
Most of the
you can't disagree with it because you haven't read it.
Manufacturing, for everybody, in case you don't know, parts of things are assembled in another country, and then they do like one little piece of it over here, and then they say, oh, gee. Made in America or mostly made in America, and it's a way to get around the nomenclature. Okay, it's a part of the it's part of the fine print of doing business.
That's great. So you can't listen there. You said that there were no jobs. Do we acknowledge that tariffs can only protect jobs at the cost of?
I didn't say no jobs. I just said
understand you didn't mean literally no jobs, but everyone can rewind. You literally said we used to have all these jobs, now we don't have any jobs.
Yeah, well,
so do you recognize? Do you recognize that tariffs can only protect jobs at the cost of other jobs? Do you recognize that?
Sunglasses off. You're pulling them out of context.
Do you recognize?
You're pulling anything that I try to say out of context.
Okay, so here's a simple question then. Do you believe that tariffs will lead to an overall employment increase in the U.S.?
I think it will halter it temporarily until the second part of it resolves itself, because it has to come in from someplace else. The countries will either have to renegotiate and acquiesce, or we're going to have to cut off the trade and we're going to have to start reassembling somewhere else.
Right.
That's how it works.
So let's say these tariffs go into effect. My question is, if these tariffs go into effect and we start producing things here, do you believe that will be a net job increase in the United States?
That's an obviously fucking retarded no-brainer. Obviously.
Your answer is yes?
Obviously, it's going to
open up a whole
lot of manufacturing jobs and assembly jobs. Yeah.
Do we not manufacturing jobs specifically, all jobs, total jobs?
I'm using it as a pejorative. Okay.
Okay. Will the total number of jobs go up if these tariffs go into effect?
Obviously, if they don't negotiate it out.
Okay. So, do you agree, yes or no, that tariffs generally appreciate exchange rates? Do you know what those words mean?
Yeah. You little shit.
Do you know what they mean? Explain to me what foreign exchange rate appreciation is.
I know. You know what? No, I'm not even going to dignify.
She doesn't know. So for the audience, foreign exchange rate appreciation.
I'm not going to answer condescending
foreign exchange rate appreciation for the audience and for her, because I am rude because you are. It's fucking absurd for you to come in here and say, "Oh, I own a manufacturing company. You're just 19," and then I know infinitely more about all this stuff than you. It's fucking insane. Anyway, for the audience, and you should probably listen to this too.
Sure you do.
Foreign exchange rate appreciation is when the value of your currency rises relative to other currencies in world markets.
Sure you do. Mm-hmm.
So when we tariff foreign products, people buy less foreign products. What that means is that there are less dollars entering the foreign reserve market. What that in turn means is that the value.
I know what it means.
I don't believe you do.
Just because I'm not going to dignify you if you're going to talk down to me.
So what that means is that the value of the dollar in world markets goes up. Now, Miss Nova, what do you think the value of the dollar in world markets going up? Okay, now Star. What do you think the value of the dollar going up does to export markets? She doesn't know. She doesn't know. She doesn't know. She doesn't know, guys. She doesn't know. So I'll give you the answer, guys, for the audience. When foreign exchange rates appreciate, you hurt American exporters because other currency. Yes, because you guys are both fucking dumb. Because other countries have to spend more of their currency to buy U.S. dollars, which means they buy less U.S. exports. Now, simple question, Star. I think you can get this one right. I think you can get this one right.
I'm trying to sit here and think if it's going to really hurt anything or not. Actually,
do you believe that if exports fall, there will be less jobs in the export sector?
Possibly.
Okay, good to know.
But it's
you basically
temporary.
got that
you
one
do
right.
realize
for everyone
it's
to
all
reckon
temporary. There has to be a correction.
Nope, it's not temporary.
It doesn't go
if
just
as long as the tariffs stay in place, exchange rates will be higher than they otherwise would have been. Do we also
I'll say
acknowledge
it again. There's always a correction in all the markets, in all of them. There has to be a correction. Once the law takes place, what happens? The law has to go, and then we have to see how it's going to work into the markets. There's usually a down into the markets before it goes back up.
Yeah, fun fact for everyone who has critical thinking skills, okay? If you leave the tariffs in place,
which is obviously not you,
if you leave these tariffs in place,
go see a dermatologist.
You're never so true, buddy. You're never those dollars are not going overseas because to your point, we are buying things domestically. You're never exchange rates with tariffs are always going to be higher than they otherwise would have been without tariffs.
I don't believe that there will be no trade with any other countries.
I'm not saying this. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm obviously not saying that, and I don't believe that you said that. I believe what you said is that if we tariff certain goods, obviously we're going to buy less imported goods in those sectors, at least, right? Fair?
Obviously.
Fair. Okay. And to my point, so long as we're buying domestically, we are not giving other countries dollars.
Other countries the money. Yes, fair, obviously. I came here saying I'm not interested in making other countries' pockets.
Okay, wait. So, I just real quick, like that appreciates exchange rates, not harms the export sectors. Just real quick on that, making other countries fat part.
Said, but okay.
I absolutely understand what. Anyway, do we we have trade deficits. Do you think those are a problem?
I don't like the way it's been going. Obviously, so obviously it's been a problem.
Okay, so we leave these other countries with our dollars, right? And you think that's a problem?
Can you say that one more time?
So we leave these other countries with our dollars, right? You're saying we're making them rich. Is that an issue?
Okay. That's a bit. Yeah, that's an issue.
We also. So what do they do with our dollars once they have them?
This is the stupidest question I've ever heard.
What do they do?
Whatever the fuck they want to do with it. Obviously.
Give me an example.
It obviously goes into their economy.
Okay, so fun fact. So just to be clear, you think that if I buy a Chinese good, okay, I give someone in China dollars.
I give someone not necessarily how they're spending.
I give someone in China dollars. Do you think that they go spend that money in their economy?
I don't know. Maybe sometimes.
Okay, so everyone in chat, if you go visit China and try handing out USD to people, you'll notice people in China don't fucking accept USD. Dollars are really only good in the US. When other countries,
I'm thinking monetary. When
other countries have our dollars. When other countries have our dollars, they're left with dollars because of a trade deficit. They either, one, buy goods from the U.S. and the trade deficit disappears, or two, invest in the U.S. And do you know what that's called? Do you know what that's called when they invest in the U.S.?
Tell me.
It's called a capital account surplus, baby. I understand you have no understanding of basic balance of payments, but for every dollar that goes into the trade deficit, it is offset by a financial account surplus because these countries invest in treasury bills, they invest in U.S. companies, and that increases American workers' productivity. Hold on. Now, I just want everyone to know, this girl came in here saying like I'm young and naive, and she knows nothing. She knows nothing.
Your body is literally writhing on the ground.
You actually
there are literal flies going around. You have destroyed her. It's embarrassing.
No, he has not.
Oh, sorry, Star. It's absolutely embarrassing that this 19-year-old fucking destroyed you in this.
No, Pursuit, he didn't. He talked in stupid. He talked in retarded circles. And he threw out a bunch of bullshit that he knows other people don't fucking see.
Only one person in that debate demonstrated an understanding of tariffs.
Only one person in that debate demonstrated that they've read a book.
Nova, oh sorry, Star.
And a specific fucking book at that. You guys want to sit here and act like this little fucking, I don't know,
allow me
piece
to
of bubble gum under my fucking shoe knows anything?
Under the roof of his
gauntlet side of everything. Welcome to the gauntlet. This is the hour. This is basically
That was fucking
the
great.
open
That was
channel
fucking
riff raff
great.
of,
That was
I don't
fucking
give a
goated, man.
fuck if you change the topic, you yell at each other, whatever. It is just separate from the other show, and we are trying to boost the
Sarah's live
gauntlet. It
crash?
is not
No, she switched
monetized,
over
but
to
we
the-
do
a
offer
different
super
channel.
chats
But, I mean, you just keep
or
watching
the
my
Buy
channel,
Me a
'cause I'm
Coffee.
cool.
You can speak through those. Pardon me. But a few came in while the two of you were yelling at each other. Jeremy came in with the big five, says nobody puts Trippy in the corner.
I do.
And
Oh,
now
I do.
you are up in the corner, Trippy.
I'm in a
And-
corner.
And compliments to Ben
that's
for
what I want. I wanna-
continuing
dude,
that
I will
one-on-one
2v1. I will
speed
2v1
date from
Nova
Hal. That was quite
and
interesting.
Trippy.
You got yourself an extra
I
10
love the
minutes
banner
out of
you put
that.
at the bottom, by the way.
You little shit. Good
You little
star. That's a
shit.
quote. No, hey, since we're on a different channel, I'd like to start by saying, Non-Fon, I guarantee that you have problems pissing in public.
Oh
Yep,
my.
so true, buddy.
I bet you
Ben
can't
with
even
the
empty your
big-
bladder.
Well, we are trying to monetize this channel, Trippy.
Well, I mean,
but-
that's not too bad, right?
No, it's not. But
I
Ben with the Big
Wait,
10
Jack, are you
says
from
to
Grid's
you,
channel? I
Nova,
feel like
why
I've seen
not
you in
put on
Grid's
more
channel
clothes?
before, right?
You're hanging low. Also, you can't debate at all.
She actually has the lay'em on the table in front of her. It's kind of cute. I like it. Yeah.
No, I'm actually
yeah.
I'm down behind
Put 'em on the table.
desk.
You could at least
no,
wear a
I'm not
bra.
doing none of that. Get out of
Put 'em
here.
on the table. She,
Ben
you know,
Ben
the
likes
thing
boys,
is-
so what's it matter to me?
Oh no, this time she's not.
Ben likes
This is
boys.
my
What do I
wife,
care?
guys. Okay, that's my wife.
He likes,
mean,
he likes
You got a
fat,
problem
hairy
with
boys.
Star. You got a problem with me.
Shut
Bras
up.
I
are a
have weird
wonderful
holes
feat of
over here.
manufacturing, folks. Bro.
And Ben with another 5 says, ha, she's getting crushed.
Is that your
by a
boyfriend,
kid."
Non-Fun? Is that why he's like coming in?
I wish
for
I
you
had a
like
boyfriend.
this?
I wish I had a boyfriend.
Yeah.
Everyone I don't like is gay too. Don't worry about it, Star.
Wouldn't that make
And
you
that's
feel
right,
better, Star,
folks.
If that was the case, jeez.
That's right, folks. If you
Darn.
want to
Darn,
appreciate the
it's
stream
not the
rate,
fact.
What are you
holy
doing
fuck,
over there,
Pursuit.
Pursuit? What are you doing over there?
I'm glad you're getting some money out of this, Sarah. I really am.
Yeah, that's right,
I
folks.
don't have complaints, but I wouldn't, you know what I mean? Like, I know everybody on here has very thick skin and can handle the comments
hope
that
so.
come in. So, I mean, I think we'll all be fine in that event.
Excuse me, I have
but
thick fur.
thick fur, my apologies. But I will ask one thing of the chat. There are 160 of you watching and only 26 likes. What the fuck is wrong with you? What is
I was
wrong
literally
with you?
trying to do that.
That is rude, people.
I was gonna
You have
say,
to hit a like.
yo, chat. If you want to appreciate the stream rate, be sure to like this stream.
For real.
Oh, we're still on the same channel,
Somebody,
right?
somebody unliked it. It went from 26
I'm noticing
to
on my stream we
25.
got
What the
39 people and only 19 likes. We're
Oh.
gonna need to up that like
Yeah,
button.
you
We're
little
gonna
shits.
need to hit
You
the like
little
I
button.
accidentally liked
Hey,
mine.
I
and
just
liked
had to do
yours.
that just to trigger
There you
it,
go.
just to get a laugh, and then I reliked it. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And I had liked my own stream, and now I've liked yours. That was a complete accident. I thought I was on the right screen.
Oh, that's funny.
So I unliked my own and liked yours instead.
Fuck you. The
Aw,
glasses
thank you,
go hard. The
Trippy.
glasses
How
are awesome.
thoughtful.
I feel powerful.
And I brought
Very nice.
Pursuit this.
I can answer
It's
one of the
censored.
trivia questions.
It's okay. Pursuit.
The appreciation of exchange rate is when the buying power of one country goes up relative to another. Is that right, Non-Fon?
Correct. That is correct. It's when the value of the dollar goes up in world markets. Yep.
Yeah, not fun. I know your chat likes to say that everything that you're saying you're winning, but you have this debate tactic that
I'm not
when
his chat.
No, not you.
No, he won.
Okay, but he has a
He
debate
made
tactic that
substantive
comes-
arguments
I do
and
have a debate
demonstrated
tactic.
understanding.
He argues like Destiny because he's probably a
true.
big
Because
Destiny,
Destiny wins a
fanboy.
lot of debates. Destiny is
Destiny
usually
sucks at
more
debating.
competent in the subject matter than the person he's debating 9 times out
No,
of
no,
10.
no, no. What Destiny does not debate. He
throw it
bitches
in.
and moans like a little. Nah.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Bleep.
I was bitching and moaning about
You are
statistics
bitching
that
and
I
moaning.
had.
You
Not
whine
Star.
and you
Not
squeak.
Star when she's like,
You
oh,
at least
that's
acknowledge-
sounds like bitch
you at least
and moaning,
acknowledge it in
dude.
that
What
debate.
One at a time.
You
Let's
whine
not
and you
be animals.
squeak and you talk over people.
Trippy.
But
That's
is
not
saying
a
like
debate.
an argument
Acknowledge-
stupid? Sorry, you know if I'm. Can I just quickly ask? Is
Yeah.
saying an argument stupid, bitching and moaning? Yes,
I don't think it is.
argument.
I don't think
Well,
so.
Star did that. Star did that.
Star did
So
that
you,
constantly.
by your own logic, Star was also bitching and moaning.
So what?
No, I
And
didn't.
by my logic,
I made
by
comments.
my
It wasn't
logic,
bitching
there's
and moaning.
still
So
only
good.
42 likes. This is
get those
absolutely
likes up.
unacceptable.
Hit the like button. people.
163
I'm seeing only
Be fair to the
22
lady.
likes.
Give her
We need to
likes
get
on
those
the
likes
show.
up. We need to get. We need.
You're
We
not
can,
even at the half mark
need some.
yet.
Can we get some
You're
heart
at
emojis
just,
in
you know
chat?
what?
Can we?
You
Can
know
we do
what? I'm gonna just let Furby sit up front, loud and proud. Furby,
You
would you like
little
to
shit.
sing?
Good
Would you like to
God.
sing to
You
them, or
little
talk to
shit.
them, or annoy the fuck out of them until they get those like buttons up?
If you haven't liked the stream, you're a shit.
It applies to
If
you.
you
too,
haven't
Chad.
liked the stream, you're a shit.
Little shit.
If you haven't liked the stream and you have a
Oop.
tiny
You got
peen,
this.
if you haven't liked the stream, you're a shit.
Hit that subscribe button
Yeah.
too
That's all
while
I
you're
got.
at it.
I actually, I'm running out of time. My boss told me to come over, so this is like the worst
come
time for
over?
me in the world. Puffy versus Furby. Is Puffy here?
You ever have to go, but like you have to like hold it so it feels like you have a wet tail?
Uh,
No. Okay.
Wet tail.
No, don't worry.
did
It
you
was like
talk
a
about
5 a.m.
it?
thought. Don't pay too much attention.
oh, because her tail. I thought you were like
No,
referring to
not that
us.
kind
I'm
of
like,
tail.
why would that feel like a wet tail? How do you know what a wet tail feels like?
Let me tell you, honey.
I was
If I have a
talking
wet
about
tail,
in
I'm not
general.
holding nothing in.
And using the bathroom. I was just ditch that. I mean,
Kirby, was that a
Anyways.
was that a tucking joke?
my pants fell down.
Actually, yeah. I not
No,
I didn't
I
even
wasn't
intend that,
meant to
but
be.
in hindsight, it was.
It
I do
wasn't
have
meant to be.
go.
It
So
wasn't
thank
meant
you,
to be.
Sarah. Tonight was so much fun, and
Absolutely.
awesome stream. So have fun,
Star
everyone.
won that, by the way.
And actually, I actually really hate it when people like the stream. So if you hate me and you want to make me really, really mad, like so mad, like the stream.
Donate. Yeah.
Donate,
like the stream.
definitely.
Hi, Grumple.
So I did this so that I could do this. And then if I
Oh.
do this, then I could
You
sit
know
here
what?
like this.
I'm gonna let him
Heck?
sit here. This is
that
what I'm
away.
gonna do.
And I
The,
can
the
go like
panel will continue. However, you all have to stare at Trippy with his
Good evening.
animated pants and
What is that?
censored
What's
bar
Trippy doing over
Honestly,
here?
this
This
is
is interesting.
better than listening to him. So
until you
I'm
get
fine with
the
this.
like button up.
You must be getting turned on, huh?
Yeah.
Oh my
Sue's
goodness.
doing
Let's
it.
not talk that way because YouTube is very sensitive. But Trippy is playing with his censored bar.
Uh-huh.
That's what
Yeah, it
that
comes off.
is. Oh my god.
It's floppy. What is that?
It should be floppy. I mean, at least sometimes.
And we're gonna sit right here like this until you hit the like button. Or hit the don't like button. I don't give a fuck. Hit something. It's so easy. It's your job. Yeah.
I should stop. I really should stop. Why are you letting me do this?
Because we have
What are we
to
in this scene for a little bit?
we have to grift the like button, unfortunately, because
there's my robot.
the chat big like some
I'm not gonna
weird
subject
fucking
you guys
reason
to-
doesn't like to hit the like button over here. Even though they pay for the DGen Power Hour, they all follow over here for the DGen Power Hour, but they can't do one fucking simple thing to just hit the damn like button.
You have summoned me, Master. How may I
Yes,
help
right.
you?
That is right. Just come on over for some
Trippy,
rubs.
was your thumb going the wrong way there?
No, my hand was just like this. So like when I bend, it kind of goes.
I think he was manually controlling that. The switch.
Yeah, with the
back there.
mouse. Yep. I can turn the lights off and on too.
Yeah,
I
I
have
agree with
powers.
Molly. Everyone go like my stream instead of Sarah's. Non-fun on YouTube.
I would be happy for that non-fawn if they did that.
Well, I don't know.
Thanks.
No,
Sarah.
your stream sucks. You're short. You're skinny. You're wearing glasses. You have like acne that'll probably be gone soon. You got sunglasses on. I said that already. You never dyed your
the
hair
robot
black.
clown has declared it. Okay.
Non-fawn, did you like just graduate
No.
high school last year?
Fawn is currently wearing Jenkos. Just so
Really?
everybody knows.
Wait a minute. Really? Wait, were you 18 the first time that I ever was on stream with you? That was a while
No, I
ago.
was probably still 19, but
Ooh. That'll go away too.
Wait, what order does? Hang on.
He's probably like 6'4" already. I don't know.
I'm 5
Are
foot
you
6.
tall?
I'm not tall.
Well,
I think my license is 5'7". Okay, but I think if I'm being honest with myself, I'm 5'6".
That's okay.
But
my daughter is taller than you.
Oh.
God damn it.
My ID says 6'1", but next time it's going to say 6'2". You know.
Yeah.
We like our short kings here. Okay.
Sarah, I thought you were short like me.
I am, but my daughter, she kept going. I had to hit the bottom of the barrel. She's 5'7". So, but I had to be at the bottom of the barrel in order for her to, hit the growth spurt. Somebody had to take the short end of the stick in the family.
Put her in modeling.
She wanted to do that, but then she got into competitive sports instead and seemed to have a rally around that. So
okay,
yeah,
there's time.
Nice waterboarding.
I'm going to try not to hiccup anymore. So non-fun. You have this way of getting under people's skin, and it's because of the way that you argue. You like to try to walk people into, I don't know, and when they don't know, all of a sudden you like to scream, "They're stupid! They're stupid!" and yell it at the chat. But
to be clear,
they're
I
not
don't like
stupid.
doing that. It's just funny to me that you guys
Yes,
don't
you
know.
do.
So
No,
when you
that
don't
smile
know,
on
I
your
will
face
call you
says-
out for
Wait,
not
these
knowing.
people are stupid.
I would
though.
prefer.
We can be real
if you
here,
knew.
right? We can be
I'm
honest.
telling you right now,
This is
the smile on your face
You can understand
says that
how
you do like it.
people are.
I would
Trippy.
prefer if you knew.
Like,
Okay, I'm not saying that he should stop. I'm not saying he should stop, but he should get his own debate tactic instead of using one that I've seen 1,000 fucking times.
It's not a.
And you're young, dude. You got this. You can change it up as you go. Obviously.
I don't know. I don't know what you want me to do. So when they
giving out debate tips, okay?
Zip it, because I've been debating since before you knew what YouTube was.
True.
I just don't call myself a debater. I've debated people that look just like you. On some really silly ass topics too, by the way.
Like, it's just weird that you're going at non-fun for that. But like the first question that Star asked was, "Who's worked in manufacturing?" Like that was already an appeal to authority. Like if we're gonna call out
it's not an
debate
appeal to authority. It's
yeah, that is
to experience is actually worse than
what it is. People
man.
talk out of a book or using some stats, and they have no practical execution in any of the fields that they want to blab about.
The problem is your practical execution is worth nothing when you don't understand the macroeconomics of it. And non-fun's explaining exactly
that's fine.
Yeah,
Macroeconomics.
I don't think it's going to be worth anything, honestly.
Fundamental.
Throughout that entire debate, I demonstrated that she had no good understanding of macroeconomics, or at least was unwilling to demonstrate it.
Yeah,
At the
but
very
what
least,
is
was unwilling to demonstrate.
I am not going to placate to what it is that you're doing. First of all, I'm not a debater. Second of all,
you just placated. I'm sorry, you fell into the trap already.
She didn't come here to debate. She came here to discuss, and the debate has been over since.
Comments along with everybody
our
else.
open panel.
She came in here bragging about. I have a manufacturing business. Do you work in manufacturing?
What's the matter? Are you jealous because I've actually done something in life?
I'm not jealous. I'm just tired of people pretending like they
semantic.
know shit when they don't know anything.
I've worked in manufacturing. I agree
You
with
literally
that.
do not back it up. That was an embarrassing display. Absolutely embarrassing display.
One at a time.
Yeah, y'all are spurring too hard.
Hey, please.
I didn't see them. By the way, two surveys. We have two surveys. The New York.
No, I didn't see the beginning. What do you?
Nobody cares about the surveys because your chat just says that everything that you say is great and wonderful. And
we're dealing just because she is such a.
This message is sponsored in part by.
Okay, Trippy, Sarah's chat has been jerking you off in the most unjustifiable way this entire time.
Are you sure that wasn't my chat? Because I'm also streaming.
Single contribution you have made on this panel this entire time. Not one thing you have said has been coherent.
Well, if they like it, then I guess I'm doing good, right?
Unironic. You have outdone yourself in retardation today. I am.
And non-fun.
I'm stunned.
Not reach. I have a good point to make though.
To Nova's credit, look, Nova, I don't think anyone wanted to discredit your business experience. I don't think they need to, but I think the point that Non-Fon was saying is important to recognize that the international, the international component is really important when you're talking about tariffs. So they can both be true, but I just wanted to say that your anecdote and your personal experience is just as valuable as like what 90% of the people on this panel have said tonight. So I think it's on par, and I
think practical application and experience trumps so-called stats and statistics.
Wrong.
That's
okay. Incorrect. You're wrong.
I've been sitting on this question for a while.
We saw for a good 10 to 15 minutes of you floundering and showing the fact that you're wrong about that.
Let me just ask.
It's like saying owning a gas station gives you insight into the global oil trade, right?
Oh, she had something.
God damn it! Can I go?
I want to hear Hornet.
All I had to do to have you was sign up for tier 2.
Yeah,
I want to hear
just a question to what she was talking about, right? Because she mentioned unemployment. Can you give me the unemployment rate currently? What are just roughly? You don't have to even give me the exact number.
I know that it's went down.
It doesn't exist in a vacuum either.
When employment rate goes down, what does that mean? That more people are finding employment, right? Not that people are losing jobs.
No, that's what I said. You have to include the labor participation rate. It means that people
Stargo, because I know what she's going to say, and she's right. Go ahead, Star.
It can mean that, but it can also be an indication of the people who've fallen off of the unemployment market and those numbers are no longer representative in the system.
This is super retarded.
Yes, in other words, people who have come off of unemployment.
If you understood anything, you would know that the Fed has 6 different measures of unemployment. U1, U2, U3, U4, U5, U6. Okay.
Look, little boy.
I understand. You guys don't know anything.
She doesn't know that.
So unemployment, when we typically talk about unemployment, it's U3 unemployment. You are correct in stating that doesn't include so-called discouraged workers who, are having such a difficult time finding a job that they give up, right? They say they're not in a labor force anymore. U4 unemployment does have, have that, include those discouraged workers. Yeah. How much higher do you think U4 unemployment is than U3 unemployment?
I have no clue right now.
Just because
I'll give you a hint. It's going to be less than 1. Yeah, it's 0.2% higher.
Everybody. Non-fun. You were saying something about polls in your chat earlier?
Surveys from manufacturers, yeah.
2% is kind of significant on that.
I thought you were talking about your chat.
No, surveys for manufacturers.
Significant.
Survey, yes. The Philadelphia Fed has the manufacturing survey. Their business outlook it's plunged quite a bit. It's only plunged this much in a month 3 times before, twice in 2020 during COVID, and once in 2008.
How many days has the current administration been in power?
Again, we had this conversation earlier. We have very good reasons to believe from all the evidence historically and all the economic models that seem to generally apply that tariffs just have pretty broad-based negative effects.
The last time I argued you on any econ stuff, I brought up the fact that the economy was doing better in Trump's 3rd year. You argued that it wasn't. I put up stats that showed that it was.
I think so. I think it's.
You're very biased.
What do you mean by that? No. Let's say it is the case that Trump's
He's biased
3rd year.
By the facts, guys.
You lied.
Let's say it is the case.
You lied because it favored your argument.
Absolutely not. Absolutely. So to be clear, if I could explain my position.
No, you don't need to talk over everybody. You can wait a fucking second to make
attack me, and I want to respond. So my position
I'm
has
taking
always
an insulin shot right now.
So my position has always been that obviously I think the economy was good during Trump's first term. I don't dispute that part. I think it's basically arbitrary whether you consider sort of the peak of the business cycle under Trump versus the peak of the business cycle under Biden. I think you can. I think it's kind of arbitrary whether you say 2019 was better than 2023 to 2024. I don't have a strong position on that.
No, 2023 was doing great.
I believe that 2023 generally was doing pretty good on the macro level. Yes, absolutely. But I obviously don't think that was because of the tariffs, and it's dumb to use that as evidence that tariffs are good.
I was going to say, who was president in 2023? Trippy?
I said the wrong year.
Fucking
I said the wrong year twice,
God
as a matter of fact, and I don't think it was caught the first time.
No.
But in Trump's 3rd year, it was doing great. In his 4th year, when Tooth hit, and A fucking pandemic is going to affect.
Yeah,
hold on.
I agree.
He undid all
stop
of that
for a second.
growth
The pandemic would have
undid
affected
all of
the
that growth
economy
on one
straight
day.
up, no matter what.
I agree.
Doesn't matter who was
all
in
of
there.
that growth, any gains he made in his presidency, he undid on one day. Like you understand?
Any gains that he had were undone by what was shown by the economy during COVID. And the economy dipped because we all know that we were supposed to stay inside. You know,
I agree, Trippy.
How about I just call it coof? That's right.
Well,
I hear you.
Trippy, even acknowledging that the third era for Trump was really good, right? That's when we start seeing the USMCA start taking place, right? Where free trade negotiations was preferable to tariffing other places.
He's doing the exact opposite of what happened during.
Yeah, like the thing that's
embarrassing the fact that you guys
the
would use
opposite of.
that.
I've argued this the
And
entire
now you're
night.
like, wait a minute,
No,
we need
you've
to
also
do
argued that.
tariffs
No,
because
Trippy, you've also argued that we should be
new
self-sufficient.
programming chip, I must
Check the tapes, as
support
they say.
tariffs because tariffs.
Trippy. Check the
And we're trying
tapes
to
and
get
you'll see
monetized
Trippy saying
on
that
YouTube.
Trump wants
Okay,
the economy to be self-sufficient.
Man, I always wanted to
Ooh,
do that.
That needs to calm down,
had
guys.
her
That's
back
supposed to give us
pierced?
breathing room.
Is that? Did y'all say that?
That's what that was for.
I did.
That's
I
to
used to
give us
want to do
breathing
that
room.
so bad.
It was
So
just
it's
a
like,
rewrite of the
chill out for a
NAFTA.
second.
Go all the way
No,
back.
it was just a rewrite of the NAFTA. That's all it was. It was
yeah,
better
sure.
trade negotiation for
Another
us and
afternoon
the
of
NAFTA.
tapping that
That was
ass.
it.
I got you.
And he
So-
literally argued against it in this term. He's
No.
literally saying that he hates the
Oh my
fact that all these things that are happening, and he did it himself.
Okay,
It's-
and I don't.
and
I
on
don't
top
watch
of that, we
CNN.
have
I'm
people
sorry.
like you, Nova, or sorry, Star and Trippy, who are
It does say
defending
Nova Star.
it.
So either way,
It's embarrassing.
I'm
Are
going
you
to
a
defend
socialist?
it.
so bad.
You seem like a
And I'm gonna
socialist.
watch it
Absolutely
work
not,
out.
fucking bitch. I'm a fucking capitalist. What
Okay,
are
Oh,
you?
that's
fucking
off a
bitch.
little
Really?
bit. That
Fat
means
tip.
he
Why don't you
is.
go put on a bra, you fucking homo?
You have
He must be a
Yeah.
socialist.
I got nice little.
Yeah.
He must be a
little?
socialist
I don't
because
know
it's
about that.
annoying to him. Are you a socialist,
Fucking
sir?
idiot ass, dude. Honestly, it's embarrassing.
Are you a
and
communist?
You sit here
Like,
and
what
still
are
think
you?
That you're okay.
It's capitalist.
What are you? Are you a
Honestly.
capitalist? You said it earlier, right? That
I
you're a
just like
capitalist,
all
right?
these
Pursuit?
people are like saying it's so evil to be a communist. They're arguing for state intervention to protect certain
Absolutely.
industries.
I don't want any
Exactly
For the love of
right.
God.
No, that's what
If
you
you
exactly
want
what
tariffs,
you
then you want state intervention to protect certain
Non-fun.
industries. That is what a tariff is.
Non-fun.
What you want is the great leap forward for the United States. You
No,
want
you
what
hear me.
Mao did,
Or
but for the
equalizer.
United States. I'm looking
my
for
mic
Pursuit, be
volume
quiet or else you'll get
limiter
diarrhea.
is-
Where the hell is she
Vaginas.
finding these clips?
I don't know. Anyways,
Maybe I
not
should
fun.
go get some.
Yep.
I'm slightly interested.
I
in
forgot what
it's
I was gonna
sponsored by.
say.
We got
Damn.
And that's your
downs
fault.
on
Is she
And now I'm
gone?
mad at you.
Is she coming back? Did she leave?
She's there.
She's-
That's why that's what she's playing.
She's playing the
No,
clips.
Oh.
Unless
I'm
somebody else
running-
co-hosts.
She's
I'm
like
running the
probably
fucking panel. This is my fucking
busy
panel.
verbally. She's probably busy doing stuff in the background. But fuck. Because I forgot what I was gonna say earlier to non-fun, and it was kind of funny. And I
There's
thought it might
probably
be
nothing.
everybody. It
Well,
probably
look,
was.
I said it's kind of ironic as
Definitely
people,
was.
hating on Pursuit of Knowledge for supposedly being a socialist are arguing for state intervention in
That's-
the market to grant artificial
remember
protection
now.
to these industries.
I remember now, non-fun.
Mhm.
I was going to say, please, for the love of God, if you go into politics, don't work on that speech impediment at all. That's
Oh,
going to be
okay.
hilarious to watch you be a Democrat and talk like that.
Hey, Biden has a stutter.
You're gonna
And
get
Biden
eaten.
won the
Oh,
presidency.
he'll fit right
okay?
in when he's
So
done.
all the evidence you need
Sit
for
right
how
in.
this conversation is going is the fact of you guys keep throwing these ridiculous, stupid ad homs and other kind of jibes.
Who gives a fuck
yeah,
about an ad hom? Don't you realize
not
that when
even-
it's
not even
it's
that.
like-
you can't even get the
I'm
terms
totally-
right. You don't
I'm
even know the
totally
definition of
demonstrated. These
basic
people don't know,
shit.
like,
You can't
anything.
even have a real
Ad hom that
conversation
will
in this.
refuse.
I'll
Please look at
hire
the definition of ad hom.
non-con. Okay, I'll hire non-con a speech pathologist if you read a fucking book, Trippy. Deal?
I do read books. That's
Read a
weird
book,
that
and
you
I'll
wanna
hire
be
him
so
as chief
spicy
psychologist,
around
yeah.
me. Like,
What about instead of ad homs, if we do subtract
apologize.
It's all fun. It's all fun and games. Trippy.
no,
We're just here
that
to have-
wasn't even
we're
an
all just
ad
here to-
hom.
Okay,
It's
sorry. Are you
because
sad?
FG doesn't know the definition of ad hom.
Okay,
I'm
you're
sorry,
just
dude.
like,
You used that
you're just like-
completely
you're just
wrong.
like-
That was an
you're just
insult.
intrinsically anti-intellectual.
This is not a debate any longer. Sarah
I
made
don't
that
think
clear.
Everybody on this panel is a fucking intellectual.
You
So
guys
I
want to
think
sit
you all
there
should
and be
stop being
pseudo-intellectuals.
Well, the fact that
Yeah,
you're
No,
not
it's
arguing
so
with
self-title doesn't make
That's the
price.
A bunch of regular Joes on YouTube talking about their opinion on shit, and nobody
pseudo intellectuals.
Yeah, but at least we are informed in our information.
No, you're all here for
a
to get
clearly
drama,
better
and you're getting what you
understanding.
want.
I
At least
clearly
we're informed.
demonstrated
That's
a
the
better
difference.
understanding of macroeconomics and of the literature, for example.
Nobody gives a fuck about macroeconomics when there's not even a debate going. There's
We're
nobody
talking
here.
about
We're
macroeconomics,
talking
brother.
about fucking economics.
Is that what
You're
this
trying
is?
to
I
get
didn't
away
know
so
that
you
was
can
We're literally
access
just
it
doing
and
a stream right now.
Wait, you know how to
even
read?
said we could change the subjects and shit. You guys just, well, not you guys, but Non-Font specifically wants to stick to the topic that he fucking knows, so he can feel like he's at home. And
you
all.
guys are specifically like trying to call me out for like being a pseudo
Who's better?
intellectual
Who
or
would
whatever.
win in a fight?
But I've
Damn it.
clearly,
I tried to move into unemployment.
Straight up
right?
question to you: who would win in a fight, Superman or Goku?
But you just kept fucking talking and saying random ass bullshit.
We should
It
talk
doesn't
about
matter.
unemployment.
No,
I
we
think
should
it's
talk about
ridiculous
comic
that
books.
the only
Superman
person
or
that would come
Goku?
up and defend the tariffs was an animated clown. Everybody else
Yeah, and
here
I did a
seems
pretty
to be
damn good
against-
job, and I was told that I was saying shit and backwards and forwards, and I was speaking on both sides
Yeah,
of my
you
mouth
did your-
when I
you did
wasn't.
your-
I was literally
That's
saying the
literally
exact
what
same
happened.
fucking line of logic.
Did your
But
best.
y'all want
Did
to
your
act like fucking morons and act
Yeah,
as
we're
if you
morons.
know
We're
better than
morons.
everybody
We're
fucking
morons.
else.
Here's the difference.
Especially
People act
you,
like
Pursuit,
morons.
because you're just
You're
a little
morons.
bitch.
Did your best.
You're just a little red-faced bitch over there, Pursuit. Wink.
Pursuit has been catching so many strays.
That's because he's a fucking little fat, chubby little pushover.
The only thing
Look at
he's
him over
guilty
there.
of is having
If
a mic.
I was in the
having
same
an
room as
auditorium.
Pursuit and I farted, he would die.
Release the Kraken!
He would just pass away from the fumes if I farted. Like
That sounds like
Pursuit.
vegan behavior.
Pursuit, you probably haven't gotten out of that chair in the past 17 hours.
What the hell are you talking about?
You're gaining weight to an immense degree.
Bro, you're an animated clown with a robot girlfriend.
Yeah, and you've been sitting there arguing against me.
There's nothing you can say that will
Pursuit,
ever affect
you know
me
what
in
you
any
need to
way.
do?
Dude,
You might be ahead of the
pretend.
game.
Pursuit,
Seriously,
you need to.
and
you-
here's a problem. I think for years
I'll wait
you've been
till
on
you're
YouTube
done
and
spewing
you've
hot
done
air.
this before,
Pursuit,
and
just
you
don't engage,
care
dude.
because it's fun for you. Because
Yes,
it's
it is
better
fun
for
for
you
me,
not to
Pursuit.
show your real face on YouTube because
Exactly.
you don't have the courage to do so.
No,
And
it's
I have
just
before,
shtick,
dipshit.
is what it
I've
is.
been on
Then turn
camera
off
many
the
a
camera,
times.
fuckface.
I'm not
This
going
is all
to
we're going to
because
get because
it's
no one's brave enough to defend these
ugly.
policies with real arguments.
No, Pursuit.
Like, can we actually talk about something and
Fuck
not?
up about any fucking
No, hold on,
outcomes.
just a sec,
I
just a
don't
sec.
I want to go back to
care what you have
unemployment.
Just a
say.
sec.
Let's have
Pursuit.
a real discussion.
Pursuit. Can you take in the irony that you're arguing against an animated clown with a robot girlfriend? Seriously?
No, there's no irony there.
Yes, there
It's
is.
not
There's a lot of
funny.
irony.
It's not
There's a lot of
funny.
irony. It's
I'm
not funny
pointing
for
out the fact
you.
that what you're
It's
saying
not funny
has
for
nothing to say
you,
with
and that makes it
anything to do
unfair.
with any sort of
The only
conversation. Yes or no?
ironic thing about the animation is the clown makeup. Let's be real.
It doesn't
Everything
make sense.
else
It does
is
not
kind
matter.
of embarrassing.
It matters a lot. And Pursuit's getting all mad at me when I was giggling and winking and things. You know, joke, you're fat. You're not even fat. Look
Get
at
fresh
you.
with me down there. Put that hand down. Down.
We're all fat.
Oh,
Yeah, dude.
excuse me, ma'am. I didn't see you there.
And yeah,
That's right.
Leave too.
There's some light.
Getting fresh. That's what you're doing.
That's right. That's what he's doing. You hear that?
Yeah,
Try it again.
I just
Oh, there's
actually want to talk about the thing that she brought
Squeeze
up.
a bunch of times.
I
Oh,
would actually hear a defense for, because if you don't like, here's the thing. We can argue that manufacturing jobs are going to be moving back to the United States, but when we're looking at an unemployment rate of like what it currently is, 4%, it means that we're not going to have people to fill in that market. What is your solution to that?
Well, there's other things going down.
Wow.
I got you. There's other things going down. They're changing the ways and how people can like get on SSI and shit. Those people will probably be thrown into a market. Hold on. Those people will be put into a job eventually, right? And they're not. Most of them are not going to have like college degrees and shit. Factory job, perfect for a person like that. Correct or not
But
correct? If somebody is collecting unemployment and they haven't been born yet, that should be taken off the books. Correct or incorrect?
Do you think people need less or more education to work in a highly automated factory?
It doesn't matter. They'll learn the job. They'll be taught it, and then we'll be trained.
Wait,
Yes.
if the point is that they need to be trained, then they'll be trained for service sector jobs. What do you mean, brother? Like,
They'll be trained for factory jobs as well. You stick. What do you really
valuing
need?
factory jobs now? If you're not saying that they're equal skill level to the service sector jobs.
Hold
on. Can I get through
Please
this?
hold on. I want to hear Hornet real quick.
Okay, so
shoot it up, dog.
When we're talking about a 4% unemployment rate, yes, they can be trained, but you're still going to have that 4% when you're including more jobs into the market. So
incorrect.
Other jobs would be not
incorrect on accident. Sorry.
So when you're talking about a 4% increase, like when we're talking about these increases in jobs, then we're going to be looking at like who's going to be filling these jobs. Okay, but then if they're going to be moving from one sector to another, then that other sector is inherently damaged by this other sector.
Yeah, but people moving off of unemployment or SSI, that's not even a sector. That's just money that the government's giving them that's going back to other people that can actually use it or need it. Correct?
So your position is that...
My position is that you guys are focusing on one singular thing that's happening and you're not looking at the big picture. There's a whole lot of shit getting changed.
Not true.
Hornet, I believe that you are. There's a huge amount of things that are being changed all at once in front of you. And you're only looking, especially non-fun, you're only focused on one fucking thing. And that's the only thing that you're looking at.
I mean, what the topic was.
The issue is when we're dealing with,
about
like
6 hours ago.
We can look
4 hours ago.
What the
idea you keep this debate to the topic that it has.
Right?
It's not a debate any longer, Effigy. Sarah even said it when she changed it over to this
We're discussing
channel.
employment right now.
I thought you guys were just talking about manufacturing.
It wasn't even a debate when
I'm trying to bring.
I mean,
it's hard for Star to read, guys. Come on,
because the unemployment rate,
dude, you are so gay.
People aren't getting
that cock.
Look at him targeting the woman that's on camera right now because he's afraid she's going to say something he doesn't understand.
Let's start.
I'm down white knight.
I'm not even white knighting. I'm pointing out the fucking
you
guy.
are 100%
He
white
is targeted
knighting.
stars when she came in here.
What if he is? What's it
shamelessly
do?
white knighting.
What's
You're
it do?
shamelessly white knighting.
What's it
I
do?
think,
him up.
I think you're more than capable of defending yourself, Nova.
Matter of
That's
fact,
the thing. I think it's shameless. And
I agree with Neve.
Contribute.
If Star and Pursuit were allowed to talk just amongst themselves, I'm sure she would destroy anything he brings up.
I don't really even.
But
I don't know about that.
I'm curious. I have a question. Because I haven't been paying any attention. I've been doing artwork, honestly.
It's clear. That's
Where the shit is his
I've been
wife?
doing a lot of artwork.
We know, Star, don't
and
worry.
forming a new company. Thank you. Redirecting some of my efforts. I'm curious. Why are they saying that there's not enough ass to fill the seats in the economic working world? Where are they coming up with this?
Let's let
not enough ass is
handle
a
that by
epidemic.
himself.
That's
Say
not
that again.
We have unemployment.
Let's let Pursuit handle this
I
by
can't
himself.
hear you.
I
We
think
have
Pursuit should answer.
Oh God damn it, Kirby! Can I
sorry.
talk?
Guys, we
Like,
must
I'm saying,
seize the means of production.
Unemployment rate has been at the ideal for like how long? What's it been? 3 years, between the 3 to 5% range that we want, right? Because zero unemployment means that there's no flexibility in your market.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
obviously,
so why are they saying there's not enough ass to fill the market?
that's a complete lie. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it is a
that
lie.
exists.
It is a lie. You do realize before the turnover into Biden that there was only about 34% of the entire population was working to even pay into taxes into the system. You know that, right?
Wait,
So
no,
then-
that would be reflected upon the unemployment rate. You understand that, right?
It's gone down.
I'm talking pejoratively. There's only 34% of the country was working to pay
Holy
taxes.
fucking
Period.
shit, guys. She was
there's a
only
whole
talking
slew of other people, obviously.
Don't you guys know she's only talking pejoratively?
Not even being accounted
Why should
for.
we even care? She's only talking
Is
pejoratively.
a man not entitled to the sweat from his brow?
Okay,
Yeah,
so
Pursuit likes talking over people.
now
Pursuit,
I don't think
I'd
you
like
meant
to
the
see
majority
you
rate, but I
add
get what
something
you
to the
meant.
stream other than a once in every 10-minute spurg. So why don't you and Star have a discussion for a few
I'm not
minutes?
interested. Why don't
Or
you
you
put
and
the
me,
mic up to your face?
without
I can't even hear
anybody-
the guy.
Without anybody fucking cutting in, why don't me and you have a little discussion, Pursuit? Because you've been sitting there
you're
cheering on
cutting in every
and
time I
everybody
talk.
else.
I don't know why you're bitching about that shit. Like,
No. The dude's just been fucking panel
I
sitting.
know.
every once in a while bitching.
Okay,
Unironically,
unironically, Pursuit has literally done
Don't get so
nothing.
mad,
This
man.
whole
It's a
panel.
stream. I'm not even fucking.
Literally done
I
nothing.
know.
Here.
You know, you've argued before. You know this and that.
We're cool.
I've been
It's
watching
completely
the whole thing.
indicative of the right
I've
tactic
been
people
watching
who've
the
done.
whole.
You know, I don't want to be a downer, but you guys do know what tomorrow is.
Pursuit is like the spiritual Furby tonight.
It really, I really am. I can't believe how triggered these people are.
No,
It's
you
kind of
haven't been the only triggered person on panels so far.
Well, that's true. I'm super triggered.
You've been freaking out, dude. Every once in a while.
Out, dude. Every once in a while.
And if you keep talking over me, nobody's gonna be able to understand us. So
Nobody
like,
would understand.
it looks like there might be a little Chinese fire drill going on here.
Okay.
Put me next to Pursuit so I can put my finger in him.
Yeah. Put my finger in me. Come on.
Oh, now I can't get fresh.
Well, he does kind of look like he likes
So like, Pursuit. I'm guessing that even though you said you're married, you're the only one that's going to be home tonight, huh?
No, my wife's here tonight. And you know what's funny? She's a type 1 diabetic as well. So that's why I thought it was weird that the fact that you said you had to shoot up insulin. That's really sad if that's the case.
Does she like that Trump actually brought insulin manufacturing to the U.S.?
We should, absolutely. Yeah,
No, we did.
Well, presumably, first of all, presumably, if insulin
presumably.
Didn't he raise the
insulin
cost?
manufacturing wasn't in the U.S. because it was cheaper to produce overseas. So I don't know if she would prefer that insulin be more expensive. I don't know if that's
cheaper
a good
now.
thing. But second of all, I understand it's cheaper now, but a big part of that is the price cap that
You
Biden
don't know
put in
shit
place.
about
The
it.
price cap that Biden
And
put in
insulin
place.
is actually, how much is it, non-fun?
It's like $35 a month.
$34.
Yeah.
And who put that into law that it should be priced lower?
You know why it's
Who put that in law,
$35 a
Trippy?
month?
Because Biden put a price
Who
cap.
put that into law, Trippy?
No, come on.
Answer the question.
I can answer the question. I'm waiting for you to try. Actually,
Pursuit
Pursuit specifically. I don't want to hear from
I'm waiting.
Hold on.
Just answer.
Hold
Just
the fuck
answer.
on. I want to hear from Pursuit.
I just want to
specifically.
interrupt. I pulled Pursuit so he couldn't answer that yet because
Okay.
I pulled a cash app from Alexander with the big 5 and says, "For you, Sarah, dealing with these spurging R's. Shut the fuck up." Thank you, Alexander.
Wait, what's an R?
Well, look, I'll tell you this. And
Hard.
Pirates?
Since Pursuit can hear me? Pursuit. Oh, you're there already. Okay, cool. You just said that somebody signed it into law.
And I'm waiting for your answer.
Who do you think signed it into law?
Biden had a more
Because the
expansive
answer
cap. I know what
is
you're
going
to
to
say.
surprise you.
No, Donald
and
Trump
probably
did.
the rest
Donald
of the
Trump
panel.
had an insulin cap, but it was significantly less in scope than Biden's insulin cap is. Anyone can just look up Biden versus Trump
tell me.
insulin cap, and you'll see
Without
like
help from
Biden,
somebody
Trump's plan,
else.
like I think only covered like Medicare Part D, whereas
Non-fun.
Biden's plan covered
Stop
like
white knighting
basically.
for a man. Stop it. I said I wanted to hear from Pursuit. You had to cut in and just say all that shit. And you're
It's
still
embarrassing,
wrong.
Trippy. It's embarrassing,
So,
Trippy, because
no,
I asked you
Pursuit.
the question first,
Wasn't it?
and then all you can
No,
do
I
is
asked the
wait,
question
no,
first.
you answered the question.
Oh my God.
That's literally what you just did, Trippy.
Are you drinking?
Why are you not answering the question that
Why
I asked
haven't
you
you?
earlier?
Because
Why
I
are
did
you
actually
letting
ask you
Non-Fawn
first.
Answer? Wait. Why are you letting
Question?
Non-Fawn answer the
I
question
asked your
first
fat ass the
before
question
you
first.
did?
I
Clown
asked you
ass,
first.
Clown face.
I have been directing everything I've
Is that
said
what
at
you want me
you.
to do? This is a waste of time. And on top
You
of
don't
that,
know.
it's so funny because
You don't know,
it's so
do
funny
you?
to me because we call this the gauntlet, but
You
we
don't
also
fucking
make
know.
fun of the fact that we can't be.
You have no
spurs
idea what I'm
and
going to
stuff like that.
say, and
What the
neither did
fuck
Don
is
Fon because he's still wrong.
I'm still wrong.
Pursuit.
Come on, educate us.
Can you just say your point?
Wasn't it Obama? I'm going to say it right now. Nobody fucking signed it into law, you idiots. The fucking
Okay,
head
so-
of Novo Nordisk is the one who decided the price of the fucking insulin. You absolute dipshits. He
So
did
what
it
is the
during
anti-inflation
Biden's
act?
fucking administration, and he went on a bunch of different
think
news
that the Biden
channels
administration
and
had-
announced
wait.
that he was
Wait.
cutting through the red
had
tape
no
and he was
influence on
going to
that?
choose the price of the insulin for the U.S. that is manufactured in the U.S. and it had nothing to do with fucking Biden. Because when asked about it, Biden didn't want to bring it to the fucking U.S. You idiots. How does that fucking feel?
So, can you explain to me
Getting
what the
called
cap
stupid
was?
because
Wait,
you didn't know one fucking thing. How does it fucking feel? You want to act like that shit? Now you just got creamed.
I feel dumber now.
Absolutely not your cream because you're just wrong.
Yeah,
So I
you
must have
fucking did.
hallucinated the
You
Inflation
were
Reduction
just saying
Act.
that
Yeah,
Scoot sat there like a
Holy
homely little
shit.
homo.
Biden derangement
Why?
syndrome. is in
Why?
full effect
Why
tonight.
do none of you know how to wait your fucking turn to say something?
Because Trippy's mic is
Like
booming, and
I've been
was
sitting
fun.
back here dying of exhaustion just listening to you. Like it's really not that hard to just shut up.
I asked for him to.
And
I'm guilty of it too.
Guilty of all of them. So
I know I'm guilty of it.
Who left?
I know.
Nova.
Oh shit! Where'd she go?
She put a message in
I'm
there.
wondering how far in that plug really is inside of Pursuit.
But I like just to question you on that. Like, what do you think the Anti-Inflation Act was for under Biden? Like, was the cap not set in place there?
Why are you asking him like serious questions?
Why would Biden?
Ice cream flavor. Let's give him questions he can answer.
Hypothetical. I'm president. I'm going to put in something I call
realistic hypothetical.
Thank you guys for continuing to talk over me when it's already been brought to your attention. Either way,
you've been talking. I'm over it.
Hypothetical. I'm president. I say.
Guys.
I say. I'm going to put in
80, and you understand the context.
Oh my god! I'm going to put in an anti-inflation act while I have the mints create more fucking money, creating more inflation.
It's not within the president's authority.
How does that work, sir?
How money works.
Exactly what the fuck happened.
That's not.
Did it not happen? Did Biden had more money made? More money
Federal
produced.
Reserve controls that, and it's an independent agency, which, by the way, Trump does not like the independent Fed.
More money. It happens all the fucking time. Every time there's been a Democrat in there, they print more money.
The president is not supposed to have control over the Federal Reserve. Now, Donald Trump is authoritarian and wants control over the Federal Reserve.
Children.
Okay, I don't care what you just said.
The Federal Reserve is about as federal as Federal Express, except for the chairman, which is...
So, the Federal Reserve still printed money. They were asked to by Congress, correct? Or something like that, right?
No, so the Federal Reserve has a dual mandate, which you are correct, is legislated by Congress to maintain price stability and full employment.
Why are we talking over each other?
When we print more money...
Finish what you were saying, and then non-fun. Wait for him to finish, and then respond. Write it down if you have to.
Yeah, so we print more money, which makes our money worth less dollars. But I can still put in something that I call an anti-inflation act while doing so, and that's exactly what the fuck happened. Look into it.
Yeah,
you can call it
so
fucking I'm Saving America Act all you want. If it doesn't save America, or the I'm Not Going to War Act and still go to fucking war, you can call it everything. Look at the
Federal
what
Reserve.
did they call themselves?
The Federal Reserve has a dual mandate, which is signed into law in the Federal Reserve Act to maintain price stability and full employment. But it's an independent agency. It operates independently of the president. Now, again, if you look up Trump Jerome Powell right now, you'll see that Trump is criticizing Jerome Powell and wants to actually potentially fire Jerome Powell, which is an incredibly horrible thing because Trump is an authoritarian. But this is besides the point. But you're misunderstanding the Federal Reserve. You're misunderstanding the Federal Reserve. It's besides the point because we're discussing an insulin cap right now. Joe Biden, in the Inflation Reduction Act, which you might object to on other grounds, signed into law an insulin cap. Do you dispute that point? An insulin price cap.
I don't remember it, but I'll give that one to you.
Okay, yeah, great. So anyone can look this up, and anyone can look up Biden versus Trump price cap again. But insulin price cap, and they'll say Biden's was more expansive. It wasn't voluntary, unlike Trump's, and it was just a whole lot better.
And I'm sure that Biden signed that with his own hand, right? No auto pen involved in this one.
Here's the thing: you're arguing against yourself at the point because it's just like insulin prices going up would be necessarily bad for you, right, Turberry?
Not for me. Anyways,
what about EpiPen prices?
Novo Nordisk owner, the CEO of Novo Nordisk, which is the company that makes insulins.
Corporations is what you're telling
me. Right. They create insulins, correct? So the guy said, "I'm dropping the price. If I went through the government, it would be nothing but red tape." Who was the president at the time? Biden. So the guy just decided to do it on his own terms, on his company's own terms. He lowered the cost. It didn't have anything to do with the president because he skipped that.
Okay, so when did Medicare actually get to negotiate with pharmaceutical companies and doctors and every representative in the medical field?
Well, you tell me because I actually don't know right now.
It's the same act. It's the exact same act that we're talking about. Yeah.
Does it really fucking matter if the actual owner of Novo Nordisk is the one who lowered the cost?
That's
because of federal pressure.
Yeah.
It's so embarrassing, dude.
W
so
reference.
embarrassing.
I don't care if you call it embarrassing or not. I just told you the fact of what happened.
The fact of the matter was that
I don't know who's talking
came
to
into
me right
place, and then the company came in and said, "Yes, we're going to do the thing."
Killed
That
who was saying that?
That's what happened, Trippy. Like that's.
I got you, but I was just trying to figure out what voice that was before
Oh,
you,
it's me.
Hornet.
Oh,
No, before
okay.
you.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
I don't think it was Effigy. His voice is usually calmer than that.
Yeah.
Or lower. Lower. Yeah.
And girthier.
Yeah,
I think he's like 6'2".
I just think
6'5". Wait, Effigy's tall, right?
I just think the derangement syndrome on both sides has been a little bit.
You are, honestly.
Yeah.
I just
Well, Hornet,
genuinely
you're
think you're trolling
definitely
us.
correct. There's definitely 100% derangement syndrome on both sides.
Yeah.
That's why, like, when Biden was president, I was literally trying to give the dude credit. You know what I mean? Like, I was literally looking for shit that I liked that he was doing for the longest.
That's what I would bring up, like these bills that you would say that are problematic. They're actually really good for America.
I'm not saying anything was problematic. I mean, I haven't actually said that specifically.
Yeah, well, you're saying that
You
the Fed was printing money and to increase our inflation, which is necessarily
that was bad.
That
I mean,
but
yes, they were printing money, and yes,
what was really
our dollar
happening
became
was
worth less.
Well, no, the Fed decided to reduce interest rates
why
to help our market out because of what was happening at the time. Then, through all of Biden's presidency, our inflation rate dropped faster than any other nation in the world.
True.
That's just factual.
And look, I mean,
I don't know. I have my doubts. I'd have to look at that. I'm not going to say you're wrong.
Bringing
Of
up
course,
facts.
There were pretty clear reasons to devalue.
Shut up, because that's the best thing you can do.
It's a big
if Pursuit,
I'll do it.
Pursuit, you only comment on what other people say. I
Here's
want
the
to actually
thing,
hear your opinion.
Trippy will actually listen when you actually bring up a point that's factual.
Yeah.
And like me and him have talked about inflation before, where like
Have you
0%.
watched this debate? No, that is not. That
Well,
is not
no,
what has been
not-
happening tonight.
Listen, there are times where he's an asshole, and there are
No, I
times
came
where
in
he's
swinging my clowny
I
hammer.
like Trippy, but no, that has not been happening tonight.
Effigy. I came in swinging a little.
We are
clowny
brothers in
hammer.
animation, but he's had his fucking brain oozing out his fucking ears tonight.
It's been on purpose. Anyway, Pursuit,
No, it's
I
been
actually
on
haven't
purpose.
heard you share your own
That's
opinion.
good. No, that's good. That's good.
I haven't heard you share your own opinion on
There's
anything. I'd actually
no
like to hear
way
you.
you can say that, truthfully.
I'd love to hear you out.
You think that
on
I've been
something.
parroting people, stalking?
No, I don't know if you've been parroting people, but you've sure been loud.
Okay,
I mean, it
we're
kind
all
of got
pointless meta
muddled and all
conversation.
everybody
I
else talking.
want to
Go back and
Trippy
watch
on.
the stream. His mic is like ridiculously quieter than everyone else.
Is mine
That's
bad?
something- That's,
Should I turn
no,
mine
you're,
down?
Yeah, you should just
Drop it a little. Oh, holy shit! It's on. That's the wrong button.
Yeah,
Okay,
you wouldn't even
Trippy.
have to fix it if you just mute.
Yeah, I know you're right. So it was on 114. Pursuit.
Yeah.
You kind of look like a fireman. You a fireman?
I'm not a
This is a
fireman.
pointless conversation. Can I, Trippy? I'm curious.
This message is sponsored in part by.
So Trippy, you mentioned you don't like that Democrats come into office and print all this money. Now, I pointed out that's not really how the Federal Reserve works. It operates independently. Do you
I
think
don't
it
care
would
if
be?
that's how it works or not. I told you what happened. How about we
Okay,
steal in fact?
so if it
The
doesn't
largest
work that
extension
way,
of the
it
money
doesn't really
supply
happen
happened
that
during
way.
COVID under
I don't
Trump.
care.
That's also
on
true. The money
how
supply
it
grew way
happened.
more under Trump than Biden, but
Which is probably leftover from when Biden was in there.
no, that's fucking insane. Daring, that is unbelievable that you said that. First of all,
You just said a little while ago that the Federal Reserve basically doesn't have to listen to the president. Exactly right.
yes,
Like,
it is an
he
independent
just
agency
can't
for the
call
most
him up.
part. It doesn't report to the president. And you, by the
Like,
way,
he's not
just
gonna
got
call him
mad
up.
because you said
I'm not
because
mad.
You said Biden came into office and printed all this money, which to me
did.
insinuates. Well, I pointed out again. Most of the money was printed under Trump, and also the Federal Reserve operates independently from the president. So it's not like the president's
Definitely
ordering the
was
Fed
mad,
to do
by
this.
the way.
But
So, okay,
but
so who tells them to make money?
with themselves, they have the authority to do it.
Oh, really?
Yes, they're the Federal Reserve.
Yeah,
yes.
they don't have anybody
Oh,
above them at all.
really?
No,
Well,
because
they're-
like
That sounds like
wait,
bullshit.
wait. Not fun.
Hornet?
Not fun.
Hit it
I
off.
can bring up. I can
Okay,
bring up a
Hornet.
recent example, right? when Trump put the tariffs in place, he ordered the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates because it would actually help his economy at that moment. The Federal Reserve told him to fuck off. We're not going to do that. They operate independently from the president. Their interest is in how much money's in circulation, what the interest rates are going to be, and how much of we're going to calculate out to.
And this is they're balancing unemployment with inflation.
If you are so upset that Biden printed all this money, presumably you wouldn't want the president to be in control of how much money is printed, fair?
I mean, I don't. So, Grumple.
Wait, can you answer my question?
Grumple.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
This is very simple. It's saying that you won't answer it.
Literally losing it.
If you believe Biden was evil for printing all this money, why wouldn't you want the Federal Reserve to operate independently?
I have not.
He was just a zombie. He's still a zombie.
I cannot.
The deep state behind his administration, whatever.
How many people are
watching? Okay.
119 with only 76 likes.
Oh my God!
Fucking unacceptable.
I want everybody in chat to first hit like, and the second thing I want you guys to do, if you have the time, is look up Biden. Just look up Joe Biden, and it should come up. He just did a speech a few days ago.
Yep.
Yeah. Watch that speech and tell me I still want that guy to be president.
Great way to not acknowledge
you're delusional.
After you do that, watch a Trump speech and see how many times he brings up Biden being the reason for everything that he has done right.
Excuse me.
And
You're saying it wrong.
on top of that, he brings up 0 points. Go ahead.
Let me go. Because here's the thing: everyone would criticize Joe Biden about auto pen, but we all conveniently forgot when under Trump's presidency, Wakanda was actually listed as a trade partner for the U.S. This is like a federal paperwork that Wakanda, a fictional nation, was added to our trade.
Wakanda. There's literally a place called Wakanda.
Okay, show me where.
I think it's in like Wyoming or something.
Wow.
As a international trade partner, Trippy?
I know, right? I know. I was just saying there is actually a place in existence called that, but
There's
I wasn't saying it was
probably a
international.
town somewhere called that, but it's again under our trade partners. Wakanda was added into the fucking list. So if we're gonna talk about incompetency for each fucking president, let's talk about it. But don't fucking try to high road and be like Joe Biden.
Joe Biden, bad and old man.
You know damn well
whatever.
That
But Trump
didn't do that on his own.
Trump is smart, and he has 10% tariffs on everybody, so it's going to be good because the McDonald Islands with those penguins absolutely have to pay because they have a trade. They have a surplus on us.
All right, hold on. To get back to the original argument, all you need to do is to get off this stupid shit. Just get back to the original argument. Look up M2 versus inflation, and you will be able to look at the money supply versus inflation. You can see where it peaked, which is right after Biden's presidency got there. It had been peaking for a while, and you can see that his entire presidency is the lowering of the money supply, and now it's starting to rise again. It's really easy to look up M2 versus inflation.
Notice how Trippy, first of all, has no understanding of how the Federal Reserve even works or when this money was printed.
Notice
but
how
again,
you just keep on going back to the shit that you debate on every single day.
Notice how you won't give me clear answers to my question. Do you think it would be bad? Do you think it would be bad for Biden to have direct control over the money supply?
Oh, it would be bad for any president to have the direct control.
So do you condemn Trump? Do you condemn Trump for wanting to fire Jerome Powell and repeatedly attacking Jerome Powell? Both in his first term and
he's going to try to fire him. Absolutely.
Look, just tell me who is Jerome Powell in the first
term? Okay, Jerome Powell is the head of the Federal Reserve, the chairman of the Federal Reserve. Do you condemn Trump for trying to get rid of the head of the Federal Reserve because he wants more political control over it?
No, if the guy needs to be fired, he should be fired.
Okay, so the president is bad for any president to have control over the Fed, unless it's Trump.
You're arguing.
Why should he be fired? Why should Jerome
No. You guys are arguing that somebody that holds the position should be able to keep the position for what
Gentlemen, have control over yourselves. You are all adults. You are all.
This was the gauntlet.
Listen,
can we not interrupt people?
You are all grown adults.
Yes, and we can interrupt people as grown adults, Sarah.
Yeah, and as a grown adult, you also have self-control. My goodness.
Yes. And I'm asking him a question.
I was going
now that everyone has had a second to look up M2 versus inflation, can everyone agree that the money supply contracted mostly during Biden's presidency.
Yes, it did.
I did
It
not
did
look at
not
it.
increase. It mostly contracted.
Yep.
So you guys are arguing that this guy should continue to keep the position and nobody else should be allowed to take it?
No, I'm arguing Trump should not fire him to try to have political control over the Fed.
That doesn't make
I'm arguing
sense.
Trump, by the way, should not.
Disastrous idea.
That wouldn't
I'm
give
arguing,
him
by the way,
direct
Trump should not.
control.
You don't think
You're
that
arguing
if he,
in this,
you don't think if he has
what's
the
the
ability to
fucking term
fire
for
the
it?
Federal Reserve chair that he's not going to say to the next Fed chair or whatever after he fires Powell, if you don't do what I want, I'm going to fire you? You don't think Trump would do that? Trump is above that?
I don't think he would.
Or fill in any seat with like a loyalist who which he has been doing, right? Like,
I don't think.
What about like
understands
you
that
know
every
like he
government
literally
is
fired
not
he tried to
Omar.
replace what was his name, Jeffrey Rosen, I think he tried to replace the
Go watch
DOJ
Omar
with
talk about
another
his Trump encounter.
person as acting DOJ director because he wouldn't sign a letter to the states claiming that they found evidence of election fraud. Like Trump has literally
Too fucking
done
bad.
almost this
And they
exact
did
same thing.
find
same
plenty of
thing
evidence
before.
of election
So,
problems.
They absolutely did not. But regardless,
Yes, they did.
even if I granted that, it's not that's not necessary for this argument. My argument is
Yes, they
that
did.
Trump historically has threatened to fire people if they don't do a very specific thing that he wants to do, which I just gave the example: signing the letter, sending it to the states, saying that there's evidence of election fraud.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
So
like,
Trump is
you guys-
clearly not above this. Trump is clearly
So
not
you
above
guys
this.
have all this whole fucking time been acting like the Federal Reserve isn't affected by the president whatsoever.
We have
It's a
what do you mean?
nonpartisan wing of the government.
It's an
Like, do you
independent-
understand that,
Oh,
like,
it is. It's
do you
nonpartisan
understand
now.
that some roles
Yes.
in the government are intended
I'm
to
sure
be
that
nonpartisan,
nobody that
free?
works at the Fed,
Okay, can you
Federal
wait?
Reserve,
Wait,
I'm sure that nobody votes either way, right?
Okay,
They all
but
vote
there's a
independent.
nonpartisan organization that's structured in a way.
Yeah, and that
to
kind of thing
avoid
affects what you
the
sign.
It's structured in a way to
That kind
avoid
of
the
thing
turbulent. It should
Trippy, let
doing,
other
like,
people fucking
shut the
talk,
fuck
dude.
up. Seriously, just
I
shut
would,
the fuck
man.
up.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
Neve.
Some positions in government, you know, they're not based around term limits of the president. They're there to create stability in the government so that regardless of how radical or how
Right.
authoritarian one side of the fucking voter spectrum seems to think a president is, the things stay on a steady course and that the fucking entire economy government doesn't tank every fucking whatever. But
Yeah, but
obviously that's been the case to this point now. Obviously, Trump's found his way to fire a lot of those.
So you guys
non-partisan-
want to sit there
Funny,
and
Alexander comes in and says, "How can y'all hate Trump so much? You want tariffs to fail when the what's been has got us."
holy shit.
I think there's
Can I
supposed to
comment
be
on that?
more.
I don't want tariffs to fail.
Because I-
are bad.
Because I hear this point a lot. It's just like where we are now. I'm just like, we're living in an economy that is the best in the world. We're outdoing almost everybody. What's so fucking bad about America? I don't understand where this logic is coming from
Because
anymore.
these people hate America.
five,
They
dude.
hate what America is. They do not appreciate the fact that we are a multicultural country. They don't
So-
appreciate the fact that we do have a booming economy underneath, honestly, an old decrepit president. And the only reason why they fucking hate this so much is because they hate the fact that liberals make sense. Liberals are smarter than them. Liberals
No.
are able to make their
Womp
arguments
womp
better.
wrong.
It is embarrassing. And unfortunately, I understand why. Like, I get it. Your fifis are hurt. But at the same time, it's so sad to me that you guys think that we want Trump to fail. I would never.
I'm glad that you
want the
don't.
President of the United States to fail.
I kind of want him to
Absolutely
fail.
not.
You know what, dude?
I mean, I don't
We
want my
fully
country
agree.
to fail,
I'm
but
not
we
gonna
can
lie.
fail all
I
the
want him to
Good
fail.
point.
I want the economy to be a great economy for the
In the
American
context
Purple,
of
we
the
can't hear you.
political,
The
in the
difference
context
is
of a
that we
political
don't live in
party,
a
I
cult.
absolutely
We
want
don't
him to
live in a
fail.
cult. I don't care what Trump has to say. I
Oh,
don't have
yeah.
to believe
Get on mute.
what Trump says.
My bad.
There
People
you are.
like Trippy have to. They have to
No.
take in the NPC talking points. They have
No,
to defend it.
no.
It's
I wanted Biden to do good
embarrassing.
Yeah.
You
too.
don't even know what you're
I'm a simple
defending.
monkey.
You don't
No.
know what you're defending.
Pursue.
Because tomorrow, if Trump changes his mind, you're
Thank
going
you,
to
Trippy, by the
say
way.
the exact
Yeah.
same talking.
Good man.
Wait, can I do
It's
a
all good.
test for everyone?
I noticed
Because
you spoken. I couldn't hear you.
whichever side you're on, right? Like, because
Very
I can
good.
say something good about Trump's presidency the first time or the second time, because I think when he acknowledged that that NATO wasn't paying into its part, reaching the 5% of well, the 3% mark, that's an honest observation that they should be making, right? Like I completely agree with him there. But it seems like if I ask you, Trippy, like what was something good under the Biden presidency? Like it goes to like the craziest shit.
One of the best things that he did was keep Kamala Harris off camera.
It's a joke. See, it's just a joke to these people. And
no,
because you know
like,
why?
Hey, you made a great point.
Fucking retarded and stupid
Pursuit.
is a good. And you are retarded and stupid.
Pursuit. You actually displayed a. Sorry. I
am smarter than you, Trippy.
You actually said something that added to the conversation, and you are right. I wanted Biden to do great too. I want every president to do great because I want our country to do great. Right? We're in agreement there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but every time I saw Biden on camera, he was either tripping upstairs
Yeah, that's the
or
problem,
stuttering.
Trippy, is that you're a fucking retard. The only thing that
Right,
matters
you were
to you
judging
is
on
what's
superficial shit rather than how he did it in the country.
It's superficial, exactly. Thank you, FG.
Thanks for helping
The
out
whole point
Pursuit.
is that Trump is the first social media president. To you, it's only about the lulz. It's only about what you see on Twitter. It's only what you see on Truth Social. It's only about
I don't even have a Truth Social.
raging out the libs, man. He owned the libs. Let's get the compilations.
I have one.
going.
I've never logged
It's
into it.
fucking pathetic.
Yeah, I
You
don't have a
hate
Truth Social.
America. You hate America.
Whoa.
I love
and
America.
that's something that you need to wrestle with. The fact
I love
that
America.
you do not
I
want
like
the United
wrestling.
States.
You don't understand how much I love
Trippy.
America.
You do hate it. No,
No,
you
I don't.
absolutely hate
Trippy,
it.
be serious for like 1 second. Can you
course.
actually name anything that you liked about the Biden administration? Not just like the Kamala talking point or whatever, just an actual policy, something that he did or fucking acknowledged during the time that he was in president.
Honestly, straight up, no.
That's the problem right there.
That's kind of the problem.
I want us to succeed underneath Trump for the second time. I fucking hate the guy, but at the same time, I can recognize that he is my president. People like you and the fucking retarded president that you voted for don't even recognize the fact that he lost the 2020 election. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, sure, he lost
You
it,
live in
okay.
a cult. That's
You know
the
what was
issue.
good about it?
You live in
It's
a cult.
good he lost.
And
Oh,
you
I lead
do
a cult.
not
Excuse me,
want
sir.
to recognize that. I'm sorry.
Not a
It's
cult,
good
though.
that he lost,
But like,
because it gave him 4 years to
seriously,
think
like
about his
Trippy,
last
like
term.
not like even empirical shit, like how much better we came out of COVID than other countries, like how we hit record low unemployment that hadn't been seen in like 60 years, passing legislation that no one thought we could pass that got
Well, see,
actual
there's the
measurable
thing,
results.
though.
You couldn't name anything, like fucking anything.
Like you're talking about unemployment, people going back to work and shit. That was because of COVID, man. Yeah,
No,
it
not
looked
all
like-
of it. No.
Well, yeah,
no,
yeah,
not
but
all
he
of
was
it.
claiming he created 30 million jobs. He didn't do that. He did not do that.
Every president gets to claim the positive and negative of their presidency, like no matter
And
what.
that's what he did. Every time that he thought something looked good on him, he was quick to camera. He used the
but
the same
Trump
same
does
thing
that
Obama
times
did.
100. He just lies about Trump lies about his
Are you
accomplishments.
calling
Like
Biden a showman compared to Trump?
No, I'm saying that he
Hillary
used the
dodged
same
those
tactic
snipers
as
when
every
she
other
got off the
president.
helicopter. Remember?
I can't hear Crumple again.
She said so.
Oh no, I did hear Crumple. Sorry.
That's one too.
Is Mike
Wait,
Oh no,
wait a
that's
minute.
really low.
Hold on.
I don't know what's going on there.
Bringing up
a
Hillary at
delay
this
in
point is kind of insulting,
camera's
considering
lying
that her email scandal was so much smaller in magnitude to the Signal chat fucking leak we just went
That's one
through.
too.
Oh no, that signal thing was fucking embarrassing. It should have never happened.
And none of you give
There
a
should be
shit
an
about it.
investigation for it,
None of
right?
you are wailing
do.
about it and
I
like
sure do.
hounding them for their entire lives. Like,
Dude, I absolutely care
Allison
about
to
it.
the rescue sends a big 10. Can anybody guess who she's sending to the back?
Me.
Pursue me.
No.
So he probably needs to drink and has to go, you know.
While
Hey,
we're on,
Matt,
is my
Matt, why
volume
do we
okay?
hate- Chat, why do we hate Pursue
Yeah, you're good, bro.
so much? Chat, why do we
okay.
hate him so much? I'm just curious.
But in
I
the
really want to
spirit
know.
of capitalism, what Sarah just did, I have a quick poll just around the panel, if we could, just really quick, yes or no answer. If there were a merch item that had, say, a grumple, like chopping wood and holding puppies and stuff, with like as a calendar, would that be of interest as a product for anybody?
I hate you.
I'm 6'3", it's fine.
Like a calendar or
like a wall calendar, like a T-shirt.
Yeah, what are you talking about? What is this calendar? I need
who buys
merch.
calendars anymore?
Well, I mean, if it's got holding puppies and chopping wood and
no one buys calendars anymore, dude.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
maybe I need to see
market that somebody would do it.
Yeah. I mean,
they would buy it.
I could do like Ben Stiller, like Magnum or.
Is it one of the big calendars that I can write shit in so that like at least it has utility?
Yeah.
Dude, this shit is so crazy.
Ghosty.
Seriously, the amount of unseriousness, like anytime anybody brings up an actual point, a real issue, brings something to the table, it's just all jokes, all distraction, insults, no response at all. For hours I've been watching this shit and I haven't gotten one serious response, like, for real. And I feel like this is what I see all the time with you guys, so you're not really helping yourselves.
What do you mean, you people?
The internet is not made to be serious all the fucking time.
Okay,
yeah.
If you're trying to have
swear at you. You know what I mean?
Let's put it this way: one side has productive conversations, and the other doesn't.
Well, see, part of me, because I know I've been that for most of the stream. I didn't study nothing. I didn't come on to debate. I waited until it was open panel. And now it's just kind of like free for all, but these guys still want to debate the same topic.
Okay, but you still have been acting like you actually know what you're talking about the whole time.
I do know what I'm talking about.
Well, we moved on to different topics.
I don't have a laser.
We talked about Biden's economy. We talked about the.
I was going to explain.
And anytime we try to move on to a new topic, you guys just distract with fucking ad homs and insults.
Who gives a shit? It's not literally a debate, though,
it's
Ghosty.
Embarrassing.
I've seen you debate. I've
because
watched
it's boring. It's literally boring just
You
listening
can
to
ask.
repeat the same insults over and over and over again instead of having a conversation about a topic, any topic.
Well, I'm very sorry, but for the first time I ever saw you, I thought you were trans, and I still don't know.
Wow.
Exactly.
Okay.
I've seen you on camera. I just don't know.
think Ghosty is quite lovely. Y'all are just fucking stupid.
Proves my point.
I know I'm being stupid on purpose, but Ghosty, you're cool. Non-Fon's cool. Grumple, everybody here is cool. I'm not trying to like make enemies and nothing.
Well, thank you.
But at the same time, welcome. I like to throw a little wrench in the works once in a while. It's I'm a clown.
Well, if you're going to jump on a panel about tariffs and economics and Trump and politics, it was earlier, and even earlier you were doing the exact same shit, so you can't just say it's happening all of a sudden.
No,
like
the debate had been had already.
Yeah, but even during the debate, you were doing the same shit. That's my point.
No, there was no debate with me. I came in after the debate was over.
Throwdown Thursday. There was no.
All I know is that 1% showed up to the panel with a comprehensive knowledge base and an understanding of the economy.
They knew they were going to debate tonight.
It wasn't you, Trippy.
Because he knew he was going to debate tonight, right? Right, Non-Fon? Like, you know these things because that's your specialty.
Well, number one, it's Throwdown Thursday, so like there wasn't like a debate I had before the open panel thing. It was just me talking to Sarah in the open panel. And then secondly, if I don't know something, I don't have a strong opinion on it, right? Like I don't.
Well, damn
like,
it.
I don't have a strong opinion on what climate change policy is best because I don't read about climate change. If you don't know anything about trade economics, which you don't know anything about trade economics, then why the fuck are you in here defending tariffs? Why the fuck if you don't know anything about the Federal Reserve, why are you in here saying that Biden printed a ton of money from the Federal Reserve? Why are you defending Trump trying to fire Jerome Powell? Like, just don't have opinions on it.
I don't care about Jerome
You're all
Powell.
Fired.
You do care about
How many
Jerome
years?
Powell.
Fired.
I'll ask you this.
You're fired.
What it?
That got awkward.
Yeah, it's like sitting there going, oh, the politicians will save us. They'll save us. And then watching everything burn down around you and going, you know what? This is fine because they're supposed to be the ones running things.
Unless you have Blue Roof.
I'm not convinced everything is burning down around us, but you yourself suggested that you did not like that Biden printed all this money. Now, obviously, Biden didn't print the money.
I don't like that during the Biden administration that there were a lot of money that was printed.
So
and
again,
he also said at the same time that he was putting in a bill to stop inflation. See, that is misleading and bullshit.
So
Trippy, what would
you're
Trump?
gonna sit there and you're gonna say that
I literally
there
provided you with a
wasn't
graph.
unprinted-
What would Trump have to do to get you to get off the Trump train? Just in
I'm
theory.
not even on the Trump train. I'm on
You
the
are.
fucking just
You're literally
actual
jerking-
facts
You've been jerking
train.
him off. You've been jerking
No,
him
you
off.
literally.
before.
This is absolutely not actual facts. You're
Maybe
just
that's what you
completely
need to do,
mistaken.
me.
Number one,
entertain this.
Maybe you need to go be jacked off.
Trippy.
Trippy.
Number one, we already pointed out to you.
Maybe you don't.
Is that the past tense of it?
Trippy. Maybe
Jerked
you're
off?
neutral on Trump.
I think it's
Okay,
jerked
maybe-
off.
Maybe you're
Joking-
neutral
jerk
on
chicken?
Trump.
Joking
But
off?
what would he need to do for you to not be neutral about Trump? For you to take a negative stance?
I was
and
trying to be
maybe-
neutral on Biden, but the guy he just
Okay,
should have never been president.
Okay,
He
are you
had
gonna answer?
two-
Wait,
Trippy,
I
I
just
want
want,
to
before
Biden.
you move on
let
to
me ask
this,
you a
I just want you
question.
to.
Let me ask you.
No, fuck you,
The
Hornet. I
guy
wanna
should have
answer.
never been president.
I
I'm
wanna
sick of
fucking
this whole
answer.
this person's turn to be president BS.
Okay,
And
are you gonna
guys
answer
are
the
just-
question yes or no? So I can
Quiet
waste my
for
fucking
just a
breath if you're
sec.
not gonna do it. No, shut
What
up. Answer the
What
question.
was
Ready
bad
anyway.
about Biden's presidency?
Every fucking thing was bad
Like
about
what? Like name
damn
something.
near everything.
Name
The
something.
guy sat there and signed shit. Every
Like
single
what?
thing the
Like what
president
did he sign?
before him.
I would take a fucking
Okay,
macaroni
A1.
Can you name
penguin
something?
over fucking Trump.
I'm waiting
Same
until
shit. Get a fucking
Day
penguin,
one.
give him the pen and some executive orders. I'm here for it. Let's do it.
day one. Biden
Bring back-
walked
Wait, like
into
an
the
emperor
fucking-
penguin or like a
I
South
can't even
African
get my
penguin?
damn point out.
Oh, now you know what it's like.
Let him get his point out.
Day one, Biden went into office. How many executive orders did he sign on day one?
Oh my god, you're not going here.
Wasn't it
He signed out
120?
everything the previous president had actually signed in, strictly based on he didn't like the previous president.
That's what every president does.
No,
Every
it's
single
not.
time.
No,
That's
it's
what
not.
it is.
Well,
They
It
don't.
literally
a lot
is.
of.
Yes,
I
it
mean,
is.
Okay.
a lot of
Trump
presidents
just
resent.
did that.
Every single fucking
Yeah,
time.
he didn't
Yes.
sign out
One
everything,
other
by
did
the
that.
way.
That's every president.
Yes.
There were things
Every
that
single
both
fucking
presidents kept, but Biden signed a hell of a lot more executive orders to get rid of the previous presidents.
It's almost like they were bad.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. So
Oh, it's
let's
almost like that, isn't it?
It's
A lot
almost
of
like
the
Yeah,
economy,
yeah,
It's
example.
almost like that because you know what he signed out? He signed out the one bill that Trump had in there to get insulin produced in the U.S. Biden signed it out. That's why
So,
the fucking Novo Nordisk guy dropped it down to $35.
We already
See,
went
we
over
remain
this
in
with you.
Mexico.
I don't know why you
What do
can't
you mean?
listen. But real
That's
quick,
one.
like I give
I did
one thing
notice
I
that
give
policy.
Biden
I
a lot
mean,
of credit for is rescinding the Schedule F appointments that Trump did.
I give him a lot of
during-
credit for being able to stand in his condition.
Great. So
Okay, but-
so Schedule F appointments, that's
Sniff.
basically turning a lot of civil servants into
Yeah, and
supposed
sniff
like
children. I mean,
political
I guess
appointees,
he can get
which
some
gives the
credit for
president a
sniffing
lot more
kids on
control.
camera.
Which gives the
And
president
nobody
a lot
calling
more
him out on
control.
your side.
Oh,
Get-
Trippy, he's
here's
trying
non-fun.
to talk.
Fucking bring up a point and you're just fucking talking over him.
That's what's happened to me all
The
night,
Schedule
too.
F appointments give the president a lot more control over like ordinary civil servants by making them supposedly political appointees who can like be fired without cause. And that is something I view as authoritarian. And Biden voluntarily scrapped that. He scrapped that because he did not want that power. He doesn't think the executive should have that power. And that is something I give Biden a ton of credit for. Like,
Do you give him
Or
credit for allowing China to buy like hundreds and hundreds of acres of land in the U.S.?
I don't think that's a big deal. I think that's probably fine.
You know what?
you
Fuck
think
it.
it's
Bring back George
probably
Bush
fine?
for a second. Bring back
Wait,
George Bush for a second.
Just to comment on your, because I had to look this up, because just from like if we're going date to date, right now we have 67 executive orders from Trump. At the current time of 2021, Biden had 38.
Bring back
Yeah.
Dick Cheney.
I'm talking about
That's-
day one.
that's
How many
double.
People that the
That's
Monroe
double.
Doctrine
Does it show?
would prevent China from
Yes, it
buying
shows
property
the
in
first
United
day.
States.
You want to know
I
how
want to
many?
see
was-
first day for both.
It's 17. He signed
17?
17 executive orders the first day.
Biden did. How many did
Yes.
Trump do? Was it like 60 or some shit?
It's like the 67.
137?
Okay, let me look it up. Actually,
That's because he decided
He must
to
have handed
actually-
out so many pens that day. Like
He sure did, dude. He sure did. And
inflation
you know
on the
what?
value of presidential.
Okay, Donald
You know what
Trump
that
signed-
proves? None of them were auto pens.
So
Okay,
the best thing you
Trump
have is
thing
that
is funny to me.
the best thing you have. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, you're good.
Go, Ghosty.
The best thing you have is that Biden got rid of a bunch of executive orders on day one. That's
No,
why.
he signed a bunch of executive orders that got rid of things that Trump had signed into order. It's not like he deleted previous executive orders. He just signed out a bunch of shit. That's why the pipeline was closed. The
Even
U.S.
though we
Canada.
produced more oil
Keystone
under
Pipeline.
Biden's
Yeah, but no,
presidency.
we didn't
Like
want it
Keystone.
either.
Keystone Pipeline is just now it's not even going to ever be a thing.
We didn't want it
Right,
either,
Biden.
yeah.
Which is fine.
This is, by the way,
Really
this is absurd
unpopular in
because
Canada.
Trippy earlier was arguing that we should be entirely like self-sufficient, and Trippy wants to tariff Canadian oil. Am I mistaken in that you want to tariff Canadian oil?
No, I don't want any Canadian oil, jackass.
Are you aware that Trump wants to tariff
Same
Canadian
argument
oil
I had
at
earlier.
10%?
You guys get the.
He wants
You
to
guys
tariff
get
oil. Oh my
you guys
God,
get
Trump did
stale
tariff
oil.
oil.
We're gonna
Canada
tariff
and
ourselves.
ridiculous discounts.
You understand from Canada, he wants to. I believe it was in effect for a little bit. 10% tariff on Canadian oil. I believe.
Don't you
Midwest or
realize
light sweet crude?
what I said earlier about we wanted to, drill for our own oil instead of getting it from other places?
I
So what are
understand
we
why
going
you're
to do?
upset about the
Tariff our
Keystone
own
Pipeline.
oil?
You'll recognize the Keystone Pipeline was coming from Canada to the U.S., right?
No, it was coming
because we wanted to use it at the time, dude.
It's coming from Alaska.
And we don't want to. The Keystone Pipeline
thank
would
you,
have
Grumple.
taken oil
Oh,
from Canada
wait.
to the U.S.
Did you hear what Grumple said, Non-Fon?
What?
Did you hear Grumple?
I thought this was
I
the
believe he's
Alberta
wrong.
one.
Yeah, it has to pass. You have to pass through
Okay,
Canada
wait.
the pipeline from
It
Alaska.
went through Canada. It was supposed to
Yes,
come from
yes.
Alaska.
I don't.
So
it
the
doesn't.
oil would
It
be
looks like
coming
it's
from
starting
Alaska.
in Heart
So they would
City,
be tariffing
Canada.
Alaska.
Like I'm looking at the map on Wikipedia.
The whole thing is
no.
it's
It's
a lot
okay.
cheaper to use a pipeline than to trip it over rail or.
I agree.
I'm sure that he
Tanker
hasn't
truck.
been doing that the whole
Yeah,
night.
if tankers and all that is more expensive than
It's
using
not
a
embarrassing at all.
It's super easy to figure that out. That's not hard to.
No. It wasn't. Okay, it was Alberta, Saskatchewan, Montana, Nebraska would have been the states. So it wasn't Alaska. It wasn't that far west.
Yeah, I'm looking at the.
I was right,
but
you were wrong.
I just remember reading about that. That's the goal. Maybe
I will
it
take
wasn't
all
gonna
of
go
your
the way they did.
concessions one by one. Trippy,
You can. You can have them one by one. How's
All
that?
right, Trippy, go first.
Huh?
Say you were wrong. I was right.
The pipeline was coming from Alaska, though, going through
Nope,
Canada.
it's not.
So
Okay,
we
no,
it
right.
wasn't.
Canada?
Look, literally, just look
Well,
at the map
it's-
on Wikipedia.
wasn't-
It starts.
It
It
wasn't
starts in
finished.
Okay, I
AB
just
Alaska.
Googled it. I
Yeah,
just
but
Googled
the green. Just go to Wikipedia. Look at the green line. This is the XL pipeline that was canceled by
From
Biden
Greenland?
supposedly, and
That's-
it does not
feels
go
like
to
that.
Canada. It just goes to what does AB stand for in Alaska? Whatever that province is, Alberta.
Alberta.
So who was
It was
wrong
it.
here?
Alberta. You were
Grumple.
That
by
Non-Fon kept saying that Canada would have been tariffed for the oil, but it's coming
Oh,
from
Trump-
Alaska.
I think he
so
meant
I'm
to,
wrong.
I think he meant to say.
He's-
I think he
What?
meant to say it doesn't go to Alaska.
Okay, so Grumple mistakenly said
I
Alaska.
never said
Yeah.
it. Go
Okay.
to
It didn't.
Alaska.
It wasn't going to Alaska yet. My bad. Entirely my bad.
Yes, this is
Oh,
all Grumple's
entirely
fault.
my bad.
All right, Grumple, I will take your concession.
Okay, so that was
now.
just like an aside. I'm not sitting here saying that Non-Fon was wrong. I just was going to say it was a slight misspeak.
Well, what
Well,
did I even
or-
speak about?
But
anything, really.
Trippy, just acknowledge your earlier point as well. Like
Yes,
reading through each of these executive orders. Like day one was just COVID relief stuff. Like the first 17 things are all about COVID. He didn't undo anything from the presidency. It's not even until we get to 24 that he doesn't even undo something Trump does. He's just talking about climate change crisis.
Quick
That's
point of
it.
order. I think you're not supposed to still say the name of the thing for YouTube algorithm
What?
Cool.
Point.
because it. Yeah, I think.
You don't like
I
it.
think.
Oh,
she-
yeah.
But
I reclaim my time.
just
Flu
for
number
everybody who's
2.
live on YouTube. I'm not live right now, but for those who are, there's at least 3 people on this panel who are.
That's what we should call it. Flu 2 electric boogaloo.
Mr.
There you go.
What was
Speaker.
the word?
The name of the thing
Yeah,
is
the-
also a beer,
The thing is, you can say the name, you just
the
don't
thing
have
with
to
19
think of
disease.
like one way or another.
and it was
the
the
post-
plague.
Oh, yes.
The
Yes.
thing with the
Yes.
masks.
And then,
Right.
and then the thing that begins with V that everybody thought was not the V
Yeah.
card. Get out of
Yes.
there. But
Mm-hmm.
vaccines. Yeah, saying that makes your shit de-algorithm on YouTube.
We're gonna go for about like 10 more minutes, guys, just so you're aware.
Okay. Yeah, I just would say that even like the statement that you said that he undid what the president before him did with executive orders is untrue.
Yeah. So, do you have anything else that you didn't like about Biden's presidency?
Your mom.
I don't like that the entire. Yeah, easy.
Got him.
Yet again, everybody's gonna say that it's just something that I looked at, or what was the term you guys used when I mentioned his speeches?
Retardation.
Okay. How about this?
No.
A really big, just quick, a thing that I really didn't like was he removed the Remain in Mexico policy, and
hold on. Oh wait, no. I'm
When did
actually.
he
I
do
forgot
that?
I had a full panel. Never mind. I was gonna try to get somebody up, but the panel's full, buddy.
You got 2 dragons up here. Kick one.
Here, I'll tell you another thing that
We're,
I didn't like.
We're closing in 10 minutes,
Oh, really?
anyways.
I didn't like his catch and release policy with the border.
Well.
Anybody here like that catch and release policy?
Here's the thing.
So I would have to do more research on immigration, but my understanding is that basically Biden was adhering to all the asylum laws, which I agree the asylum laws that we have are, overly or way too loose, and we should we should change them.
And wait. For the first 2 years, he was criticized by the Democratic Party because he would not remove any of the Trump policies that were put in place.
I'm okay with it because if you love something, let them go. And if they
that's a different kind of catch and release. But
everybody forgets Trump did more gun control than any other president in recent history, other than Ronald Reagan, and Obama deported more than and did more drone strikes than any other.
Yeah, dude, yeah. I know
Biden
about that.
Biden basically ended the drone war. By the way, he stopped doing a lot of drone strikes.
Bump stocks.
Yeah, seriously, bump stocks are garbage, but they shouldn't be illegal.
That was
really
stupid. They should have just been let alone. That was really stupid. There's shit on both sides that I disliked.
You probably didn't know what it is.
Things on both sides you guys dislike, but when people come at the topic and then they hate on Trump, which I don't know if any of you guys have done specifically tonight, but when people just hate on the president, it does come off like they want to see that person fail. But the thing is, a lot of people got mad at Biden for stuff because they saw that if he went through with it, that it would be bad for the country. Just like you guys will get mad about stuff that Trump does because you feel as though it's going to hurt the country.
Here's the thing: when we bring up, when Nonfarm brought up the Tariffs point, right? That's actually harming. There's no benefit to that in any fashion, and it is empirically proven. There's very little economics out there that are going to be economists out there that are going to be agreeing with Trump's side on this one.
No, they're not going to.
Yeah,
but I do believe that by the end of it, he will have actually proven that it was a good idea.
Why do you believe that? What makes you trust in Trump's tariffs?
Well, I have faith in the guy. He did a good job the first time, and he was, never a politician before he actually did his first term.
He tariffed Canada and got
ended pretty well, didn't it?
He got
he did actually end pretty well.
Crushed in the negotiation with Chrystia Freeland and had to rescind every single fucking one with his tail between his legs because of the economic.
Rescind what exactly? Sorry.
And then during the first time he tried to impose tariffs on Canada back in his first term, he negotiated with our deputy prime minister, and she absolutely fucking obliterated him.
Wait a minute, you're for the USMCA? Wow, I didn't know that.
He got him to rescind every single fucking one, and it was through the counter tariffs and the economic pressure that Canada imposed.
Are you talking about for the USMCA though? Is that when
they're
you're talking
doing it again?
Are you talking about the
animated?
You're talking about for the USMCA those negotiations?
I think no, it was prior. It was prior because it was the tariffs on our industries. I think in the West.
Yeah, and when Canada caves like a house made out of icicles, we'll see what happens with all of that stuff.
We're just cozying up to our homies in Europe.
What's the other prime minister's name? Trudeau.
Carney.
There's not a picture of Justin Trudeau riding a polar bear with a battle axe. That's not going to happen.
Since you're actually in the country, how do you feel about that new prime minister and the way that he took power? Well, actually, he's not.
I love him. I absolutely fucking love him. I cannot wait to vote for him in a week and a half. I think he's
permanent.
I think he's the most qualified prime minister and the most timely economic expert with the most impressive economic background. And once he's given the full levers of power, he will use his economic know-how and the levers of power and unilateral power in Canada to repeal all of these tariffs and to make us rich. And he already has. Within a month, he's driven up the Canadian dollar with by a couple points in a month, which is pretty good.
But didn't he live in the U.S. until recently?
I think he lived in the UK, and he's lived all over the world, I imagine.
He lived in the UK because he was
How
the
many?
central
Let
banker
me
for the
ask
UK.
something stupid, and it's going to sound like an appeal to authority, but how many of the people here are actually Canadians?
A.
I know Neve is. Is anybody else a Canadian?
I'm American.
It is.
Wolverine,
Fun.
the character, and
Oh,
Deadpool, the actor.
No, nobody else. Just Neve and just Mel.
Yeah, just
And
Like, I think
there was
Mel
someone
is.
else earlier, I think.
I was just wondering, 'cause, like, I know our econ and shit and the way that we deal with money directly does affect Canada, but
Yeah.
it
We're
wouldn't
very-
be
we're close to
affecting
affect everyone
Canada.
at this point. Like, who do we not affect? If,
It wouldn't
like,
be
for
affecting
instance,
Canada.
Let me ask this question: if the U.S. economy just took a shit tomorrow, right, and everything became chaotic, and we all just fell to pieces, and like the world ended for the United States, like how much domino effect would that have on the rest of the world?
I think
You know,
Canada would
we
go
would-
first.
We would
Canada would
see-
go first. Yeah, we probably would.
We
Well,
would be
only just
2008
Canada.
all over again.
Wait, no, it's way worse than 2008.
way worse than 2000, yeah.
Because the problem is America is the central trade currency. So if like we fall off the map, everyone else's markets basically turn off.
We were the least
actually-
impacted. We were the least impacted economy in the G7 during the 2008 financial crisis, and it was because of Mark Carney, baby, and his economic, financial know-how.
True.
Super happy to have him. We're so lucky.
Yeah, but
Listen, central
2008
bankers
had
are
a
just
worldwide
based, and Trippy
effect.
doesn't respect them.
Yeah, it did. It
I
had a
don't-
worldwide
I don't
effect.
respect many people. They have to earn it from me. And non-fun,
That ability for us to
tell you,
get the
dude,
center of the spoke of the wheel is gained off of the trust that we have garnered with the rest of the world since the end of World War II. Like what we're doing now is encouraging the rest of the world to not treat us as the thing that they revolve around. And
Well, they're
it's
gonna
going to be a different
continue-
world if they start dumping our dollar.
They're going to
and start
continue
making
to revolve
They
around
are
us,
dumping our
though,
dollar.
effigy.
Well,
Like they,
no,
regardless
they're-
of whether they want
this
to
is
or not.
no. Hold on, really. Let me talk really quick. This is the
Okay.
central fallacy that conservatives has right now: is that they think that they can fuck the whole world up and it'll still continue to revolve around us, and that we're going to have the exact same levels of trade and the exact same levels of commerce with all of these people. They can form the rest of the world as a group and not fucking deal with us if they have to.
Dude,
And
that's just all that is. And I know a lot of people who feel the same way as you do. All that is fear mongering. You're going, hey, it's going to be really bad. It's going to be really,
Wait,
really,
okay.
really, really, really bad because I know because this has happened before in
do
the
you
exact
understand
same
why?
fashion.
Do you understand why the crash was so significant this time? Because the bond market started.
It wasn't a
basically selling-
crash, dude.
It was a
barely
crash.
dipped.
By
was-
any
but-
reasonable definition, it's a crash. Like
It's a
literally,
crash.
look up.
Barely dipped. And I
It
can
did not
tell you
barely
right
dip.
now,
It's
that
not just
none
the
of
stock.
you
Wait,
guys-
It is in
I'm
the
not-
Everyone
top
in the
10
audience,
percentage.
look up
I'm not
2025
just
stock
talking about
market
the stock
crash.
market.
Like it has a.
Wait, are you
Wikipedia
saying it
page,
bottomed out
like-
like in your mom?
I'm
I can
saying
tell you
that
guys right
it wasn't
now,
just,
I know.
It wasn't just the stock market; it was the bond market as well. And
None of you guys raised alarm bells when it happened during Biden's administration.
First of all, it wasn't as big, and second of all, that had to do with the Bank
Yes,
of
it
Japan
was.
raising interest rates, not with a policy that the president.
I've been out of the
announced.
market
The
since,
bond
uh,
market, the
Thursday
bond
this
market did not
morning.
freak out when that
Everybody
happened
else's
as well.
fault except
Exactly.
ours.
That's why I'm trying to point out the major points here, like where like the bond market didn't freak out during the Biden.
Sorry, you were
administration.
muffled there.
Have the same didn't have the same.
Yeah, that we had a drop during Biden's administration that was like 4 times worse in I think 2022.
Stock market. Wait,
No,
wait. The stock market
No,
dropped.
Yeah, we had
no,
a
Jesus,
severe
no, dude.
dip.
There was a dip. There was a dip. We can all acknowledge that there was a dip, but
Drop
the
off.
but the
No,
bond
you're getting the
market
numbers
didn't
completely
get
wrong on that.
affected. You know what happened with the bond market in that situation? People started investing into bonds instead of pulling their money out. When we see countries like Japan who are now starting to question whether they can do business in the U.S. and starting to negotiate with like military contracts over to China instead of to the U.S., it means that we are getting edged out of the global market. We are no longer going to be the prime producer for everyone in the world. We are not going to be the centralized trade that
I
we
don't
have.
see why you think you can look into the future on that though. I'm just saying.
Because they're doing it. They're doing it
right
You
now.
want it to happen, don't you?
No, I don't.
No?
I don't want that to happen. That's why I want them to trade with us. Like I don't want
And
these
they will
high curves.
continue to
because
trade
I
with
don't
us.
want them to trade with us.
They will
That's
continue to trade with us. Like, I'm sorry to tell you, it's still going to happen.
The EU's already move to their military into their own calibers of bullets just because they're like, fuck the US, we can't do business with them anymore.
Oh, that's interesting. We're going to invent a new bullet.
That
that's going to go real well.
Wait, watch.
They're going to be begging us for help.
NATO and the UN.
Yes.
They're going to be begging the United States for help. And hopefully he gets us out of NATO. Because we don't need to be paying everybody else's fucking dues.
Yeah, no, but like
you guy here, I haven't heard that Japan's looking at new calibers. I mean,
not
doing that for a while too.
Japan is in talks. Japan is in talks with China, along with South Korea. They're both in talks with China about moving their military buying to that country instead of the U.S., which are two humongous. Which are two humongous trade partners.
I want to know what the new caliber is that they're.
By the way,
well, that's the EU. The EU is
7.5
moved to different calibers because up until this point, the US has been the standard for like all of the EU and most of NATO, right?
No, the cartridge and magazines, yes, but the
going to make a 7.77 and an AK-64 because we need one more.
Talking about ammunition.
I thought they were laser.
And 5.56 and 7.62 by 51 are the UN, NATO, and US.
My understanding is
because we made it the standard because
Carney
they traded
literally
with us,
called
right?
elections.
So they decided
didn't have to call elections
to their
system. But Carney chose to call elections early because he thinks that's
wait a minute.
He thinks the liberals are going to win.
A standard because that would be
I have no idea.
If he really wanted to be cornered,
that's
what he was going
as hell.
call elections.
This is what
just make your own fucking bullets.
That's what they're gonna be doing.
7.76 or 7.2.
Wait, no, say something that's
they're gonna be making their own
Just make the same bullet. Who gives a fuck? Is there like a copyright they're trying to escape from?
Because the thing would be that you want to make sure
you
that
want to get into a war, but you don't want their bullets to fit your guns.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want the U.S.
We have enough guns
to be.
We have enough guns.
You want to basically cancel. Can I actually talk?
I know that Democrats suddenly.
Can I actually get through the? Can I get through the statement and then you can talk?
Go ahead, Hornet.
Okay. So, the reason they want to move to a different caliber is because functionally it would not work on American guns, right? It would not be the same. That's why they want to move away from it because if their ammunition it does not work for the American guns. Guess what? Whose guns you're going to be using? The EU's guns, right?
Okay. The EU has the same standard, like for
that sounds.
They've had the same standard, but they're in talks about moving. Also, we can look at how France is starting to negotiate whether they want to move all their nukes over into Germany and replace ours, so that basically America would not be the. They're trying to remove America from pretty much every market that in their system.
We're not hurry up, man. That 90 days is fast approaching.
All the best American nukes are on submarines anyway. That are you never going to know it's there.
Sure, but what I'm saying is they're going to be.
I have no strong opinion.
The rest of the world is starting to become independent instead of revolving around us, which is a bad thing for us because we were making
theory, right?
Because we were making money off of that, right? Like everything revolving around us for the longest time has been prosperous for the United States. And that's why I think it's the best system that we fucking have. We have literally put the world in our pocket. And now we're basically being like, hey, America should become independent and not interact with these markets anymore. It's retarded. It would send us back to where we were pre-World War II.
Jack, do you deny that the way
or
was
you just made an argument for that the United States needs to become more competitive and not just give away other countries imposing.
I like that.
The way he was coronated
on us.
is the norm.
Can I quickly just point out how wrong Trippy Cast was, and I put up the information to prove it. The April 3rd crash was the 14th largest single percentage crash of the stock market's history.
Okay.
There is no Biden era crash
20 years
on
and we all
this
died.
list.
We starved to death. Actually.
No, it should scare the shit out of you because they had to put out a rumor
or
a piece of information to stop it from crashing. That's the whole point. And they've still had to keep.
If that's how you want to look at it, sure. I mean,
Well,
I don't have to look at it. The information's right here in front of you. It's right here in front of you.
It would have
recovered.
You're downplaying something that was actually obviously bad. So
but this is cherry picked data because what happened in the 20 days after that single day drop? You know, the biggest rallies, the biggest gains. If you look at the biggest gains, the 20 or probably more at this point, the biggest gains that have ever happened single day have been during bear markets in the United States.
I gotta find.
Yeah, obviously, yeah. Stock markets usually follow sawtooth patterns as they go up or down. Like,
you're having
that's not indicative of a good economy. Like,
guys.
This is about
yeah, Grumple. All the dates on this list are obviously associated with good times.
Tech thing, nerd thing. Tech thing, nerd thing. Hey, Grumple, are you using Google Chrome for your browser?
Brave browser. And Brave and LibreWolf. Yeah, I use a Chromium and a Firefox based.
Okay.
You know,
because you were talking.
Sponsored.
Was somebody controlling his volume, or was that?
I constantly have to adjust it.
Always does that. Always.
Okay, I'm trying to. I've been troubleshooting it for quite a while and still haven't found out exactly what's doing it.
It's StreamYard. When you have
I think it's every time he turns his face. I think his mic should be more in front of his mouth, so that when he turns his face,
this is
still
it's on axis. This is a Shure 58.
It's
okay.
It's the echo cancellation on StreamYard.
No, his audio isn't even synced with his mouth movements.
Yeah, his camera's lagging or something. Are you doing that through OBS or no? You just running your camera straight through StreamYard?
No, my camera's going through OBS. Audio is going through XLR, and no OBS filters.
Obviously, there's a margin.
That's what the audio is.
Like, I don't think every
that's what the camera lag is when you speak. The OBS is creating like a little gap in between you speaking, so we hear your audio before we see your mouth.
But
also,
automatically adjust mic volume. No,
there it is.
Fuck out of there, StreamYard. Holy
so we can make Trump
that'll be part of
life as well.
StreamYard likes to fuck around with your audio.
I mean,
sorry, that bothers me.
Holy shit! Let's see if it doesn't do that anymore now.
Okay, now that you're turned up, drop it a little tiny little hair.
Okay, hang on.
There you go.
Test 1, 2. We're down on 2 sliders, and oh no, it's still adjusting. Something's still auto adjusting, but I don't think it's as bad now.
Okay, sorry guys.
Thank you for
whoever's.
I've been checking settings on everything, browsers and like
StreamYard does that.
Adjust. It's so frustrating.
Google Chrome. The reason I asked about that is because it used to do that to my mic while I was talking on any of the in browser things. It would just kind of raise and lower it. And there's actually a Chrome setting that does that. It's some I forgot what the hell it's called.
There's a couple places too, and like I every time I look into Chrome or Brave, same thing. Doing it, it's like the thing I look at is like it's in a different place. It's a whole different set of settings. So how much would y'all think about a Grumple, chopping firewood and holding puppies and?
I don't want to think about it, but what I do want to inform everybody is that I've pinned the link for Non-Fawn's stream at the top of the chat. If the mods want to continue grabbing that while we close out and dropping it in the chat, I can't redirect from the gauntlet yet. You have to have certain numbers to be able to do that, and we're not there yet. But all of your lack of likes will prevent that, you little bitches. So thanks. You're just holding us back from being able to redirect from the nice people like Non-Fawn. But in any event, I want to go ahead around the room. Everybody can give their closing thoughts. While someone's giving their closing thoughts, can you shut the fuck up and listen? Thank you. Killdrake, would you like to go first?
Sure. I mean, at the end of the day, I think that tariffs is going to be something we see in the long run, and you have people that are putting forward VATs and stuff like that in regards. But all that's going to do is...
Are you moving away from your mic or something?
No, I apologize. I'm kind of twisting in my chair. Is this a little better?
Way better.
Still. Okay, sorry about that. But yeah, when it comes down to it, I think at the end of the day, it's going to be a waiting game, and all VATs is going to do is increase the cost on consumers as it is. And when it does come to everything here, you do have people on this panel that continuously kind of bulldoze over people and don't let others speak. But at the end of the day, you're all great, and I love you all. So have fun.
Fair enough. Only got half of that, but whatever. I'm not fighting it anymore. Hornet to you.
Yeah. The tariffs are fundamentally bad for the U.S., and anyone who's defending them hasn't actually taken a look at any historical precedents, any empirical data, or anything that would be of value.
Okay, thank you so much. Dragon Rage to you.
So I've been kind of bouncing between both for and against. I do listen to hear what non-fund has stated, but there is a situation that we don't know what everything in terms of what the president and the government's doing in this situation. And in the terms of it, like what Trippycast is saying, is just ultimately we have to wait and see what's going to happen. There's not very many options we have to alter this, so we're just going to have to go with it. But we are trying to make things better, and I agree that we need to still support our presidents. Whether we like them or not, they are our presidents. So we want the U.S. to continue moving forward. And have a good one, everyone.
Thank you, Dragon King. And a kind reminder, if you do go and raid non-fun, if you start heading over there, please be sure to throw tomatoes at him. That would be a nice little gesture from me. Thank you. Animated effigy to you, sir.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. As always, I would say that we can see what they're doing because it's obvious right in front of us. They have no fucking plan. They are wrecking the economy with their haphazardly taped together ideas that they have, and then as the carnage happens right in front of them, they blink in the face of it and have to pull it back really fast, and then still try to come around and do something different. It changes every day. These are not the behaviors of intelligent people who have come up with a long tested plan. And the kind of answers we got tonight are completely indicative of a group of people who follow them blindly because they do not know enough about the subject to actually be critical about the things that are put out in front of them, like the insane formula that was put out.
All the Sarah Raiders
Tariffs.
coming over, throwing tomatoes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely. You're most welcome. Trippy, to you, please.
So, Miss Starnova wants me to say, and I agree with her, that the tariffs are to help break contracts. And it's a long game too. She didn't say that part. I added the long game, but it helps break old ass contracts that we've been stuck in for years, and it opens up the ability to negotiate with these countries. People are looking past that. They're going, Orange Man bad, but you know what? Sometimes Orange Man good. Not all the time. Like nobody's good all the time. Nobody's ever 100%, right? But I have a channel. You guys should sub to it, and I'm using my last few seconds to advertise for it. There you go.
Thank you, Trippy. Neve, to you.
I think
Trump's putting my link in the chat. Sorry,
you're interrupting me, buddy.
I'm sorry. That's
Shut
what
up,
it is to be a woman.
Okay.
Neve.
If in 5 to 10 years Trump's plan goes through unimpeded, all of these factory jobs come back to America. These are going to be jobs that are, by and large, low-paying jobs that the average Canadian, the average American is going to instinctually feel like they are too good for. Anyways, in my opinion, any employment is respectable. If you have a job, if you're putting food on your own table, you are doing your part, you are making a contribution. But the fact of the matter is that there are already jobs that Americans that are respectable because, again, they do for those same reasons. They put food on the table, you support your family. But Americans already think they're too good for those jobs, and those jobs go to people like immigrants, illegal immigrants, they're legal, illegal, whatever you want to look at it. Those are the only people willing to do those jobs, and you guys are kicking them all out of the country. So yeah, either way, it seems like you're fucked. Sorry about that. And I think that you guys should bring back George W. Bush II because I think he would be a drastic improvement to Donald Trump. That's all I have tonight.
Thank you, Neve. Crumple to you.
Oh, yes, ma'am. So I know Non-Fon's heard this one before, and he doesn't like my example. But so when LBJ was the president, we had something that went into place called the chicken tax. It was a tariff 25%, a little bit of trade war stuff. The only part that was left over from it after a little bit, after the chickens, was a 25% import tariff on light-duty trucks and cargo vehicles. This is why we can't have the Toyota Hilux in the United States. And the result is Toyota USA and Tundras and Tacomas are both made in Texas. Some tacos are made in Mexico. So Toyota USA and like all those jobs were created, but it took a little bit of time. You can't get wrapped around the axle about, you know, a 2-day, or you can act like a US CEO and think 1 quarter at a time, or you can think about the long term. Yeah, it might be painful, and yeah, that sucks that, you know, hey, everything dipped a little bit. Bear markets also happen. So I'm Grumpelstiltskin. It's spelt like that on Twitch. It's spelt like that everywhere else except Twitter. I do stream, not as often as I'd like. Real world work is a thing, and it's exhausting, and family stuff. But also, so the Grumple calendar, we're going to have puppies and chopping wood, and it's mostly going to be me. It'll be available, you know, wherever that you find your local podcasts. Thanks for having me on, Sarah, and everybody. You've all been adorable. Y'all have a great night.
Thank you, Grumple.
And head over to Non-Fon's channel. There totally is a mod there that's watching chat.
Fair enough. And if you haven't made your way over to Non-Fon's channel, the link is pinned at the top. It should take you straight to his show. You'll be just continuing watching, but it's going to be Non-Fon and his party. He's going to be carrying out the rest of the night. Non-Fon to you.
Yeah, tariffs are bad for a whole bunch of reasons that I hope I explained today. I feel like basically in every conversation, I
pay your
show that I
tariffs,
have a
tomatoes,
much
red heart emoji,
much better
tomato
understanding
emoji, red
of,
heart emoji,
sorry, Sarah, your
tomato
donation
emoji.
has CPS and it's
oh,
saying
sorry.
tomato emoji. No, you're good. You're good. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I love being on here. Thank you, Sarah, so much for having me on and sending your viewers my way and all that jazz. I really appreciate it. I'm sure we'll do it again. I know I definitely got heated at points, okay, but I enjoy that. And any of the people, okay, that I talk to, like, I don't hate, and you're more than willing to DM me on Discord and set up a debate or something about tariffs. I'd love to do it. But yeah, you guys should head over to my stream on YouTube, Non-Fon 420 on Twitch and Kick. If you want to keep watching me react to stuff about tariffs and maybe talk to someone about them. I'm not entirely sure yet, but we'll see.
Fair enough.
Head over to Non-Fon's.
You are always such a joy to have on. I thoroughly enjoy listening to you. Again, I stand by my word. I think you're going to go very far if you stick with what you're doing and make you know, all of the developments and move alongs as we all do. And I have a lot of faith in you, and I'm really excited to watch you grow. And 10 years from now, listen, 10 years from now, we're going to come back to this show and I'm like, I fucking told you, bitches. All right. And it's going to be great.
It means a lot.
I have a lot of faith in you. I see a lot of people in and out on these panels, and you are one of my favorites for a lot of different reasons. And outside of that, folks, while these folks have been yip-yapping and bitching and spitting at each other all evening, I have been working hard behind the scenes, making thumbnails left and right and getting information up across the board. Go to the channel. You'll see all of the live streams we have lined up over the next few weeks. There's a lot going on, and I'm super duper uber excited for the DC and Marvel debate. That is Craig McNeil from FTFE and Ryan from Radical Coder. I'm super excited for that one. It's a fun one on the 4th. In honor of Star Wars, we went total nerdzilla, and I'm really excited to do it. Outside of that, I think everybody can pretty much, you know, fuck off.
How we feeling, chat? Oh my god. Jesus. God, no more. Jesus, no more. You do on Twitch chat, Jessica Johnson. The glasses are off, dude. I'm considering it. I know I've said this before, but like, Jesus, I don't know. These people, man. There are no great arguments for tariffs. It is like the same thing over and over again. It's like, what even? I like trade economics and I like reading about it, but like, what is even a point of reading about this shit when like people just bring up the same bullshit? And it's like, I have to spend like 80% of my brain power trying to figure out like how to explain to these people some like basic econ stuff. But I really appreciate all you guys being here. Yeah. People don't read. They don't. People don't know anything. They don't know anything. By the way, tomorrow we're doing another debate about this shit. Or I think it's just about the economy, but presumably tariffs are going to be a big part of that on Gibbs' show. And it's going to be there's another girl there who also is like a executive, like she owns a business or whatever. And like I'm fucking tired of these people, okay? I'm fucking tired of these people who are just like, oh, you idiot, you're so young, you don't know anything. And it's like, they can't, that girl couldn't define, I guarantee you the girl I talked to tomorrow won't be able to either. They can't define GDP. Thank you, Beetle Babe, for the sub on YouTube. I appreciate it. Why are tariffs against us okay, but against them evil? I don't think tariffs against us are okay. What do you mean? I think they harm the countries imposing them. You don't have an actual reply, non-fun. You are talking to uneducated people. Well, real. I think tariffs. I think that tariffs against us are bad, and I think other countries should get rid of them. I just think that they primarily harm the country that is like imposing them, right? Like if Canada tariffs the U.S., I think that primarily harms Canada. Jesus, Novastar argued like a middle schooler. Yeah. Also, the Federal Reserve, dude, that Triffy cast not knowing anything about tariffs or the Federal Reserve is fucking insane. Him being like, oh, Biden printed a lot of money. When one, if you just look up Fred M2, most of this fucking money was printed under Trump, right? Like, look at the big like jump here. This is all. When did Biden come into office? January 2021. Like, most of this big jump happened under Trump, and it continued expanding under Biden for a little bit until it actually, contracted a little bit, although it started growing again more recently. But the Fed is supposed to be independent. Now, as I mentioned, Donald Trump fucking hates the independence of the Fed. He has beef with Jerome Powell. Jerome Powell is like there's funny videos of him where, he's asked like, can President Trump fire you? And he's just like, no. What's up, Isaac? He's deafened. Damn. Nothing says, should Trump have fired the Fed head? Absolutely not. Trump should probably not even have. Trump should have the power to fire the Fed head without good cause. Let me in. I don't know if hashtag in the Fed. So true. I don't know if what Isaac is here to do, but I can let you in if Isaac's not going on deafen.
Yeah, I'm fighting for my life.
What's up?
On fun. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's going pretty good.
So I wanted to ask you, where do you like? Are you in like college or something? Do you like study this sort of thing, or are you just kind of like genuinely interested in it?
Yeah, so I'm in college right now. I just go to my like community college basically, and I do like online classes. Eventually, I'll go to a big boy college and do stuff in person, and I will almost certainly go there for economics. But as of now, like I've almost always been interested in economics, so like I like reading about it, and I can read about it and debate people on it, and it's fun, and I have a fun time.
Yeah. I did a bit of accounting in school, so just like a general basic knowledge of like a lot of different concepts, and so I would say that your knowledge base is pretty good, and I think I don't have a coherent understanding, I would say, of a lot of like I would say that I don't have like a strong economic
well, I appreciate
understanding
it.
on things, but I think there are still some basic concepts. Like I understand like the tariff circumstance is still like it's still like demonstrably like obvious to some degree, and I think the argument of like wait and see is just like incredibly disingenuous. I think what you were saying about the car crash is or like the seatbelt thing of just saying like okay, we have like we know that seatbelts save lives, whatever, and I think when you apply that to the economy, it becomes even more evident of like, okay, we actually, even if America didn't like drive, their car without a seatbelt, we've seen other people do it.
Right.
And so these economic mechanisms, they're not, they're not, like they're tried and true, That's the reason where like America's been able to compile so much wealth. So I don't understand why it's not.
I mean, yeah, you're right. Also, real quick, I want to yell at chat. I might. There's people in chat who don't like me, obviously, because they're conservatives. It's no disrespect to you, but I will occasionally yell at chat. Jack is saying, you can't say he can't fight the Fed chair and then talk about QE, bro. QE is a relatively like normal thing for the Fed to engage in nowadays. I believe it is absolutely in the purview for the Federal Reserve to engage in quantitative easing. I see no like large issue with it. I don't see why that should give Trump the power to control monetary policy. But yeah, you're absolutely correct. Like it's insane when these people say like, we have to wait and see whether or not these tariffs are going to work. And it's like we have. Thanks for the subscribing on YouTube, by the way. We have studies. We have studies from Trump's first term. We have studies from the U.S. historically. We have studies from other countries. You just reject all of that. I can provide you a bunch of different models that, predict that tariffs are going to have X negative effect and Y negative effect. And like you saw me, or I don't know how much you watched, but like there were times in a debate where I basically, I would say like, I would try to walk through very specifically this is what's going to happen. For example, if we import less goods, we will supply less dollars overseas, and that'll increase the price of the dollar in world markets, and that'll harm the export sector. And that's like a very, I can walk people through that usually, and if they aren't like hardcore like MAGA or cult, if they aren't like cultists, they'll recognize like, oh yeah, that makes sense because I understand basic supply and demand. But I don't know, people just seem incapable of that.
I think there's just like a culture of anti-intellectual like thought termination that just kind of occurs, and the whole like Trump derangement syndrome, I think it's just like characteristic of like the incumbent party non-incumbent party dynamic of like painting. That's like their job, right? Like they're essentially there to vilify the whoever's in power at the time. But I think it's just the gaslighting.
Like the stream, by the way, chat. Everyone liked the stream. Hell yeah, fuck
like,
yeah.
Considering the, I think that Biden was just attributed to so much. I don't know. Like, I guess it's difficult to kind of hold both of these things now because we're contextually in a Trump administration. But when you look at the way that the populist rhetoric even got where it was on the basis of like Biden being some sort of like authoritarian idiot. Like I don't know how to explain it, but like it is very, very there was a complete parallel. And so the fact that the right-wing like populist movement has been able to like sort of monopolize that is just like, I don't know, it's kind of annoying, but at the same time, I mean, it is what it is. Yeah.
Dude, I don't even know what every time I talk to these people, okay, no offense, the conservatives in the chat, but I respect you less and less every time, okay? I don't know what to do about it at this point, but Jesus, it's it's like I can't even. I hate, by the way, when these people they'll bring up like 5 things, and it's like when they say 5 wrong things, I want to be able to go into why all 5 of them are wrong, but it's like I am limited by time, and then like they'll have rebuttals to all 5 things, and it's annoying. Because like TrippyCast is like, Fed printing money, evil, bad. It's like, okay, well, what do you mean the Fed printed money? It's like, the Fed did quantitative easing. It's like that's a little bit different than printing money, and it's like I just don't have enough time to explain quantitative easing and like the reason why sometimes quantitative easing can be good. Like it's I don't know, it's so annoying. But
yeah, and the global foundation, I think around COVID-19, like every government was doing that.
Right.
So, I mean, I don't understand the long-term effects, but if you look at like the world is built on a combination between like what China debt and like the US debt, and they were both doing it, right? So it's not a great thing. I wouldn't necessarily say that it was defensible, but it was necessary, obviously, at the time. So, I mean, yeah, it is what it is. I don't know. I can't really. I don't know that I understand like the long term. Well, I guess like inflation. Yeah. It's an inflationary measure, right?
It's the risk of inflation, basically. Yeah, but non-fun. You brought up Trump printing money. So TrippyCast's claim was that Biden printed a ton of money, and we pointed out, me and the other guy, Effigy or whatever, pointed out, one, Biden doesn't control the Federal Reserve. They operate independently. It's their decision about whether to print money or not. And two, the money that was printed by the Federal Reserve, most of that money was printed under Trump. So if you want to blame anyone for it, blame Trump. But there were good reasons to print money during COVID. And also, I mean, again, QE is a little bit different than printing money because like you take out, basically you take out, you add to bank reserves, but you take away other assets. So, you know, those assets aren't included in the money supply, but the bank reserves are. So it looks like you're increasing the money supply. And to an extent you are, because you're adding liquidity, but it's not like strictly printing money. Non-fun,
Yeah,
yes.
true.
You say the president doesn't control it, and then you try to bring up Trump. Yeah. You did it again? What do you mean? I recognize that Trump did not order the Federal Reserve to print money. I recognize that Trump was not responsible for the Federal Reserve printing money. But if you believe that the president is responsible for the Fed printing money, as Trippycast does, then you should say that it was Trump's fault for all the money that was being printed.
Yeah, like the Fed uses quantitative easing to control inflation, right? And that's what everyone's that's what a lot of Trump fans are like mad about, like, oh, so much inflation from socialism and stuff like that. But it's the Fed that controls that. And like interest rates, through interest rates, am I right?
So QE can have a few different purposes. So like, you know, QE can be a way of just manipulating long-term interest rates because the Federal Reserve controls short-term interest rates. Long-term interest rates are set basically by like the bond market. And what QE does, basically the Federal Reserve will buy bonds and that'll drive the price of bonds up, which will drive the yield that bonds give you down, basically the profit of bonds give you down. And that'll drive long-term interest rates down. So in that case, the goal isn't primarily adding to the money supply, although that is a side effect. But yeah, banks do it sometimes. Obviously, the Federal Reserve does target above 0% inflation. So if they feel like, you know, we need more inflation or whatever, they will. Quantitative easing is a way to push up the money supply. But like, you know, a lot of times it's just for manipulating long-term interest rates. It's not even about like adding to the money supply. And you could watch Ben Bernanke say this, who did the QE in 2008, but people don't like him. But I like Ben Bernanke.
I don't want to switch topics immediately, but unfortunately, I only have so much time to comment on what you said before about how hard it is to talk to these people who kind of like they don't want to learn anything new. It's sometimes like you're giving them good news, right? Like, no, you're actually wrong about this thing you're scared about, so you don't have to be scared about it anymore. And they'll be like, no, you're wrong. I want to be scared about this. And so it makes you think like, what am I going to do? The thing is like your debating skills from like a dialectical standpoint are on point. But I think like on like rhetoric, you could probably try to make things just generally more digestible for like a mass audience. And that is hard to do on the fly. that is very hard to do on the fly. But just try to think like, how would a Trump fan see this sort of thing if they understood it, right? Like how would they try to explain it?
Big if.
Yeah, and you know but at the end of the day, I think you're right that like it is getting harder. Trump has enabled a lot of people who are confident in their ignorance of things, and they think that makes them smart. But like you demonstrated with Starr, like she did not understand any of that stuff, and yet you know she still wanted to act like, oh, because I do manufacturing, you know, I'm going to tell you what's up. So it's an uphill battle. It is always harder to tell the truth, or sorry, it's harder to convey like intelligent facts over something really dumb. But I do have to go. So I think you did a good job tonight.
Yeah, but I mean, you are absolutely right. The hardest thing to solve is like, how do I convey a lot of this information to MAGA when A, they don't want to hear it to begin with, but B, like a lot of this is kind of technical information where like you have to know accounting or whatever to understand trade deficits, and it's like, okay, well, how do I convey that to people who don't know it? It's always so it's hard.
I think the other component of what it is, like I don't know, I just like a lot of these debates end up kind of being It's like pontification, like sanctimonious bullshit, and
yeah,
I think the Bloodsport format requires a lot of it requires a heavy hand, and a lot of that I think is just rhetoric and believing in what you're saying. But yeah, at the end of the day, I think it's mostly inconsequential. Not obviously, like we're on the internet just debating shit on a panel, but I also say it in terms of like um I think the style of debate is like it reflects more of like a rhetorical flourish, not so much like an actual knowledge base. And I find
yeah.
that the people who actually have you know, the time to study or whatever, they struggle in the format a little. But yeah, I think you did fine.
Yeah, I flip back and forth sometimes because I'm like, a lot of times I feel like I do need to be aggressive, and like I have my buddy Sample Text who always like after debates is always like, you need to be more aggressive, you need to stop letting people interrupt you. But like I don't like I always flip back and forth because sometimes it just feels like people don't want to hear what I'm saying, and they don't know anything, so they deserve to be made fun of. Like that girl who came in saying she owns a manufacturing company and doesn't know anything. Yeah, you deserve, like, to an extent, you deserve to be made fun of. And like I want the audience to know that you don't know anything. And I feel like a lot of times like heavy-handed, like aggressive rhetoric is good for doing that. But then like I don't know, other times like I've been told like if I come off as like super aggressive, I don't know, people don't want to engage or whatever. But you're definitely going to get steamrolled. You did fine. I think I did fine too. I think I did pretty good. Like, there aren't many debates that I think I've actually have like done bad in general. But yes, you need to be roasted. You also educate the audience. Yeah, it's always important to like say like if someone's being stupid, like anyone can go to ChatGPT or go to Grok, go to Google, type this in. You will see that I'm correct. It's absurd that that this person's denying it.
Yeah, the like avoiding ad homs altogether. Like you got to mix them in there. And yeah, I think the star interaction was a good balance. More of that, I think. That's just like like I said, the right wing space. I think they're just that's generally like if you look at some of the more prominent debaters in the space, like that's, you know, they're a mixture of like knowledge base experience and just being outright assholes. So you gotta, you know, that's just something to consider. But I mean, if it's like a principled, I don't know. I also know that you do more formal debate panels. I think I've seen you. Do you go on Kai's at all? Prime Kai's?
No, I haven't. No, I need to build a Prime Kai's bridge actually. I go on Admiral Gibbs's show and I go on a Wick's show.
Yeah, I think I've seen you on one of theirs, and those formats are dramatically different, right? Like you're given time to talk. People are actually going to grapple with what you're saying for the most part, or they'll be pressed to, and people hold you to your words. Like it's completely different on this side of the internet. So, but yeah, anyways, good job, and hope you have a great rest of your night.
I appreciate it. You too.
Good night.
Yep. Non-fans, you're about 15 years old. Your mom still cleans your room and butters your toast. Have you ever made money, invested? So first of all, exclamation point TTS in the chat. Let's get some donos in here. Let's get let's
get some money.
Let's get some money. Let's get some bits. Let's get some likes. Everyone like the stream real quick. Second of all, like again, we went over this like 5 times in a panel. Like if you want to join VC, you can, but like I'm gonna ask you, what are the 4 components of GDP, and you're not gonna know what the fuck I'm talking about. You're not gonna know anything, man. I knew infinitely more than than any of these fucking people I was talking to who are older than me, who work in fields related to manufacturing. Like, what the hell is this, bro? This is, bro. Sadie followed you.
Oh shit! You can see that? Yeah, I told you, bro. I've been telling you. I've been infiltrating your. Look, hey, look if I keep going.
Oh, Pintuffa followed you. That's crazy.
Hey, you know, a good president can bring in both sides. You know, that's what they say. You know. So I just thought,
I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. I might not vote for you if you are too friendly to that fucking.
You're like the alt left. I'm like Kamala, and I gotta like keep saying pro-Palestinian rhetoric. No.
Yeah. Just so we're clear, you stand with me, right? And you.
Fuck. Depends on what city I'm advertising in. Okay.
Thanks, Kyle.
Yeah. So he muted on me. He hates me. He's actually talking shit about me right now.
Damn.
Oh, okay. You're back. No, I'm just kidding. So the idea, right, for this is I mean, you saw some of it, okay?
Right.
The idea is, I want to start a podcast where I want to like, I'm done with like the debating, and I just want to ask like policy questions. I'm done with I want substantive.
Done
like,
with debates. You want like long
you know I was done with
debates.
I want the most annoying. I want the most like brain that like no one would want to listen to this because I'm just gonna be asking like how should like your like the change you want to be implemented. Okay. Okay, but so.
Are you?
So that's the idea, right? So the idea is gonna be. Also, can I get a webcam? Or is that
what do you mean? Oh, sure, yeah. Although, can I get a webcam for you and not like this cringe?
Yes. Oh, cringe.
Cringe, like streaming your OBS thing. Yeah, that is cringe.
In my defense, I have to figure out how to duplicate it. Okay, unlike you.
How to duplicate? Oh, you mean use virtual cam?
Yeah. On Stream OBS, it's really bad. Unless this works perfectly. It doesn't seem like it's working perfectly, does it?
Not to me.
It says I'm doing the web.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Only problem is it's gonna be like this. Yes, I'm green screened into that video. I'm green screened into that picture, so I'm gonna be green screened on your side.
Yeah.
Which is gonna be horrible for that
Discord
overlay.
Is there not like a source option?
I can try.
There should be like a rather than.
This is the source. This is the source.
Wait, but why is the? Oh, I don't know. I mean, you could use the scene option and have your entire scene be a thing.
Do you want the scene? I can give you the scene. Do you want the Oval Office? I thought you said you were trying to.
I mean, I think that makes sense if it's probably better than just like the black. Like
this one? No,
the black back. Okay, well, I mean that's a little.
It's not definitely not. I like this one. Fair. Why is this scene called Andrew Tate? Oh, this is where my old Andrew Tate table used to be.
Wow.
I missed the Andrew Tate table. A girl I was talking to opened my stream one time while I was at the Andrew Tate table. That was a
I feel like
conversation to have.
This makes more sense.
It does.
If you are to be president, this is.
I think we both know I will be. Okay. Everyone would, even Minar would vote for me.
Minar would not vote for you.
You don't think I could convince him?
No. Unless you get endorsed. If you get endorsed by Trump, he would vote for you. But otherwise, Minar absolutely would not.
I mean, in the lore, it doesn't say what party affiliation I am. Maybe I do the greatest switch of all time. Maybe I actually joined Pentuple's side. I keep joking about it, but one day.
There's no way you would never fall that far.
I think I would have to like do a copious amount of drugs before I could have a conversation.
So Isaac, you know what's funny is I actually have a program specifically so you don't have to crop it out. I forgot
the keybind. I'm not gonna lie to you. I popped it out and I forgot the keybind. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Okay, I actually forgot what keybind it is to do that. I literally was worried you were gonna say something because I was like, I'm doing this in front of him and he's the one who made this. It felt a little disrespectful. Okay.
I mean, if you hit Control-Shift-I and then just the up arrow key, if you've done it before in the pop-out thing, it should make it...
I have done it before.
Yeah. So Control-Shift-I, up arrow key, and then enter.
Did you ever send it to Destiny? Because I know he like just pops his out and it's disgusting.
Yeah, I was considering that because I watched him talk to Connor and Vegan Gains, and I was like, I think Destiny would actually benefit from this, but I don't want to... maybe I should DM it to him. I don't know. My chat's already throwing the Destiny clone allegations at me, so I don't know.
You do copy a lot of the mana. I will say you have escaped it recently, but I remember like a few months ago, the mannerisms were crazy.
Yeah, I mean, like I don't know. I clearly like watched. I obviously watch him, so it's like I don't know. Like sometimes obviously less often, but yeah. But I also just started watching other people as well because like I don't know, like now that I talk to people, it's like, you know, I enjoy popping into their streams more than Destiny's now. I also get I feel so good getting like recognizing people's chat. Like I go in a Connor Boys chat and like there's people or Peace Ghost chat and like there's the people
from Twitter. Are you from
you know? Yeah,
that's
exactly.
One of my favorite interactions of all time, seeing that happen. That was actually amazing.
Dude, that
Seeing
was
someone
insane.
go, "Who the fuck is this kid?" And they're just like, "Oh, that's non-fun from Econ Twitter." It's so good.
Yeah. For those who don't know, I was basically talking to Darius, who was like a Destiny orbiter. He gets in a lot of beef with a guy named Gisticle, who's another streamer who fucking hates Destiny. And I joined Gisticle's server, I think, and I joined Darius' stream, and they were having a watch party of Darius' stream, and he was like, someone was like, "Who the fuck is this guy?" And someone said, "He's from Econ Twitter," which is like, I'll take the compliment, but not true. Not there, not quite there yet. And then the response to that was, "Why is he so retarded?"
Which, to be fair, it's a fair question. Okay, they were just wondering who this person was.
Justicle's a weirdo for real. I'm gonna make no comment so I don't burn any
You
bridges.
see Menard giving you a compliment? I was like, "That's crazy."
I saw that. Yeah, Menard, by the way, the guy who donated and said, I forget what he said. He said non-fun something.
It's like one of the few libs out. One of the good. You were
Yeah.
one of the good ones.
Yeah, I was like one of the good libs or best debater or whatever from the libs. Menard's like a hardcore like Islamist streamer who I've had like a number of debates with, and like he's an interesting dude. Interesting dude.
Yeah. Okay, do you want me to tell you what this is like gonna be, or give you a good idea?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna literally give you like, so the idea is, this is gonna be 2028. Okay, Trump's tariffs stay in effect all the way up to his leaving office. He actually leaves office. Okay, that's the idea. And I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna try to give you some description of what the world I think looks like after this. And then the idea is I need to know like how we should fix the problems that happen, right? Like what policies should be implemented. It doesn't have to be tariff, it just has to be like basic econ. Okay, this is gonna be you proving your worth. Okay, you gotta prove that you are the econ man. I'm just gonna ask you random econ policy questions, and you gotta have answers prepared. Okay, with no prep. Okay.
Okay. I mean, I don't know how satisfying some of the answers are gonna be then, just so you know, because it's gonna be like, well, the effects are nuanced or whatever, but okay.
Okay. Also, I think I want to do My Fellow Americans as a name, but there's no way that's not like taken, right?
Yeah, that's gotta be taken. Like,
It's gotta be, but I looked it up and all I saw was like episodes of like, I don't know. Okay.
I mean, it might not. Maybe everyone else thought it was taken, so nobody took it.
True. In this world, I saw someone in your chat say it. I think in this world, on God, I haven't decided yet because I'm editing the video right now of like it's just literally me doing bits. Like there's me on Joe Rogan. I use the AI Joe Rogan voice during my campaign, but I haven't decided yet if I want the video to be me running against JD or does Trump go the third term. Because I was like, might just happen.
It might. I don't know. I mean,
I just thought of a genius idea. I should get an AI Stephen A. Smith, and I should go on the Stephen. I saw the not to sidetrack us already, but I saw the Twitter, the like Stephen A. for 2028 Twitter. Like,
yeah.
Stephen A. Smith is a blank canvas. This could be a good thing on this tweet that was talking about like Democratic candidates, and it was like he was like 12 positive, 13 negative, and he was like 80 neutral. It was like crazy. It was like 60. I think it was 63 or something. But it was like, I don't think it's a good thing. I think they were just trying to make it look like it's a good thing.
I mean, I don't know. I think you sent me that poll. I forget. Was he above Jon Stewart?
No, Jon Stewart and Mark Cuban are surprisingly high. Like they're beating actual politicians. Here, I just pulled it up. Like Jon Stewart is beating Gretchen Whitmer, Jasmine.
Okay,
Crockett,
that makes sense. But
Gavin Newsom, Andy Bashar, Chris Murphy, Josh Shapiro, J.B. Pritzker, like these are like actual politicians. How are they being beaten?
What the hell? We're trying to film a podcast in here, bro.
Hello, what's up?
Are you?
We're about to.
We're not started. On God, we got time.
Isaac, why would you adjust the prompt when I kick him?
Chatters with their messages getting deleted. I just wanted to be a little bit of contrast. No biggie though.
I don't control the YouTube chat censorship. That's just like YouTube chat. Is
that's auto mod stuff.
Yeah.
They just call them Jewish, and that's about.
I think I have. I have like the YouTube automatically set to like the lowest.
I think you got it on like the most aggressive settings, but I'm not clicking show any of that stuff.
I'm pretty sure I have it on the lower ones, but
really,
like,
that's wow.
I don't know. It might be.
Some of the messages were like, "What in the world is contentious about that?" But if y'all are about to go start a podcast, I can dip out. No biggie. I can hang out for a little bit though. It sounds like some of the YouTube chat that came in is starting to call a little bit of an echo chamber. I just like, hey, I can be the contrast.
Like,
no
majority conservative area, and they're gonna be majority conservative, and then oh no, non-fun.
They're killing me.
See that coming?
Yeah, maybe.
Are they killing you?
I don't know. A lot of people.
But keeping the audience captive helps your metrics. So
true.
Any
comment on the 1965 Hart-Celler Act? I don't know that act rings a bell, but I don't know the specifics of it, so I don't
know that one.
I don't know.
Oh wait, non-fun. You had a thing. So anybody who comes up, you got to name the 4 components of. Forget what it was, GDP or.
Yeah, I said I got
a query for you.
I was yelling at chat. I just said like all these people who think they know more than me, like just name the 4 components of GDP. But yeah, whatever. What's
name the 4 cycles of a 4-cycle engine.
I have no clue. Want to hear a funny story? So I got a new car.
Squish,
right?
bang, blow.
I got
sounds dirty, doesn't it?
I got this 2012 Acura TSX. Okay, and I
it's a good Honda.
It's an automatic car. It's an Acura 2012 Acura TSX.
Acuras are Hondas with luxury branding, much like Lexus and Infiniti. Yeah, Infinitis are Nissans.
Cars.
Lexus is Toyota. Literally, the name Lexus, luxury export U.S. It's literally the brand. It's only in the United States. Same with Infiniti and Acura for Hondas.
Like I said, I know
NSX is one of the best street legal race cars ever, by the way.
And I,
please continue.
Yeah. So, it's a new car, and keep in mind, I know nothing about cars, and I am a horrible driver. My mom's car, which I have driven before, has volume controls behind the steering wheel. So it has these paddles behind the steering wheel. It's got up for volume up, down for volume down. This Acura TSX.
Wait, paddle controls for the volume of the radio?
Yes.
Not for shift.
So that's what because
you lost me, but please continue.
My mom's like Subaru Outback, has these paddles behind the steering wheel to control the volume of the car.
Oh,
I'm in my car.
I see where this is going.
And I'm on the highway, and my car has these paddles, one with an up arrow, one with a plus, one with a minus, and I'm like, oh, just like my mom's car, this got to be the volume, and I'm going like 60 on the highway, and I hit like the down thing a few times, and nothing that bad happened. My car just
and suddenly the engine started making expensive sounds, right?
Yeah, well, no,
it's got a misfire.
Only a little.
In the Subaru,
but I don't know. Like it was my car like jolted a bit, and it did make a noise initially, but it stopped, so we're good. So it's chill. And I never told my parents about that.
Apex Cedar was invented by Rudolph Diesel, perfected by Clessy Cummins. You're welcome.
But lesson learned. My car has controls on the steering wheel itself. Non-fun giving Libs a bad name with his story. Listen,
he does that a lot.
I'm just what? I just don't know much about driving cars and stuff. I'm just a bad driver. I'm not really interested in cars.
He just knows that if you send a boat full of wheat to Japan, we get a boat full of cars back, right? I was listening.
I know trade theory about cars and everything, but I don't know how to actually drive them
except Hilux.
I don't know. See, I don't know. See, I don't know what that means.
Hilux tariffs intensive. It was.
Is that
Hilux has got just swept up in it. Not to reignite the tariff thing, because it's been beaten. It's been beaten with a dead horse. But the reason why it was the auto workers unions put political pressure on to add the light duty cargo vehicles in with the chicken tariff. It was reciprocal tax also, but it was in response to the Volkswagen minibus of all things. That's what Detroit was afraid of. That's what was whooping ass in like the passenger cargo, like light duty cargo vehicles at the time. And then the Hilux just got swept up in it. But you know, every veteran who ever did things places like, no, I want a Hilux, dude. Oh, we can't have them here. Oh, why? Oh, because the LBJ friggin' chicken tariff.
Cringe.
25%. But we get, you know, a taco versus a Hilux. One's more for payload capacity. The other one's for towing. It's like they're almost the same. It's not exactly the same, but
you know what I think?
There's no diesels.
The one good thing about the tariffs, okay, is that I believe there were basically shrimp fishermen who are now, like in Florida, who are now able to compete with a lot of the foreign shrimp farmers. And shrimp on shrimp farms are treated horribly, okay? They suffer a lot.
Oh, God, he's going vegan.
I'm just saying, shrimp, you know, in farms, like they gust your eyes out, you know, they just leave them like on ice to die or whatever. You know, at least shrimp caught in the wild like get to live a happy life before we kill them. So the one good thing is that less shrimp will suffer because of the tariffs. Okay, that is the one.
Non-Fawn, are you old enough? And/or Isaac. Also, good evening, Isaac. I don't think I've met you before, even though we're both, you know, nod for.
I feel like
Non-Fawn,
I don't know if you
amongst
have,
other
but...
things. Have either of you look about the same age as Non-Fawn, maybe a little older. Do y'all remember Sea Monkeys?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
You remember Sea Monkeys? Non-Fawn, did you ever have Sea Monkeys?
No. No, I never had them. No, I feel like no, I don't think I had them. I wanted.
It's kind of amazing. Oh, go ahead.
I'm
whole.
just thinking. I'm trying to think back. I feel like my class didn't have them, but I think there might have been. I think there might have been like some
Your
other
class.
class in my grade that had like sea monkeys as class pets or something.
Whoa, hang on. So back in my day, like you sent away for sea monkeys on like the back of comic books or like the back page, like the ad page in the back of comic books or newspapers or whatever. What is this class is doing? They were brine shrimp that were either freeze dried or dehydrated or somehow they were preserved in a dry shelf stable state to where you could rehydrate them and they'd at least appear to be alive for a little bit.
I don't know. I mean, first of all, I don't even know if I'm making up this memory or not because it definitely was not my class. But I feel like maybe it was someone for like show and tell or some shit that like brought their sea monkeys into class. But I feel like in a school setting at some point there were sea monkeys involved. But I totally forget like what exactly it was, or I know what sea monkeys are, but like what context the sea monkeys were brought up in. But
they're brine shrimp, and none of them had crowns. Even though the picture, they obviously had crowns. It was the same picture for decades. I'm pretty sure. On the
How
ads.
much do you think those shrimp suffered when they were being dehydrated?
Not enough.
That's why I was bringing it up. Do you think it was maybe like Han Solo or whatever being frozen in carbonite or something else? Do you think it was painful?
I mean, sea monkeys are like so incredibly small. I doubt like if I look, I don't know how many neurons they have in their brain. I kind of doubt
they're so small you doubt they have pain.
I doubt they have a meaningful conscious experience, even if they have like the neurons to feel pain. I doubt they're sentient to the point where I would care about them. But I don't know for sure. It's kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of like worms. It's like worms can like, in a sense, feel pain. Like if you poke a worm, it's going to swarm around. But like they have like 300 neurons in their brain. Is this really like a conscious being? Like probably not.
They can
probably
also
not.
reproduce
What if your girlfriend
asexually.
was a worm, Non-Fawn? Would you still love her?
Oh, there you
First
go,
of all,
Non-Fawn.
We're already so far removed from reality because I have a girlfriend in this world. But
what about if your boyfriend was a worm?
not.
True.
Oh, if my boyfriend was a worm.
Is that more in reality?
No. Probably.
What
not.
if he was also wearing a beer wench maid outfit and a worm?
That I probably still love him. I love him. I love anyone.
Oddly specific,
honestly. Actually, Isaac is the guy who wanted me to be in this in that dress so bad.
I won a challenge, and I got to choose an outfit for him to wear on stream. Okay.
Yeah, and it's made me a lot of profit, so it's worth it. By the way, chat.
True.
$10.
I lost that deal. When you think about it.
Oh, it's at least 2 times that he's done stream that I've seen in that dress. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not you
gay. I'm not gay, but I will put the dress on if someone donates $10.
No, guys, I have to do a stream. I have to do a recording with him, and I really don't want him to be in a dress. Please do not donate. Guys,
I mean, it's called gay for pay, right? I mean, it's not like you're really gay. It's just
he's queer baiting. Ref,
$20 is $20, right?
Guys, no one wants to. No one.
Is that called code switching or voting or something?
Queer baiting. It's what Aiden Ross got like attacked at in the beginning of his career. Now he gets attacked for other reasons.
I'm not queer baiting. I'm very clear that I'm not gay. It's only for the money.
Well, there's nothing wrong with it if you are. I mean, nobody's judging.
That is true. That is true. I don't think anyone here would judge. I don't know about somebody YouTube chat. Oh, hey, $10 from.
Oh yeah, some of that YouTube chat's definitely judging.
Let's go. Let's go. Thanks for the $10. I appreciate it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. WWW.
Oh no. $10 from Oxcatxo. That's how I'm gonna say that.
Oh no.
Says put it on.
Let's go. Let's go.
It don't meaning worry. What now?
If someone donates $11.
Wait, hang on. You can't have to. Also, this is a different dress.
If someone donates $11 and says take it off, do you take it off?
If someone donates
Hold on.
$10.01.
Why are you keeping like sweatpants on underneath? Also, this is a different dress, sir. The one I remember seeing was black.
What? I never had a black one.
Yeah, no, I think he just wears it like this, so you probably saw the black background.
But also, if people want me to take the clothes off underneath, another $10.
Oh yeah, you know with the shadow on the like the bodice or corset. I'm not sure which one that is specifically. Yeah, that might have just looked like it was black and not seen the rest of it. Okay, so you gotta hold like 16
I'm helping
1 gallon
him express himself.
beer mugs at the same time,
dude. I've considered buying. I think I'm probably gonna buy more dresses at some point because they are semi-profitable. But I didn't pay for this.
How did I lose this exchange?
Make it dono goals. I mean, how much is that one? Like,
this is like winning the battle but losing the war. I won the battle, okay, but I lost the war.
Non-fun. Is this what a genius economist would do? This is what a future chairman of the Federal Reserve would do. Dude, can you imagine if I did get? I don't think I'd ever actually be fucking chairman of the Federal Reserve, but like
you
if
wouldn't get far enough because these pictures would come out.
Well, exactly. It's like, you know,
XO. Okay.
It's like I think the like the presidents for the regional Federal Reserve banks and like the governors for the Federal Reserve banks, I think they still are appointed by the president. It's like, can you imagine like I'm working as an economist and like president wants to consider, oh, you know, who do we elevate to be a governor? And it's like, oh, this guy looks cool. Oh, wait, I looked him up, and it's a bunch of videos of him in dresses screaming at people.
Well, depending on the president, I mean, that might not disqualify you. Did you see some of the cabinets and appointees and under the last administration? Just, I mean, based on where you want to. Based on where you are politically, that's kind of your jam, right? So, remember the bald who, like, I don't remember, but the guy who bald lipstick dresses stole luggage from an airport, and then these were like designer one-off items that's the way he got caught because the designer saw him in a magazine or something. Like, wait, that's mine. He stole that from my luggage at an airport. He was like wasn't he the Secretary of Energy or something? I don't
remember.
Wait, no, you don't remember this? Bald,
no, not at all.
Wore a lot of makeup and like dangly earrings and dresses with a mustache as part of the cabinet. No, you don't remember that?
I'm looking it up.
What was that guy's name?
Sam Britton, I think. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, Sam Britton.
He's like, saying, "Oh man, that's pretty gay." I mean, that'd be a very understatement.
I could be the DI hire, bro. If I faked being gay, I could be the
drill instructor.
DEI.
DEI. Yeah. I mean, Secretary of Luggage Stealing. Yes, not luggage security. Robert Demita, you silly minx. Secretary of Luggage Stealing. That's what his job title should have been.
What's up, Two Hinged?
For her, I don't know what that idiot identifies as.
He stole.
Got caught
too.
thieving by flaunting.
Can a man not shoplift a little?
Not in a dress.
Well, shoplifting doesn't mean means from stores, not people. Stealing luggage from an airport isn't shoplifting at all.
Yeah, it's not shoplifting. Yeah. Well, my chat said he stole jewelry. Did he steal jewelry from the luggage or?
No, he took the whole he took it at least one time that we're aware of. He took like a whole ass suitcase and it was full of one-off designer clothes that.
Okay.
Like I said, that's how he got caught because he wore them in public, and was photographed in said items that were stolen, and noticed by said designer and maker of clothes, of whom the luggage belonged, or to whom the luggage actually belonged, that was stolen by Secretary of Garment Thievery.
I appreciate you stopping by. I think me and Isaac are gonna get to filming this now.
You gonna go do your thing now? Okay, I think I re-energized your YouTube chat a little bit. I'm gonna go crash any. I am gonna go crash. So you gotta, however many other mods you got to watch your chats, man. You keep them busy.
Which is usually okay. There was that one dude like a week ago who was a little weird, but that was about it.
Yeah.
But y'all, a great night. YouTube, remember to hit subscribe and slap that like button.
The stream on God, yeah. Why do you like? Does this like?
Follow me.
Boost the algorithm?
Follow non-fun.
Follow me. Everyone hit the subscribe button. Also, stores are owned by people. Stealing from stores, steals from those people. Steals from those owners.
Oh, no.
Do you think I deny? Do you think I deny that? Do you think I think shoplifting is good or something? Like, I'm anti-shoplifting. I am a capitalist. I am a neoliberal.
You're anti-shoplifting? I thought you weren't one of those liberals. Come on now. I thought you were a true liberal. That shoplifting is based.
Yeah, true woke San Francisco liberal. Shoplifting is
kind of actually
anti-racist.
Alright, okay, so basically, whenever we start, I'm gonna give you like a description of what this world looks like, because like you do have to like imagine, and then I'm just gonna try to walk through these problems. My idea is to be like Reagan-esque, and by what that means is I'm gonna be retarded, and I'm not gonna know what any of these policies are, because I'm probably not gonna know what any of these policies are. So I'm literally just gonna drill you down on like, one, what it is mean, like what is the expected outcomes of these things that you would want to implement, or how you would implement them, and two, how would you sell this to the American people, because like it's not just like what you can do, it's like how do you like make people be okay with what you're doing, right? Like as a president, like if you won that second term, or even like in politics in general, you have to be able to sell what you're doing to the people. So there's gonna be like the two things I'm gonna hit you on. Okay. And then again, if you don't have an answer, you're just kind of you're fucked. No, I'm just kidding.
Wow.
Kind of just make stuff on the spot. Also, if I am actually wanting to learn with this series, so if you change like, so I'm gonna give you like a dystopian world where like trade has like slowed down, global trade is slowed down because these tariffs, right? I'm gonna give you like a short description of that. But if your answer changes between real life and like what you're giving me in this situation, make sure like you let me know, because I actually want to learn stuff from this, and I don't want to take a policy away that sounds good, but it was only good in this hypothetical, and like real life you probably wouldn't want to implement it, because I don't want to like use it in argument in the future and just get fucked, right? You understand what I'm saying?
Sure.
Okay, so I win in 2028. I actually set it up by actually I'll wait till the video comes out. So by 2028 we have the end of Trump's term. We survived it, thank fucking God. Okay, the world economy, okay, it's just free fall. Okay, international trade is slower and more fragmented. Countries have increasingly formed tight regional blocks. They're kind of very only trading within their own sectors, okay, to minimize dependency on their own rival powers, right? Global trade volumes have lowered, and they are now lower than they were in even 2019. Many nations, especially the United States and their European countries, have reshored key industries like semiconductors, green tech, and pharmaceuticals. However, this came at a cost. Consumer prices are higher. Goods that were once cheap are now luxuries. Inflation remains stubborn in some sectors through automation and AI-driven manufacturing. That's easing the pressure, but it's not getting us where we would like to see what we did see in the past. China was once the world factory, has shifted its focus inwards towards emerging economies. It's doubled down on developing countries through infrastructure deals, creating an alternative global supply network outside of the Western influence. Nations like Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia have seen economic booms, picking up manufacturing contracts from Western companies trying to diversify away from China. Through this economic strength and new regional dominance, China has become increasingly aggressive in asserting its claim over Taiwan. Economic pressure campaigns, cyber operations, and military posturing have all intensified. While a full-on invasion has not yet occurred, the world watches as it's very obvious that this is going to be a real problem in the future, as it is obviously now. The tariffs disrupted global energy markets too. Western nations rushed into renewable independence, but fossil fuel producers like Russia and Middle Eastern countries tightened their own regional alliances. Oil and gas are expensive, but not crippling, pushing investments heavily towards battery-stored nuclear energy, solar, and wind. In wealthier countries like America, living standards are stable but unequal. The middle class feels squeezed, higher everyday cost, a tough housing market, and better wages in some reshored industries while losing jobs at the same time. Results vary wildly. Some have seen major growth from the new manufacturing deals, while others are trapped by debt and higher import costs. Okay, that is where we are at. Global finance is more volatile. The US dollar remains dominant, but other currencies like the euro, won, and new digital currencies are now stronger. Tariff-related uncertainty keeps investment cautious, and the buy local movement is stronger than ever. Okay, that is the world we now live in because of our goat Donald Trump. Okay.
All right.
Are you following what the world we live in is?
I understand. We are in a dire situation, Mr. President.
Okay. And that one woman did become congressman in this world, okay? The one that you love.
Oh,
okay?
Jesus. Oh, the cat girl? Hell yeah. Okay.
She's a cat girl?
Anyway, Jesus. Her name is Kat.
Wait,
her name
she's
is
a cat girl? Oh,
her name is Kat. Yeah. Starts with K, though. It's like Kat fucking Apagunza or something. But.
Okay. Now I'm fun. My esteemed friend from before I made it to the office, okay? You were... For some reason, they just brought you in without even warning you. So they brought you in, whatever you were doing, and you're in a dress. I don't know why.
The Secret Service told me to wear it, man. I'm not in control.
Oh, it's a new policy in the White House. Is everyone has to? I feel like I come off as a lot more masculine if everyone around me is wearing dresses. So Putin hasn't visited it yet, but whenever he does, it's gonna be real interesting to see how that goes. Okay, I think he'd look good in the tutu. Okay,
right.
But I brought you in here. Okay. So what sector do you want to start in? I'm here to get you to solve all these problems for me. I don't know anything economically, as you know. I keep away from it. Somehow I wasn't asked any questions during any debates about economics, or I would have fall. Okay. So I need to know, where do you think is your strongest suit policy-wise for like how to fix this country?
Yeah. Well, I think we can look at historically, when we used to have high trade barriers, how did we get to lower trade barriers with a lot of these countries? And the answer is reciprocal tariff cuts, essentially. And agreements between nations, like we can look at GATT, the General Agreement on Taxes and Trade, where countries would agree to, cut tariffs on each other. And I think the U.S. should absolutely do that again, with our allies. Certainly, I think it is good that we can kind of take advantage of this and say, maybe we don't have to be dependent on China anymore. But for countries that are still generally aligned with us, for European countries, for Japan, we just have a standing offer essentially. If you cut your tariffs, we will cut our tariffs by basically the same percent. And I think that'd be a really good starting point. Certainly, not every country would take us up on this offer. And I think, I think we should presume. I'm going to presume. Have we left the World Trade Organization? Is that even still a thing?
Probably not in this scenario.
Yeah, I think we need something similar, to. Because the U.S. has lost a lot of credibility, we probably need some type of international agency established by treaty that has the capability to resolve disputes and has some type of enforcement mechanism, ideally, to make sure countries actually follow through in the deals that they made, and we can't immediately backslide if another president gets into office. I think another important thing to do would
You remind me of the red-headed kid on the Ricky Bobby racing
We have
movie.
to reform the presidential tariff power for sure. Congress has to act. They have to repeal some of the laws that gave the president the power to tariff in the first place, and that's going to help restore U.S. credibility as well, I think.
We have two questions. Okay, one, with a lot of Americans,
thanks for the $5, Ben. I appreciate it.
A lot of them
yeah.
think that we've already ripped off the Band-Aid and that like the better days are coming. They think that we are near the end of the process of fixing the economy through tariffs. They think that we're gonna start going up now. The debt's gonna start dropping. They think that like if this was like a I forgot what shape that's called, but if it was
a U, an inverted U, a bell curve.
Just an inverted U, that works. Bell curve. Yeah, they think we're near the end of it. They think that better times are coming. So if we tried to basically pull out of it now, how do we sell to the American people that this was not going to work and that it seems very obvious? And I can't just source them a study, right? Americans,
right.
If I was a president that just sourced studies, I'm not getting in office again if I'm just like, read this book, okay? So how do I make it digestible to the American people that we need to pull out of this?
Look, I mean, I think the best thing to do would just to focus on cheap access to cheap goods. We can show, remember 10 years ago when all these goods were super cheap, we could have that again. And, I think it might be hard to message, to explain, the opportunity cost of America continuing down the path we're on now. But I think people are nostalgic for the cheap goods they used to have. And I think you can message on that. You can say, we're going to get cheap goods back and we are going to, have allies again. We're not going to be isolated. We're going to have, Europe is not evil. We're going to have close relations with Europe again. And they're going to specialize in certain things and we're going to specialize in other things. Now, actually, you know what? We might have already got too complex. Specialize is a scary word. But our focus, I mean, certainly, in certain sectors, you can point out there are employment opportunities. Think about, washing machine companies here that used to export to Vietnam, used to export to Europe. They aren't able to do that anymore. And it is, you could go stand in front of some clothes washing machine factory and say, hey, these people relied on exporting to Europe and they can't do it anymore. Under my policy, they will be able to do so again. And it'll create, 2,000 jobs. It used to employ 2,000 people. And I think you can, I don't know how much Americans care about the tech sector, but I think you could say, we used to have these powerful tech companies and their software was used all over the world. And, that's not happening to the same extent anymore. Europe relies on Windows computers and exporting our software is a very important part of the U.S. economy, and that's going to create jobs for all your children who are going to become San Francisco gay software developers.
I don't know if my constituents would like that one that much.
Some of them will.
So how do we sell? Because you'd have to agree that there will be a little bit of a growing pain with like when these jobs did come back, like manufacturing jobs. They're instantly going to get undercut by other countries the minute we open up free trade again, right? How do we sell that? Do we just say, well, the jobs that we will make by like the like you said, the laundry machine, right? When they're able to export that again, are we just supposed to say that's going to bring in more jobs than we will lose through that process? Like,
I think you should message people that you're essentially going to bail them out. You should, we have to acknowledge that there is going to be a cost. Now, again, obviously you should focus on the areas.
It's hard to say as president.
Well, yeah, so you should focus on the areas. So to be clear, I don't think you should go out on stage and say, oh, there are going to be painful side effects and everything. That'd be horrible. But, although that's what Trump said, and he still fucking wins. But regardless, okay.
Hey.
Now that era is behind us, and American people are a little bit more sane, obviously message on the jobs that we think are going to bring back because of, for example, the export sector. But also make it clear that, like, we're going to have welfare programs, for people. I would message on providing stability, right? We're gonna move towards this free trade system, but we're going to do it slowly and we're going to do it stably. So we have mechanisms like unemployment insurance that maybe we can look at expanding to make sure that people who do lose their jobs are going to be taken care of. And I think stability is the way to message on that. Just focus on, we're going to try to transition to it, but we're going to do so slowly and stably.
Okay, so what I got from you on this topic is that we should move towards, we have to bring back free trade. We should cut the tariffs. We should bring back these organizations which give us trade between countries. We need to sell the idea of that we are going to do this in the most stable way possible to not influence any fear in the market and drive people towards different directions. So you want to try to increase our welfare systems or our welfare programs to give a more sense of that stability, and that's like what we should sell it behind. That punch point should just be stability behind this free trade system. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, I would also message on the reciprocal part of these tariff cuts. We'll say, we're only cutting tariffs on Japan if they cut tariffs on us first, or at least if we agree to do it at the same time. I think that is part of the messaging has to be that as well.
Okay, I got you. Now, another super easy thing to solve, okay? The housing market is getting even worse, okay? With more companies owning a bigger set of the market, with renting becoming increasingly a bigger percentage of the population. Home owning is starting to not look like a endpoint. It's starting to look like a possibility or something that you could like stumble into, but it's not something that like you can even plan for anymore, because you have to get lucky, or you have to get a good job, you have to get a good education, which in America it's hard to sell, right? What should we push to try to help the housing market?
So I think a lot of the issues with the housing market are caused by local regulations, which as the federal government, you don't have, exclusive control over.
Fuck.
But I do think there are obviously strings that you can pull. So, for example, if California wants highway funding, well, maybe we say, California, you have to get serious about building housing. And obviously the federal government can even supply some of that money. I would say, set up a fund that goes to building affordable housing, and just say, if states want to utilize this money, they must, or if cities want to utilize this money, they must reform zoning. They have to allow people to build 3-story apartments, or you can't just restrict every building in your city to single family homes that can't be duplexes and can't be triplexes and can't be more than 2 stories. That's just unsustainable. And we have to get serious about that. I think there's a case to be made for offering a tax credit for people who sell their homes. I think because homes are viewed not entirely incorrectly, as an investment, there are a lot of boomers right now living in homes that, they lived in with their kids, so they have 3 extra rooms, right? There's a lot of boomers that are, essentially refusing to downsize. And part of that will, naturally kind of alleviate itself, because presumably property values will grow more slowly. Oh, well, that too. They will die. But yeah, presumably, if we build more housing, property values will grow more slowly, and they, won't see as big of an incentive to keep their home that they don't, as big as they don't need anymore. But also I think we could offer them a tax credit for selling their home. We can say, if you sell your home that just has, too much space for you at this point, because you're living alone or you're living with your husband, you don't need 3 rooms for your 3 kids that are all moved out by now. We'll give you your tax credit, so you can deduct $10,000 or whatever from your taxes.
I'm noticing, listen, I can already see though the headlines of you will own nothing and you will be happy, right? We're going to eat the bugs, right? I feel like setting up, or I can already see the headline of the president sets up, the president wants old people to lose their house. I can already see the headlines. How do you sell this to the American people that you don't need the housing that you have?
I mean, I don't know if I would share the same amount of pessimism as PPG. Come back in a second. Fuck you. I don't know if I would have the same. I need a room specifically for podcasts, but I would. I don't know if those would be the headlines. Maybe I think Americans are smarter than they are, but I would just message on abundance. Okay, we we have to legalize construction. You can mention jobs too here as well. You can say we're gonna legalize more construction of homes, housing, and more jobs. Yep. Yeah, this is gonna create more jobs in construction, and that's gonna provide blue collar workers with increased wages and all that. I would maybe you can mitigate some of the effects of you own nothing and be happy by funding specifically retirement communities. I like if you said like, you know, X percentage of the funds for states to build affordable housing will go to affordable housing for boomers who are retiring and used only for retirees. I think you could do something like that. But yeah, the message should be abundance, affordable housing, and jobs.
Okay. I'm starting to understand there. So do you have a solution, or do you think there is a solution, or do you just let the free market try to figure stuff out when it comes to like a big sector of or a big portion of the market is just renters? Like, should we try to influence renters into giving up these properties? Should we try to tax them more? Like I forgot the name of the tax, but the tax where if they don't rent it and they're just sitting on it, should we tax them higher? Or like, what should we look for to incentivize renters to rent if you even want to do that?
So, I mean, I think I think if you know, lower the cost of housing, more people are going to be able to buy homes and less people are going to be renting. And I think what you're talking about is a land value tax. And that is something that the federal government maybe could implement, but it probably really makes more sense to implement it at a local level. So if you want to say, you know, I think, you know, as part of the conditions for, you know, states accessing the fund for affordable housing to say, hey, maybe you should reform your tax system to only tax land value, not property. That way, you know, people who don't utilize the land are still taxed, and you don't get a penalty. You know, your tax base doesn't increase. You don't get taxed more if you build on that land, because the property tax will go up the more property you build on that land. That's not the case with the land value tax. And that'll also ideally incentivize affordable housing to be built by the private market. But I mean, I really do just think that like if we got rid of a lot of the regulation preventing housing from being built, if you just legalize construction, there'd be a lot more people able to afford homes. I really do think that is one of the primary
This
things.
is a little sidetracky, but it's a little close to the original topic. How do you feel? Where do you lean when it comes to like environmental regulations? Because obviously, I think you would probably assume that there should be, but there's a lot of the times where environmental regulations can get in the way of big constructions. The common one I think of is with the high-speed rail in California. Every single animal that could be affected by the high-speed rail being constructed is given its own meeting about like where people can protest. They're given their own, I think it's like a council meeting, right? Like that could take 10 years to do with how many animals are probably around that area. Same thing, like where do you think we should prioritize environment regulations over not getting anything done?
I mean, I think with infrastructure and housing, like we have to focus on just upgrading our infrastructure and allowing people to build. Obviously, like I care about the environment, but I think part of it is we should give planners more discretion and then penalize them if they make a mistake, right? Like right now, the entire process is set up to basically try to make it as hard as possible to make any small mistake when it comes to, how are we going to affect the moles that live in this one area of California? And it's like, a lot of these people planning this stuff are smart people, and they have a reasonable amount of knowledge on these things. And we just say, listen, if you do fuck up, there are going to be consequences. And, you should obviously avoid fucking up. But these are things that we need to be built. Like, America can't keep having this housing problem. California can't just keep having this huge, infrastructure problem. Like, this just can't keep happening. And there are ways to deal with the environment outside of regulating, how much stuff, or regulating outside of reviews, I'll say, on what is being built. There, we can do a carbon tax. We can just continue subsidizing clean energy. And I think those are much more effective ways to help the environment without the same type of, sort of negative impact on state capacity.
Okay, so here's what I have on this topic, and tell me if you think that I need to add anything. That's pretty important. I put in set up a fund to exchange affordable housing through quid pro quo actions, like specifically like funding like highways if they deregulate. I know you talk about California. That seems like a good option. And then we need to move away from, well, not move away from, but we need to solve this housing is viewed as an investment that people will sit on. and give them some sort of tax incentive or incentivize these people to get off of these housings that they are sitting on. The main thing is we need to get rid of the abundance of housing. We need to let people build. I have it in all caps. Allow people to build.
No, not get rid of the abundance. We have to let housing be abundant. We have to, yeah.
Sorry. That was a George, but that was a Bushism right there. Okay, good thing I wasn't on a stage. Okay. And then maybe, I did right, maybe bring back Doge for some housing deregulation. You know what I mean? I'll see what Elon's doing. Okay, maybe we can get him. Okay. And then I said, maybe look into a land value tax, because you didn't really say where you end up on a land value tax. You said you could see it or you...
Yeah, so I think a land value tax is really good. But again, it might be hard to implement on a federal level just because of, how much land there is in the U.S. and how much time we'd have to spend evaluating the value of all this land. But I do think land value tax is a really, really good tax. Probably literally the best single tax. Like, it's a really insanely good tax. And I think it does make sense to say, if states want money to build affordable housing, well, maybe you guys should look into a land value tax. And that would also, the land value tax in and of itself will incentivize the building of affordable housing, because you're taxed the same regardless of how many units you put on the land. So you want to put as many units on the land as you can. So that's a pretty good tax. It's just it's hard to implement on a federal level. Listen, I have faith in you, Mr. President. I do. Okay, if you worked with Congress, I think you'd be able to do it. But
who says we have to work with Congress? Okay, do you know the president that the last person set? The amount of power I have. Okay.
I think in order for investors, especially foreign investors, to have confidence in the United States, we need to talk about
investors.
We need to talk about curtailing some of your ability to just unilaterally impose taxes. That seems like
make me weaker.
I mean,
okay.
I would ask AOC, House Speaker of the House AOC to draft some bills.
It's actually
saying that you can't just impose tariffs unilaterally anymore, and
Bernie's
the same
still
should apply
here
to
somehow.
taxes.
That's who we went with.
Bernie's still, Bernie.
He's still going. He's still just as bright as he was. Okay. And then, how should we influence? This is a little bit of a smaller one, but how should we influence oil and gas prices? I know a lot of people like to say the president can't. A lot of people like to say the president can. What can we do to make oil and gas affordable?
I mean, look, I think there's a decent amount of evidence that we've kind of already reached peak oil. I think we should focus on energy, and bringing down energy prices is a really, really good thing. And I think we should probably focus on renewables. And there are the same sort of burdens on environmental review we sometimes apply to renewable projects. So, there might be some ways to reform that so we can build renewables faster, and maybe we should subsidize them more. But I don't know, Mr. President, it just seems like we already have a lot of oil being produced in the U.S. Oil companies are just not willing to drill more unless the price of oil goes up. And if we're trying to bring the price of oil down, they're really only going to drill less. And the solution to that would be subsidizing oil. But if we're going to subsidize oil, at this point, why not just subsidize green energy? I feel like green energy should be our main focus here.
Here's my problem, okay? When it comes to subsidizing green energy, specifically with cars, there's only one brand that's American, that has a majority stake in the field, and I really don't want to give them any money right now. So
listen,
the idea, okay? Someone who owns that company is not a good friend of mine.
I mean, first of all, could just nationalize it. We could just buy it.
We could take Tesla
and use those profits to. What we're gonna do? We're gonna have a sovereign wealth fund where we run Tesla, or Tesla would still be independent or whatever. So the government's not actually making decisions, but we buy a 40% stake in Tesla, okay, or whatever, 51% stake.
A lot of money,
but we don't.
Well, stock's pretty low right now.
Yeah, exactly. And then we take the profits from Tesla and invest it in green energy. Okay, this is the Tesla sovereign wealth fund, the best idea I've ever had. I'm on board. I know for certain my my colleague, one of your economic advisors, obviously Econoboy, would be very, very much on board as well.
Yeah, he fights in the cabinet meetings with RFK a lot. Okay, so I got you. You basically just wanna. You think now is like the time, and this is the generation to move away from oil and gas. Is that what I'm understanding? Okay.
So I think, so I think it's the generation we should move away from green energy, and I also just think, like I mentioned, oil companies are not willing to drill unless the price of oil is higher. Like oil companies already don't see much profit in finding new fields because the price of oil just isn't high enough to justify it. They already have a lot of fields here. And it's like, well, we could fix that by subsidizing them, but if we're already giving out money for energy, give it to green energy. Obviously, green energy would be better to subsidize. More positive externalities in technical terms.
So the main thing I'm going to hit you with after this, because this was one of the questions, what type of energy should we be subsidizing and how should we subsidize? Because there's different types of green energy, right? We have, the easy solar. We have water-based power with dams, hydro, fucking whatever it's called. Okay. But there's another one that not a lot of people like to touch with a 10-foot pole. There's nuclear. Okay.
So
there's wind. Where should we land on these?
I'm not an energy policy expert. You can go ask RFK about some of these things, but
he thinks they cause autism. We don't have
personally. Oh, damn. Personally, like the evidence I've seen for nuclear power is pretty good. It is kind of hard to message on though. Like, you might be able to, you can show all the statistics about like, oh, nuclear waste is actually relatively safe as long as we store it correctly, and like more people die, constructing windmills than people die from nuclear accidents. Like, you can show people the stats that they like that, but at the end of the day, Americans are stupid, and they will see a big scary nuclear sign and probably not like it. In an ideal world, I would say we would definitely do nuclear energy. I don't know if we can effectively message on it though. So, I would defer to environmental experts on what exactly is the best green energy policies, but I mean certainly solar panels I think are good. I think windmills, like we can pay farmers pretty easily, from my understanding, to put windmills on their property, and they're willing to do so. We can have offshore windmills as well, and I think those are the ones kind of easiest to message on. And again, I prefer nuclear, but what can you do? Americans, too stupid.
They do hate Chernobyl really fucked everything up for us. I'll say. Okay. That was actually us. I was reading some classified files. Apparently we just did that. We kind of fucked it up because we just.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't think I can say that publicly. Okay. Next question. Okay. How do we make sure that the U.S. dollar stays the dominant currency? Because this is one I hear a lot of conversations about today, specifically, and I mean today IRL. Like, it seems like this is becoming. People think that China's just going to overtake us. What do we do?
So we have to build investor confidence, and that's going to involve, I think, again, stability is really the message here. Or taking away your power to fucking tariff these countries, okay?
Okay.
We're taking away your power, a lot of the power. Okay, I know you're not a lunatic, but if you have too much power, people will probably view you as a lunatic, okay? Especially after the last guy. But stability is the message. I think the reciprocal tariff cuts, again, will help. We say, we're building these stable. Again, it's really important that we have some way to prevent backsliding, to make sure. And part of that, again, is taking away your power to make sure you can't just unilaterally tariff these people randomly. To make sure Japan knows, and investors in Japan, investors around the world know, we're not going to engage in these trade wars super sporadically anymore. I think reforming our tax system to an extent, too, would be good as well. So get rid of
don't worry.
Basically all the tariffs that we have left. I mean, maybe I would take advantage of the opportunity and say probably keep a lot of tariffs on China. And I think we should start competing with China in trying to build inroads with developing nations. I think actually part of the incentive, we could go to Bolivia and say like, hey, we're going to let's agree to some reciprocal tariff cut. And also if you agree to this reciprocal tariff cut, where we basically go to 0 for 0 tariffs, if that's not enough for you, maybe we do essentially what China does and say like, hey, we'll fund an airport, we'll fund a road, we'll fund a dam or whatever. That's not that big of an expense for us. I think we can pretty easily afford it. And that'll allow investors in all these countries to start investing in us. It'll give them some confidence that, the U.S. is not going to continue down this isolationist, horrible path. It'll give them more confidence that the U.S. is actually going to stand up to China, and this will not be a Chinese century. And there are tax reforms we could do to make the U.S. essentially a more competitive place and a better place to invest. So, for example, I would do I would replace the corporate income tax that we have currently with what's called a DBCFT. Super boring, okay, but the easiest way to message this to Americans, okay, the best thing to understand about it is it doesn't tax investment. Currently, corporations are not allowed to do what's called like full expensing. They are not allowed to immediately deduct all the value of things they invest, and that reduces the amount of money that corporations invest because you're reducing the after-tax return on investment, and that raises prices for consumers. Some of that cost is passed on to consumers. So say investment is good. This tax is going to increase investment, and that is going to decrease prices for consumers. That is really good. That's an effective message to people. It's going to raise basically the same amount of revenue as a corporate income tax does, if not actually more. And it's going to give investors confidence that, or it's going to make the U.S. look like a pretty attractive investment destination. Like currently, Ireland has a pretty low corporate tax, and that's why a lot of companies are headquartered there. A lot of companies might choose to, headquarter here if they are subject to this. Actually, the DBCFT is destination-based, but, a lot of companies are more willing to engage in business here, I'll say, if the corporate tax is reformed so as to not affect investment.
Okay, I think I get you. The only thing that scares me a little bit is with the idea of selling the idea of, don't worry, the savings will come off. Don't worry, somewhere down the line, the consumer will also get the savings. I'm worried that the messaging might border a little bit of trickle-down economics.
Sure.
I think you can understand
I
it comes from with that.
I think the important thing to focus on is this is a cash flow taxing corporations. You're still taxing these corporations. You can still message on, we're going to tax these corporations. We just don't tax, the investment these corporations do essentially. And, it might be worthwhile trying to message on, empirically, we do have evidence that the corporate tax increases prices. And this tax would avoid that basically. I don't know how much Americans care for studies, but I think a lot of Americans do kind of have this intuitive understanding that if you tax companies, they're going to pass that tax on to you. And especially after we went through the last 4 years where prices went up for a lot of people because of these tariffs, you can say, we're really going to start moving away from that and saying, we're going to lower prices for you. And we're still going to raise just as much revenue because, like I said, this tax is going to raise just as much, if not more revenue. And there's less avoidance as well. Corporations currently, earlier I was talking about, corporations being stationed in Ireland. They do that because, currently we have an origin-based tax where you're taxed, essentially based on where you headquarter your company. Destination-based tax just taxes basically all, all production in the economy the same, regardless of where the company is headquartered. And that really removes the incentive for companies to move to Ireland to headquarter because all the production here is being taxed the same as it would if they just headquarter themselves here. So I think you can message on lower avoidance, lowering prices, and more investment. Americans should be able to understand that, I think.
Hopefully we're not too far gone. Okay. So here's the biggest question that I think will actually be the biggest policy question in 2028, and I think it will be the hot topic of the election. How immigration was the one in 2024. How should we, at least economically speaking, when it comes to subsidizing, or how should we, even just in general, if you have any thoughts on this, how should we handle policing AI?
That's a difficult question because no one even now knows where AI is going to go exactly.
Next week, yeah.
you know, considering, I guess AI hasn't killed us all yet. You know, we survived 4 years. I would say AI is, I think we've seen productivity increases already from AI. And I think that's a good thing. And I think it's probably important to message to Americans on that. Like, you know, AI is a really great form of technology that can make us all more productive. You know, for technical reasons, that's going to increase the average wages of Americans too. I don't know if you can message on that because Americans are probably too stupid to understand that. But listen, honestly, Mr. President, what I would do is basically sign a law that like has some very mild AI protections and just message on making AI safe. Like people, what are people gonna do? Read the law? What are they gonna read the law? Just like, I would just like have some.
Just sneak a little bit in there.
Just basically, like I would just have a regulation that like, oh, AI companies must have an employee in charge of like supervising AI safety, and then like, or I don't know, like, you know, an agency has to write a report on what risks they think this AI is gonna pose, and like,
and if you know,
Americans like simple messaging. Okay, just say we're gonna make AI safer, and
this is gonna be my Watergate. I can already tell.
It's not gonna be politicians do this type of legislation all the time. Where it's not like that big a deal, but they message on it, and it's like, it's chill. That's what I would do, Mr. President. That's what I think. That's the best option.
Okay. Now, how? I need you to answer this. Okay, this is the easiest question of the day. How do you solve wealth inequality in America? Okay, as it become increasing, I think it is still going up, isn't it?
Probably.
Especially recently, yeah. Okay. So, what do you think? What should be pushed to? How do you think we solve that? And don't get too, because I think a lot of it's going to stem from tax policy. That's a later question. Okay. So don't go too deep into tax policy, or else you'll steal content from the future.
I don't know. My answers are all going to be tax policy.
I can just switch to okay. Then I'll just
listen. I think if you first of all, I know messaging is important and people don't like inequality.
Yes.
But
are you about to say there should be wealth inequality?
It ain't that.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
It ain't that. Is it really that bad? Is it really that bad? Is it really that bad? Is it really that? It ain't that. It ain't that bad. It ain't that bad.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's tight. It's
that
tight.
seems like a really good thing for me to say to the American people. Hey guys, I know you guys are struggling in that lower economic class, but someone's got to be in the lower class, you know? So, I mean, someone's going to always end up being there.
Listen, okay, I mean, you know, the thing I was talking about earlier, the DBCFT, you know, that is like a, you know, for technical reasons, I don't know how much you can message on this, because you don't let corporations basically, you don't let corporations like deduct interest payments that they make. That is a like distributionally positive thing in that like you know, there are a lot of wealthy lenders who don't get to deduct that anymore. And you know, like it I don't know if you can message on that, but a DBCFT like is a progressive thing for the most part. I think a land value tax also, if we are able to do that, or if even if you just make local communities do it, is also like a pretty distributionally positive thing. I got a man in my cabinet
that really likes local. I think you've heard of him.
God damn it. What department is he in what department is he in, man?
We made one for him. It's like, I just wanted him there. He's kind of just cool to have around. He brings like this squirrel.
Okay, well, you know, I hate that guy. Do not talk about that dude. Localist is dumb. Anyway, DBCFT, LVT, both of those will be, you know, have distributional positive effects, and welfare as well. I think we should, you know, start talking seriously about some welfare reform. And that I think we should just do more universal programs, essentially, and less mean-tested programs. Like, do we need 40 different agencies giving 40 different types of welfare, all of which like individually like assess someone's income and like determine when they are ineligible for benefits, and like the onus, you know, the onus is on you to like file out this stuff. Like, no, first of all, we already have an agency for determining someone's income and, you know, raising it or lowering it. It's called the IRS. We should do. I think
it's still around. Don't worry.
Yeah, I think we should, well, one, also, if you want to fight wealth inequality, probably rehire all those IRS agents that Trump got rid of. There was evidence that, like, I mean, this is pretty logical, and there was evidence for it that, like, you know, more IRS agents means higher tax compliance. We should audit more rich people. We need to get back on basically where were in like 2011, because even before Trump's second term, things were not great. Biden did a little bit, but things were not as good as they used to be. So get back to like 2011 IRS levels in terms of employees and in terms of the number of audits we're doing. Switch over to DBCFT, LET. Those are going to have positive impacts. And start doing what's called like a negative income tax, where basically Americans are guaranteed like it's basically what it sounds like. Americans are guaranteed a minimum income because if they make under a certain amount, we do a negative tax. We tax them at a negative rate. We give them money. They are able to spend that money on basically whatever they want. I mean, obviously, there are other taxes that I would do, like, you know, taxing alcohol to make sure people just buy less alcohol. But it doesn't seem like poor people spend more money on alcohol when they get cash transfers. There's evidence that they don't really do that. So that would reduce wealth inequality. Increasing educational attainment, I think, as well, is a really good thing to, you know, decrease wealth inequality, because a lot of wealth inequality results from the difference between how much skilled workers are paid and how much unskilled workers are paid. I think as well is a really good wealth inequality, because a lot of skilled workers are paid and how much. Some type of program to make college more affordable would be really good. I don't know if I would say fully free college. You know, certainly I think it should be free for at least some majors. I think it's really easy to message on. We need more STEM workers, and we're gonna make STEM college free, because if you go to college for STEM, you're providing a lot to society. If you say we're making all college free, your opponent's immediately gonna go woke college, underwater basket weaving, liberal arts.
Should we get rid of women's history? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, no, just don't subsidize it as much.
Subsidize?
Okay, just don't subsidize it. We can subsidize it a little. We could be like, you know, currently, I mean, because like right now we subsidize it a little. Like if you're broke, okay, if you're a brokey, don't say that on stage. If you're a brokey, we're gonna still subsidize you going to college, basically no matter what. But it'll basically be free if you go to STEM. If you do like science or some actual high value shit, that'll be what's up. Yeah.
Okay. I kind of get you. I understand with basically what you're saying. The only thing that I'm a little more left than you. I think that I don't see why we shouldn't just, okay, let me actually ask you, what is the criticisms of making college free? What would you say to that?
Well, basically, I mean, I think people who aren't that interested in college will just be incentivized to go to it and take easy classes, and they'll take underwater basket weaving, and that's not really a productive thing, and we're kind of just wasting resources for these people. I don't think that's actually that big of a deal. Like, if you had to ask me, you know, is totally free college better than what we have now? I'd probably say yeah. But I think optimally, you know, especially again for messaging, it's best to say we need more STEM workers. We're going to make STEM college free. And that'll actually have a negative effect on, depending on how you look at it, positive effect on wage inequality, in that it'll reduce wage inequality. It'll reduce income inequality because more people will be skilled workers. And I do want to mention, you know, back to that Tesla sovereign wealth fund thing, we should establish a sovereign wealth fund. I know Trump's sovereign wealth fund, okay, that he established did not do so well because it's, you know, funded by tariffs. But as we get rid of these tariffs, we should start moving, you know, instead of funding the sovereign wealth fund with tariffs, start funding it with what are called like resource rent taxes. So basically a tax on like extracting natural resources is not really distortionary because the supply of those resources is fixed. And also you don't really deserve profit beyond the cost to like extract the resources because you didn't make the fucking resources. Those are natural resources that have always been there. obviously, I think people are entitled to some money because of the cost of extracting it and the cost of finding those resources in some cases in the first place. But beyond that, tax that, do like what Australia does. They have like a windfalls profit tax on mining. Put that money into the sovereign wealth fund, and that'll grow over time. And that can be used for basically progressive transfers where we say, if we're, for all the brokies out there, we're going to give some money to you. Don't say brokies on stage. Just say we're going to help single mothers and people like that.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you think about this idea of like, so it kind of seems like you want to, well, I'm kind of taking this from what you're saying and extrapolating into a more developed idea because all great presidents do that. They just steal your idea and then restructure it a little bit and they sell it.
Understandable.
So yeah, if you tell anyone that I stole from you, we would kill you. So what do you think about adding to the Department of Education, like this idea of yearly, we would look at what degrees are in demand and we would either make those degrees free for the year or subsidize them to like 80%. And like, if there's degrees that aren't in demand, we would not subsidize these degrees. So your liberal arts degree, it kind of seems like that's what we were heading towards, right?
Well, I mean, I think to some degree, I don't know if we should subsidize it based on what's their demand for. I think we should subsidize it based on how much value these people are expected to provide to society, basically. So because, STEM is important for national security reasons, we want smart scientists working on, our nuclear bombs and also the alien programs in Area 51, right? Also studying the aliens that you have there.
Just keep going. Just keep
right?
Going. Just keep going.
Does that sound good? Yeah. We should just subsidize these programs that are going to provide a lot more value to society than like liberal arts. No offense.
No offense. I'm listening
to my liberal artist.
True, they are heartbroken by that. So I have to ask. This is just a general criticism that came up within 20 seconds. Do you ever fear that by going by value and not by demand, you could oversaturate different? Is it possible to oversaturate these like degrees where you could have so many people getting them because they're subsidized by value and not by demand, that the value that you get afterwards can go down because of the abundance of people that have the degree?
I mean, having too many STEM workers is a pretty good problem to have. Like, that's a pretty, to a certain extent, like maybe enough. Well, that's results from a lot of issues, but there'd be, like maybe wages for STEM workers would fall a little bit. But again, like think about all the STEM workers have like so many spillover benefits for society because of how productive they are, because of all the things they invent, because of all the things that they do to economists count as STEM. I'm going to count economists as STEM. Okay.
Of course you would.
All the models that economists draw up to make us better at monetary policy and everything, that has really positive spillover benefits in society, and that'll benefit everyone, even if wages are a little bit lower for STEM workers than they otherwise would have been. I think Americans aren't even going to notice it, man. There's so many spillover benefits.
So now moving topics a little bit, this is going to go into a completely different field, but with what can we do? Because when you look at the world, it's literally just China and us in this like free-flowing battle of who can gain control or who can gain soft power, right? And Taiwan seems to be a piece or a big contributor of the edge that we have right now. And China seems to want to reclaim that edge every day. What can we do economically to gain like soft power over them? Like do we just say, hey, if you go in, we are tariffing everything like 300%? Like how do we incentivize them to stay back, right? Like the carrot and the stick type of thing.
So, I think building strong alliances is going to be a big part of it. Saying to Japan and South Korea, again, we're going to have these strong trading relations again. And saying to, economies where China is trying to, stick its fingers into, like, we're going to offer you better deals. We're going to fund bridges. We're going to fund roads to the, maximum extent we can, basically, to prevent China from building these alliances, to try to isolate them. I think that's going to be really important. When it comes to Taiwan, I think it's important that, we try to defend Taiwan as much as possible, but I mean, our semiconductors are here now, right?
We have moved towards, as recognized as he is the GOAT, statue outside the White House. I got that made. Joe Biden, rest in peace. Okay. His Chips and Science Act. He has, developed infrastructure here. Are you going to say that we should maybe look towards backing away now that we don't
Mr. President,
need them?
when it comes to national security, Mr. President, Mr. President, I trust you to weigh the costs and benefits between protecting Taiwan and, having to send a bunch of Navy ships over and U.S. Army men over and probably kill a lot of, voters, probably kill a lot of voters and probably kill a lot of voters like sons and daughters. I trust you to weigh that with the fact that we are independent enough from semiconductors. I trust you to
So just because you're saying fuck Taiwan, is that what I'm understanding?
I'm saying that I trust your decision.
So you're saying fuck Taiwan?
I'm saying that I trust you and your cabinet to decide.
So if you were in that position, then where do you end up?
If I was in your position, Mr. President, I would, arm Taiwan to the extent that is easily affordable. Like the U.S., think about, Ukraine before, Trump made them surrender and give up all their territory, as has obviously happened. That was not particularly costly for the U.S. I think Biden did a good job, giving them, I think $17 billion in aid and forcing them to adopt the, sort of porcupine strategy, where they are a very hard target to invade. So I think as long as we continue, if I was in your position, I'm just saying weigh the cost of full-blown military intervention with the fact that we have semiconductors here now. But also, Taiwan is a democracy. They operate independently.
Like you're a politician.
I think
you're really not giving me a straight answer.
I think it is good to defend them. And, what is politically justifiable is to aid them sort of in the same way we aided Ukraine, where we don't give them everything, but we give them some stuff. And that's not going to be super politically costly. We might send over 1 or 2 ships and say message on defending democracy. But we got semiconductors
so
here, man.
We should send? Oh god! So I didn't get a clear answer. Do you think we should send our ship? Because near the end there, you said you still wanted to send a few ships. What is that?
I think we should send a few ships.
Put boots.
No, I think I think we should here. I think we should basically send our own ship sort of away from the actual fighting to make sure to try to contain it. Basically, to try to keep shipping routes open between like Vietnam and the U.S. Right? Like we should make sure that that shit isn't disrupted. And I think we should probably gift a lot of things to Taiwan, right? We should gift Taiwan tanks. We should gift, I don't know how much tanks they're going to be used in invasion in Taiwan. Gift Taiwan a lot of stuff they need to shoot down Chinese ships and Chinese aircraft and Chinese missiles. I don't think that'll be politically costly. I think that'd be good for Taiwan. And I think there's definitely a real chance that they survive and, deter a Chinese invasion. And I don't think it commits you towards World War III.
Did you know that a lot of their the semiconductor factories in Taiwan have like dead man switches where they get invaded? Their plan is just to fuck you. We don't have any value now.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. I think I understand that now. Okay, this is where it's gonna get real interesting. I'm just gonna tell you that since it's 2028 in this dystopian world, okay, that does mean Jerome Powell's term is up, and he made it. Somehow Trump could not get the feasible way to get rid of him. Okay?
I mean, his term
in this world
was up in 2026, but okay.
What? I looked up the Federal Reserve. It said 2028.
His term's up next year, but I think I'm pretty sure it's next
year. Federal Reserve History.org lied to me. Okay.
But
you're telling me Federal Reserve is lying to me. Okay.
Well, if I look up when his Jerome Powell term up, I'm pretty sure, yeah, he May 2026. But, you know, there was a new guy, and, you know, he just resigned because he only wanted to work for Trump, obviously. So now you get to, you know.
So, do we appoint a condom? No, I'm just kidding. Do you think Jerome Powell runs it back? Do you think we should run it back with him? Do you think
Well, I think he's used up his 2 terms, right? I'm pretty sure they can only have...
Unfortunately, I mean, the last person got rid of really 2 terms on everything.
Oh, okay.
Now, yeah, we've really left that type of world.
I mean, I have no issue with Jerome Powell. Certainly, like, if you chose him, I would...
It's him or a Econo boy. Come on now.
Okay, so when it comes to monetary policy...
In this world, has he gone full socialist in this time?
Well, here's the issue is, you know, I love Econo boy. You know, he's a good... You know, a useful asset in your administration. I don't think I don't know. I'm pretty sure he's not that interested in monetary policy. I'm pretty sure he's a big tax guy. He wants to manage just offer him the sovereign wealth fund. Okay, tell him to manage the sovereign wealth fund. He will love doing that. Okay, he will love doing that. There's this guy named Jason Harrison.
I didn't expect you to have an actual answer for this. Okay, well, give me a second. Gotcha.
Well, I mean, it is an answer, but it, you know, let's just say he's not a conventional choice necessarily.
Why? I'm just researching him here real quick, and so you want me to point the person whose pinned tweet is currently "You can literally just lie."
So that is kind of like I mean, yeah, but like. The reason he has that pinned is because so many people on Twitter literally do just lie, you know. For example, like he's been on a crusade relatively recently explaining why a VAT is not the same as a tariff when people, you know, just lie about it or whatever, or people just lie about their, you know, reciprocal tariff rate and everything. You know, Jason Harrison, maybe not be, you know, he does have a degree in economics, maybe not the most conventional choice, but he's a pretty good guy. I like him. He's got pretty good monetary policy takes. You know, he's beefed with Econo boy before on Twitter too, and that's pretty funny. So I do think it would be funny to have
in the same room.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And we have to always consider the memes. Okay, Trump won on memes, so
that he did. Okay, so I have to add this to the final question. Okay, and I think we all saw where this was going to. Tax policies, okay? I get to set up the next tax policy that's going to be put in motion. What does that look like? And I mean, we are starting from the top. I want to talk about basic consumers. Then we got to move to corporations. Then how we look to, I mean, I'm going to guess when it comes to other countries, we're just not tariffing them. So I guess we don't have to focus too much on how we tax that. But carbon taxes, anything, okay? The door is wide open for you to mold this clay into whatever the tax policy should be for the USA.
I mean, look, I don't think it's particularly complicated, okay? You want a tax policy that's going to be progressive while also not being super distortionary, you know, and also, like, not affecting investment. And there are a lot of times trade-off between those things, but I already mentioned to you, DBCFT would be basically just as progressive as their current corporate income tax, but it would also not affect investment as much. A land value tax is, you know, progressive tax because rich people store a lot of their wealth in land, and you'd be taxing them and incentivizing them to sell it to people who are actually going to use it, like home buyers. And I think for consumption, you know, some economists will tell you that, like, you doing a DBCFT and a VAT would kind of be double taxing some things. And, like, that's not a huge deal. If we need that amount of revenue, which we're in a lot of debt right now, you know, I would say it's fair to do a VAT. And like I said earlier, the sovereign wealth fund as well, we're going to fund basically with resource rent taxes. So we're going to say, you know, 40% tax on sort of the windfall profits of extracting oil, of extracting natural resources, of extracting, I mean, even things from the ocean, even like fishermen, although they aren't particularly profitable, are technically like resource rents that we can use to fund that. And that fund will, you know, hopefully continue growing over time. I mean, it grew pretty slowly under Trump because of all the, you know, stock market fiascos, but, you know, I'm assuming it still exists. that fund will grow over time, and we can use that as sort of like a pension system. Yeah, DBCFT, LVT, maybe a VAT as well. The resource rent taxes to fund the sovereign wealth fund. All of these are like efficient taxes that aren't very distortionary, that are mostly progressive, or can at least be made progressive. At least certainly not as or not really any less progressive than what we have now. I will say, alternatively to the VAT, we could just simply reform our income tax system to, and I might even say this is preferable, to what's called like an expenditures tax, where basically we're going to make all the saving deductible. Currently, like, you're taxed on your saving and your income, but there are things like a 401k in which you can save a certain amount and deduct it from your taxes. We could just make all saving deductible. And that would probably increase the economy's growth rate, because it would remove sort of the discrimination against saving. It'll incentivize people to save more. And we'd only be taxing consumption, which basically this is going to have a lot of positive effects on things like investment and, and the overall growth rate. We can still have it be progressive. So we can say, just like how income tax is progressive. In fact, we could even have this one be more progressive, because this tax, a lot of people say to you like, oh, Mr. President, if we tax these rich people, they're just not going to invest a lot anymore. But we're not taxing investment under this regime. We're only taxing consumption. So, unless you're really going to defend Jeff Bezos' ability to buy a super yacht without paying much taxes on it, which, by the way, because again, he would have the option to save his money, not pay any taxes, or you can still buy the super yacht. He just has to pay taxes on that money. There aren't a lot of people willing to defend that, and there are a lot of people already primed. Gen Z. Yeah, Gen Z already primed to hate billionaires. So you can have really effective messaging on both sides, where you can say, you more libertarians type, I'm not going to tax investment. I'm not going to tax saving. And by the way, everyone is going to have the ability to pay less taxes if they choose to save more. Or actually, it'll be, probably lower for most people anyway, because they already save money that is taxed under the income tax system. And you're able to message towards the left, obviously, and say, we're going to take money from billionaires. We're going to stop them from buying super yachts, and we're going to redistribute this money to, poor people, essentially. So that's what it would do. Sovereign Wealth Fund funded by resource rents, a DVCFT, an LVT, and a, expenditures tax and or a VAT. I think you can message on the expenditures tax a lot better than you can message on the VAT.
So there's actually a policy that's becoming very popular. This is real. There's a policy that's becoming, of course, everything here is real, but there's a policy that's becoming very popular in the Democratic Party. I think it's literally just because of Sam Cedar pushing it very hard, but there's a push for, I forgot the name of it, but it's basically the tax is every dollar over $3 million is taxed at 90%. What is your opinion on tax policies like that, or because that is one of the most popular
cringe, horrible, cringe. Okay, listen, Mr. President, I don't think it's like that bad. Like, if the choice was between you winning the election and doing that and another Donald Trump, like, I'm choosing you doing that every time or whatever. But listen, we want people to invest. We want people to save money. You're just creating that tax would eliminate the incentive to do that, beyond $3 billion. And that's going to affect a lot of people. There's not even really, a great argument that this reduces inequality or this reduces, or this raises much revenue. If you just look at the empirical effects of wealth taxes in most European countries, they repealed them for a reason. They just did not raise much revenue. Even, Switzerland, where still has their wealth tax, it just simply does not raise much revenue. It raises like less than 1% of the government's budget. It does not have super meaningful effects on inequality, and it's very difficult to enforce because you have to calculate the assets of every rich person, and that's hard to do. That that's expensive to do as well. And these rich people are going to hire a lot of lawyers to avoid these taxes. And basically all of these lawyers, both on the side of the government trying to figure out how much this person is worth, and on the rich person side trying to argue that they're actually not worth as much as they really are, all of that is, deadweight loss. Those are people that could be working in more productive sectors, not doing this bullshit. And, because of the enforcement cost and because of the ability of rich people to avoid these things, they just don't raise much revenue. They don't have a meaningful impact on inequality. There's a reason all these countries repealed them. And again, just do an expenditures tax, okay? Just say, we're going to tax the hell out of rich people's consumption. Because the bad thing that rich people do is not save. The bad thing rich people do is not finance other people's businesses, okay? It's the ludicrous consumption that they engage in, okay? It's the buying the super yachts. It's the buying, it's the going to space, okay? For fun at least. They're obviously legitimate reasons to go to space, but taking joyrides to space.
Buying NASA, gotcha.
Yeah, buying 50 different cars, okay? That's the ludicrous, unfair part of being rich. It's not that they save more, that they invest in the stock market and finance companies' investments. That's the good thing that they do. Tax people on what they take away from the pie to consume, not what they give to the pie so the pie grows overall.
That's the message. So here's the plan, okay, for this idea, for this show. That's what I'll call it a show instead of a podcast. It works better. At the end, I want to basically I'm going to tell you the notes that I have, and then I'm going to feed it back into I faded that prompt that made the situation AI. We're going to feed it the solution, and we're going to have it rate it out of 10, and it's going to be a solution you propose. Okay, so I'm going to run you down my list. You tell me if there's anything what you added, anything you want changed, and then I'm going to feed it to the AI. We're going to see if you are put in a position of power, could you change it? Okay.
All right.
So here's what I have. You are thinking about establishing, so we might have to establish a VAT tax. Right? Yes. Okay. Subsidized STEM policy, subsidized STEM degrees. Replace most of the current tax policies and replace them with a consumption tax. Make the U.S. currency more stable. Reciprocal tariffs need to be gone. We need to build trust with our other countries again. We need to take away the president's power for tariffs to bring back investor trust. Make a negative income tax where you're guaranteed a minimum income. Bring back wealth. Give more stability to welfare programs. Bring back the free trade system that we once had. Sell it to the American people through stability. Make sure we do reciprocal tariff cuts that whenever we cut a tariff, they're cutting one in return. For housing market, make sure we push for deregulation. Set up a fund to exchange affordable housing through quid pro quo. I've said all of this, I'll do before. Housing should stop being viewed as an investment, or at least viewed in a way that you can move from a bigger house to a smaller house with incentives behind it, like a tax structure. Make sure there's an abundance of housing. I'll get rid of, maybe bring back Doge for housing regulations.
Yeah.
That was me.
I would also on the VAT, which might have more of the tax policy stuff later, but I would say the progressive expenditures tax is probably preferable to a VAT. I think that it's better messaging, at least. So,
which one is better messaging?
The progressive expenditures tax.
Oh, okay.
Which I think ChatGPT will know what it means.
I should know all this. So, am I good to send this off to the advisor? Are you proud behind this?
I stand behind this. I stand behind the liberal abundance agenda. Send it to ChatGPT. Watch it give me a 10 out of 10, okay?
What if it doesn't?
No way it doesn't.
You think you're going to get a 10 out of 10? You think you're going to get a 10 out of 10?
Absolutely.
Okay. Rate this solution in total out of 10 if these changes were implemented. Okay. Let's see if non-fon can run. This is actually if you get a 10, you become the next Jerome Powell. That's what we do. That's how we just solve everything.
Right.
Okay. All right, let's go through this carefully. I'll rate your full plan based on a few criteria, blah, blah, blah. I'll explain why after giving the number. The final rating is 8.5 out of 10.
I'll take it.
Yeah. Okay. Here's your good idea and strong points. Your progressive expenditure tax plus a VAT. Taxing spending instead of income is a cleaner system. It's easier to collect, harder to evade, and promotes. You're like, okay. promotes saving and investment. A VAT is efficient, and almost every developed country uses it. Subsidized STEM. Direct investments in STEM is smart. Long term, it's the only way to compete globally, especially against China's big push into tech and innovation. Consumption tax replacing the current mess. Simplifying the tax code would build trust, increase compliance, and cut corruption/lobbyist loopholes. It's politically hard, but economically very solid. Cut reciprocal tariffs plus restore free trade. Crucial. Tariffs caused massive global instability. Cutting them is a must to restore supply chains, lower inflation, and get investment flowing again. Negative income tax plus welfare reform. This is the most market-friendly and humane way to provide a safety net. Milton Friedman loved it. Do you know Milton Friedman? I don't.
I'm familiar with Milton Friedman. Yes, I'm very aware. Yeah.
Loved it. It keeps incentives for work while eliminating poverty traps. Housing focus. Deregulation plus incentives for building, plus affordable housing funds, and plus maybe a land value tax. This is honestly exactly what needs to happen. A little based out of AI.
Yeah.
Housing is choking middle and lower class wealth grown. Take tariff power away from the president. Investors and businesses crave predictability. This is a smart trust-building move that would make foreign direct investment, FDI, and domestic investment skyrocket. Here is your weaknesses.
Oh, man.
Some of these, especially killing tariffs, deregulating, and removing presidential powers, would face massive political pushback from both parties. It's smart policy, but hard politics.
Wrong.
Consumption taxes like a VAT can hurt lower income people unless the negative income tax fully offsets it. Your plan kind of handles it, but it would need serious calibration.
I mean, listen, we don't have to do the VAT if we don't need the revenue, because that is the most regressive part of this policy. I obviously think there are ways to offset the VAT's regressiveness with like the negative income tax, for example. But if we don't need the revenue, let's just do the progressive expenditure tax. But okay, I'll take it. Whatever. ChatGPT, it's regressive. So what? So who cares?
Okay. So trust with other countries, once lost, decades to rebuild, and they'd expect concrete proof first, not just policy promises. Local governments, not federal, control a lot of the housing. This is actually what you hit on.
I said that, ChatGPT.
Yeah. So this part would require states and cities to cooperate, which isn't easy. Overall, your plan hit the right things, and then it just gave me a PowerPoint. That's an 8.5 might be nice. Okay. Now, I'm gonna have other people on, so I'm gonna get to grade it based on other people. It's gonna be crazy. Imagine the world where Minari gets like a 9.
Dude. Minar better not get that, man. If you have Minar on, if Minar gets a better score than me, I will switch sides. Okay, that'll be the indicator that everything I say is wrong, and it is actually better to be a Islamist MAGA conservative. Like,
so I'm gonna now take this, okay, and I'm gonna go basically how the show's gonna end, okay, is I'm gonna give a speech, and then I'm gonna give a presidential speech about me implementing these policies. So I'm gonna go now, and I'm going to go write that speech and then go perform it. This was
all right.
I'm done. 8.5 not bad. It was funny how the few like negative things it hit on were things you previously brought up.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
You're like, it's not very politically viable. That came up. It's not. Yeah, I didn't see you notice that I didn't see you tell me that the VAT could hurt lower income people. It seemed like kind of like
I might have
squeezed by that.
Not mentioning that part, but I mean, yeah, technically it is. I mean, the same way like sales tax is a regressive tax. The VAT is just a fancier sales tax, so it is regressive. There are ways to offset it, and like, I don't think a tax is bad just because it's regressive. Like, usually there are like trade-offs between how efficient a tax is versus how regressive it is. Like the personal expenditures tax is progressive, but you require everyone to fill out their taxes every year, and you require the IRS to audit people who they think are lying, and that has cost. And VAT, on the other hand, like, people don't really have to. Well, with VAT, companies do have to fill out paperwork, but usually there's less of it. Obviously, consumers don't have to do anything. So I mean, there is usually a trade-off there, but it's fine.
I will say, I feel like I actually left this. As much as it pains me to say it, I now have a way better understanding of econ than I came in with. Okay, as much as it pains me to say, I feel actually a little more comfortable speaking about econ with what you were saying. Okay.
Hell yeah.
Now I'm gonna go into a debate and act like I am the orbiter of like I'm gonna have all authority in the next conversation. I'm gonna Dunning-Kruger effect my way in there since I just learned about it. I'm gonna be there. Okay.
Dude, my chat was fucking hating on me. So they were saying I was suffering from Dunning-Kruger effect. Okay, like my chat was. There were some people screeching
that you were
at me.
Proposing?
Yeah, I don't think they like them, but.
It took me a lot to hold this in. If that Kenneth dude is still in your chat, because I skimmed and I fucking saw him. Okay, Trump is not the reason that Nvidia is pushing to move semiconductors to America. Did you know that Biden literally signed a bill to incentivize them to, and then they publicly were like, "Oh, if it's going to become cheaper, we're going to move there." This has been in progress for so long. It's not like Trump is some art of the trade. I hate it so much now. I hate how he can shit on the floor, throw it at the wall, and then he can make it into something beautiful. Okay, I need this power. Okay. He literally stumbled into something that Joe Biden created, and now that it's getting created under him, it's going to seem like he made it. I'm going to go insane.
More laws isn't a solution. It's the exact opposite. I mean, a lot of the reforms I mentioned were basically reducing the state.
Yeah, it was actually most of it was deregulate. You wanted to remove like most of the like 40 agencies, make them into one agency. You wanted to remove our tax policy into one general policy.
A lot of it was making things simpler, making the tax code simpler, making it legal to actually build things, getting rid of the zoning laws. I don't know, but
okay. What are you planning to do now? What's your plan? Are you reading? Or are you just
probably go to bed. It's 5 a.m.
Yeah. So I thought you didn't fuck me. I thought that when you said 9:15, I thought you meant the panel was gonna be over at 9:15.
No, trolled. Fell for it.
So I was like at 9:15, and it's like, and I'm like, oh yeah, we're not doing this, and I don't think it's possible. And then we got there, but Jesus, okay. I was just up playing Repo. Okay, we're gonna talk about that panel because we just went straight into this. The most I saw was you just did amazing. Was that kind of what just happened?
Yeah. Well, for the most part, yeah. Well, hold on, Kenneth. We want to invest here. Obviously, that's what the admin is about, right? Biden did it. It's good. So the reason why I think it was good under Biden is, one, because I think generally speaking, subsidies are more efficient than tariffs, and I think it's good to subsidize, chip manufacturing here because chips manufacturing is a national security issue. Most of the shit that Trump is, basically everything Trump is tariffing, is not actually national security issue. It's not a national security issue that Vietnam makes shoes for us. It's obviously beneficial that Vietnam makes shoes for us and we trade with Vietnam for those shoes. I think that's a good thing. I think there are benefits from trade. I think even strictly economically, there was almost always benefits from trade. It's just that sometimes the national security justification sort of supersedes the economic benefits, right? Because we're very worried that if China invades Taiwan, we wouldn't be able to have semiconductors for our military. Second of all, I don't think that Trump's policies are actually conducive towards more investment in the U.S. We see that foreign investors are fucking fleeing. They are dumping their dollars. They're going to Japan. They're going to Europe. We see the stock market crashing. We see the bond market, their yields going up because people are selling bonds. We see the dollar falling because people are selling their dollars essentially for other currencies that they would rather hold. Foreign investors are fleeing the U.S. And if you just look at, I think the tariffs that Trump is doing are universal tariffs. A lot of the goods that we import, especially from Canada and Mexico, which, to be fair, are exempt from some tariffs, are what are called intermediate goods. They're goods used to make other goods, or they're capital goods, which are basically investment, like goods, the machinery used to produce these goods. If you tariff those goods, you harm manufacturing in the U.S. We saw this during Trump's first term when he tariffed steel. Manufacturing employment actually fell because guess fucking what? For every one job producing steel, there's 80 jobs consuming steel. And you harm all those jobs. A lot of those jobs are manufacturing jobs that rely on steel, and tariffing steel hurts them. That's why if you look at, just look at literally just trust the people. First of all, trust the stock market. The stock market for manufacturing companies is still their stocks are crashing too. And second of all, let me go to my notes. Fuck. Hold on. I gotta find it.
All right. Why are you? I'm gonna head out. Okay.
All right.
Stay safe. Have fun crashing out. Okay. I feel like this was a good test run. I feel like it was pretty fun. Okay.
I had fun.
8.5 is that's a good way to start off. Cause I feel like
hell yeah.
I think Menard's gonna be the next one. It's gonna be like a 4. It's gonna be like, well, mandating Sharia law was a really bad
Well, thanks, Isaac. I appreciate it. Look, the Philadelphia Fed Manufacturing Survey. They expect things to get worse. Business outlook has only fallen this much in a month 3 times before. During COVID and during fucking 2008. The New York Fed manufacturing surveys. All this shit is down. All this shit is down. They expect orders to fall. They expect general business conditions to be worse. Shipments to fall. They are planning on investing less because of these tariffs. You never played poker. Art of the deal. My wages went from... Yeah, great fucking anecdote, Kenneth. Obviously, Kenneth, if you want to join a Discord, Discord in chat, it's in the YouTube description. We can set up a debate. Trade increases wages. There's no good argument that trade doesn't increase wages. Anyone who argues that trade doesn't increase wages is usually very, very mistaken. But that's a great fucking anecdote for that. Whatever. Don't fucking care. When it comes to the art of the deal thing, Trump just likes tariffs, bro. Trump, I hate to break it to you, Trump just likes tariffs. I don't know where people got the idea that Trump is like secretly a free trader who really wants free trade with these countries. Because he did tariffs during his first term. He, this entire time, said he was going to do tariffs. A lot of Trump supporters tell me that he needs to follow through with these tariffs and stop like negotiating and shit. But yeah. Okay, everyone who is here from Sarah and Soy Pill. I don't know if anyone from Soy Pill is still here because he rated a while ago. I would really, really appreciate it if you subscribed. I love streaming. It's really cool that you guys are watching me right now. All you guys are here. Again, tomorrow we have a debate. What's up, the music show? We're about to end. Again, we have another debate. I would really appreciate if you guys showed up for that at like 6 p.m. EST, I believe. 7 p.m. EST. 6 p.m. EST tomorrow. I'm literally working a real job right now. Lol. Wow, great. 6 p.m. EST tomorrow. I will be debating average debate enjoyer, Grid 1 Motorsports, and a girl named Abzer Baby or something. I'll be debating along with Wick TV and the Soy Pill. So that'll be a fucking fire stream. Okay. You guys will definitely want to see that. Subscribe so you know when that happens. Can't contend with reality, huh? Yes, 300% tariffs on butter. What? Anyway. Yeah, love streaming. Love to guys watch your stream. I will see you guys again tomorrow. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to press that sub button so you all are fucking notified. Okay. Is anyone I know streaming that I can redirect to? No. Can I redirect to my own not live video? I don't think I can. But anyway, guys, please subscribe. Please subscribe. I beg you, subscribe. Oh my god, Princess. The loser's POV. I don't think anyone rational thinks I lost that shit, man. Wait, Princess, are you streaming? I am subscribed to you, so I think you would pop up if you were streaming. Fuck, you're not streaming. Fuck you. Sorry, that was mean. Why is Canada putting a 300% tariff on USA butter? So, one, they're not. You can literally look it up, and Google will tell you. I know using Google is hard. It is a quota system where if they import over a certain amount of dairy or butter, then American goods are subject to that 300% tariff. But we never reach that quota. We basically never actually end up paying that tariff because we never reach that quota. Second of all, if tariff is Canadian, is that fair? If tariff is Canada, so again, I just mentioned it's not. No, I would say yeah, it's fair. It's not really unfair if we never if it's never in effect. Right? It has no effect if it's never in effect. So it's not really unfair. But also, that primarily hurts Canada. Like, the fact that the USA is not able to sell butter to Canada is probably a bigger loss for Canada than it is for the fucking US. And I would agree, they should get rid of that tariff. It's in their interest to get rid of that tariff because tariffs generally have harmful effects on the country imposing them, as well as, yes, the country that they are placed on. But usually, depending on the size of the economies, it'll be a larger negative effect on the country actually imposing them. So we should do the same then? No. Look, here's a graph of tariffs micro graph, okay? Very simple. Here's the graph of a regular tariff, right? You'll notice that the loss in consumer surplus is greater than the loss in producer surplus, okay? And this is why tariffs are part of the reason why tariffs are bad. I'm going to show you now a graph for a reciprocal tariff. You'll notice it's the same graph. Guess what? Tariffs are still bad if they're reciprocal. It doesn't actually make tariffs any better if they're reciprocal. You still lose out. There's still a loss in consumer surplus that is not offset fully by the gain in producer surplus. They're still economically harmful. Now, if you want to say that we're going to tariff Canada and we're going to use that as leverage to negotiate these trade barriers down, I would say, congrats, you're a free trader, just like me. You're an evil globalist, just like me. We just disagree on the best way to get to globalism, okay? I would say the uncertainty that Trump's tariff policies are causing outweigh the impact of, getting rid of the 300% tariff on butter from to Canada that we never actually pay because, again, we never reached that quota. But we're both free traders. We just disagree on how to get there. If you think that reciprocal tariffs are only good because they lead to freer trade. And also, hold on, real quick, we never did this trade all. Gold, phosphoric acid, refined petroleum. 5 billion. You are an ally to USA? Sorry, are you an ally to USA? What do you mean? I live in the US. I like the US. Chad. Ooh. Fuck. 3,000 kilometers west of Chad. Mauritania? How do you spell Mauritania? I want to guess. Do I not know how to spell Morocco either? Morocco. Fuck, it is Mauritania, isn't it? I just don't know how to spell Mauritania. Oh, damn. No. Southwest of Mauritania. It's like Guinea or Benin or Togo or some shit. I'm gonna flail around trying to guess this shit, man. Burkina Faso, nope. Niger, nope. Sierra Leone. So you live here, use freedoms that aren't afforded to you in Canada, correct? What? Sorry? I live in the US. Use our freedoms that aren't afforded to you in Canada, correct? I don't know what you're trying to say. Ah, fuck. Senegal. Yeah, I would have guessed that eventually. I just don't know my African geography well enough. I know, like, all the countries that are broadly in that area, but not enough to, like, know which ones are directly southwest or whatever. But that's a brain. I can't even tell what argument he's trying to. Maybe I just can't read. But so you live here, use our freedoms that aren't afforded to you in Canada, correct? Are you saying, like, I utilize freedoms that people don't have in Canada? To some extent, that may be true. Like, I don't know, like, how much freer speech is in the U.S. than Canada, but, like, I utilize free speech, I guess, which, again, I think Canada also basically has, but freedom of speech isn't a right in Canada. Okay, so then fair enough, I use free speech, which I guess is not a right in Canada, which I don't think most people would say, but okay. I don't think it might not be in their constitution, but like people still generally have a right to free speech in Canada, is my understanding. But all right, I don't see how that's particularly relevant. Really don't see how that justifies tariffs. Cares more about Chinese slaves and American workers. Kenneth, I think free trade, obviously, you know that's right. I think free trade is what's best for American workers. We might disagree, but it's ridiculous to say that I care about Chinese slaves more than American workers. No, I care about American workers. I think free trade increases wages, as empirical evidence shows, and the basic models will show, because trade allows people to specialize in what they're good at. And that means the average productivity of the U.S. will go up. And that means average wages in the U.S. will go up. It also affords workers access to cheap goods. And that increases workers' real wages mechanistically, right? If the price of goods falls, your real wage goes up, your money goes further. I just think that free trade is what's best for workers. It's ridiculous to say that I care about Chinese slaves more than American workers. We just have a disagreement on. I understand you don't believe that at all. You're wrong, because I can actually provide you models from actual economists who say I'm right, and I can provide you empirical evidence that says I'm right. Why do you have your little sister's blouse with the bows on the sleeve? I don't. So if you were here earlier, you would have seen. Oh, wow. Nightbot did not like that. If you were here earlier, you would have seen the guy who bought it from me say, I lost the competition, and he bought it from me, essentially. So I would have to wear it on stream as punishment. And I started utilizing it for donations. I said, if you donate X amount of money, I'll put the dress on as a humiliation ritual. It's a joke, obviously. Just because it gives people incentive to donate. Which, by the way, guys, last chance to donate. Okay, we're about to end here, so last chance for y'all to donate if you want to throw a few bucks my way. Again, I really love streaming. Like the stream if you haven't, so the algorithm likes me. I have a ton of debate. You guys should all, by the way, go check out my debates on my YouTube channel. You leaving for Easter vacation? No, but I do have people coming here. So 45 on YouTube. Let's go. Yeah, it's because earlier, I don't know if you know who the soy pill is, Princess. The soy pill rated me. And then after, and then on the panel, after the panel, I was on, Sarah rated me as well. So it is very, very nice of you all to be here. I would really appreciate seeing you all again, tomorrow when I stream another debate. Don't do anything for money. I need money, man. We all need money, okay? So I'm going to do things for money because I need money. I'm trying to see if there's anyone I can rate, but I don't know, it just doesn't really seem like it, so. Oh shit! Prawn says $5. Let's go. Prawn. I don't hate you, but realize. What do I have to realize? Yippee! Thanks for the $5, Prawn. Man, these alerts are so. The Botrix YouTube alerts are so delayed. There's got to be a better way to have those set up. Again, I love you all. We're about to end stream here. I just I want to know what Demon Slayer wants me to realize first, but if you're not like the stream, like the stream. If you're not subscribed, subscribe. I would love to see you all again tomorrow. It would mean a lot to me. I really do like streaming. I really do love it. Really do love it when people watch me. I really do appreciate it. Refer to my prior comment. What prior comment? What's the last thing you said, Demon Slayer? I don't hate you, but realize. Demon Slayer. Too many people are chatting. Did you even... What? Freedom of speech is not a right in Canada? Isn't that the last thing you said before the I don't hate you realize? Anyway, regardless, don't care. Free trade is based. And if you want to see me defend free trade, subscribe so you can see me debate it with people tomorrow. People people like Soy Pill. I know some of you guys know the Soy Pill. People like Grid. I know some of you guys know Grid. I know some of you guys know Wick TV, okay? I know some of you guys know Admiral Gibbs, okay? We'll be debating it. Your rhetoric is anti-American. Keep that in mind going forward. Do better. I don't think my rhetoric is absolutely pro-American. You might disagree with the evidence I have that says that free trade is pro-American, but my rhetoric is absolutely always that free trade is what is best for America, because I do care what is best for America. I obviously do think that free trade is also beneficial to other countries because the economics suggest that free trade is mutually beneficial. But my primary focus is obviously on America and American workers and American companies, which I believe do benefit from free trade. Again, no one's against free trade. People are that is absolutely untrue. A lot of people are against free trade. But again, subscribe so I can see you all tomorrow. Appreciate it. Straw man? Okay. Whatever. Plenty of fucking people are against free trade. You saw tonight that I argued with a lot of people who are against free trade. I'm arguing tomorrow with people who are against free trade, which is why, or technically later today, which is why you should all subscribe to watch me debate people who you know and love. With people you know and love. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Make sure to subscribe. Please, 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 please. And like the stream. Follow on Twitch and everything. Grid 1 is sending an elimination stream for Saturday. I recommended you. Yeah, I saw. Yeah, he told me about it. Yeah, he did it this Saturday. I think the signal, whatever. I didn't go on it though because I had to edit shit. But I will definitely be on it at some point. Probably not this Saturday. I have family over for Easter, so probably not this Saturday. But again, I'll see y'all tomorrow. I really love that you guys all stopped by and watched my stream and donated and did really nice things like the stream. I've been stalling because I want added watch time from all these people watching my YouTube stream, okay? Just free trade to him means buy from China. Part of free trade is the freedom to import goods from places who sell those goods cheaply. That is part of free trade, yes. He's both underselling and overselling how great America is. Okay. We'll also get you back into the AA loop if you want, of course. Listen. Maybe Francis, maybe. I don't know. Like, at this point, I might just want to keep debating econ stuff. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure I might stop by if there's big news or anything, but I don't know. I'm always available, okay? Wash your face. Thanks, Demon Slayer. And a freedom not to buy. If you don't want to buy Chinese goods, no one is forcing you to. You can buy American if you want to. It's just more expensive. You can buy European if you want to. It's just more expensive. In your pillows, I'm sure. Oh, I am 100% certain that you can find an American pillow company. Isn't the My Pillow guy an American pillow company? I'm 100% certain you can find or make better deals. Again, I'm not convinced Trump actually wants to make these better deals. And again, which you have basically conceded, kind of. Although, again, Kenneth, anyone, join the Discord server and we can set something up, buddy. But I appreciate you guys. Love you guys. I'll see you all tomorrow. Make sure to subscribe so you can see me epically own more people in debates tomorrow. See you guys goodbye for real this time. I just need you to subscribe. I just need a few people to subscribe so I feel good ending